generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. They're coming centigrade on the keyboard. Working away. Focus, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes is 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But as squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and things like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it for me. Come on, got to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Packed up, ingredients stacked up, my laptop downloaded a military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate, recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster, I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline, add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Heat like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up, cross my chest, bomb belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice, hitting back a vice with a £50 price. But the hurt is gone, gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me. Made off the ruskies from weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan, Iran, upgraded in stage 2 of the plan. Rage, a thermonuclear density gauge. Stolen by the Chechens from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a food radiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing, genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I'm a legitimate scientist, paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, Don Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Uniquely though, they leave the buildings intact. I made a 25 mega bomb daisy cutter, a great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. Sure money, people, it costs $1 billion.
The fort was fighting between all Bedouin. Now we stop because they have everything. Why we fight? Everyone, he like more and more and more. But in Bedouin we say something, you know. The one he like more and more and more, there's a lot of sand. He can fill his eyes after he never say what more. don't fight.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Today, we're going to be having a very special show that I was trying to do the other time, reviewing the Adam Green debate. Good friend of the show, Adam Green. Good friend of the show, Jeem Apologetics. No more news. Subscribe to Jeem Apologetics. If you want to know what's going on in the Bible, let's get up on this shit. You guys see what it said?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Crucible. We got an exciting show for you tonight. Got a debate between these two fine gentlemen here. So one second here. Looks like we got an exciting debate tonight between Adam Green and Jeem, coming at you with a little bit of a theological debate. We are gonna let the chat fill up here a little bit. Let some guests stream in. Let's you guys want to take a minute to introduce yourselves, Adam and Jeem?
Okay, I guess I'll just go ahead. So, introduction to myself. I'm Jeem. My channel is @Jeem or @Jeem Apologetics. I essentially look at the Bible. I deal with some issues of textual criticism. Try to course correct some things that I think are incorrect in modern Christianity.
Okay, that's a little too fast. We're gonna go ahead and slow that down a little bit for you guys. Let's hit it at 1.25. See where that takes us.
And kind of just do a defense of the historic religion. So I cover all sorts of topics from philosophy to theology, apologetics, history. That's essentially it. You can go check out my channel. I also wrote a book, which is on Amazon. And yeah, that's about that.
And I'm Adam Green. I've been on a few debates here before, you guys may have seen. And I've been making videos at No More News since 2014 on religion, Zionism, Judaism, Christianity, and in politics and in the news, doing debates and interviews and compilations. And happy to be here. Thanks for having me back. Good to see everybody.
Now, I already sense that there's going to be a mismatch here. Why? Because it's a debate between a journalist and somebody who studies theology. Now, over the last, few years, Adam Green has supplied lots of theological content in terms of he's been looking at what the rabbis are saying, and he's familiarized himself with several books on the issue, looking at critical views of the Bible. And, he's read more than a lot of these theological debaters online. So to think that Adam Green is not a theological debater is kind of, not really seeing the kind of work that he's put in all these years. For Jeem Apologetics, I mean, this is a young kid, but I know for a fact that this kid is fucking smart. The kid is sharp as a tack. He knows a lot of things about the Bible. He knows basic structure of debates. He understands a lot about the influence of Neoplatonism in subverting the early church and all those types of things. So, I just don't think that Adam Green is going to be into those issues at all. In terms of the theological issues, how they relate to philosophy. Right now, I did send Adam Green my book. So hopefully he'll read some of my book and understand the framing of those issues, and or maybe he'll come talk to us today. Who knows? We'll figure it out. But, the thing is that, with Jeem and Adam Green, I get the picture that they're a little bit going off of a different view of things. But I'm finally glad to see this one issue. What issue is that? The issue about this about Neoplatonism and about the Platonic influence and about what is the real culprit in destroying Roman or Greek value systems, right? Was it Neoplatonism, right? And then when Christianity spread to the West, did it strengthen or weaken it as a result, right? So that is one of the main issues there. But yeah, let's take a look at what they're saying here. By the way, I already did kind of a first part of covering this stuff. Let me show you guys where I did that, because it was actually on one day and I wanted to go cover the debate. Let me show you guys where that is, and also show you guys the new channel, because we got a new channel. And just in terms of if this one gets strike down or whatever the fuck it is, we got another channel for you guys. Let me show you guys Cyber Caliphate channel. You know what I mean? So yeah, we got the Cyber Caliphate channel. I got some unreleased shit on there. So if you guys want to go take a look, see, we're going to be putting more unreleased shit on this fucking Cyber Caliphate channel. But if you go down the list here, one of our live streams, Adam Green, No More News, and Jeem Apologetics debate review. We briefly looked at the opening statements there, of this debate. So we got this here. You know what I mean? We only put this on the alternate channel. So it's not on this channel, The Machine Lives. So if you guys are watching, we did a whole, we did kind of and we had a beautiful discussion with Annapurna too. I need to shout out Annapurna in this episode, because really it was Annapurna holding down the episode for real. You know what I mean? We had a beautiful discussion about Eastern religions and those types of things. So for people who are not into the Adam Green thing, we still have lots of beautiful discussions in that show as well. So anybody who missed that episode, it was an excellent show that we did. But it's only available on the alternative channel. Here, hold on. Let me drop this link for this alternative channel. You guys go and subscribe to this shit, please. You know what I mean? I'll do it later. Whatever. But yeah, Cyber Caliphate, at Cyber Caliphate 000. Look it up. If you guys want to go watch that shit. Yeah, we live right there on that channel right now too. Anyways.
So I guess they're still working on things.
Yeah, I think they're fixing one. The moderator had an audio debate.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue with his mic is. I can hear you guys fine. You're coming through on the stream, so I guess you can just go into it back and forth. If you want to make your opening statements, I believe Adam said he would go first. So if you want to go ahead and make your opening statement, go ahead.
It's okay if I do a share screen at some point during it.
Jeem, what do you have any issues to that or with that?
No, I'm fine. I'm not going to do it personally, but yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I got 5 minutes. I will start now. So we're talking today, is Christianity a myth? And it absolutely is a myth. It has all the hallmarks of a myth. It's predicated on the myths of the Old Testament, of the Torah. And what
now, me and Dr. Skrbina kind of talked to Adam Green about mythicism. And we don't believe in mythicism. Now, I think mythicism is a hard sell because it doesn't get the backing of the historical experts. So most experts on the history of the Bible are willing to say that Jesus and Paul and all these figures were real figures. That's not based on a myth. But Adam Green takes a position that it's based on Jewish midrash. Therefore, it's harder to sell all of these events as fictional, right? Or the manufacturing of all of these events, right? Just how were they manufactured if there was no reality to them, right? So, I believe that mythicism, going into it with that position, it ultimately just weakens your position. You know what I mean? You could be a skeptic about the historical critiques. You know what I mean, right? And of course, the position that Christians take is untenable because they claim that all of these things are revealed exactly as they say they are. That's completely untenable. Because the books weren't released over time, they were altered, they were changed, all of these things. So we have to take into consideration how history has provided or changed these religions. We can't just take these religions as face value and say, no. All we have to deal with is the doctrinal beliefs. That's false. You know what I mean? Look at what people are doing based off of these beliefs as well, right? Anyways, let's go into more of this shit.
What it is these myths of messianic prophecies from Torah Judaism are the myths that have theologically and spiritually conquered the world in the last 1700 years. Fulfilling the prophecies, because the whole purpose of Yahweh, the God of Israel and Zion, is theological conquest and dominion over all the nations of the earth. Like it says in Daniel 7, the Son of Man, the Messiah, was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and peoples of every language worshiped him. The whole purpose of the Messiah is to have the nations, every knee will bow to the Messiah, to the Davidic king. And this is how Yahweh conquers all of the pagan idol worship, all the competing religions around the world, all their myths and traditions and cultures and religions. They were the target. Yahweh's the jealous God. He wanted to theologically conquer the world with the Messiah, and through Christianity and Islam that both believe in this prophesied Messiah of Israel. It is got the two religions, the Abrahamic matrix. It's the Judeo paradigm, and the rabbis will brag about this. Their whole mission as the nation of priests was to be the light to the nations and have the Gentiles bow down to the Messiah and the God of Israel. There's the prophecies everywhere, all over. This is also what rabbis say about their Messiah and what Christians say. The Christians say, yes, the God of Israel, he needed to conquer all the pagans. And ultimately, at the end of the day, rabbis and Christians both essentially want the same thing. They want the Davidic Messiah as prophesied in the Torah to come and have a one world religion. Essentially, that's what the end times prophecies consist of. We have other books like Psalm 22 talks about how all of the nations shall worship before thee. Talks about bowing down. It talks about
okay, now this theological root of Christianity and Islam within Judaism. Okay, that's one of the points that Adam Green makes. Okay, in terms of this point, I think that obviously the Jews believe something different about who's going to be the Messiah figure, right? The Christians believe that the Messiah is going to be God ruling on earth, right? So they believe the kingdom of God, right? And so do the Jews, right? Muslims don't believe anything like that, right? They don't believe that it's a kingdom of God reigning on earth, right? Because they don't believe that Jesus was the God, right? So depending on who you ask, right? Excuse me. And clear my fucking throat. Depending on who you ask, it's gonna the messianic figure has different implications, right? So the only thing really similar about it is not that he's Jewish, is that that he's gonna be a king of the world, that it's gonna establish world rule at some point. But in order for that to happen, there already has to be world government in place. So the world already has to be ruled by wickedness for the Messiah to come back. Now, that Adam Green thinks is horrifying. Why? Because it allows evil to take a foothold in the world in the first place. It even says that it has to happen. Okay, so that is a huge problem, right? That if you think that evil has to reign in the world for Jesus to come back, right? Then you are a futurist, right? So that is a problem, right? But anyways, let's go on to this. And then the second problem is that Adam Green's version of finding this extrapolating from the Talmudic references, right, into the other faiths when they don't follow those, right? So let's see what's going to happen.
Licking the dust all throughout Psalms, all throughout Isaiah, we find this type of stuff. And it is a myth. It's a prophecy deception. They were never chosen, like Christians like to say. They don't have magical powers to predict prophecy. They don't speak for God. They don't live in the Holy Land, but Christians affirm all of these things. Christians affirm that their God is the one true God of the universe. Before Christianity existed, all Christians acknowledged that the only people that had the right God and the right religion were the Jews, who were the only people waiting for a Messiah. And that Messiah, the role of that Messiah was to conquer Rome at the time, was to conquer Edom, as it's prophesied, was to conquer the nations, all of the earth. That's the ultimate goal of the Messiah. And largely that's what Christianity and Islam did. And the rabbis will brag about this today. They boast about it online. I saw in the video, Jeem said that they're being sarcastic. They are not being sarcastic. We've got hours of these rabbis bragging all consistently. The orthodox official Maimonides view, Christianity and Islam are preparing the world for the Messianic age and weaning the Gentiles off of their gods to worship the God of Israel that chose them. They say it's prophecy fulfilled. And if we look today, all of the converging end times prophecies, the Armageddon cults, the death cults, wanting Gog and Magog wars, and the end times belief that there needs to be chaos and birth pangs of the Moshiach. Through these myths, they are manifesting, following the prophecies, following the Torah like a script to play out their Judeo blueprint. And we have the earliest layers of the New Testament, Paul's epistles, Hebrews, 1st and 2nd Peter. They don't talk about a earthly Jesus, a preacher that spoke in parables and did miracles. They speak of a heavenly celestial Messiah that they found from scripture and mystical experiences, ascension experiences like revelations. Paul never even knew Jesus, as you guys know. He said explicitly insisted that he only knew of Jesus through scripture and revelation.
Okay, here comes Paul. Now, Paul is going to be obviously a central figure in the debate. Why? Because Paul is the one who comprises over half of the New Testament scriptures, right? So Paul is going to be the main central figure here, right? So he's saying that Paul is the one who introduced this new messianic conception in, right? And already you see Jeem taking his like little, side there, because this issue is gonna, because they don't believe there's any difference between Paul's theology and the theology that's mentioned in the New Testament, right? In the rest of the New Testament or in the Old Testament, right? Now, since Adam Green thinks that this is based on the Old Testament, right? What did Paul exactly add in, or what was his fundamental, what was the thing that he shifted around to bring the Gentile nations into the salvation of Israel? Okay. Now, the fact that Rome collapsed and it was made Christian, and then that Christianity spread to Europe, right? This is going to be seen as Paul's project as apostle to the Gentiles coming to fruition, right? Now, was this a prophetic project? Was this prophetic, right? As is mentioned in the Old Testament, does this mean that is this what's meant in the Old Testament about Judaism spreading all around the world, right? Okay, or right, or is it a manufactured, self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Right, basically, created, right, through that period, using these figures like Jesus and Paul in order to send a message, right? In order to concoct a vision, right? That would then bring Gentiles into a fold of Jewish salvation, right? Okay. So that's where this debate's going to be at, right? But there's only one slight thing that's missing, right? Jeem believes that the thing that corrupted Western civilization, right, brought it off the axis, right, and proves that the Western church, right, proves that the Eastern church is the main church and the Western church is not the main church, right, is the history of Platonism that has infested, okay, the Christian religion in the West, right? So that's where he's at with it. So he's going to say, you're not looking at the real problem of what's ruining Western civilization, right? It's a lack of Christian teaching. They don't have the real Christian teaching, right? It's because they've been inundated with Neoplatonism, which actually is one of the foundations of the Kabbalah. I wish Jeem would have used that as a point, right?
And if that was him seeing the Lord. So all the Christians before him, that's also how I believe how they saw the Lord, from scripture and revelation. And then the Gospels are decades later, still hallmarks everywhere, symbolic fiction, fake prophecy fulfillment that wasn't intended for Jews. It was for the Gentiles, the apostle to the Gentiles. And that's how Paul took the myth that conquered the world to the Gentiles. And there's my 5.
All right. Jeem, you want to go ahead and give your opening statement?
Yes, let me start my personal timer now. So my thesis is that everything that Adam and other people like him, he's of course not the only person on earth to hold these positions, Adam and people like him will hold these ideas. Their idea of what they dislike that Christianity has done to Europe, for the most part, seems to be European mythology and European philosophy. So a lot of what neo-pagans, atheists, etc., complain about Christianity, such as absolute universal morality and pacifism and things like that, aren't actually found in the New Testament. I do not believe the New Testament teaches pacifism, for example. I don't believe it teaches extreme Platonic dualism either. And I think that a lot of the issues that people rightly critique some of the churches throughout history, especially from the East, we consider the Latins and everybody else after them to be heterodox, so they're not really true churches. A lot of their issues, I believe, have an origin in Greek philosophy, whether that's with Aristotle, Plato, or Plotinus. So I think a lot of the theories of attacking against the Christian religion have to do more with the melding of Greek.
So what Jeem is saying, that Adam Green is not attacking Christianity. He's attacking the Western church and its Neoplatonic influence, right, that actually spread to Europe as a sort of faux Christianity, right? Now, he's also saying that this type of Christianity does not resemble the Talmudic or rabbinic or messianic form of Judaism that Adam Green is comparing it to, right? So that's going to be one of his main critiques here. But I think some of the people in the Orthodox Church disagree, right? Okay. Like I think Palamas and all of these J. Dyer types that use essence and energy type of distinctions, they're using these Neoplatonic forms and ideas like Saint Eusebius, right? They fully comprehend, right, the Platonic influence, right? And they're at the outset of the church, right? This is when the Eastern and Western church were still aligned, right? So, it's interesting, but, some of the people in the Orthodox Church, would disagree with him about that, right? In my opinion, but I don't really know, or at least what I've seen, the J. Dyer types, who use universals and, these dualistic concepts, right? Like essence and energy, you got two things right there. That's dualism, right? Okay. But anyways, we got these issues here, right? Restyled, right, by Jeem. Okay, now I'll just tell you guys what I think the problem is from the right outset, right? Now, as Paul wrote, I think he brought in these Neoplatonic concepts, right? It's because he's writing in Greek, he's writing to a Gentile audience, he's using words like pneuma for spirit, right? They're using words like logos, right, for God. So there's all of these conceptions there, right? Fundamentally Greek conceptions, right, being implanted into the New Testament. Now, do we have to look further than the New Testament? Is this just word concept fallacy, or are we dealing with actual influence, right? That's the whole question, right? Now, was that influence there to subvert the Gentile population, right? Or to subvert the Christians? That's the whole question, isn't it? But yeah, that is a fucking important question, right? And that's why I think this debate, the framing of this debate is so important between Jeem and Adam Green. Anyways, let's proceed. Let's see if I get anything out of watching this, right? From my own set of problems that I just laid out, right?
Ideas with the biblical ideas rather than just the biblical ideas themselves. One example is people complain about blood sacrifice and they claim it's like a satanic idea. But for the first 1,000 years of Christianity, the primary understanding of atonement, as it were, is actually Christus Victor. So they didn't even believe in the level of satisfactory atonement that would come later in the Latin Church. So this idea that from the get-go, Christians believe in like this blood sacrifice and this demon worship and whatever other complaints there are, that wasn't there for the first millennia. And again, I would say, the errors that we have a lot of elders who say that the primary heresies come from Hellenism. I would definitely agree with that, like I already mentioned with pacifism and other such things. Another problem I have is that Adam and other people like him tend to conflate Old Testament Judaism with a specific ethnicity. He mentioned Edom, which I'll get to once we actually begin the debate. But one issue with saying the entirety of the Torah and the rest of the Pentateuch is all, the Torah and the rest of the Old Testament is all Jewish is kind of wrong, because from Adam all the way to Abraham, there are no Jews. Now, I might say, okay, Abraham begat the first Jew, but there wasn't really a Jewish identity. The etymology of that word comes from Judean. So not until the time of David do we actually have a proper Jewish.
Now, this is a point actually made by Paul in Romans, right? He says Abraham was not a Jew. He did not follow the Mosaic law, right? Therefore, he talks about people who were ushered into the law, right? Gentiles and other converts, right? Who have the law written on their hearts, right? So he talks about how Judaism does not necessarily mean being a Jew, right? But it means following some sort of moral commands that aren't necessarily linked to the Mosaic law. Okay, this is kind of what it seems to be what Paul is saying in Romans, right? So, Muslims and Christians, they don't generally see Abraham as Jewish, right? It's important to make that distinction, right? If you're dealing with their worldviews, I guess, you understand that they're not actually looking at it that way, right? But anyways, so that's the kind of point that Jeem is making. Because Abraham didn't follow the Mosaic law, as basically Paul says he doesn't, right? Yeah. Thank you. Watch the collapse. For I'm not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is a power of God unto salvation to everyone who believeth, to the Jew first, but also to the Greek. Now, notice he says to the Jew first. And that's not the first and last time he says that, right? Look at Romans 11:25, right? He says, a partial hardening has come upon Israel, so the fullness of Gentiles will be brought in, right? Other Neoplatonic concepts, Paul talks about the fullness of God, the Godhead, right? Okay, what does that mean? The fullness of God, right? Is there such thing as partial godness? Where does that exist, right? Anyways. Yeah, the Jews didn't show up until the 6th century, stolen from Egyptian scriptures. Yeah, I mean, when the Jews were in Egypt, they took some of the Egyptian law of the priests. When they were in Babylon, they took some of the teachings from Babylon, right? When they were in Persia, they took some of the teachings from Persia, right? Mishmashed them together, right? So, yeah, the Jewish history is mired in inconsistencies, right? Okay, sometimes Jews were affected by those cultures in which they were enslaved, right? Just as all other peoples have been throughout history, right? It's not some sort of pure, source of we have the true history of only one people on earth. How likely is that to be? Come on now, right? Use your brain. What? I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just watching a debate. And pretty soon, everybody can come up and on the panel and discuss it with me. So have no fear, everyone. But I'm not trying to prove. I don't try to prove shit. I'm just watching the debate, right? But yeah, the two people who are on the screen, I invited them to come have a discussion with me about the debate that I'm watching. So it's not even a problem. Anybody can come and talk to the machine lives, right? There's not a big thing here. But yeah, blessing. Yeah, thank you, Rocky. Yeah. Watch the collapse. Thank you for coming through, my friend. Yeah, go ahead and go subscribe to Watch the Collapse TV. Let's do this, right? You know, I got to check out some of my friends' videos too. Watch the Collapse. That's what it is. Nico Pluto we got out here. OG of the channel right there. Ever since I was on the Crucible, we had Nico Pluto out there for your boy. You know what I mean? We got the homie Gary Baxter out here for us. Thank you, my brother. We got Emily. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Pixel T, the sis, Yolanda. Thank you so much, Annapurna, for being here. And my friend, Neuro. Blessing, brother. Yeah, let's do this. Shifty Eyes Shady. Good stuff, brother. Ah, the lie machine. Uh-oh. Somebody gonna make a video about me. Tommy's the homie. It is what it is.
Hebrew identity. The Hebrew people, of course, existed during the time of Exodus, but their identity wouldn't become fully Jewish until that time period. So for most of what the Bible considers the history of the world, it was not just
Alchemos. What's going on, brother? Yeah, what's going on, friend? Good to see you, my friend. Blessings. Annapurna. Yeah, go ahead and show Annapurna some love. She's got some beautiful content on her channel. Yeah, blessing to you too. Oh, okay. Yeah, TLM, the lie machine. Yeah.
salvation for the Jews. We see this in the story of Midian when Moses meets his father-in-law Jethro. He's an Arabian Midianite, yet he's a high priest. So he's a Gentile. He's not even a Jew, but he's following the very same religion.
Okay, so yeah, Moses married a Midianite, right? David married a Hittite, right? King David, right? So these Hittites, Midianites, not Jews, right? So this is an example of other nations coming into the fold, right? It's not a racial supremacy, but Adam Green's not arguing that it's a racial thing. He's arguing that actually it's a theological issue, right? Because they got Christians and Muslims to accept most of their theology, right? Is that a fact? Right now, Jeem could make a strong point about how the Christianity and the Judaism he's talking about was inundated by Neoplatonism. Does he go ahead and do that? You know, he hardly begins to make the point, which is a problem, right? Right? Because Adam Green is not making the argument about, you know, Plato and Aristotle, right? But he does say at some point that it's Paul who introduced these concepts, right? He packaged his Hellenistic learning in a way to influence Gentile converts in order to influence them into following a Jewish sect. Okay. So the framing of these issues is extremely complex. Extremely complex. You guys think you guys could watch an internet debate and understand these things that people are fighting wars about for 2,000 years? You know, probably not. Right? The framing of these issues is extremely complex. Anyways, let's go on.
religion. We see in Genesis, God says that he will enlarge Japheth and he will dwell in the tents of Shem. Japheth means people of European and Anatolian and Iranian ancestry. So right there, the Old Testament, Torah, which is supposed to be Jewish Semitic supremacy, is saying that Europeans will be the ones who spread knowledge of the one God, not the Jews themselves. I also have to contest that this idea that the prophecies of the Old Testament concerning the Messiah, which were mentioned, are some kind of a myth. I find that hard to believe because that's based on the idea that we're already supposing the entire Old Testament is false. The Old Testament can be
Okay, now is he saying that in a Jewish prophecy, it actually states that Europeans are going to spread the word of God? You know, that seems kind of problematic because that kind of spells the whole thing out in terms of what the Jews want some of the, you know, whites to believe for Adam Green, right? That they're the fulfillment of Judaism in some way, right? So that feels, you know, fishy to me, you know, that he would pull that out. Right. I mean, I'm not sure if that, you know, I've never heard that prophecy before. But yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Right. Pretty much, you know what I mean? But yeah, what's going on?
proven to be true, or at least considered reliable, then I don't see a problem with proper prophecies actually predicting what the Messiah would do. And another thing, the Jews racially have absolutely no specialty in the world whatsoever at this day. They haven't for over 2,000 years. I don't believe in this idea of two covenants. So that's a heresy where you have the Jews who have their method, which is keeping the Torah, the Sinai contract. And then for the Gentiles, they want us all to do the Noahide laws or be Shabbos Goy, but that's not a biblical concept. It's actually blasphemy for any person living or who acknowledges the one God to blaspheme the Sabbath in the Old Testament. And the foreigner was expected to convert and do the entire law of Moses, not only a portion of it. That includes in the book of Acts, which of course we'll probably get to. The point being, this idea that there's two different religions and the Jews still have some kind of relevancy in their religion is completely false. It's rejected by the Orthodox Church, rejected by the Catholic Church. And I think that when rabbis are saying stuff such as, you know, we created Christianity to do a Torah victory over Europe, I think that's just 2,000 years of cope, because they didn't think that in the first century. And originally the Pharisees were not thinking they were going to conquer Europe with what they assumed was just a cult that would die out. So that's my opinion on that. And I believe I only have 10 seconds left, so I'll just stop right now.
All right. With both of the opening statements being done, we are going to move into open debate here. You guys take it away.
I can't hear Adam.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I muted your opening statement.
Thank you.
So the last point, you said that Judaism is, or that Christianity is not a Torah victory over paganism. You realize that the rabbis have been saying this all along. And what was the purpose? Did Yahweh not want to conquer paganism?
Oh, no. I will clarify
did
that.
Jesus not stamp out paganism?
I will clarify that. He did, and that was a good thing. I'm saying that it was not some kind of a racial Jewish trick to trick Europeans into doing that.
So you agree with the rabbi then that it's a good thing?
It is a good thing.
The Torah conquered the pagan.
I mean, I don't really see how that's the case, right? Especially if neo-paganism came through all this alchemy and hermeticism and all this type of stuff in the occult, right? So, I mean, it wiped out paganism. I mean, do you consider Plato and Aristotle to be pagan influences on Christianity, right? So it didn't completely wipe out the influence, right? So I don't know, you know, so to what extent did it wipe? It didn't ideologically, but the fact that he said it's a good thing that it wiped pagans out, right? Well, that kind of proves the point that Adam Green is trying to make, that you know, essentially the church was used in order to slaughter the pagans, right? So it was used by the Jews. So the Jews survived in Europe, but the pagans didn't. So, you know what I mean, right? Anyways.
Pagan world.
Yes, it is a good thing,
exactly.
but their religion is
say it's
false.
a good thing, exactly.
Yes, it is a good thing, but it's not a spot where they're allowed to keep their religion, and we have a different religion, Christianity, for us.
They kept their religion, and it wasn't created for them. Maybe initially it was theirs, but it was innovated and changed and was made a Gentile religion.
Right, but that was done by Greek Europeans.
That was done by Paul.
Okay, what did Paul do? How did he adapt the religion?
Paul was working with. He said, according to the scriptures, he was the apostle to the Gentiles, and he went after the uncircumcised.
Okay, there it is, right? 14 minutes in, there's Paul, right? It was Paul who brought this Greek influence, okay, in, right? See, this is what I was telling you guys, right? So it's interesting, right? So he says that it was European Greeks who brought this influence in, right? But who spread, quote unquote, Judaism to the European Greeks? He's going to say, well, it's obviously Paul, apostle to the Gentiles, right? See, this is where this shit goes. See, I've been telling you guys. Okay, so this is for fucking a year, you know, almost. Basically, I've been covering this shit. But anyways, I mean,
to get them to turn away from their idols and worship the God of Israel. You said Noahide laws are not a biblical concept. Are you aware that even your guys' guru, who's scared to debate me, Jay Dyer, acknowledges that in Acts 15, the Jerusalem Council, James and Peter, are telling Paul, go to the Gentiles, get them to worship God of Israel.
we're going to look at Jew Dyer in a minute. Jew Dyer is interesting because Jew Dyer has some interesting content about how Christianity is about a Jew that died and about how it's links up with the Kabbalah. He says the Christianity is the Kabbalah. We was the Jews. So I don't know what's going on with this guy, but yeah, he's got some interesting takes on it as well. And also, he's willing to use these universal categories that Jeem rejects, right? So maybe Jeem and Jay Dyer ought to have a debate. That would be interesting, right? On whether to accept these universals, right?
And follow this list that consensus in scholarship says is a list of the Noahide laws.
It's
So
not
it
a list of
is
the Noahide
biblical.
laws.
So rabbis
Go
over
ahead.
saying
But they're
Christianity is
interpreting it wrong.
bringing the Gentiles to be almost perfect Noahides. They think Islam's
Right.
almost perfect Noahide as
But
well,
not Noahides.
minus the idolatry and
Okay.
the history of blaming them for killing Jesus. They're Noahide compliant. They
Okay.
think some Jews say that it's idolatrous. Others say it's idolatrous only for it's okay for Gentiles because it got them away from paganism to worship the God of Israel. Where's that wrong?
All right, let me explain. The Acts chapter event that you're mentioning, the Council of Jerusalem, that's what you're referring to, right? With the James and the declaration, you shall avoid blood, etc. Acts chapter 15, verse 21 says, actually, let me pull up the verse right now. I want to read the exact verse. Let's go to it. Here.
Right before that verse, they cite a prophecy that talks about conquering Edom.
Right, but let's go to the verse first. For Moses of old time hath in every city them that preach him being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day. So the whole purpose of these a couple of Noahide laws is that James is assuming people are going to learn the rest of the law of Moses. There is no, you learn just a couple laws and that's it. You have to know the entire
They
morality.
didn't want them to circumcise.
They did.
They didn't want them to convert to Judaism. They had to be
Yes, they
separate.
did.
They needed to be grafted in as a separate religion. They didn't want them to convert
Not true.
and keep Sabbath and keep kosher. It's a separate religion.
It's not a
Judaism
separate
for the
religion.
Gentiles. Being
No,
grafted
Judaism
in.
is created after the New Testament. What is called Judaism today is Pharisaical Judaism, which is based on the oral tradition of the Talmud, not on just the Old Testament. So there's four.
Well, I mean, what are the Pharisees doing in the Bible rejecting Jesus then, right? Okay. If it was created after, right? But the interesting part about this is that well, let's just go on because it's fascinating.
For Judaism, then there's Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism come out of that.
I'm aware. You're not telling me anything I don't know. What was Paul's agenda? He thought he was chosen by God to be the apostle to the Gentiles, to get the Gentiles to all the Romans to all bow down to Jesus and the God of Israel, right?
That's no, I don't deny that. I'm just saying it is not a rabbinic
conspiracy because you love the conspiracy. It's like Stockholm syndrome.
No, you're misconflating
you want to be
what the
conquered,
word
be a sheep.
means. Okay, first of all, I'm not European, man. Like, it has absolutely no bearing on me whether Europeans converted or not.
No, I could tell from your video you don't like Europeans.
I have nothing
You
wrong.
said that it's European people don't want to be replaced by multiculturalism.
No, I did not. When did I say that?
We got all your anti-white statements.
Wait. You took that out of context.
Okay, so if people don't want the proliferation, so now I don't have any problem with the proliferation of European people or any other type of people, and I do believe we're better off just separate, because we get to develop our own culture and our identity so that when we do meet each other, we have a complex resource and inner wealth of understanding of who we are ourselves, right? But ultimately, I'm not for just being Indian or European. Who the fuck really cares? At the end of the day, as long as people are righteous, I actually don't care about going back to some, past, as and that's going to be impossible in the technological age that we're in anyways, because we have a monoculture in place due to the technology, right? So I've already talked about this hundreds of times, right? So the cultural diffusion is not because of the religious mindset, okay? Because there was many cultural and ethnic divisions far before that, right? French people were French people, German people were German people, right? Even Europeans had different identities, right? So, when did Europeans become white people? That overgeneralization constitutes a total loss of identity. When did Africans become black people? That constitutes a total loss of identity, obviously, right?
What I
Yeah,
said is,
no.
if you want to defend your people and
Everybody's
stop
gonna see the
immigration,
context.
you should follow what the Jews actually did. The Romans are the cosmopolitans who accepted people of every race, religion, and
No.
language. The Jews were
Yeah,
the
your
ones.
multiculturalism
Tacitus-
promotion, right?
Yeah, it comes from the Romans, not from the Jews.
Yeah, no, they had a Roman identity. They had a huge empire.
Okay, but
they weren't pushing diversity as a religious concept over the commercials. Don't try to compare ancient Rome to now.
Commercials.
It's absurd. Hold on, let me address a point because before we move on,
Go ahead.
you mentioned in your opening statement. You said the things that I shouldn't like about Christianity come from European theological, philosophical thought, right?
Specifically Greek and Latin, yes.
Like the Cynics, like the Middle Platonists. Those aren't my problems with Christianity.
Why?
You're wrong. It's the Jewish elements which are
what's wrong with the
pervasive.
What's good about the Greek part? Why don't the Greek parts bother you?
Let me explain to you.
Okay.
They adopted, they overlaid Messiah on pagan mythologies to market to them, so it would more easily convert them, to appeal to them. That's why the pro-Roman bent, to get them to adopt this religion. They couldn't beat them on the battlefield. Instead, they could have a spiritual victory with a spiritual Messiah and work theological warfare against the Romans.
Okay,
and ultimately, 300 years later, they adopted the God of Israel. The Yahweh through the Messiah, all according to the prophecies, conquered Rome, their enemy.
But if you read the Gospel of Luke, they ask him, "Why aren't you conquering Rome right now?" He said, "This sign is not for you." You think all prophecies have to be fulfilled?
They did it by the word of his mouth.
That's not how they're fulfilled.
Joseph does it by the word of his mouth.
That's not how they're fulfilled. Prophecies in the Old Testament and the New Testament are God's revelation. He can revoke them if people don't actually adhere to what he told them to do. Such as, if you don't do my laws, I will eradicate you. But if they do the laws, they're fine. God says that many times. I was reading in the book of Chronicles, I'm going to go and destroy this entire lineage. But then they turn around and get away from idolatry, and the prophecy is failed? No, because it's not soothsaying.
No, prophecies are
the
fake.
Jews don't believe in Greek soothsaying. They don't believe in predicting the future. They just
only the future, according to you.
No, because as I've told you, okay, how come for the first 3,000 years, Jews aren't the people who are
You're changing the subject. Hold on, I didn't even get to finish my point.
Okay.
About you made a point in your opening statement. You said that it should be the European elements of Christianity that are the problem. No, it's the Jewish elements, and because it's got all of the world, all of the nations believing that the Son of God is the Messiah.
Okay.
And the one true God of the universe is the God of the chosen people. That's the issues. The New Testament says salvation is of the Jews. Those are the problems with Christianity. What's led the number one religion in America, all of our politicians worshiping a foreign land and a foreign people and thinking they're holy and the land's chosen and they're because of their faith. Cursed if you curse them, blessed if you bless them.
That's futurism, dude. You don't
all
understand
those elements of Christianity are the issue.
Okay, I agree, but that is the heresy of futurism, which was created by two Catholic Jesuits. It is not the historic position. Christians have never thought that the promised land, that the Israel of the Bible, is at all related to foreign policy of this modern day. All the historic churches deny that. That is an issue that comes about via futurism. Point being, this idea is futurism. So yeah, I agree with you. American Zionists are imbeciles. They don't understand properly.
I mean, wars and rumors of wars and the compulsion to global politics and world government, all these things being predicted in the New Testament, right, has no bearing on anything that's going on, right? How about the Jewish return to Israel after 2,000 years? I mean, it's fascinating. I mean, these political items, they certainly do have some sort of link, and I don't believe that they were just created by two Jesuits, right? I think it's way, there's lots of other issues. Look at the link between Kabbalah and Freemasonry, right? And the link between Neoplatonism and and the Kabbalah, right? Anyways, right? These are all subjects we've talked about in great detail in many of our presentations. But yeah, anyways.
Biblical theology. They don't understand any of the tradition. It is a brand new idea. If the debate is evangelical Christianity stupid, I would say yes. You would be correct about that. But that is not historical.
So why is the stupid Christianity the one with all the influence and the power in doing their agenda?
Because America is majority neo-Protestant. It's not majority Catholic or Orthodox. This country is, in my opinion, this country's majority not Christian. So you can't just straw man.
You think we're satanic and doomed, right? Hey, no. you said that I'm just saying you believe in the concept of a certain tribe in the Middle East was a chosen people.
Only from Moses to Jesus is that covenant active.
At one point you did. You're affirming their covenant and their chosen status. That's why Christianity is playing.
You said that I don't think that let's just use the word rabbinics, shall we? We won't get the the video tagged here. I did not say the rabbinics are not racial. They're extremely racial and tribal. What I'm saying is they did not create Christianity for that purpose 2,000 years ago. And the religion they held 2,000 years ago is not the religion of Maimonides, who you quoted. Maimonides believed in.
Okay, we're gonna take a little smoke break. All right. Okay. Maimonides, right? Interesting, right? You know, Maimonides did add a lot of stuff into the Jewish understanding of things, right? But yeah. Let's go into this. I see some fighting in the chat. Please be respectful, everyone. And please don't ban anyone in the chat, please. I mean, thank you so much. Want to make sure that nobody gets banned out here. Here's a video that me and Neurojack made together. It is what it is. And we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back with you guys. Thank you so much.
This system has been developed by Cyberdyne Systems. Please stand by.
Oh! Hear me now! They'll bury me with my SP-1200. For sure! Fuck the Trinity, assimilate the earth. Take its virginity. In my vicinity, rap is like energy packs. Enemy back behind enemy line. The rap to melodic melodies, never melodramatic, but hypnotic like Jello folk. Fellow fanatics, I fiend for. You fuck with inappropriate, filling with so much leather core. Burger and associate. This rhyme will remain in the minds of my foes forever in infamy. The epitome of lyrical epiphany. Skillfully placed poems and carefully planned symphony. Who would be ignorant enough to have the audacity to fuck with the lights of I and my tenacity? This is what you get when you fuck with the likes of these magnanimous flows of total assholes and ignoramuses. MOB/Barrel March cause damages. The advantages we manage artist labels and manage amateurs found 6 feet deep in metal canopies. We show no mercy for the love of this shit here. Niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, line, hammer, aim, cock. Show no mercy for the love of this shit here. Niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, line, hammer, aim. Lil Fame, bring it live, yo. That's what I strive for. I'ma settle this before you get the call 5-0. You wanna see me phone fire blow? Nigga, put the phone down before I jump 2 times 4. What you want cry for? You know that my hammer is heavy and it got kicked like Taekwondo. Now you want die slow. I'ma show you how to stretch a motherfucker if you wanna watch Taimo. Yeah, we down by law. And when I hold this pound down for, it's for me to put it down by law. Till it's life downhill. I'ma make a nigga smell a corn from King County, Morgan, Brownfield. Oh. Rep your hood and wave the flag for almighty Pharaoh, cause he won't mack it down. Guns up, guns down. From sun up to sundown, make it sing to you. Show no mercy for the love of this shit here. Niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, lock, hammer, aim, cock. Show no mercy for the love of this shit here. Niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, lock, hammer, aim, cock. I'ma put you cowards in perspective. If you looking for child's play, don't look my way. They have never gave me any credit, so I developed a homicide fetish. Get with it, motherfucker. It's your call. It's only 7 ways that nigga usually fall. I'm abusing them all. Now when the real comers, please stand. Get up against the wall. Make it easy on yourself. Dance, don't sleep when I catch you on the street. I'll lift the ground right from under your feet. That's word to lie. Be a man and prepare to die. It's the return of the hooded soldier. Your man should have told you. Cautious if it's walking sideways. Intended to blaze. First family. It's very much. Studying criminal ways. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, lock, hammer, aim, cock. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low,
Yeah. We got Neurojack. What's going on, homie?
Yeah, I like that. I like that song now. It's a pretty good song.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. The guy with the American flag all fucking ripped up and shit. He's fighting the machines. That's a Christian nationalist. I mean, like, that's what I see. You know what I'm saying, right? Where he's got like the flag all ripped. He's like, yeah. That's it, right? It's like America. I love that scene, man. But yeah.
I'm thinking they're working with him.
Yeah. We got Orange out here. Blessings, Orange. We got El Perro out here. Blessings. Yeah. El Perro's OG of the channel. He's literally been here since like the first episode. We're reviewing the Adam Green and Jeem debate. You know, we're only 20 minutes in. You know, we'll probably skip the question and answer section, you know, of the debate because it's complete trash. Let's just put it that way. I mean, Chase Haggard, nice try. You know, what an embarrassment, right? So yeah. Yeah, that dude is a complete embarrassment. Right? So, you know, I have no idea what to call that kind of griping. I mean, but utterly senseless, you know, just chicanery, you know, from that man that I've seen.
In divine simplicity, he said God is not composed of parts and he's everywhere all at once. The Merkabah mystics said that God had a physical body and lived on a physical throne like the Salafis believe in Islam. So it's not even the same religious belief whatsoever.
Okay. Not even whatsoever.
Hey
Yes,
guys, sorry to break you up here. I think we'll just take a quick break here.
Can I talk right now instead of dead air? So to say it's a completely different religion, they have all the same foundations. They believe the Torah. There's been some progression, there's been some developments, but it's still the same religion. You know, they're circumcising, they're following the holidays, they want a temple, they want a Messiah, they want to have the sacrifices.
But their hatred of Europe.
It's like I can list so many things that are exactly the same, and to play this like semantic, creating these false distinctions, like you go, oh, it's not the Jewish God because actually,
no, it is. No, it is.
I got you. Hold on, let me finish.
No,
I got you. Abraham wasn't he was a Hebrew. I'm not.
Okay, the fact that he believes that Christ is a Jewish God, like Logos was God, that he believes that squares up with Judaism. You know, I don't understand that at all. Right? Like, I don't understand that at all. Right? What Jew, because if he stated that Judaism was created after like Christianity, right? So that Talmudic Judaism, you know, there's no way to fit the Christian God in there at all. Right? So how does this even work, right? I actually don't know what he's proposing here. Okay, he said he's proud to follow a Jewish God. Okay. Now, I don't know if a lot of Christians would put it that way, right? But a Jewish God, right? That's what we're going with today as Christians, right? That's what a lot of Christians are going with. Peace. Pilliator, what's going on, bro? Hey,
I was listening to earlier, just catching up to the debate.
Good stuff, man. Yeah. Good to see you. Yeah, we're doing a little debate review here. Crazy stuff here being espoused, and very quick on the like queue up here. So like they're going back and forth, and I think Adam Green cuts him off a lot, which is good because his points are, very nuanced, so it requires a lot of, like edge wise distinctions. But yeah, I don't know if this particular debate actually went anywhere. I consider this debate to be quite a disaster in not laying down the issues. I feel like they should have studied each other's work or something like that, and maybe possibly knew more about what the connections were. Like, I feel like Jeem has a good point, but his connections that he's using about Platonism, influencing the Kabbalah, and I mean, he never even said that. So see, that's the kind of problem I'm talking about. Is that you're talking about Maimonides. He briefly mentioned that it influenced Maimonides. So at least that much is good. But yeah, he's not elucidating the problem at all. And the problem is about whether it's Judaism or Neoplatonism that ruined Western civilization, as the debate is going. That's the issue,
He's
on the
not
table.
taking a side, or is he saying it's one or the other?
Well, it seems like so the Jeem guy is saying it's Plato that ruined Western civilization, and the Adam Green guy is saying that it's Judaism that ruined it's the Jews that ruined it. So that's basically what is the debate. So it's either the Jews or Plato, and obviously the Jews are Platonists, so it doesn't matter, right?
And Giorgiani says that the Jew, I mean, Plato wrote the Torah, so I mean, kind of full circle.
It's a trick question, because if you say it's Jews, obviously you come from a Christian background because you don't believe the Jews, your Messiah came. It's Jesus. He's the, or you're Muslim and you say, oh yeah, it's Jews. But the issue is that the Plato, it's in a different time period, a geopolitical thing where here's Jews, there's the Plato cult. But at the same time, it's hard to say. It's like when you focus on Jews, you're not talking about that part of the world which made certain characteristics of European interests to assimilate Middle Eastern Jewish interest back into the culture, such as Constantine coming over to Christianity after the fall of Rome. And it seems like this is a trick question because we're talking about two different places in the globe and whether chicken or the egg. Technically, yes, we would say Plato is much older, quote unquote, but then again, Jews also are in that kind of older aspect of the world. But when we talk about modernity and when we talk about liberalism, we have to begin where how that interesting pagan ethics started, and it really was in that kind of part of Europe and Italy or Rome or somewhere there. And that's why I think it's like, depending how you're looking at it, you're really both talking about the same thing. It's just you're confusing one or the other. And that's why I think the debate is not working, because both have to have a prerequisite of what history pillars are they beginning with. When guys talk about Jews, they want to make it all about Christian, JQ. And then when people make it about Plato, that's also really interesting. But it's not one-sided on the Jewish thing. It has to be, I say anti-liberalism or like a mistake within. It's not like it's self-hating anti-whiteness. It's more like what started this era in thinking to allow Jewish interests. So it's a double-sided, it's a trick question because it's both about the same thing. Again, if Plato wrote in Torah, makes sense too, but yeah.
Yeah, this from the 44th page of Copleston's History of Philosophy, Volume 2, Medieval Philosophy, Frederick Copleston, and it's cited by Jay Dyer and all of these philosophers. When Jay Dyer presents his Philosophy 101 course, which I watched the first episode of, the rest of it is behind a paywall, he said he's using Copleston's history. So this is what it says on page 44 of Copleston's history. I've read this many times, but it says, one point probably only expect, given the attitude of his predecessors, to find Eusebius especially appreciative of Plato. In fact, he devotes to Platonism 3 books of preparatio. Clement had spoken of Plato as Moses, writing in Greek, and Eusebius, agreeing with Clement, considered that Plato and Moses were in agreement. Then it says that Plato may be called a prophet of economy of salvation. That's weird. Like Clement and Origen, and like Philo also, Eusebius thought that Plato had borrowed the truths he exposes from the Old Testament, but at the same time, he is willing to admit the possibility of Plato having discovered the truth for himself, or of his having been enlightened by God. In any case, not only does Plato agree with the sacred literature of the Hebrews in his idea of God, but also suggests in his letters the idea of the Blessed Trinity. On this point, Eusebius is, of course, interpreting Plato in a Neoplatonic sense and is referring to the three principles: the one, or good, the nous, or mind, and the world soul. The ideas and ideas of God, of the Logos, exemplar patterns of creation, the picture of creation in the Timaeus is similar to the one contained in Genesis. Plato agrees with the scriptures of the doctrine of immortality, while the moral teaching of the Phaedrus reminds Eusebius of St. Paul. Okay, I'll leave it there.
It's a weird because I just looked up that Socrates is a 400-year difference from Jesus, but both lived in those same 4 centuries. So yes, I think this is both agreement where, yes, you could make and say, well, historically speaking, Socrates came first, quote unquote, and that was just Plato's imagination, if you believe Socrates is a real person, which then influenced back over to what Jews were doing in that merchant area back in, and then that helped let's rabbis like Jesus influence. So I think it's again a trick question because both schools are happening, 2 geopoliticals, one from the north, one from the south, and then combined, synergizes together. So I think
I believe a lot more. I even believe that Paul's Jesus is a lot like Plato's Socrates.
Right. I just think it's more of a two-sided, and when somebody's focusing on Jews, they're really talking about the now. Like, okay, do you know about JQ? Do you know what Martin Heidegger said a century ago? Because that's a modern thing, right? It goes with the cliche of subculture where I'll just become JQ, but that only makes you into an E. Michael Jones Christian. It doesn't criticize how that came together. And so that is the important part of the anti-Plato argument, meaning where did this begin? And to go back, a lot of these pro-JQ people are like, oh, that's anti-European. No, you're not getting it. It's nothing to do with anti-European. It's this thought of ideology and where these thoughts begin in order to have the acceleration and the self-destruction we're seeing now. That's kind of like what some anti-Christians say, but instead of focusing on Jesus, the real enemy is Plato and his imaginary Socrates that he's making up, that we think is a real person.
Yeah, and then obviously, in Beyond Good and Evil, you have in the preface there, the one line in the preface that Christianity is Platonism for the people, and then you have a little bit in the first part of his Beyond Good and Evil. He says the Socrates of Plato is really Plato in the front and Plato from behind, and Socrates shoved in the middle. So, a lot of these thoughts are coming right out of Nietzsche. It's Beyond Good and Evil,
And that was only 100 and 200 years ago, less than that, It's kind of like people want to believe that there's a historical Jesus, that there once was a person named Jesus, but then again, Jesus is also a mythology. And the same could be said about Socrates. People want to believe there once was a man who drank Hemlock, but really it's just an imagination story of urban legend passed down that manifests into a character. So I think there's both a imaginary Socrates and an imaginary Jesus, and both are one of the same story.
I remember when we went to Greece and they went to Socrates prison. I remember I smoked a joint there just to fucking memorialize it.
Right.
It's like
it's kind of like some people who memorialize certain places as if Jesus lived here, Jesus was there, and these are just other urban legends, and it's how you worship. You're worshiping not an individual, you're worshiping an ideology about some tradition in the recent last 200 years. And so that's where I think the real problem is in this debate, and both sides need to kind of understand that.
That's really how I saw it. Like it's like I'm throwing on like one of my favorite Wu-Tang records. Like I'm just sitting here at Socrates prison, like time to smoke a joint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I just say ignore the one-sided arguments, and it's kind of like the water side's just going to be all of that. So it's not really a debate. It's really just a contest between my ideology is better because this subculture promotes me.
Yeah, well, let's get back into some of this. I already know it's gonna be crazy, but yeah, feel free to holler anytime you guys want to pause it. It's moving pretty fast, but we're 22 minutes into this, and
not aware of this or have addressed this before. It's the same concept, just different classifications at different times. But for 600 years before Christianity existed, 600 years exclusively, it was classified as one people, the
That's
Judeans.
fine. But there were many
Judah,
different sects.
that
Are you saying
followed
there was
the
one
Torah,
sect?
that
There's
were
one
waiting for a
denomination?
Messiah. That's why
Okay,
the
you
New
realize
Testament
the
says
Pharisees were Epicureans. They barely believed that God even interacted with the world. They're a different sect than the people of Moses. Completely different religion.
no.
They were
Did I hear him correctly? The Pharisees were Epicureans? I don't, let me go back a little bit because I don't know.
That we're waiting for a Messiah. That's why
okay,
the
you
New
realize
Testament
the
says
Pharisees were Epicureans. They barely believed that God even interacted with the world. They're a different sect than the people of Moses.
Okay, the Pharisees were Epicureans who didn't believe that God interacted with the world.
I think that's a trick question because we're no longer talking about the subject, because then we're talking about Epicurean society, and that's okay. Now we're talking about Marx. Seems like a curveball there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that in here, but yeah, where's the link? The linking, yeah. Let me drop the link for you guys. Yeah, you guys could come up if
Because again, I wouldn't know if Epicureans are in a sect of that, which therefore why. It's just because we're not talking about that. We're rather talking about, we got to get back to the thesis. Is it Judaism or Socrates or whatever the thing is? And people just want to flex their weird historical, because that said this, therefore, I don't know.
like,
it's weird.
yeah,
It's gymnastics.
Yeah, I mean, if in a way at the time of Jesus, the Jews were already Epicureans, then the point is moot, because whatever Jesus was rejecting as Judaism had to be surmounted already. So why would you be calling yourself following a Jewish God then, if the Jewish God doesn't interact with the world, right?
It's another trick question, because there's different types of Epicureans. It's like, okay, there's Greek Epicureans and Jewish Epicureans, and they had both different cultural mentalities of the world. And this kind of brings in weird evolutionary psychology and race realism. You can't say both had the same Epicurean base. You could say the European Epicureans were more akin to the creation of the church and of communes. That's early Marxist thinking. And then you could say Jews were the more about the synagogue and more about creating that Freemasonry. So again, I think it's a big trick question. We're thinking X and Y is Z, but it's really different.
Completely different religion.
no,
They were bought out during the time of the Greek
sects.
invasion.
There wasn't a monolithic one Judaism in Second Temple Judaism. Okay. In another part that you get wrong is you said this is not a plot.
That is I think that's a fact. There wasn't a monolithic one, sect of Judaism. I mean, it says that in the New Testament, right? It says there's 4 different sects, right? At least, right? There's the Essenes, the Zealots, the Pharisees, and the Sadducees, right? At least, right? Just according to the New Testament. So,
and real quick here, I've just got to say something, because the reason I came up was because I made a comment in the chat earlier about what we call endonyms, enthonyms, and exonyms. And these are merely descriptors that we give in this context to certain tribes. When we're talking about this subject of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Jesuits, Jewish, Hebrew, That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the concepts of the philosophies and theologies like Socratic. We were talking about Socrates. It goes back to its origin, and that descriptor starts out as an entheonym in the same context as if it would be applied to an ethnic group. But in that ethnic group, then you have subsets that then they're named by endonyms or exonyms even, which is a separate group that is created from an original one. So we have Judaism, which would be an entheonym, and then you have Christianity, which would be an exonym of Judaism. Then we have Islam. It's the same thing with all these philosophies and theologies. We have to understand that there's an origin, which is an etymology, an etiology, and an epistemology. It's funny how this world works with the language. And when you understand, going back to the origins and everything we discuss, it's going to help you get a better concept of what's going on. So while I agree that there's a very good topic here, we have to realize each one of these guys is going back to a certain point that they call an origin, which isn't the true origin. This is the same thing I talk about with etymology. There's also a thing called, pathology, where you're going back to the cause and structure of the language rather than the origin of a word. They're different elements. So in here, when we're looking at these concepts, each one of them's got to go back to the original concept where it came in. Islam, the earliest or most modern. Then we have Christianity. Judaism was the earliest, but what about Hebrew? Before Judaism came about, before that 12 tribes, what about Hebrew? So if you want to go back to the origins, we have to realize all these guys are right in a sense. And if all of them could put that concept together and conclude together that, hey, we're all right in these concepts, but we also have to realize we're dismissing the actual origin of all of our concepts that we have today. Simple solution, going back to the origins, find out the foundations. Each one of them's got a separate foundation that was built on a prior foundation. That makes sense?
Yes, because you could look at political histories and you could look at, philosophical origins. You could look at doctrinal origins. But the one thing that really sums it up is language, as Wizard said. So if you look at the words and their origins, that's one thing that really can't be falsified. And also the origins of the epistemology, which is the methodology for how they arrive at what they know, so that is something that maintains itself, and you could accurately critique those things because they have stable foundation, but anything that doesn't really have stable foundation, you can't determine the origin point for, you can't develop a critique for. So yeah, I do think that is a very salient point, and that's a problem that they're having.
Well, there seems to be a lot of effort to keep a clear lineage of interpretation away from the common man, and I don't think that's an accident. And one thing that keeps popping up in my mind as we kind of explain, like, what the hell is a Jew, first of all, and where does that fit into this whole conversation? It's like everything seems to go back to perennialism, really, at the end of the day, because that seems to be kind of the underlying thing. And I was just wondering, I had a question for Wizard. Where do you think the Kabbalah fits into all this? If you have any idea, I'd be curious your opinion.
Well, it's kind of like if you've ever built a tower, like I said, we've got a foundation, and then somebody else comes along and tries to build a foundation on top of that. Then another one builds a foundation on top of that. If you ever go out to these mountainous rivers, you'll see where people have gone along that river and they built stone towers. And some of them can get pretty tall, but the taller they get, the wobblier they get. That's what the Kabbalah is. It's just a weak foundation that people are going to eventually see through, and everything on top is going to fall, and we're finally going to be able to see the base foundation.
All right, guys. Perennialism, letters, origin of writing. I just have this theory I just came up with. I'll just be honest with you. And it's like that letters up like strategic breakings of the sine wave. somehow. I don't know how to. I just think that. I don't know why. Yeah, just continue, I guess. But I'm not even kidding, though. I'm not even joking. I mean, everything kind of comes from the sun anyway, and sun. I don't know, waves, sine waves. I don't know. I don't know. You sign documents and shit. I don't know, dude. I mean, I guess I can't be proven wrong unless someone wants to, because I'd really appreciate that.
Since a sine wave comes from a sun, I guess I can make a synthesizer out of it by starting with an oscillator.
And the problem with that is that oscillator. Look at it. Tell me if that's not a fucking 2-dimensional screen portraying some kind of geographical element in 3 dimensions. Ain't gonna happen. You're not gonna see the wave in its actual 3-dimensional wave function if it's going like this all over the place. That wave generator merely gives you a concept of what the wave might look like. But as a wave is moving forward this way, it's also got other waves that are interfering with it from all different directions. So it's a matter of a more powerful wave and a weaker wave working together, or one subsuming the other.
In the art world, we call that subtractive synthesis.
Anyway, back to the topic.
Yeah, let's see
let's
what.
get back to the topic.
Let's see what they kind of say. But yeah, thank you guys for your input there. But yeah, let's see what they fucking say here, because I'm sure that is gonna provide some interesting context about, what, because already we get the sense that, they're fundamentally just talking very much past each other. So that is very much apparent at this point, and I think that these guys on panel basically explained why that's happening. In terms of the the barriers and the limits of words and those sorts of things. So let's move on to this. Thank you guys so much.
Messianic plot to
Right.
conquer all of
But
the
that's the
nations
good
with
part.
the God of
You're
Israel,
conflating-
and
you're conflating that
contributing
with
to that.
racial. No, you're conflating that with racial issues. It is a plot to make the world religious in the God of Abraham. Yeah, but it's not a racial.
I haven't
plot.
talked about racial anything. I'm talking about theology.
Okay, so why is it bad? Why is it bad if the whole world worships the God? What's the problem with that?
A one world dictatorship, a one world religion, and when it was their master plan to begin with.
I don't understand.
Okay, so I don't think it's necessarily true that he never mentioned race. He said to Jeem that we've got your anti-white statements on record. That's literally what he said.
So I'm just saying, when somebody brings up the JQ, it goes into the subculture of white nationalism, anti-racism, and over anti-white, and then it becomes Jared Taylor race realism. So that's the problem. It's E. Michael Jones talking to Kevin McDonald. They're both talking about the same thing, but come from 2 different markets. That's the issue.
Yeah, and Kevin McDonald is such an interesting figure because he is one of those figures that's willing to use Judeo-Christianity in order to salvage, white civilization or European civilization in this very odd and awkward way. Whereas E. Michael Jones is willing to use all these weird arcane concepts like Hegel in order to salvage Christianity, which just I think it shouldn't be done. But yeah, he's trying to like supplant this logos theology basically into this, whole schemata of things. So yeah,
because McDonald's going to say race is real, therefore there's difference, and Jones is going to say it's not really about race, it's ideology and your faith. And so you're seeing this between Jeem and I guess No More News, and they're just really talking over each other, and they're just expressing their markets to their fans, because if you point a camera in someone's face, they're going to be hyper aware somebody's watching them now.
Yeah, it's got a lot to do with that too.
why
everybody
it's
bow
bad, though.
down to and let them speak for God, and they're the special
No,
children.
they're
You don't
not.
see
If
the
you
issue there.
okay, what religion
But they were.
persecuted
No,
them
no.
the
Most
most?
Christians think they were.
What did they
and
persecute the most?
you pagans, they eradicated paganism, and Judaism survived and is more powerful than ever, and now they're serving them as their greatest allies. So
But most
that-
Christians do
hold on, hold on. I
paganism
want you to
every day,
address
dude.
this same concept. It's the same Torah. For 600 years before Christianity, they were known as Judeans, or you know what? It says explicitly in the New Testament,
Paul
is
say, why
God
does Paul say
the God of the
racial
Jews only?
supremacy?
No, of the Gentiles too. You worship the God of the Judaists. And that
Okay.
was their goal, was to get you to bow down
Well,
to
they
their
got me.
God. And you don't see any problem with that?
Because Paul
that's
says
a big
not
issue.
everyone
And it's
who
fake.
is-
It's fake. They were
not
never
everyone-
chosen.
Adam, you got to let Jeem respond to you.
Go ahead.
Not every Paul says quite clearly. This is part of the conspiracy.
Okay, so see, both sides are using Paul in defense of their views, and obviously, I anticipated this. Adam Green is going to say that Paul brought in these Neoplatonic influences. Jeem is going to say that Paul is saving the non-Jews for a message of universal salvation as a Jew, so he's kind of giving up some of his Judaism in order to do that. That it's kind of a equal distribution of Judaism now. So we're all good. Yeah, and that is this kind of concept of the economy of salvation that, as we just read, Saint Eusebius attributed to Plato. Okay, let's go back to this.
Apparently, not everybody who is of Israel is Israel. Jesus says the same thing. It doesn't matter if you're sons of Abraham, you have no supremacy over somebody else who keeps the religion perfectly. Jesus and Paul both say that. Not everybody who's of the blood of Israel is the spiritual Israel. And by the way, the spiritual Israel means modern Christians are, not some land in the Middle East. That's not at all what it means. And for most of history, you can ask, let's say, rabbinics, who detest Christianity, who say, oh, Christianity is Edom or whatever. What religion is the one that persecuted them the most? Was it Roman paganism? That was only during a certain time period. It's actually the Catholic Church that persecuted the rabbinics the most. So it backfired against them. They're supposed to be these guys.
They also protected them. They gave them a victim status, and there were many pagan empires long before Christianity that conquered, destroyed their temples, enslaved them, completely wrote against their beliefs. But no, you worship their God, believe their holy scriptures, believe that they were once the chosen people. They prefer, and then the top sages throughout Judaism have said Christianity is still has issues, but it's better than all the paganism. The ultimate goal, Messiah conquering the nations, and you just say it's a good thing. You don't say I'm wrong. You say it's a good thing. You agree with me and say it's a good thing.
Well, you haven't proven it to be wrong. The whole issue here is that you're saying just because happened to be in a covenant where they were the prime people.
Jeez, I got nothing from that because of all the edits. What the fuck? I don't know. I guess something about the Messiah ruling the world, something about the Jews like fucking taking over the world, I guess. Too spicy for
Right.
YouTube, I guess.
Receiving it, and now the whole world worships.
Yeah, it's so sorry. I just want to say it's so not true that they have to cut it out.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean,
Is that what you would call dark info, or dark? What do you call it? Would you call it, Billy, like dark information or something?
Dark data?
Yeah, is that dark data?
Oh, dark data would be just anything that's anti-liberal, takes up space on the internet, and it's like what the Dark Enlightenment produces, dark data. And
Well,
dark
what I mean
data,
is the JQ included in that? That's kind of what
I guess so, yeah. Because whatever takes up, like the machine lies on here would be dark data. If it takes place on the internet as data to be downloaded and takes up space online, then it's dark data that goes against the state or any. It's like what the Dark Enlightenment produces is dark data, not any culture war. It's the physical reality. It's kind of just, and it doesn't have to be Molbug or Nick Land. It could be anything that somebody's doing in their own spare time, in their own Henry Darker basement.
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate picture that he painted there. Yeah.
Bad. I don't see why that's bad if it improves society, if it improves people, and everything that we believe, such as human rights and universal morality, comes from the synthesis of biblical values with Greek religion. Like everybody's aware of that from a philosophical standpoint. So I don't know what is the problem, even if you're right, and this is all like a trick from the beginning, and They're just hoodwink the whole world. Why would it be wrong if it's a benefit? That's my question.
Well, it didn't benefit. It created the Dark Ages. It was anti-science. It halted progression. It erased the classical world. It oppressed and was authoritarian. It caused endless division and wars. There's all types of problems. The world could have been a lot better if Christianity never took out. We don't know.
Okay, now this whole claim that it erased the classical world.
Library of Alexandria, the sea people.
Yeah, but it's like, how could it have done that if you know, you had the Enlightenment? You know, like the whole thing is that something had to be preserved, right?
I mean,
this whole-
again, this is kind of a we was white people can stuff, you know. It's like if
Yeah.
only we could have had our white nationalist utopia, and then something bad. Again, you can see through the analytics here, and it's just the rhetoric is so we was kangs, you know.
Well, you notice though, like they all complain about not being able to have that, but then whenever you try to say like, well, how would we achieve such a thing, they don't really have a way to get there. I find
But
that very
basically,
curious.
you should boil it down to this. You should ask No More News, what do you think about Baruch Spinoza? And then see what happens. Because you can't deny Spinoza.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting about Nietzsche and Spinoza. He's very schizophrenic about Spinoza. So
I'm just saying most Christians have or anyone has a weird relationship with Spinoza because he contributed to modernity and he made everything possible for one to think. And he's Jewish, but he's not supporting Judaism in such a way. In our words, he's a pillar to all the thoughts of a pagan idealism. But he's Jewish, you can't listen to it. So it is this really strange. You can't speak without the other. So again, you just have to do the Spinoza question on people and see how they answer.
yeah, I'm with Rousseau, who said, basically, if it wasn't for the printing press, the pernicious writings of Hobbes and Spinoza, would just be history. They'd be left to history.
Right.
Everybody would have forgotten about them, and that's what it would have been.
It's more of a Marshall McLuhan stance at that point.
Right.
No, because we never got to see that history play out. So it's also led to these end times prophecies in our politicians today. All the top Republicans in America, Pence, Trump, Pompeo, Nikki Haley, Ted Cruz, are all best friends with John Hagee, and they're all Christian Zionists. That's what Christianity led us to.
Okay. Can I respond to that really quick?
Yeah,
all right. Dude, I completely say that all these guys like Pompeo and these evangelicals are total kuffar. Like they don't represent proper Christianity. So I don't care if they're futurists. And then to your other point, I think it did benefit. And
So kuffar means non-believer. Okay, so it's true that they're non-believers, but does it matter that they use Christianity? Now, if I was, I personally couldn't imagine, such figures appearing, that people regard as basically religious leaders, that are comparable in the Muslim world, right? We have almost nobody that everybody can agree is, or even thousands of people can agree in terms of, providing a sense of Islamic leadership, or almost nobody thinks in those terms, so, I just think that it's very interesting that we have these Christian Zionist figures appearing in the West. I do think it has something to do with this branding of Judeo-Christian, and that's a problem because, what is, why is Judeo-Christian being linked to European in the first place? That is, this whole Kevin McDonald type of thing.
What they're trying to do is eradicate it and imagine some we was kangs, pagan only. It's anti-Christian in nature because, again, they want to eradicate Christianity because they think it's Jewish. And they want to imagine an entire new William L. Pierce cosmotheist religion of sorts. And it's just, at that point, it forgets other world history narratives. Again, it can't touch anything that is Jewish, pretty much. It's really silly, but...
saying it was anti-religion is kind of ahistorical. Like a lot of the people who were persecuted by the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, they were persecuted because at first their ideas didn't even sound at all, such as what is his name, Bruno, whatever. Like he was a whack job and a mystic, and he got to his conception of heliocentrism, based on philosophy, not based on any evidence. So a lot of that had to do with that. But again, that's not my tradition. The Catholic Church wasn't sitting around about the Bible. Like they had Aristotle. In fact, the reformers hated the fact that there was too much Aristotelian philosophy in the Catholic Church. They said, you guys aren't even following the Bible. You're just sitting around talking about logic and philosophy. So how did the church stop science?
What does this have to do with Christianity not being a myth? Like, where's your proof Christianity is
You
real?
brought that up,
Gospels
man.
are reliable. Or Paul.
Okay, I want to kind of go back on these points that he just made, and there's some skipping there, so I don't really know fully what he said. But let me try to comprehend what he just said, because something to do with Aristotle.
Following the Bible, you're just sitting around talking about logic and philosophy. So how did the church stop science? It had to do with the question of heliocentrism, based on philosophy, not based on any evidence. So a lot of that had to do with that. But again, that's not my tradition. The Catholic Church.
Okay, so he's saying the church rejected, I guess, heliocentrism based on philosophy, and I guess based on Aristotle.
Wasn't sitting around about the Bible. Like they had Aristotle. In fact, the reformers hated the fact that there was too much Aristotelian philosophy in the Catholic Church. They said, you guys aren't even following the Bible. You're just sitting around talking about logic and philosophy. So how did the church stop?
The reformers of Catholicism? But I thought that, I don't know, from my opinion, the reformers of, the church, that they're always linked to the people who brought in the Enlightenment and Aristotle and all these types of things. So I don't even know how that's even possible, right?
And I wouldn't reduce Aristotle to logic, because logic is something that would come almost till 16th, 17th century. So maybe he's talking about like a pseudo type of logic or proto logic, but yeah, I don't know. It's just.
Well, I think what he's kind of referring to is like this whole fucking St. Thomas Aquinas and like his whole Aristotelianism. So how the church was basically inundated with that around the 15th century. People got sick of that. But those same people who got sick of that, did so because they wanted to follow the Kabbalah. They said the Kabbalah is much more, in line with the Bible than Aristotle, but the church followed Aristotle. So,
Yeah, it
again,
seems
I'm
like
not,
it's a historical thing rather than cultural.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's putting the emphasis on the wrong place, because as I was talking about with somebody earlier today, Martin Luther, because he wanted to gain the interpretation of the Jews, he was sola scriptura. He actually, him and Johann Reuchlin actually went to the Kabbalah. Johann Reuchlin actually wrote a work called De Arte Kabbalistica, where he explains the Kabbalah. And they recommended alchemy and the Kabbalah as study material, to understand the Old Testament. Why? Because they wanted to go against the church, their understanding of the Bible. So, if you're going to these guys, I mean, they're using the Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah uses fucking Aristotle and all that shit because it's based on Neoplatonism. So, we're back to square one. You know what I mean? But yeah, and how significant are these influences? They're extremely significant, to the fact that Maimonides declared that God was basically immaterial, was a simple being, like coming from Aristotle, this notion of divine simplicity, right? And then when Spinoza declared that nature is God and that God had physical being or physical properties, that's why he was actually banished from the Protestant church and by the Jews of Amsterdam. Because he declared nature is God. That's why he got banished. But it is what it is, guys. Right? You know.
Stop science.
What does this have to do with Christianity not being a myth? Like, where's your proof Christianity is
You
real?
brought
the
that up,
Gospels are
man.
reliable, or Paul never knowing Jesus and just seeing him from the scripture. Like, you realize ancient Christians were searching the scriptures for hidden mysteries to be revealed.
So Paul made up Jesus. There is the claim that Paul made up Jesus again. So yeah, that's a yeah.
So I'm assuming Jeem is Jewish and No More News is some like pagan nationalist myth guy or something.
He's Christian. He's an Orthodox Christian.
Okay. But I do think it's interesting is that once you reach that level, you start to believe, you know, not a historical Jesus, but a Jesus mythology. And you start to believe it was just, you know, Docerism, that like Jesus is not a real person. It's rather people talking about themselves, and urban legend becomes something. And I think a lot of those Orthodox people know that to be true. And so you have that paganism infused compared to, say, Jews looking for the Messiah to come, you know. So it kind of wraps around together again.
Yeah, thank you for joining Look Within.
Well, one thing that sticks out to me too that I'm trying to wrap my head around is like Judaism seems like it was. I mean, if you believe any model of history, as far as I can tell, you know, it seems that Judaism was basically a perennialist religion, anyways, right? Like, am I wrong about that, or is that just something that's been added later? I mean, everything I've read about the history of Judaism seems to indicate that it was a perennialist religion, as in at least they accepted that other gods existed, but they were supposed to be, you know, worshiping one God, but then, you know, they kept falling back into acknowledging other gods to get magical practices and, you know, get their wishes granted, I guess, right? Am I wrong about that, or is that kind of, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it.
Christianity is perennial, so as long as there's no revelation or day of rapture. So it just falls under the whole Judaism thing, because if Jesus never comes down, then Judaism, the Messiah, never comes.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I know that somewhere in here they start getting into you can't accept any further revelation. I think I heard that further on, but maybe I'm thinking about
Again,
something else.
I think a lot of the Orthodox people speak in metaphors. So, for example, if you're talking about a resurrection of Christ, Christ never supernaturally resurrected from the dead. It's rather a cultural thing, meaning that when he was put to the cross, there was a whole anger that came about. And then everybody spread the name of how unfair injustice was and demanded this level of social justice, which was quote unquote resurrection, which then became the mythology that he actually rose from the dead.
Well, that sounds like what Giorgiani is saying a lot of the time. And secondly, it sounds like Jesus was a phoenix or something like that. I mean,
right. And I think a lot of the Orthodox people believe
that Jesus was a phoenix.
I mean, whatever you want to put it, it's like the ideal that, you know, the later Christianity is like, oh, he actually rose from the dead. He's this zombie and then went to heaven. I think the Orthodox are like, no, he died. Then the resurrection was a metaphor about how we will get revenge against the Jews and so on. And the resurrection is everyone becoming Christian, like a revenge statement or something.
Do you think that I've never heard that before, but I'm trying to wrap my head around it, because do you think that this was, because this seems to be another underlying part of the whole debate, do you think this was a plan that was instigated way back when by quote unquote the Jews, or do you think this is more of like a more recent development that was just like, well, we have this existing culture, we need to subvert it, and we need to create a new category called Jew, and we're going to use that as a political aim?
I think
slash,
it was,
you know,
I
transhumanist aim or like that.
I think in the past, you know, there were a sect of Jews that came from Jesus. There was a mythology, and these Jews, like Spinoza, broke away from Judaism to create Christianity. And some of the Orthodox were just rabbis that went against Judaism the same way Buddhists went against Hindus. And I think the whole resurrection is just that metaphor for some of that Orthodox. it wasn't until this kind of ideal of modernity and comfort zoning that people had to create Santa Claus fairy tales of, he actually, rose to the dead, went back to heaven, the Puritan ethic, Max Weber, all that. And now in the context of now, I think there is this kind of nihilism that's happening. And so this kind of Orthodox Reloaded is returning back to the Christ mythos and saying that it's rather, you could say, if you want to say Christian transhumanism or white nationalism, using the vessel for that, I think it can go many ways. But it's, as Machine says, a lot of it goes back to square one with Plato, and a lot of this is just Jews talking about how much they liked what happened with Plato and the Plato cult itself.
It reminds me of that Matrix and Kabbalah video we watched last time. That's exactly what it reminds me of. Like, I don't know if you saw that by Beer. We played it from Beertness, I guess, and that was a very interesting. Because I never heard the Matrix. I mean, I never heard the Matrix or the Kabbalah explained really in that way, and I think that it's very interesting, the connection of the story of the Matrix.
Yeah, but
thing.
don't get me wrong. Most Orthodox, they mix the Kabbalah with, I guess, what we would call white nationalist or hard traditionalism, and it's just, again, I see it as nothing more as just you grow a beard, you call yourself Orthodox, Hot Topic clothing, whatever. Why do that when you could just be like, think, analytically? So again, I do think it is a lot of these Jason Jordan war games that they're playing, thinking they are Orthodox when really they're something else.
Well, I don't know if Adam Green or actually knows this, but I tried to express him to him when I had him on my show that I'm really his top fan ever in the world. But yeah, more so towards his news content, but yeah, one of the main things that I noticed was his change to theological issues. And this occurred at a critical time when he started talking about the Kabbalah and started having those messianic rabbis and those clips from those rabbis. And then what actually happened was he had Christopher John Bjerknes on his show for a very long time. And then they had a very public falling out in which they both tried to discredit each other. So it's funny because Christopher John Bjerknes' work actually had a key influence on the direction of Adam Green and the content that he covers, but then eventually, they went in a different direction. So it's interesting that Christopher John Bjerknes, he kind of makes these philosophy videos now, and Adam Green continues to focus on the history. But I do think that these two sides have to come together at some point. History has to meet philosophy at some point, because these are two heads of the same, like Cerebus dog or whatever. Even
by the right, connecting the right verses and the right interpretation, that was traditional Judaism. That's what they created, a midrash, fake prophecy fulfilling. They had all the prophecies, they had all the scriptures, and
I also want to say that philosophy is moving in the opposite direction. It's the future direction, whereas history is perpetually, trying to find its origin point in the past. As we were talking about with Wizard, right? But yeah, look at this. It's better to walk alone than with a crowd going in the wrong direction. Definitely.
That's how you really explain religion, is that you're just a monk on a mountain thinking to yourself.
Yeah. And one of the precepts of Sufism, in the book that I have, it says loneliness in the crowd. It's funny.
And the West is so against that ideal of being alone, and they create an entire, ideology to go against it. They say fear of missing out or something, and they call you an incel, but really you're supposed to be alone and sustain from anything. And I don't know, isolation is power.
They concocted a savior narrative to fit it, and then sold this prophecy magic to the nations.
Okay,
That's how it's a deception.
My response to you would be, I don't understand how it's fake when they consistently get stuff 100% correct. Like the Daniel chapter 9, 70 weeks prophecy, the Messiah will come within 490 years after Darius II's declaration. That's exactly when Jesus roams the earth. But even if it's fake, how are they getting all this stuff right? Or how about, and then I'll let you answer, how about the fact that the book of Psalms written by David, so this is many centuries before Jesus walks the earth, before the Roman practices come about, that he'd never met a Latin person in his life, predicts in his Psalms that the Messiah would be fed vinegar. That's a Roman practice that was invented later. So if it is fake, if I grant you that, how are they getting all this stuff right? Like
that's a prophecy
beforehand.
of Psalm 69 that it didn't happen. Give me gall and vinegar for my drink. That's another just fake prophecy fulfillment. You say, how could it possibly be that all of these prophecies were proper prophecies were fulfilled? How is it not the simple explanation that they just wrote a story using the prophecies as inspiration, quote mining scripture, which they did. That's why the Septuagint is verbatim, word for word, put into the Greek New Testament. When Jesus and these guys were all, not Greek experts, they were speaking Aramaic.
It's not actually. It's not 100% one-to-one. There's a lot of verses where when they quote from it, it's neither from the Masoretic or from the Greek Septuagint. So there was a third Hebrew type.
There's numerous verses that are, though. I've seen it. New Testament.
I agree with you.
The
New Testament.
Word. It shows it's
the Gospels are original. You do realize that the Gospel of Matthew, purported by all the church fathers, was originally Hebrew, not Greek?
No, that's not true. That's okay. They don't believe that anymore.
They don't believe that.
They never found that. In fact, it's well known, and the consensus is that it's Mark in priority. Mark was the first gospel. Matthew expanded on it. Then Luke copied Matthew and Luke.
But all the church fathers are unanimous about it. We know exactly what happened to the copy. It said,
okay, we're not going to sit here and trust the church fathers. But the fact that they don't have an original copy of it, that's all it means. You don't know what was in the original copy of it. It doesn't mean that what's in it now today isn't accurate. It means that we don't fucking know. That's all that it means. But definitely we're not going to trust the church fathers who said fucking Moses and Plato are the same. Give me a break. I'm not trusting them. I mean, like, that's weird.
as it was at the Library of Caesarea, Eusebius says, and a couple hundred years later, the Muslims burn it down when they invade the Levant. That's what happened to it. We know where it was. It also makes sense. The New Testament has these translations where it'll say,
Oh my God, it's not the Jews, it's the Muslims. So the Jews didn't become Alexandrian and then corrupt your religion. It's the Muslims who burned the fucking library down, and now we don't know what it is. Come on, dude. Caesar burned the fucking library down before that. So, I mean, this whole thing about burning the library, almost half of it was already gone.
Yeah, again, I think there's a fallacy. Like, if the Library of Alexandria was saved, supposedly there would be new information or new ways to allow to think, which you can already think now. They're just looking for some fake evidence that doesn't exist, or they want it to be real, just like how they want to make Jesus a person, Socrates a person. Again, I think it's a big misconception and a curveball, and they're trying to uphold some kind of liberalism in talk. And I think that's the distortion in semantics there.
I hear Julius Caesar, and I hear Judeo-Christianity.
Yeah, but even Rousseau in his discourses on inequality, I'm sorry, I'm chewing right now, but he says that Omar the Caliph came and burned the library down, and he quotes him correctly. He says that, basically whatever is in this library that agrees with us, is superfluous because we already have the Quran. And whatever doesn't agree with it is basically for the infidels, so let's just burn the fucking library. We don't need anything that disagrees with what the fuck we already know and follow. And, basically in the fucking, actually Rousseau commends him for doing so, which is interesting, but yeah, the other part of that is that, that these Jews were, inundated with this type of knowledge. They were already, Alexandrian Jews. That so it didn't really matter, and then the claim is that Christians preserved the teachings and Muslims didn't. So Christians were these great Bible teachers. No, the Christians would have said the same thing. They would have said if Plato agrees with fucking Moses, then we have Moses. Who the fuck needs Plato anymore? I mean, you know, but the fact is that they didn't say that. You know, they kept the Plato, they kept the Moses, you know, and they didn't keep the fucking library. It is what it is.
Rabbi, and then in brackets it explains to the reader what that word means. Obviously,
no, this
Jesus
is a
wouldn't be
Christian
explaining that word.
misconception about the Gospel of Matthew being originally in Hebrew. Matthew copies and changes Mark word for word. That's how we know that Matthew copied from Mark. Most of
And the
Mark
Greek
is
copy,
in
though.
Matthew word for word.
In
He
the Greek
copied it
copy.
and expanded on it. Yes,
In the
this
Greek
is
copy.
well known. Read gospel fictions. Like,
Dude, I've
have you
seen
read
that.
any books on Jesus mythicism or how
Yeah, I've read Bart
Christianity
Ehrman
was
stuff.
fabricated as a myth?
Yeah, I've read Bart Ehrman stuff, but you do realize Bart Ehrman will acknowledge.
He's a poor historicist. I've read his books
Really?
as well.
So he's a poor historicist.
No wonder
he
you
says
don't
that the
get
New
this.
Testament is 100% copying the theology of the Old, and that Jesus is just a Torah extremist. He's not some Greek sage ghost who came down in the form of a man. He literally became man, is what the Gospel of John says. Paul doesn't say, just because he doesn't mention Paul's miracles. I'm just bringing this up because it was
Or
unanswered
his
earlier.
virgin birth, or the empty tomb, or Pilate, or
Do you
the
know what his
Romans
epistles
killing
are
him.
about?
Nothing.
It's about
He
writing
mentions
to
nothing.
churches that already exist. Why is he going to redo everything they already know?
Because
he says, you already
there was
know what I'm
plenty
writing
opportunities
about.
where he was arguing, where he could have cited one of Jesus' teachings or one of the parables or one of the, like, he doesn't even talk about the betrayal of Judas. You realize that our earliest text of the Last Supper or the Lord's Supper comes from Paul, and he says he wasn't in attendance. He didn't learn it from any man. He got it from revelation. It's prophecy fulfilling. This, you got to understand that Jesus didn't walk the earth as a magical superhero fulfilling all the prophecies of the nation of priests. They had all the prophecies and wrote a story fulfilling them. That's the simple.
Okay, you know,
Bart Ehrman is really interesting, though. I think it's funny is that you have a divide between mythos Jesus and historical Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Both actually believe in the same thing. It's just that the historical Jesus people like Bart Ehrman are like, okay, a lot of that is fake, but you know, he was a real rabbi. He was a real person. It might not be this, but it was real. But the myth Jesus says, no, he wasn't real. Then it was a myth by, you know, Paul, Peter, whatever. And so it's like weird because the historical Jesus and myth Jesus people, they both believe in the same thing. They both agree in a mythology. They're just nitpicking over where's the historical evidence. And I just think that's a big, again, distraction from what we're really talking about. The same thing of mythology.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I covered that debate. You know, it was, basically Bart Ehrman and Robert Price, mythicism versus, the historical Jesus. And oh my God, man, it was
Like,
really,
I'm telling you, the
yeah.
historical people are more like mysticists than anything, because historical people like, okay, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, but it says in records it was this person. But the same argument can be said about historical Shakespeare. It's like, okay, maybe Shakespeare wasn't real, but there was this guy, he used the pen name, but he also was De Vere and he also was Marlowe. See, it's like, okay, you can prove that it was a real and he was using different pen names, but it's not the William Shakespeare as an individual. So it just makes the Shakespeare mystics more powerful. And I think this is the same comparison in this argument between people who just want to prove it was a real person when they're not. It's just giving more power to myth and, you know, mysticism.
Yeah, and it honestly low key gives power to the Kabbalists because it kind of, they ascertain that Jesus is a sort of a made up story that has to come about in order for them to get their salvation. So it's like this whole conflict is created out of thin air. They agree with that, So they agree, like Samael and Jesus and all these things. They represent like parables and metaphors about human ascension and about human enlightenment and about human corruption and all these types of things. So it's very, very creepy, But yeah, I mean, obviously,
it's like
they've heard that. Yeah.
Ehrman publishes a book, Did Jesus Exist? And he gives the Jesus mystic people a platform. It becomes a New York Times bestseller, but at the same time, he just surveys it and it just makes people believe, yeah, so he doesn't really, debunk anything. He just gives it light and just says, well, that's true, but actually he was a real person. It's kind of like a last minute cop out. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I read Bart Ehrman's book, and then I read his book on Paul. And in the middle of his explanations of Paul, he stated that Paul got his teachings from pre-Pauline Christian traditions with no fucking proof. And I mean, I had to reread that part like 3 or 4 times to see if like it was actually just hot gas, and there was actually nothing there behind that statement. It's like he just had just invented a statement and then used it, you know, like I was horrified, to be honest, but yeah, I do see that Bart Ehrman is serving like as many people as he can. It's like the
Right.
most sycophantic scholarship I've ever seen.
Well, he also does. It's unfortunate. He'll be like, well, yeah, sure, the mystics are right, but he was just a normal person. What he's also doing is he's downplaying some of those Orthodox people, which is ironic, or any of the supernatural Pentecostal people, because he's saying if we're supposed to think of Jesus as just a normal person like you and me, and he did exist, it still doesn't debunk the case that mythology came about a normal person. It's as if I was to die and then 5 people make up a story about me later on. It's very Ehrman's not doing anyone a favor. Ehrman is just debunking popular people and then pushing the mythology and mysticism anyway.
So
your
explanation.
Yo, what's going on, Cecil?
Dropping some kids off at the pool, you know what I'm saying? How you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Oh, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's funny. This guy called in to a Jay Dyer show, and he's like pooping, and he's like, yo, I'm gonna fucking like drop you off here, dude. Like he hung up on him just because he was pooping while asking him a question. It was fucking weird. But yeah, that's what it is.
And it doesn't require. Is
Your
that not
problem with
possible?
Paul- your problem
Could
with
they have
Paul-
not just made it up from the Old Testament prophecies?
Hey, this argument is not about whether
Tell
or
me,
not you
yes or
believe
no?
in it.
Could they have made it up?
Theoretically, somebody
Could they have written?
make
Hold on,
something up.
stop. This is a question before you gaslight me. Could they had all the scriptures in front of them and then wrote a fictional, fabricated story from the prophecies and the scriptures? Is that possible?
If they didn't have third-party witnesses, yeah,
no
but there are.
witnesses.
Yes, there are.
No.
Josephus' comments on the historical Jesus.
Josephus
Abgar
is
the
an
Fifth comments on the
interpolation,
historical
well-known
Jesus.
fraud. No,
No,
and
there's a
Josephus was born- hold on.
mistranslation. There's a mistranslation.
Josephus was born after Jesus supposedly died. He's not an eyewitness. If it was real, which it's not, he would have learned it from Christians because he wrote in mid-90s
Okay,
AD.
okay,
The
but you do
Gospels
realize-
and Christian sects were already
you do
spreading
realize
around. That's
the way you're
he's not
talking,
an
we can
independent
use no
attestation at all.
We can use no text.
Let Jeem respond.
We can use no text according to your own standard, which means
No.
your attacks of the Old Testament, where you say God is immoral, doesn't make sense because we don't have Plato's philosophy, because all of his writings and all of Aristotle's writings and all Plotinus' writings are like 700 years later, yet they're still the foundation of the West. That's a bigger conspiracy than the gospel is written like a decade later than when it happened. That's extremely close to dating as you can get 2,000 years ago. We don't have the modern standards we have now. We can check someone's tweet and see what they did. Point is, these men actually died for this cause. They thought it was fake or stupid or some kind of hallucination. They wouldn't have been doing that.
People die for Christianity, and they claim, "Oh, I saw Jesus in a dream." They'll die for Christianity. Muslims do the same thing. Lots of religion have their martyr stories, which
Yeah,
in
fine.
Christianity are actually largely exaggerated and not even in the Bible, and later second century traditions that most
Which
people don't
ones?
think are historical.
Such as what? What are some of those examples?
For example, Peter being crucified upside down. That's not in the Bible. That's later church tradition.
Okay, that's what the churches are built on. It's not just we have the Bible.
Yeah, and they
that's it.
lie a lot.
Do they?
Look at all the Apocrypha. Look at Nag Hammadi. It's obvious they're creating fabricated myths from
That
scripture.
stuff's not canonized because they realize it's garbage. Like 90% of writings are not
it's the same.
canonized.
It's the same genre as what the Gospels
Really?
are as well. The Gospels are written by
genre.
unknown people at an unknown time. They're not skeptics. They're not historicists. They're religious propagandists trying to influence and convert people to the religion. They don't have.
How dare you criticize my religion? My whole worldview is shattering now because you dared criticize my religion. Like,
don't cite their sources. They don't apply.
Dude,
any
nobody did it.
skepticism.
Nobody
They're
did any of
completely
that
unreliable
2,000
myth.
years ago.
They have all the signs of a myth.
Then
all
so's
of the
Plato.
prophecy fulfilling elements.
Then
They didn't
so's
happen. It's a
Plato, and so are all
fabrication.
the.
Okay, so this is an interesting tactic. Okay, so I've actually seen this being used before. If Christianity is a myth, then so is Plato. So all of Western civilization is basically a myth. and that is a very interesting approach. I've seen that being leveled, that there's more attested to documents for Jesus, and this is actually approach comes from Bart Ehrman. He's one of the main proponents of this. He says that Jesus is one of the most attested to characters in all of history. That's one of the claims that Bart Ehrman has made continually against mythicism. So it's fascinating that Jeem, is again using that view from atheistic scholars, right? And basically saying that to bolster that claim, so is Plato a myth. But the thing is that the Christian ideal is not based on the book, right? It's based on the fulfillment of all these other things, as he's saying. So yeah, so I mean,
again, why does it matter if Western civilization isn't real? Because nationalism needs mythology to go forward. It doesn't even believe, it's not going to change your mind if none of it's real. People will still believe in it, even if it's not real. It's actuality and possibility. I mean, this is an Alvin Plantinga argument. You can believe in possibilities like a golden dragon flying, or you can believe in actualities. But neither the possibility or actuality is true. It's whether if you believe it or not. And so that's how people believe Christianity is an actuality. And so again, all of this is coming from liberal mumbo jumbo about worshiping individuals like Socrates, which again is a figment of the imagination. And it's amazing how people really want to believe in liberal individualism, even if they project it 3,000 years ago onto things.
Yeah, we got a lot of people here. Thank you guys so much for joining on the Machine Lives here.
What's up?
Yeah, thank you, Reddington. And we got another person here. Oh shit! We got our boy, one of our first
How's it
callers,
going?
the OG Trad Culture Preservation Society. Thank you for joining.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, go look up the first episode we did after my Andrew Wilson debate, and actually Trad Culture was our first guest. Right? So yeah, Trad Culture is OG of the Machine Lives channel. Basically co-founder with like Neurojack and stuff. Like I want to say, what I mean? But yeah, blessings, guys.
The philosophies, everything that you base your worldview on doesn't exist then, because it has much, much, much worse scholarship or chain of transmission to its original. Okay, so then we
Myths
can't
have
even use
influenced things.
Plato or
Yes.
Aristotle.
Myths have influenced things. That
Okay,
doesn't
then
mean
how?
they're true.
Then let me
Just because
ask
they've
you.
influenced people doesn't mean that they're true.
Then let me ask you. You often say that the
5 Speed, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Looked like an interesting topic. Figured I'd pop up and hang out a while.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Old Testament is immoral. By what measure is it immoral if we cannot refer to Plato because he's a myth? So how is it immoral when God or erases people?
You said the Old Testament?
Yeah, like let's talk about the Old Testament. You always attack the Old Testament. What's wrong with it? Why is it bad if he erases people?
Yeah, the idea of a scapegoat atonement sacrifice, which is what the atonement of Jesus is all about. He's identified as the Yom Kippur goat and the Passover lamb.
Okay.
All of these ancient Israelites blood magic rituals, scapegoat rituals, the same thing that they do when they swing the chickens around today. It's the exact same concept. And this is what Christianity was built upon.
The reason this is funny is because the swinging chickens thing, Adam Green really harped on that with the rabbis swinging the chickens, and yeah, I mean it's just interesting that the scapegoat atonement ritual, and the partial hardening that's coming upon the Jews until the fullness of Gentiles come in. So that is an issue. Some of the sects seem to harp on this problem. But is it all about, this whole issue, scapegoat atonement? I've heard a lot of Christians say, well, it's about life. It's not about death. I mean, it's an interesting view, but yeah.
It just basically begs the question anyway, so.
Yeah, scapegoat atonement. And some of this comes from Origin. He said the Yom Kippur ritual is about the scapegoat ritual atonement. The Yom Kippur, the scapegoat in the Yom Kippur ritual represents Jesus, and the sins of the Gentiles, is basically that Satan rules over the Gentiles, and that this is a very interesting understanding of that. But the thing is that the Orthodox generally reject Origin. They reject him for his Neoplatonism. So back to Jeem's point about the Neoplatonism. It's very interesting.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Are you saying the Old Testament and the New Testament were all written like at the same time? Like, because the Old Testament in Genesis, the book of Genesis, there's a picture of Christ being sacrificed for the sins of Adam and Eve. It's a prophecy of Christ. So that would so the Old Testament it speaks of the New Testament before Christ even came. So are you saying that they're both the same, written at the same time? It must have been written at the same time to get all that story together.
Well, I don't believe that, and they don't believe that either. But they do believe, as you said, that the two documents refer to each other in an extreme capacity. That means that basically the New Testament is a fulfillment of the Old Testament. Both of these guys basically believe that, but one of them just believes that it was manufactured.
That's Adam Green, right?
Yeah, that's Adam Green.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one's trying to defend. He's not really starting from the beginning, that Christ was walking in the garden. That's the origin of Christianity, really, is if you follow Christ, Adam and Eve, we're walking in the garden following Christ. And then all this, I don't know. It's so if you know what I'm trying to say, kind of.
Yeah. Yes, of course, Rocky. Yeah.
Christianity the Jews didn't start Christianity. They were later on, and they were supposed to teach the whole world about, and they failed, and they were losers, and you know what I'm saying? And they're still losers today. They're fucking losers. They did a terrible fucking job. They were given one fucking mission to spread the knowledge of Melchizedek or whatever they called him back then, and they fucking failed. They fail all the time.
They had one job to do, is that it?
Yeah, basically. They were supposed to be a witness to the world. And they were given the 10 Commandments, and they were supposed to, the moral law was not just for the Jews, it was for the whole world. And anybody could become a Jew. All you had to do is follow the teachings of Melchizedek, which was an incarnation of Christ. Just like Christ was in the garden, Christ is always everywhere. The angel of the Lord appeared unto this guy. The angel of the Lord and Adam walked with the Lord in the garden. You know what I'm saying? So if Adam Green is right, and the whole Bible he'd have to be right, because the whole Bible would have to be bullshit. It would have to all been written at once. So there you go. My opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Enough with the Old Testament.
Some would say that I'm indoctrinated and brainwashed. I would say that you're the one that's indoctrinated and brainwashed. There's more evidence of Christ than there is of Plato and all these Caesars and
Yeah,
Alexander
that's what the Jeem guy is saying. That's what Jeem is saying. But ultimately, you know, he's also saying that Plato corrupted the church, right? So that's a whole nother thing that I think a lot of Christians aren't aware of. You know what I mean?
Well, because Plato had a similar thing, that God was non-material. But that's just
that's where it gets into the that's where it gets into interesting debate about cosmology, because we were talking about Spinoza, and why Spinoza got ousted from the Jewish community is because he had claimed that God was immaterial based on divine simplicity as well. So the whole thing comes back to Jews and Christians sharing a similar view about this whole immaterial thing, you know?
Yeah,
but ultimately Christians don't believe that, because, you know, Jesus isn't immaterial, right? So
yeah, well, God is spirit, and Jesus came in the flesh. We know that, so he's
right.
He came material, but he was before he was, you know, he could have been material, and so yeah, just because Plato and the Jews fell into a partial truth that God is spirit, and he was before materials. Yeah, materialism is a false religion. Kind of, you know, like thinking everything is material, everything's, you know, Big Bang materialism. There's no.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
But just because Plato fell into a truth, don't mean that, you know, that the church copied it. It's because, you know, what was first? Plato made up some half-assed truth, and then Christianity is kind of similar, and so Paul must have been a Platonian or whatever.
That's what Eusebius and the Clement guy were saying, though, and they were the founders of the church, right?
Oh, I don't know. The Gentiles were the heathen that they came into. You know, Paul witnessed to the Romans, and Rome fell because you know, I think the more they persecuted the Christians, the more it grew, and the Roman soldiers were becoming Christians, and they didn't want to kill Christians anymore. It's sick and tired of, you know, the martyring all the Christians. The Christians didn't fight, change Rome. The Romans just found Jesus. That's all there is to it. So Constantine had to join. It was a subversion. You know, he said, okay, I can't beat him, so I'll join him and become the head, you know. I mean, that's my understanding of it. So far, I don't know. Maybe Nero was the Antichrist. That's some nice music.
Yeah, we got the Antichrist, Neurojack. I'm just kidding.
Wait, what happened? What? I just heard Antichrist Neurojack. What?
No, he said Nero is the Antichrist, and I said it's Neurojack.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm just kidding.
Somebody called me Neurojack before, so.
Yeah, Neurojack or Eurojack, whichever one you want, or Bureaujack for the really spicy ones. Cockboy Hotline.
Or Neuro Slack.
Neural Slack. There we go. Yeah. All right, back to this. Anybody else got anything?
So that's an immoral thing. If that's not justice in the world to sacrifice an animal and then you're forgiven for something, there's real justice. You have to actually, make things right, or you have to be the one that gets punished.
But in the Old Testament,
that's
God
immoral
does
for one.
function.
It's not accountability for one.
Excuse me, let me answer that. That was, first of all, you don't just, the sin is on the animal, therefore God doesn't punish. God says in the Old Testament, if you do not follow the Sinai contract to a T, regardless of what you do, he will take away the land of Canaan from you. Also, you said blood sacrifice. I mentioned in my opening statement, for the first 1,000 years, the church has believed in Christ as victor. They weren't holding this blood sacrifice, satisfactionary atonement theology. This is a much later thing that the churches do not even agree on. So that's not a Jewish
I don't care
idea.
what the church. What
you
the
don't
churches say
care?
about
You're
it. They don't
attacking
agree
it.
on it. Yeah, some of them do. The point is,
For
the Old Testament
1,000
clearly
years, they
identifies
rejected
Jesus as a Yom Kippur goat and says
What's
the
wrong with
blood
that?
heals you. You drink the blood. Do you not think that you're symbolically drink the blood, and you're going to say it's not a blood magic ritual?
But what you haven't demonstrated why that's bad. Like, you're just saying it's weird, it's blood. Like, why is that bad? Explain.
Wait, what?
Other than, I think it's gross or whatever. Why is it bad?
If you're sacrificing animals just to eat them, I don't think it's bad. But
He does not think it's bad, huh? Interesting.
What are they talking about?
I guess
Sacrificial atonement.
Eat blood sacrifice?
Yes, sir.
You were to drain the blood at the altar and put it in a dish, and you're not supposed to eat animals unless you're not supposed to eat the blood. You're supposed to drain the blood and eat the animal.
Right. That's not what's at issue. It's the sacrifice,
Yeah, it's a sacrifice because the wages of sin is death, and the
Right.
life is in.
That's precisely what's at issue. He doesn't think that should be the case. Essentially, like, it's like paying to be alive, right?
Yeah. Well,
because what about the babies? Like, are they like, what if a baby just dies, right?
Sin is passed down through the man, and I don't know, it is confusing. Why should, but it's just the plan, it's Jesus, when Adam and Eve sinned in the garden, Jesus it's before death came into the world. And what happened? They brought death into the world. And what happened? Jesus needed to slaughter a lamb to cover them because they were naked. And that's showing that Christ would have to come as the lamb. That's way in the garden. The book, telling you that the lamb would have to be sacrificed to pay for what man brought into the world, which was sin. And somehow it comes through our seed, Adam, the seed, and then the woman's egg is pure. That's why the virgin birth, because the sin comes through the nature of sin. Our sin nature comes through the father, the man's sperm, which looks like a little serpent if you look at it, and it goes into
Or a tadpole.
Goes into the pure egg of Mary was a virgin, and so therefore didn't have the seed of the man, this little sperm that was going to give it a sin nature. That's just.
Is that where Genesis happens?
That's DNA. Something to do with DNA.
Interesting.
The seed of the serpent, maybe that's the seed of the serpent. Maybe that is this little sperm that goes in there.
Hey, you guys hold my beer while I take out the trash, okay?
If anyone else mentions sperm one more time, I'm actually going to have to leave.
Well, I'm talking in a biological. I'm not talking in a perverted type that you guys like to talk about all the time.
Blood dripping everywhere because you think it's a way of controlling people and getting to people.
But Christians don't do that. For the last 2,000 years, Christians
through
did
their
not do
sins.
the animal sacrifice. That was already fulfilled by Christ.
I
So
know.
this
You're saying
idea that
something
they
like-
are making people do animal sacrifices, they're not. Nobody does it. So that's kind of a
No,
moot
you think
point.
he's the final, the perfect sacrifice. In Hebrews, that this is the problem. Hebrews doesn't talk about a preacher on earth. It talks about Jesus is in the copy of the heavenly of the earthly temples in the heavenly temple, and he's right. He's a heavenly figure fighting demons in space. Is where the original Christianity started from.
Okay,
completely
not really.
mythological, just like every
The
other
idea,
god.
the Ark of the Covenant being copied. Let me address that real quick. The Ark of the Covenant being copied on Earth is not a Platonic reflection. It is a physical object that
Address that.
God
I didn't
told
say
him.
anything about the Ark of.
Okay, now this is an interesting concept. Is there this whole image of the invisible image of God, that Jesus is a visible image, and these kind of concepts, they are interesting. Are they found in the Old Testament? That is a question, but the whole thing is that what Adam Green is saying is that these kind of concepts were added in because of the reason is because this idea about the Platonic reflection in heaven, that's seen in Hebrews, and also there's lots of like interesting like dualistic concepts, lots of reflections and stuff. But anyways, this whole concept of the Godhead, the fullness of God, you know, Jesus being all in all with the Creator. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
they get very confusing, and the way that a lot of Christian philosophers have explained them, they've had to use philosophy to explain these mysteries. So that is one of the things. But basically, Jeem is rejecting those philosophical sort of permutations. So is that enough? Now he doesn't think there's any problem with the Jewish roots of this thing, which I think that, ultimately, I think he should have tried to. Well, he did kind of try to say that, but it's confusing when you say that it's both Jewish and both not Jewish, because the Judaism is not a religion until after Christianity, but that it's a fulfillment of Judaism. Like
Yeah, this seems to be getting kind of confusing.
yeah, it gets confused.
So the you're talking about the Shekinah glory that Moses had when he came down from the mountain, or the burning bush, or was Jesus the burning bush? So what's your idea? Do you believe the Old Testament was written before the New Testament, or were they written as a hoax?
Yeah, I believe it was written before, but like, there's no way to find, but that we can only figure out logistically what it says in the New Testament, not in the old one, because somebody's echoing. I don't know what that is, but yeah.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, I think it is you, Ricky, because everybody else is muted except for you. So
Oh, I probably got my speaker up too high.
yeah, we'll figure that out with Rocky, with our friend Rocky, our elder friend here. Blessings. Thank you for joining, friend.
We're never going to make it through this debate, right?
Oh yeah. Because let me see. Yeah, we might not make it through. No, yeah, we will make it through, because I'm half an hour through this. It's it's an hour and 52 minutes long. So yeah, I think I will make it through. There's like an hour and like 10 minutes of it left. So yeah, I think I'll make it through. Power through this motherfucker. It is what it is. and we got Cecil Drake out here.
I'm not too familiar with philosophy and
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah, that's
more
why this show is good, because people, regular people get to get a little dose of the
I'm
philosophy.
trying to figure out what all the philosophy has to do with my faith, because my faith's not dependent on philosophy.
Yeah, yeah, I believe that too. I believe that too. We gotta get the philosophy out of the shit. But yeah.
You said that Jesus is a copy from heaven. That's the
Not of
idea
the
of
Ark of the
Platonic
Covenant.
heavenly copies. I'm
That's
using
what
the Ark of the
Hebrews
Covenant.
says. That's what
He's
Hebrews
not a
says.
Platonic form. There's zero
No, he's the
Platonism in the New
perfect form
Testament.
of a high priest.
Yeah, he's the
Melchizedek high
typology
priest.
of a high priest. He's not a Platonic heavenly copy. That's the other way around. What you mean is, in the heavens, there's the perfect example of a dog, so all dogs follow that on earth. That's Platonism. That's not in the New Testament. I don't know why you're making it a big deal if Christ is the perfect priest. Like, what's the problem with that? I don't see an issue with any
I'm
of this stuff.
explaining to you what it is, and the idea that he started as just Melchizedek is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're doing the same thing. They're connecting prophecies of Daniel and Isaiah. It's proof that this started as a myth, and I don't think it was the Pharisees, actually. I think it was a Qumran, Essene, Ebionite sect that mostly did it.
The Ebionites.
It wasn't.
And
It
the
was
Essenes.
also, you mischaracterized like the whole thing. You to try to like straw man it. You say you act like I say there was a cabal that all got together and they all agreed they're going to set this up. I don't think that it works like that. But you can't deny. In fact, you've already vindicated and acknowledged that my whole premise is right. Christianity is about the God of Israel conquering all the nations.
But you're acting like this is a specific problem where the rabbinics, I'm not going to use the word, the other word, the rabbinics hate Europeans more than other people. You said Edom. You are aware that Gentiles cannot be from Edom, like 99%.
Yeah, they hate Rome.
But
Rome is Edom.
Rome is not Edom. No, it's not. Edom was an
It
actual
literally says in the Talmud
tribe.
verbatim
The
that
Talmud.
Rome is Edom.
Dude, I don't follow
Right,
the
that's
Talmud.
what they believe. That's
Not
what they
relevant.
follow. I don't care
No,
what you
that's
follow.
what
I'm telling
that's
you
what they follow
believe.
right now. That's
I
not
tell
what
you
they
what they
followed
believe.
2,000 years ago. The Talmud was finalized in 558. That's
I'm
after the Romans
aware
already
when it
spanked
was
them.
finalized.
They've already
I'm
been
aware when it was
spanked. That's
finalized.
why they hate the Romans, not from the original, not the original belief.
They want vengeance on the Romans. You got this so wrong in your video trying to debunk me. You're like,
Okay.
oh, one rabbi says Edom is Christianity.
Okay, now this is an interesting thing. Okay, is Rome Edom? Is Europe Edom? Are Europeans Edom? Or is Edom Christianity? Now, depending on which rabbi you ask, you'll get a different answer. So that's a problem in and of itself, right? Because Edom, this nation that's supposed to like basically, challenge Israel or whatever like that, in the Talmud and the Zohar and all these texts, right? This nation called Edom, right, is basically somehow connected to, and the whole thing is a conflation of what Judaism and what I was talking about, Judeo-Christianity, Plato and Aristotle, which are seen as this Roman influence.
Well, another thing that's weird is, remember that Ephraim guy, Jewish guy, you were playing his show the other day? He's teaching about he's a Jewish guy teaching. You remember you played a little video of him?
Yeah, the guy who's talking about Mashiach ben Joseph.
Yeah, if you watch, he did a really interesting video about where he said you'll know Edom because in wherever Edom is, there'll be an obelisk there, an Egyptian obelisk, and he's like we mark Edom with the obelisk. I was like, what? I was like, I don't know how that makes any sense, but that's what he said.
What
Oh,
the?
Yeah, dude. I'll try to find the video. I put it in one of my videos, but it's really interesting. He's like, you'll know Edom by the obelisk, is what he said.
So that's incredible. The Freemasons, which follow the Kabbalah, by the way, probably put the obelisk there as a sign to signify that they're Edom, like in complete fucking. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's really amazing. Right? But yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Makes
find that
sense.
video. I'll find that video.
And as a phallic symbol, I find it interesting that kind of contemplates the symbolism of planting the earth with their seed.
Yes. Yeah, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
And the other one says that it's Rome. They all agree that it's Rome, and then that morphed into the Holy Roman Empire, and then that's now Western civilization. That's their trajectory. That's the.
But that's
morphing of
based
it.
on Christianity,
This
which
is the
you said they
consensus with all of
invented.
them.
You said they invented Christianity. Why do they hate Edom so much of its
They
Christianity?
did. They did.
So why do they
did.
hate it? Why do they hate it?
There it is. So Rocky, if if this doesn't answer your question, this is why the philosophy is so dangerous, is because philosophy is added into this thing that they call Rome or Edom, that basically encapsulates Western civilization, because what is the corruptive influence on Europe or whatever the Europeans are seen as the purveyors of Western civilization. Then if you ask people what Western civilization is, they'll say it's Greeks and the Romans.
Yeah.
So that's why, and then if you ask them what's Greek and Roman, they'll say Plato and Aristotle. So it all goes
Right.
back to this fucking big fucking circle where they're like,
Big
where it goes, yeah.
circle fuck. Big circle fuck.
Yeah, that's
But
that.
see, I get my faith does not depend on philosophy. People don't understand that faith is a means of perception, just like imperialism, reason and logic is a system of perception. But faith is what we all begin with, to perceive. We perceive originally as children by faith. Our parents say, "This will burn you," and you have faith. You believe it. You didn't touch it. You believe that when your teacher told you that there's an island called Japan on the other side of the flat or the globe, you believed it, and that was faith. Wasn't imperialism. You weren't smart enough to use reason and logic, so you took it on faith. And the Bible requires faith. If you try to understand the Bible through imperialism and reason and logic and philosophy, then you're fucked up, because it's a non-meritorious means of perception. The merit is on the one who is telling you about it. Who is telling you to believe this? Is God telling you to believe this? Well, then I'm going to have faith that, and that there's no reason or logic or philosophy, or I don't even need imperialism. All I know is faith. I understand it through faith, and then you grow on that faith, and you believe more what God says, and you stop listening to these stupid philosophers and people. Oh, does God exist? Let me use my reason and logic.
Okay, Rocky, I get it. Thank you so much.
And it goes back to what I was speaking on earlier with the entonym, endonyms, and exonyms. You got to get back to the roots. So these guys are talking about two different roots, and I think Jeem is a little bit closer to the true aspect, though I don't see him at the true roots either, according to my opinion, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both so much. Blessings, guys.
Hey, dude. That doesn't
They
make
don't
any
hate it.
sense.
It was started exclusively as a Jewish movement.
And why is it Edom? Why is the Christians
They hate
Edom?
it because it gave them some persecution, but they also see the benefit of it. They think it protected them in exile.
You
They
do
think it
realize
fulfilled their
Amalek,
prophecies and helped them return to the land.
you do
I know
realize
this a lot
Amalek
better
and
than you,
Edom,
actually.
Amalek and Edom are actual ethnicities from the Middle East. They had their time. It's over. Just because
I
just
agree.
because
Romans are not really
rabbinics-
Edom.
Yeah,
I agree.
So
But
rabbinics
this is
cannot,
what they believe.
cannot, hey,
That's
what
irrelevant.
It looks like that's what DeFreak is saying as well. That's been done a long time ago. But see, if you read the Zohar and all of these texts, then they're extrapolating that these biblical tales are also projected into the future. So, it's the rabbis that are saying this, in other words, right? Is this debate available to stream anywhere? I believe that the debate is available on Jeem Apologetics YouTube channel. So we're watching it here on Jeem's channel, but he's significantly edited portions of this debate. The entire debate, as far as I'm aware, I heard it was available on crucible.video, but I wasn't able to find it there. So I don't know. It's not easily, recovered other than on Jeem's channel so far. Yeah, Crucible took it down. So yeah.
Is there any edits that were significant though?
Oh yeah. Like a full 10 minutes was just
Disappeared.
butchered. Yeah, just butchered. Yeah, just
Uh-oh.
yeah. There's a lot of weird shit. Like, yeah, we're not getting a lot of the statements here, but yeah. Yeah, blessings to you, Saint Alban, man. Thank you for watching. And yeah. But yeah, Jeem Apologetics, he's our Orthodox Christian friend here. But yeah, we've been talking to him for a while. But yeah.
That's what
That's
they say
irrelevant because
today.
this is what they believe.
Dude, you're talking about today. The topic is Christianity a myth, not is Talmudic garbage a myth. We're not talking
It
about
is.
later
And the
traditions
Torah
from
that it's based
500
on.
years
It's
later.
largely myth.
It's not based on the Torah. Talmud is not based on the Torah, man. It's based on
Yes,
later
dude,
tradition.
it's all
Can I
commentaries.
explain it
and-
really quick? Yeah, it's
No,
commentaries.
you
That
don't. You
doesn't
don't
mean
need to
they're right.
explain stuff wrong that we already know.
Dude, how can Edom be Europe when Edom was already an ethnicity and
It's-
nobody
I'm
interpreted
not
it as Europe
saying
until
it is.
500 years later?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying the rabbis have said that this is what it is.
Okay, the
Do
rabbis
you not get the
who are
difference?
wrong, who don't practice Christianity, and who do not like Christianity. Just because they exist does not mean, oh, that's tied to Christians. We broke apart from each other 2,000 years ago.
Right,
They're allowed
you're
to
two-
make
you're
up
two
whatever
Jewish
they
factions
want.
fighting over the Messiah. That's why it's a
Okay,
controlled
okay.
dialectic.
But the
They're
Jews
playing
were better
the
than
villain
the-
role, the
Dude,
Esau
the Jews
role
were better
in their
than the
in their
Greeks.
historical story.
Okay, can you explain the difference between? Let's explain why are the ancient Hebrews? I mean, why are they so bad? What makes them
there
worse
you
than
go.
like the Romans and the Greeks? Why did everybody look down on them? Why are they so bad at them?
Why it's bad is because they
There was an edit there.
Yeah, because then right after that he said, "So the ancient Hebrews, why were they so bad?" So I guess he was talking about what Jews were doing, or something like that. And
I
yeah,
think he's trying to distinguish between ancient Hebrews and the current so-called Jews. I think
right.
he's trying to distinguish, So he says ancient, not the current, We know why the current so-called, Jews are.
Right.
developed a religion where they were looking for a Messiah, a redeemer to liberate them, and then to like have dominion over the nations, like I showed you in Daniel 7. That's their goal. It's a blueprint for a global one world religion takeover plan. If you don't see the problem, you don't see the problem with that because you're for that. You want the same thing. You're participating in the Judeo takeover. That's the whole thing. Christianity is playing the role, advancing. Like before Christianity existed, you think the one true religion, the one true God was there with the chosen people in the Middle East, and they were waiting for a Messiah to come and do what?
They were waiting for the Messiah to make the entire world follow the one God. But why is
And
that
did Jesus
bad?
do that?
Yeah, but they didn't.
Okay,
Not the
that's
way
the
they
plot.
wanted. Not the way they wanted. They rejected him because he didn't take a sword and actually fight Rome. That's why they rejected him.
That's the whole story of Jesus and Barabbas. It was a pacifist, non-violent, non-war form of warfare. That's what you're not getting. They won with the teachings. It was a theological, spiritual conquest. You
They didn't
completely
think
strawman
that.
me in your video, and you say Adam said Christianity was invented to destroy Rome. I didn't say it's destroy Rome. It's to spiritually conquer Rome. Theological subjugation.
But it didn't. But it didn't.
Yes, it
the
did.
Judaism,
Yes, it did.
the New
It clearly
Testament
did.
is not followed by Rome.
But it actually
Not
did
even the same
destroy
way.
the pagan Roman Empire. So
Really?
I'm
why
right
did it
on both
exist until
accounts.
the 1400s?
I agree
Why
with
did it exist
Adam
until
on
the
this
1400s?
one.
Yeah, me too. It's pretty clear that that
But it wasn't forced. It was they tried to squash it by martyring them, and the more they killed them, the more it grew.
I wouldn't say destroy either because it probably just became more occulted.
Well, I think what I would say is destroyed is it weakened it in the sense of the Germanic tribes, and those Germanic tribes followed Arianism, which was the predominant sect of the Christians that the church fathers followed at the time. So they almost took over the church, and the fact is that I believe that a lot of the spread, obviously the spread of Christianity to those European lands, provided a huge, advantage at the collapse of Rome around 500 A.D. So I mean, it just so happens that the only thing that survived of Rome after whatever it was the church. So so I mean, practically speaking, basically, the only thing left. I mean, yeah, it didn't physically, but to say it didn't just spiritually conquer them, yeah, it totally spiritually conquered them.
Yeah, the German so-called barbarians had become Roman soldiers. The Roman soldiers, when they conquered a nation, they brought in the men and made them soldiers, and so the German soldiers who had already become evangelized, and so the Roman soldiers were becoming Christian, and so Constantine had to do something. And it wasn't by force. It was just by, people stood up and were willing to die and not deny Christ. So that to me would prove that they weren't just all a bunch of liars that made up a story and were willing to die for it. Anyway, that's my opinion. I'm keeping to it so far. Yeah, so they called the Germans barbarians, which meant bearded men. That's what it meant, bearded men.
Oh yeah, yeah. The
And
Germans and the Germanic tribes and the Europeans, the Picts and the Gauls and all these people, they were covering themselves in mud and rushing into war. So the Europeans were basically uncivilized, when compared to the Roman Empire. So it's interesting. What civilized and unified the European tribes, is basically Christianity. I mean, so
yeah, but
so
it's evident, that Paul had went to the Germanics and spread the gospel, and they were
wait, Paul did?
Paul, yeah, he went throughout the world with the gospel. He went to Rome. He went to Galatia, I think. Galatia,
yeah,
was
he went to Galatia, but
Roman.
I don't know if he
where
went to
the
Gaul, but
where the Ro-
but yeah, they
Gaul-
were, but Titus was fighting in Gaul. So Titus Flavian, he was known for fighting wars in Gaul. So the whole thing about it is that after Titus and the whole Christianity spreading, it's possible that right after, these Germanic tribes, were converted because they were part of the Roman Empire, and they were the early adopters of Saint Arius. But anyways, let's go on with the debate.
Sorry.
Eastern Rome, same civilization. They're just Greek Orthodox. They exist before 1400s.
Did you hear my words carefully? I
Yeah, you
said
said
pagan Rome was destroyed.
The Germanics destroyed it.
There was
Okay,
a largely fall of the Roman Empire. Christianity contributed to
The
that.
West.
Christianity supplanted
So why
it.
didn't that work in the East?
Christianity
Though?
supplanted
Why didn't
it.
that work in the East? Carry the same logic. Why didn't it work in the East? How come the Byzantines didn't fall immediately? Because they all became Christians. They all
I
killed
didn't say
themselves.
that it wasn't about falling immediately. It was about commandeering it and advancing the Torah. You said something about in your opening statement about how the Europeans were the ones that spread the Torah around the world. Like, I agree. They did the dirty work. Esau lived by the sword and served his brother. Now they're
Dude,
being
it's not about
scapegoated
Esau.
for that.
Genesis, I
They
told you already.
eradicated the pagans. Who were
Japheth
the
was
original
enlarged.
anti-pagans? Who
Okay,
were the
do
original
you
anti-pagans who had the goal of
do
conquering
you
all the gods
understand
of the world?
what the issue? You're just saying that they conquered it, so it's bad. Why is it bad though? Like we keep getting this subject. They won. They
I
took
don't, do you want
over.
to be a
It's
slave? It's about
conspiracy.
enslaving, having you bowing down on your knees to the person that supposedly chose them.
Okay, what are the
really
teachings?
disturbing.
What are
You
the
don't see
bad
problem
teachings
with that.
other than the Messiah stuff? What are some bad teachings in Christianity you think are bad for the world? Just
My argument is not that Christianity has so many bad teachings. It does have some. It talks
What are
about,
some? Just say a couple
it
of them.
devalues the importance of this life because it gives you false hopes of
disagree.
eternal punishment or eternal afterlife. Believe in the prophecies, or you're gonna not be with God eternally. Like, there's a consequence to this. Scaring people into believing that they have the magic power of prophecies. That's problematic. It teaches you to put. Jesus says he did not come to bring peace but a sword. It's caused endless warfare and bloodshed between Europeans arguing over differences in
pagans
Hebrew
wouldn't do
scriptures.
warfare.
Yeah, I already went over most of this, but yeah, the fact of the matter is that he's not going to say any of these things are categorically evil or bad. What he's actually saying is bad is that the fact that it makes you susceptible to Jewish prophecy, and then therefore, when the Jews say it's time to conquer the world and all that type of stuff, then you just say, well, that's just part of your prophecy. So that is the problem, is that the whole aspect of wait, yeah.
It
Go ahead.
paves the way for Zionism, basically.
Right. So that's kind of the issue, is that as the verse we read earlier, to the Jew first, salvation comes to the Jew first, and then also to the Gentile. So, essentially the problem is that, you're part of an already existing message of salvation. You're grafted in. So that means that it's not your message. But then in the other sense, so he's saying that makes you susceptible to being ruled by Jews, which there is a hidden danger there, which I guess, to a certain extent, European civilization has faced that danger. I mean, look at it, right? I mean, you'll see that a lot of, countries that are run by white people are run by the small hats, right? So, I mean, that is basically what's going on, but, I mean, what's the point of all of it? Let me look at Square Peg's comment, because she seems to have wrote TML in her comment. Some of the Europeans covered themselves in blue mud, which is more than mud, but that's not to pick a bone with TML, just to say it wasn't just mud. Yeah, true. No, I wasn't trying to, I was being possibly hyperbolic. But yeah, yeah, blessings to everyone. Dr. D Head, thank you for joining us. Mr. Meow G, thank you for joining us. DeFreak, I see DeFreak out here quoting the Bible already. Jeremiah 49:17. Also, Edom shall be a desolation. Everyone that goeth by it shall be astonished and shall hiss at the plagues thereof. Interesting. So many voices. God help us all. Yes, that's right. Alchemos, blessing. All right, y'all. We got a Quran verse out here too. Oh shit. And when a surah was revealed, enjoining them to believe in Allah and to fight with his messenger, those of wealth among them asked your permission to stay back and said, leave us to be with them who sit at home. That's how it be sometime. Blessings, Annapurna. Thank you for being here.
Sitting here at home. Sitting here at home.
Rocky's at home. Blessings, Rocky. We got Rocky giving us the conventional Christian take, which is always useful. Thank you so much.
Hey, just so you guys know, I'm like basically falling asleep, but I'll be listening. So only say true shit.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you can stay on the screen if you want to, Lanza. It is what it is.
You kick me if you need to at some point.
Yeah, it don't matter. Yeah,
He's
thank
gonna
you.
pull a Cecil.
Right.
They wouldn't do warfare before the bad Christianity showed
No,
up.
they did, but I'm saying there was a lot of war in the name of religion. That's a known thing. Also, there's anti-family stuff where it says, putting Jesus, putting the Savior and the king of the Israelites above your own family is a bad teaching as well.
Okay, but how come that's okay? Let me answer some of those. I'll
this
go
isn't my
backwards.
theory. This isn't
That's
irrelevant.
fine. Just
Really,
let me just answer them. I'll make it quick. I'll make it very quick.
This is really irrelevant.
All right, fine.
I don't
but I'll
need
make
to, I
it
know
really
you're
quick.
an apologist and you want to.
Dude, I'm not going to do what you're normally presuppositional coping stuff. I'm going to actually
I wasn't saying that.
talk about
you
it
can go
from
ahead.
scripture.
Sorry. If you want to respond, you can go ahead.
Fine, I'll make it really quick. When Jesus says that he's going to separate and says, "Oh, you have to love me more than your parents," you realize in Mark chapter 7, he affirms from the Old Testament, from the Torah, that anybody who insults the honor of his father or mother should be put to deletion. He fully affirms that. He does not say, "Oh, that's gone now because I'm a Greek sage and the New Testament's over."
What if your parents are awful and don't deserve honor?
You put God over them, but if they're not doing anything awful and you dishonor their name, like do a horrible thing, get them in prison or something like that, that's what the teaching would be. Same applies to the rest of the New
Father
Testament.
against son, household against household,
Yeah,
nation versus nation.
unbeliever against believer. But if you have a believing family, there's no problem there. And then what was the first one you
Declares
mentioned?
war on everybody that doesn't believe in the prophecies.
Wait. What was
That's
the first one?
problem.
Can you remind me what the first one you said? The first problem you had with it? I forgot it. The first, you said a couple problems with Christianity. What was that first one?
This is irrelevant because we're focusing on Jesus as Christianity as a myth and the myth to theologically conquer the nation.
Okay, I say it's not a myth because the Bible accurately
defending
describes
the
the world.
teachings is not what.
Okay, do you think the Bible does not? Oh, sorry, this one's important. It ties into what I'm about to say. Do you think that the Bible does not accurately describe the world? And number two, it does not teach you to disregard your physical life whatsoever. That's idea from dualism, from Catholic heresy. It's not.
No,
actually
the
from
Bible is not accurate of the world. It says
Why?
that the earth is held up by pillars. It says.
How do you know
it
that's
says-
what it means? Why can't it be
Okay,
an
sure.
analogy?
Yeah, it means whatever it means.
No, it could be.
Could
I'm
we move
asking
to
why.
my example A of a mic drop?
Oh no, it's going to turn into a flat earth debate.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned as we attempt to commune with the devil. The devil. Please be warned, anyone who's in the room. What you're about to see
You okay, Jack?
is profoundly disturbing and shocking. Get out.
What the fuck is this? Like, what is this movie about? Does anybody know? I can't rewind it. But yeah.
Paul and
It's
Romans
some
15.
kind of horror
according
movie or
to
some
Isaiah.
shit.
Yeah, like it's like one of those new age horror movies. It's interesting. But yeah, thank you for joining us, Pill Eater and Neurojack. You know, I think Neuro might be back later, but yeah, they got some stuff to do. But yeah, I'm getting that echo thing again. I'm sorry, whoever's. Yeah. We'll figure it out. Yeah, Mr. Meow G, I don't get that comment at all. Yo, Rocky, you're making a lot of noise, my brother. But yeah, the old man Rocky, thank you so much. Blessings. But yeah, yeah, Allah is not a monotheistic God. I mean, you have to explain. Rocky, I'm gonna mute you real quick because I don't know what's going on. But yeah, yeah. What do you think about Mr. Meow G's comment that Allah is not a monotheistic God? I mean, I got nothing on that. Yeah, thank you for joining, Rocky. I think he's having audio issues. He'll figure it out and come on back when you get a chance. Great vision. Jeem and Jim Bob will eventually fight each other. I hope so.
Jim Bob will fight anybody, though, right? He's a rhetorician.
Yeah, except for the machine lies.
Except for machine lies.
Yeah.
Or anybody he doesn't deem his time worthy of.
Yeah, Allah is what they call Eli Eli Lama Sabachthani. That's written in the New Testament. So I'm pretty sure that Allah is monotheistic as Jesus understands. He says in Aramaic, basically Allah, right? So Allah is what Christians refer to as God. So Allah is not a God. Allah is just a name for God. Right? So that is even God the Father in the New Testament. So it would be the same concept, right? Except for in our sense, it's not an immaterial God, right? But yeah, anyways, it's just a different cosmology. Yeah. I mean, Mr. Meow G, what is going on with that? But yeah, I'm sure Mr. Meow G will explain himself somehow. But yeah, blessings. EBT? Is EBT here? I bet he is lurking somewhere. But yeah, we're not going to get to EBT yet.
Isaiah said, the root of Jesse, the Davidic Messiah, shall rise to reign over the Gentiles. That's the plan, reigning over the Gentiles. Do you want to be conquered by a foreign king? You don't see an issue with being conquered by a foreign king?
Dude,
that
that
has
same
chosen
Paul,
supremacist
you asked me a
people that are above the
question.
nations?
You asked me a question. That same Paul says the Messiah will be over the Gentiles. He also says not everybody who's a blood Jew counts as of Israel. There's neither Jew nor Greek. There's no racial supremacy or hierarchy whatsoever. Only that you take this theology, which is superior to your theology. That's it.
Paul never says they're chosen, they're loved on account of the patriarchs.
You do realize that Paul also says, hang on, let me, I got a verse right here for you. Here it is. Where is it? Yeah, St. Paul, letter to the Romans, a true Jew is one who loves and obeys God, inward circumcision. Not all who are of Israel are Israel. And then 1 Corinthians, verse 10, Paul tells Greek Gentiles that the patriarchs are their fathers. He doesn't say these are my.
Not all who are of Israel are Israel. That's a very interesting line by Paul. He also says that, those who follow the law and are not under it are a law unto themselves. Interesting lines from Paul in Romans. Yeah, but then still there's these lines about the Jew first and then the Gentile. Right? The partial hardening has come upon Israel until the fullness of Gentiles come into the fold. Right? And of course, he's not saying he's not Jewish, right? He's declaring himself to be a Pharisee. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really don't give a fuck about any of these people, but yeah, it is what it is. I love Davy Crocco. Okay, Rocky's back. What's going on, Rocky? Yeah, you don't got that echo anymore. Thank you so much.
Fathers, because I'm racially rabbinic.
You're just like proving my
Greeks
point.
are saying these are your
Paul,
fathers.
So Paul said,
how's
hey,
it a
you
racial
guys can be
hierarchy,
the
dude?
chosen people now too. You get to be grafted in because of their transgression. Salvation has come to you. You can be grafted in.
You just
he
said that they're
wanted them to
racially
worship
superior.
the God. So of course he's going to say things
But
like
dude,
this.
you just
Oh,
said they're
you're the
racially
chosen people
superior.
now.
Then he denies that. Then
He
he
says
denies
all of
that they're
Israel will
racially
be saved. He says,
Yeah.
what's the other great? They're chosen according to the patriarchs.
But they're your patriarchs too. They're your patriarchs too, Adam. They're not just the ancient rabbinics.
The adopted fellow heirs.
That's replacement
but you don't have a
theology,
lower
though.
status. You don't have a lower status than anybody who's racially
What
similar.
was that, Renton?
Jeem sounds like he's espousing replacement theology there for a second.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
And that's what replacement theology really goes to, is those passages in Romans 9 through 11, is they try to make that support their theology.
What Paul said there makes perfect sense to me.
That's what Paul said.
Paul said you do not have a
Do you
lower
think that he
status.
would have gotten converts if he said, well, the Jews are so much specialer than you, but you guys can still get
So
it
why are
too?
the main people he
That's
disagrees
not a good
with are other
salesman.
Jews?
He was a better
Say-
salesman than that.
Oh wait, you're just filling in the gaps here with abduction. You're just storytelling.
No,
Can you give
no,
us
okay.
a reason why he's this evil
Sure.
guy?
I just told you why.
How?
You're
You're saying that
offering them
he's
good
winning.
things. He's saying, oh, you could be the same. You could be circumcised of the heart, which is affirming circumcision, another problem with the Bible as well. Can we go to my thing, please? Because this is another important verse. So you're aware in Hebrews, Jesus is identified as the high priest in the order of Melchizedek, right? So this prophecy in Psalms 110 is clearly reference to Jesus' prophecy, right? Messianic prophecy.
Yeah.
It says, the Lord said unto my Lord, so God saying to the Messiah, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. Who are the enemies of the ancient Judaists for 600 years before Christianity? Who were their enemies?
You let me answer it?
The Greeks,
Or is
the
that
Romans.
rhetoric?
No, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Let me finish the next verse. The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength. The rod is represents the Messiah. Out of Zion, rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. So who is Jesus making his footstool? And over what enemies?
Oh, this one's like a little like, I don't know what's gonna happen here. We're just gonna go ahead and skip that. Actually, I'm a little curious. Let's see what happens. Whoa. It's getting a little gay at this point.
Yeah, what are they promoting in this dance? Oh,
They fucking put stickers on your forehead? Like, what the
I
fuck?
think it's a clothing commercial, I guess.
Starface World is what it says. So they put Luciferian stars on their forehead, and they look at the camera like that. I don't understand. The fucking all right.
So would it
Some
be
weird ass shit.
face was straight
Okay.
up?
Like you look like a fucking Dragon Ball. I don't understand.
And they're binary. That you can't tell if they're a man or a boy.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on too. So yeah, so we've determined what this is. Starface world. This is some kind of Homo Globo
Are believing in Jesus.
organization at this point. So watch out for that. Stay in the watch out for Homo Globo Starface world.
Want me to answer it?
Yeah, the Romans and the Gentiles, right?
Can I answer it? Okay, I'm going to say that no. First of all, there's no concept of these Hebrews even knowing what a Latin is. The Greeks come in the middle to the end of the historical books. The vast majority of people, the rabbinics, the Hebrews, are their Semitic and Hamitic neighbors. Like, first of all, Exodus is all about destroying Egypt. That's not Roman. And then the Midianites and all these other people they fight are certainly not Roman. And then on top of that, if you look at the Old Testament, these rabbis are lying today when they say, oh, God loves us so much. In Jeremiah 31 and so many other places, God says they broke my covenant, so I'm going to move and I'm going to put the power and the authority into the hands of the Gentiles because my people have failed. They have done adultery against me. The Old Testament is filled with God saying that the Jews completely failed him. He allows the Assyrians to conquer them, Babylonians, and the biggest judgment of all, when they reject the Son, the Romans absolutely flatten Jerusalem. And they kill, like, what, 300,000 people in a single battle, single war? I mean,
That's
so
kind of
this idea
besides
that
the
God is like,
issue.
oh, you're so great and all the Gentiles suck, that's not true. He uses Gentiles to punish his own.
He's kind of sidestepping the question.
Do you know who the enemies of Israel were talking about? Those enemies that were told to go kill them all. They were Nephilim, giants. Go kill the giants. And so people get confused when David was told to go kill, the Philistines and the Canaanites, because they were giants, non-human hybrids, which we have. So if you've seen a non-human hybrid in your backyard, like a fucking giant monster, what would you do? Shoot him in the
This is a pretty good point. But yeah.
Children, his adoptive children, all the time.
That's what the rabbis say. That's what the rabbis say.
They admit that God does not care for them and that they failed.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any rabbis who say that.
Yeah,
They all say
you guys are playing the Esau role perfectly. That's the whole
really,
point.
really. Okay.
Dude,
do you understand?
okay, you're being disingenuous now. It's clear. Paul literally says in 1 Corinthians, then the end will come, kingdom of God to the Father after he has destroyed all dominion, authority, and power, for he must reign until he has put all enemies under his feet. It's Jesus, like Joseph, that ruled behind the throne in
But
Egypt.
my point
it's Jesus
is-
that supplanted and conquered all of the kings and queens of the Gentiles and the Roman Empire. And it's clear.
My point is that
the
his
church
enemies are also his own people. Go ahead.
Except they're not the ones. He's not ruling over them. He's ruling over Christians. He's ruling over Gentiles. Is he not?
He is ruling over the entirety of the world. The Jews are made exempt from it. Matthew chapter 24 and many.
Who are the
23,
enemies?
Many other verses.
Hold on.
Literally anybody who's
the
against God.
Christians
It's
that
not
came
just
up with
Gentiles,
Christianity. The first Judaists that came up with Christianity were reading verses like Psalms 2, Psalms 22, Psalms 110, Psalm 69, and they use those as prophecy to write and come up with the Jesus midrash, with what they thought this heavenly figure that was hidden since before the creation in the scriptures.
How's he hidden?
The word became that. This is what Paul says, that it's hidden since before time.
Okay, but you do realize that they already had the concept of there being the mediating word of God called the Memra from the Old Testament. It wasn't like a hidden thing
the
that nobody could
Metatron,
find.
the Adam Kadmon,
No,
the
Memra.
primordial Adam. Yes, Jesus is the Logos, that intermediary.
Memra. Does anybody got anything on that?
It sounds like another probably. The war is the war is between the seeds, the seed of Satan, and the seed of the Jews, which is Jesus. Jesus is the seed. There's a seed war going on, and there's evidence that the blue blood may be the seed that we're at war with right now. They're all related. They seem to be related. Our leaders seem to be related. They seem to be of the same seed, maybe blue bloods. They call themselves blue bloods. They, the elite, the 1% that rule over the world. They're all like, yeah. So, So the enemy of Christ, the church, are the seed of Satan, and they're still around, like you know, the Nephilim. They used to be the fallen angels, seed of Satan, and that we are being ruled by Satan and his seed right now, and it's God is giving Satan, just like some people say Trump is allowing Biden to show his hand by revealing the swamp. Well, like Jesus is showing what Satan is like, and you need to choose sides. Choose sides. Which side are you on? Jesus or the seed of Satan? Choose your side. Okay. He wanted to know who the enemy of Christ is, and I was just trying to explain. Hope I didn't interrupt. I mean, it's going to be a long way.
Mamre is
Oh, he's not.
allegedly where Sarah and Abraham were buried in the cave.
Okay, so we got fact checkers there. So yeah, I mean, this is. I don't know how that squares with what he's talking about.
No, he's not. He is not the logos of Philo. He's not the logos of Philo, dude.
Yep.
He's the
That's a
memra
mythical
from the
angelic
Old
figure.
Testament, way before Philo invents his logos theology, dude. I know you debated, what is it, E. Michael Jones? That dude, total kuffar, does not understand at all the concept of the mediating principle. He is not this Hellenistic logos from Philo. He's the memra. That's been.
Unless I'm getting the word wrong. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, it said the mediating principle, the memra. Okay, so I'm not. So this is interesting. I wish that Jeem actually called in, or at some point I'll have to ask Jeem about this. About this memra shit, and about how he's calling E. Michael Jones a non-believer, a kuffar, because he's saying that the logos is the memra. So I would really need clarification about that. I guess the memra is kind of like how the spirit acts through history is kind of what I'm hearing, or what I'm interpreting about what he's saying. Using the utmost, I guess giving myself the utmost charitability in terms of how that could be employed. But yeah, what I'm looking at is that there's some historical sense in which, or future sense in which, the Bible has to be carried out, and that's what he's talking about. Instead of the logos, he's not saying that the logos is not the spirit of history, so-called. So this kind of Hegelian, neo-Hegelian concept that's employed by E. Michael Jones, which, yeah, he's right to have suspicion in this sort of thing, but it is what it is.
Been around since the very beginning of the Bible. So you misapplied it. You said he's the logos. He's not the logos of Philo, dude.
So yes, he is, definitely. They were probably, Paul and the early Christians were aware of Philo. He was like one of the most famous scholars in the Jewish world.
So you're saying the Christians were Hellenists now. You want to get into that?
Yeah, Paul, it's well known Paul Hellenized Judaism. It's a Hellenist mixed with Judaism, like mystery religion.
Wait, how?
Ascension. What? Excuse me?
How did Paul Hellenize it? Could you give some examples, like theology?
Because Jews were in the Hellenistic world with Philo before him. Like the Middle Platonists was getting mixed in, the idea of the heaven above and below, and the pneuma, the spirit, all types of Platonic stuff.
No, the spirit already existed long
This is
before
well
the Old
known. This is
Testament.
well documented. Let me
Oh,
bring you back to
appeal to
you not being
authority
honest about Psalms
That's an
110,
appeal to
okay? Because
authority.
I can't let you slither out of this.
Dude, I said yes, the enemies are under him, but you're saying that it only applies to Romans.
Yeah,
and
well,
Europeans.
where does
It's
he
literally
rule?
anybody.
Where does Jesus rule?
The entire earth.
Rome, right? That's where the Vatican is.
I'm not a Roman Catholic, buddy. That's like not
Okay,
even.
before Christianity existed, the only people reading this scripture and waiting for their Messiah to come to rule in the land of their enemies was who?
Anybody who followed the Bible, which was not
Who were
limited
they?
to
What were
racial
they?
Jews. They
Who
were
were
not
they?
limited to racial Jews, dude.
It mostly was, though. It was
There were a lot
Judeans.
of Greek converts
Oh, it
coming to the
wasn't all.
synagogues
It wasn't
trying
all.
to learn.
It's the vast majority. It's 99%. Give me a
Maybe
break.
more like 70%. There was a really.
Who were the
No,
others
seriously.
then? Converted
I said Greeks,
Gentiles?
yeah, Greeks, Arabs, and other people were interested in the
70%,
religion. Yes, they were.
Some of them were,
Dude,
but not that high of
Moses'
a percentage.
father-in-law is literally
They
from Saudi
discouraged
Arabia
converts back then. That's what
3,000 years ago.
They discouraged converts back then. Also,
no, they didn't.
Also in Isaiah 45, it says every knee will bow to the Messiah.
Okay.
Right. So who wanted that before Christianity? Who wanted to conquer all the idols before Christianity?
I don't understand how these Semitic guys in the Middle East are bad just because they want to conquer. Like everybody wants to conquer. Like you're saying the Romans don't want to conquer other people? I mean, that's ridiculous. That's how every civilization was back then. I'm asking why is it a bad
thing? Today they conquer us. That's just the way it is, and now we're sheep and slaves of the God of Israel, and it's all okay.
I don't understand.
And you love it.
You're acting like this like overtly pessimistic, dark age view of humanity is what most of the Bible and Christianity says. It's not. Like there's no. Where's this like depraved slavery stuff you're talking about? Like just because people have a God, that means their lives are nothing.
At Christianity in America.
It's a disaster. I don't follow. These sects are different religions, man.
We have Christianity in America because Christianity exists. Because they were susceptible. They already believe the scriptures. They're susceptible to any type of doctrines if they can push it with enough preachers. Yeah,
dude, that's ahistorical.
It made us vulnerable. It made us vulnerable to be subverted by getting people to believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. He said we have Christians in America because Christianity exists. But would we have white people in America if Christianity didn't exist? You know, I mean, it's an interesting question, isn't it? One that I don't know if I'll ever know the answer to.
Well, the logos, Paul identified the logos as the word, right? Isn't the word logo? The logos mean the word.
Wait, who did you say identified it as?
Well, John, I think it was. John.
Yes, John, right?
John, not John. John, John, the book of John.
Yeah, John 1. Yeah, John 1:1. Yeah.
Believe
the Holy Scriptures. You think Christianity is a pacifist religion?
There's verses that could be pacifist. It meant to fly under the radar and not be a threat to Rome and look militaristic, not be the Messiah ben David that is a victorious political military leader, but the suffering Messiah that conquers through the teachings, spiritual conquest. That was the approach they took, not battle on the war on the battlefield, but theological warfare. That's what it was. It was a mythical construction. It started as a Judaist movement that eventually, with Paul, targeted the Rome and the Gentile world. They're bragging about it today. Now they're turning them all kosher and their greatest allies and getting us set up for end times prophecies. Do you believe Jesus is going to return?
Yes.
And what has to happen before he returns?
Well, nothing to do with the land of Israel, the current state in the Middle East.
And Antichrist is he going to come and destroy the Antichrist?
Yeah, but he's not some rabbinic Jew from Zion Stand or anything like that. Like that's a mixture of futurist eschatology. Dude, that's futurist eschatology. I don't believe in that.
So what does the Antichrist have to do? Who is he going to be? Where is he going to be before Jesus returns?
He's going to be in the temple of God, which, by the way, we don't know exactly what that is. The word that Paul uses in that Greek word is different than the word he uses to describe the temple of Jerusalem. I reject any idea of there's going to be a third temple. I reject any idea that the Jews have to have some kind of a part to play the eschatology. They're just an irrelevant religion for traditional Christianity. Totally irrelevant. Has nothing.
Are they not going to convert in the end times? Do you believe in the?
Totally. That's hilarious.
Yeah, like I'm surprised that the Jews don't have more to do with this concept of the Antichrist. I mean, it literally says in the Revelations that the synagogue of Satan, those who claim to be Jews and are not Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan. Like, tell me that doesn't have anything to do with the final revelation.
Yeah, I don't get how he takes that position, because Revelation is all about fulfilling the covenant, the new covenant that God promised to the children of Israel. It's all over the Old Testament.
Yeah, well, I think all that's over with anyway.
So you a preterist?
Partial preterist. I'm looking into it anyway. I think the tribulation and the millennial reign may be over. And we're in Satan's little season.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier with Rocky, and I think it's Illumatami who kind of follows that kind of interesting line as well. But yeah,
hangs the Moshiach and talks about it in Matthew 24.
Yeah, but that could apply to literally anybody who's of racial Israelite ancestry, of which many thousands did
you
convert in the first century.
Do you think
So,
Armageddon wars have to be on Earth before Jesus returns?
no, because you're basically throwing a futurist eschatology, man. Like, I don't believe in that. I believe the Bible, the Book of Revelation in particular, Daniel, and all
You
the
do believe
prophecies.
Jesus is going to return, so I'm
They
asking.
describe
Most
all of
Christians
history.
believe there's going to be an Armageddon war, the Antichrist, the third temple. I'm asking, what do you believe?
The eschaton is going to come, but it is not this futurist idea where American politicians partnered with Zionists can just foment these random wars. The wars describe wars that already happened throughout most of history. It's not.
Okay, so he said he's not a futurist, but the eschaton, he's a believer in the eschaton. So, I mean, you really have to really cut it very close here. You know what I mean? In terms of figuring out how that's going to work out. And yeah, I mean, I'll just put it that way. But yeah, it's an interesting mix of ideas.
I'm not familiar enough with orthodoxy to really comment on his position, though.
Yeah, me either. And then again, I know that Jeem also holds beliefs that are basically nuanced, you know, even in terms of orthodoxy. So there's also that.
Yeah, he sounds to be kind of like a preterist. He says he's not a futurist. He says that some of these events in Revelation already happened. Didn't he say that? Didn't he say that?
Well, Adam Green asked him if he is, but he says no. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Something that you can just, let's do a war and then the Messiah will come. If your contentions with evangelicals in this country, then I would say you are correct. That is a bad religion. It's basically just foreign policy disguised as a cult. And yeah, I don't follow that. So I agree with you. That
so
is
you
bad.
believe the Antichrist has to rule, though, and Jesus is going to come in a cloud with a sword and in a horse?
Fire.
You believe all that?
Fire and sword. The cloud is when he goes up to heaven. The fire is when he comes
I
down.
think he's literally like a Marvel movie going to float down from a cloud.
But you're the one with Thor all over your Twitter. You're calling me a Marvel movie? Really?
I don't believe in Thor.
Okay, but
That's a
how is
straw
it?
man.
How is
I've
it
always
Marvel?
made it clear I'm non-religious, agnostic, and don't
Okay,
believe.
fine. But how is
Thor
it
is
just
real.
saying something fantastical happened? Which, by the way, it's still, I have to say, all the miracles in the Bible are natural phenomenons. They're just larger. Like the splitting of the sea is the physical sea being split.
Bringing people back from dead. You believe the Gospels are literal. You think that the saints rose from their graves after Jesus was crucified. None of the
How is
Romans
that
wrote
wrong?
about it, but you
Dude,
believe
how's that
that
wrong?
happened. That's natural.
How could it be wrong though? Like if you have if you have
Nobody
God,
wrote about it, and it's physically
it happened in,
impossible.
dude, it
How
happened in
could it be
Jerusalem
wrong
for like one day.
or not
Everybody
wrong?
writes about everything, and we.
How could it be right?
I guess
What he has to prove.
Yeah, that's what sometimes the Jay Dyer and the Jane type of people sometimes they go with that if you can't prove it wrong, or if you can't establish a solid foundation or argument against it. Now I do understand the argument. You know, just saying that you don't believe in something is not an argument. You know, so there is that. But then, you know, to say that how can it be wrong is a challenge. That's equally irresponsible. I mean, you have to kind of, you know, show how it's not wrong, right? This is a debate, right? So,
Right, he's trying to push the burden of proof on to someone who doesn't care to prove it.
If the resurrection happened 2,000 years ago, how are you going to prove it? How are you going to prove it wrong? It's perceived by faith. There's no reason or logic or imperialism going to prove it.
There has to be some level of reason, or else it'd just be absurdity.
Well, we know 66 AD to 72 AD that the Rome burnt Jerusalem down and tore all the stones down. So, in the resurrection, hell, that probably happened already. And yeah, everybody's waiting for the rapture when it's already happened. So and Satan knows it's already happened, and now he's got some false shit going on, trying to make everybody wait for the rapture when it's already over. Rapture just means resurrection. And so if there's not, it says there's two, the first resurrection and the second resurrection. Where's the third resurrection come in? It doesn't, third resurrection. So that's just proof that it's already happened. And this Jeem guy seems to be doing pretty good, but he needs to do some more research.
You
don't
think
have
people
80%
rose from their
right.
graves and walked around Jerusalem and no Roman wrote about it anywhere? That is kooky.
Yes,
Dude.
just like a lot of other things happen that nobody wrote about. Okay, how come there's no contemporary writings of Plato? He doesn't exist now. He's garbage. He's invisible. He never existed. We base the entire
His
world on
students
Plato.
wrote about him. His students wrote.
We
down
have
what he
their
said.
contemporary writings from his time period. I'm
Yeah,
not aware of
it
that.
was much. It was no, largely thanks to the
600 years
Christians
later,
that
dude.
probably destroyed them or didn't preserve them.
Good.
But
good. Like you do realize
good.
the
Yeah,
issues you're
good.
talking
You're
about.
psycho. You want to destroy ancient history.
Dude,
You're like
Plato-
the crazy Christians that want to go knock down all the European statues and think that they're deep. Who told you that they
have
were
you ever
demons?
seen
By the way,
have you seen a Roman Catholic church? Like they have European style statues all over the place. Like doesn't
I've seen a lot. But
Okay.
you think that pagan gods represent demons?
No, they represent nothing. They're not real. They're fake. They're just fake.
Not. The Bible says that lurking behind your own Orthodox study Bible says lurking behind these idols are demons. Paul says, "Do not make sacrifices to demons."
Yeah, because demons can take advantage of the fact that you build an idol, and then they can take the worship that you are giving to that
you
idol.
believe
It doesn't
demons are
mean
real?
that. Yeah, but it doesn't mean Zeus was a real thing, and then he turned into a demon. The demon's just taking advantage of the fact that people believed in Zeus. That's all.
Yeah,
it
you say
means.
that now, but back then they thought they were demons, or at least that they pretended to. But the point is who told you that ancient European gods were demons?
The Bible.
Who were the original anti-pagans that wanted to conquer all the other religions?
Yeah, the xenophobic Jews who actually cared about their nation,
Thank you.
unlike
And
the
now-
cosmopolitan
so you just said
Romans.
they're xenophobic and have
Yeah.
have ambitions for world domination, basically, right? You acknowledge
No,
that.
the
but then you
rabbinics
say,
today
what's the
don't
problem
have
with
any
that?
ambition. They have no
problem with
ambition
that?
whatsoever. You're literally one comment's right. You're just basically strong.
That's
Anybody who's
debatable.
ever racially Jewish, that means it's a Jewish conspiracy. You do understand
What?
that?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
What?
You're
You accuse me of
conflating.
straw manning and then you do the worst straw man ever.
Dude,
What did
you
you
are
say?
conflating. Let me explain it. You're conflating.
So I disagree with Jeem again. He's saying that Zeus was not. The myths of Greeks are fairy tales, and that I believe the myths are real, and that Zeus was a fallen angel, had Nephilim, like Hercules was. So Greek mythology verifies the scriptures that there were fallen angels that did have half-breeds like Hercules. It's just Greek explanation of history. But they worshiped Zeus as a god, but Zeus was really a fallen angel, and there were many fallen angels, and every nation worshipped a false fallen angel, most likely, and they had offsprings, the Nephilim, and that's Greek mythology is actual history.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a little musical break here. And thank you guys for joining us. We got 45 people here watching us, and yeah, blessings. Yep, yeah, Square Peg, Rabbit Hole. Thank you so much for your commentary on Rocky. Rocky, you got some fans out here. Thank you, Lizard Tree. Yeah, we're going to take a tiny little break with you guys here. And I appreciate the 44 people here that are watching me on a Saturday night. I know there's lots of places you can be, but you're choosing to be here with me and hear some commentary on some historical events, some theological speculations, and also some philosophical insights. You know, so that is a interesting place for you all to be on Saturday night. I see you guys. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know, we got lots of issues and topics here. We're going to be covering lots of material with Pill Eater, who's here, you know, and we got other people that are going to come through for us, I'm sure, you know. Let's see what's going on. But yeah, for all you guys, a lot of these topics are explained in many programs on my show. But yeah, let's go to trying to look at this, find a cool background for this song that we're gonna listen to. Let me see. I know I saw a cool thing earlier. There's this channel called A Parody Mass, and they got these like interesting art displays. You mean? I'll say that. It's like this interesting type of art display they got. And today they had one. These fucking, it's like trees or shrubs or some shit. But yeah, the music is kind of glitchy, but they have these like interesting displays where if you look at one part of the image, it looks like it's moving. If you look at a point of stillness, it appears moving. And if you look at the whole image, it appears still. So it's got this interesting Zen vibe to it.
That's kind of trippy.
Oh, yeah. You know, like if you just focus away, it's like it's fairly, you know, it's fucking weird. But yeah, and then it's kind of speeds up as it goes. So it's got this interesting effect going on it. But yeah. I mean, anyways, we're gonna listen to a song here. Thank you guys for joining us. This is a band from Helsinki, New Spirit Helsinki. All right, but anyways, I hope you guys enjoy this. You know? And then we're gonna go back to our debate. Thank you so much.
Oh man, I feel so far. Now have no money to spend. Oh man, I feel so far. No got no job to do. Man, I feel so far. No money to spend. I feel so far. On this here system. This system. This system. Struggling night and day. If I can, like a rock, this is so hard. Like a rock, I'd like a rock. He's so rough. He's so hard. He's so tight. So painful. To see innocent people suffer, man. So painful. To see innocent people suffer, yeah. Ain't no mercy on this system, it's so wrong, it's so dark. You see innocent people suffer, man. Have mercy, God. Oh yes, have mercy. It's so dark. You see innocent people suffer. It's so hard. It's so wrong. It's so hard. Innocent people suffer.
Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Hard Like a Rock from New Spirit Helsinki, a band from Finland.
Good stuff.
Yeah, thank you. You know, be a little DJ for you guys, a little for a couple times. It is what it is. I mean, a profession I'd never want to take up, mainly because of the parties. Not a fan of parties. But yeah. Never have been since I was a kid. But yeah. But I was always a huge fan of music. So not a good mix, I guess. But yeah. There's people who like parties and music. I'm somebody who likes music but doesn't like parties. It's a different vibe. Yeah.
The fact that the majority of people who follow Torah Judaism happen to be racial Jews means they're connected to rabbinic Judaism today, who brags about conquering the Gentiles, which they only do because they were persecuted by the Gentiles. They have a persecution.
No, it's because it's true. Look around you. Look at
What
what's
am I
happened.
supposed to look
It's
at?
true. They're not wrong.
Okay. Can I go back to the
Yahweh,
Plato
hold on.
thing?
You acknowledge, hold on. You're saying the rabbis are wrong,
Yeah.
and they're just coping or being sarcastic, but you agree that Yahweh, the God of Israel and Zion, through his Moshiach, did conquer the pagan world and Europe and Edom, which was Rome. You agree
Edom
with
is
all
not
that?
Rome. You are literally
Dude,
taking a
enough of
late
this, bro.
tradition.
They've always said it's Rome.
Who's they? The rabbis from like
Yes, the
100
rabbis, the
years
Talmud.
after the temple was destroyed. 700 years later, they say,
No,
hey,
we
by
don't know
the
that for
way,
sure. It could have been
Rome
right
is
when it was
Edom.
destroyed, or it could have been afterward, or it could have been before also.
It's not before. They don't start calling Rome Edom before the temple's destroyed.
You
In fact,
don't know
they
that.
have no problem with, because the Pharisees
You
have
don't know
no
that.
problem with the Christians or really the Romans until the destruction of the temple. That's when they accuse the Christians of being in
Hold
collusion with the Romans.
There were some high priests and Sadducees that were working with the Romans, but
Yes,
to
working
say
with,
that
they
they
weren't
didn't have a there were apocalyptic rebels and other sects that were violent. And in fact, in the Talmud it says that certain zealots burnt the food storage so that to force everybody to go fight because they wanted to fight.
But those are
hold
different
on, hold on. This is so important, and this segues back to something you said.
Okay.
Because of the Daniel prophecy, and Daniel is a forgery, by the way, well known. The Daniel prophecies, they believed that about that time, mid-first century, that there was supposed to be some type of messianic event. That's why there was so many with messianic ambitions. That's why they were rebelling and trying to usher in some type of an apocalypse.
Okay.
So
how does that prove? The original point was, how does that prove that Rome is Edom? I'm agreeing with you that today, and even maybe 1,000 years ago, rabbinics were saying,
Yo, peace, homie. Yeah, that's Alice Coltrane in the background. I don't know. I thought I'd just put some Alice Coltrane. It is what it is.
Rome is Edom, the Romans are bad people, the Greeks suck. Yeah, I agree with all that, but not with what they're saying, but I agree that they said it. But that's a later tradition. That's not the people who wrote the New Testament or even the Old Testament. You're conflating later Jewish tradition, a different religion, with what is the roots.
We have it in the Talmud, and the oral law of the Talmud goes back to before it was compiled, some of these traditions. There was oral law before. During Christianity, was there not an oral law?
Actually, no, there was a established canon.
Yes, there was. You don't think that they had books trying to interpret and doing their commentaries and stuff?
For the most part, no. All this stuff comes about after the Babylonian exile, and then there's 400 years of silence, and then the New Testament.
If the Talmud saying Edom is Rome, you say that's not accurate. How come the Talmud has all of this information about the destruction of Rome also, if they didn't have these traditions and oral laws?
It's written. All the Talmud is compiled
this is really
and
irrelevant,
finalized
whether they
400 years
believed
later.
it before Christianity, whether they believed it when Constantine happened.
Yes, it is relevant. What are you talking
AD?
about? You're saying, is Christianity a myth that these evil Israelites concocted? I'm saying they are completely distinct from the people who wrote the New Testament. You're conflating them together. Just because they have the same race.
Paul, what was Paul? What religion was Paul?
You said he was a Hellenist. I would say he was
No. He says he's a Pharisee.
Okay. But he rejects the later sect of Pharisees who reject Christ. He was a Pharisee. He knows all the theology, but he's a Christian now. He did not stay with them. They hated him. Most of the people he argues with are the Jews, by the way. That's why he said.
I don't think that this is a moot point by Jeem. You know, only to say that, you know, if you don't know what Judaism was at the outset, how could it possibly matter what it became later? Right? Like, if what you started out with was a false Pharisaic Judaism that was called out by Jesus, then what are you really getting back to? You know, that you lost by going to the Talmud, which is another fake instantiation of Judaism. You know, like, you can't barter fake with fake. I don't know.
Says any race can become a Jew, come to the synagogue on Sabbath and learn about Moses. That's why he says
it was an inner Jewish squabble.
Okay.
Two factions fighting over who the Messiah is. An exclusively Torah observant nation of priests waiting for the Messiah to do what? Like you already said, conquer Rome and the nations according to the prophets.
Okay, but
every
you
knee
have
will
failed.
bow.
You have failed to say why that's bad. You're just conflating them with the modern day evil rabbinic.
You already acknowledged that it's bad.
No, I do not acknowledge that the Messiah conquering the world is bad. I acknowledge that rabbinic Judaism is a false religion.
That's why you're a liability. That's why Christians are a problem.
Okay, what would the world be like without the Christian religion then? Could you give us maybe a vision of that?
We don't know. We can only guess.
You know, most of the problems you have, pacifism, weakness, and slavery, and not caring about the material life.
We could have a bunch of pagan
Dude,
chats.
that's all
You have no idea.
Dude, that's all.
You have no idea.
I didn't.
Okay. Now, I think that is such an interesting claim. All right. So he said all of the pacifism, all of the dualism, all of that is all coming from Platonism. Now that's some interesting shit. I mean, you know, how does it issue from Platonism? You know, Plato, right, is 400 BC. You're supposed to say that the Jews existed way before that, right? And the Jewish thing is all about war, and then the Christian thing is like, you know, put down the sword. You know, but like there's certain pacifism within the New Testament, you know, that is not explained. You know what I mean? there's not only that, but there's also this sense in which, because all right, Christ comes with a sword, you know, but you have to look at the second part of that line, right? The sword is to rip apart like families and stuff, right? So it's still written as a parable, right? So he's not coming with a physical sword, right? But then he also says, sell your cloak and get a sword. You know,
It could
but then he tells
also.
Peter,
Sorry.
no, go ahead, Reddington.
I mean, it also could refer to Revelation, where a sword comes out of his mouth, i.e., his words are the sword. So it's like
right,
basically a subversion through psyop kind of means.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's interesting. Like, a lot of these things are not like, you know, it's like touch and go, whether it's about like physical, actual violence, and then other times it's like turn the other cheek and, like, you know, be totally peaceful, and, you know, like, blessed are the meek, and, like, you know, you got to be like the lambs and the children and all of that type of stuff. And yeah, so I mean, you know, and then there's this whole other thing, which everybody refuses to mention, which is the dichotomy of flesh and spirit, seen all throughout Romans. It's seen in Romans 1, you know, where he says, oh, Christ was born through two means, one through the flesh and one through the spirit. It's totally talking about a division between the flesh and spirit, right? The material and the immaterial. That's seen as a one continuous theme. So, I mean, I don't really understand how, you know, at least when you get to Romans, you know, it's not talking about, you know, the kind of thing that he's saying or willing to put purely on Platonism. I understand why the church fathers saw Paul and Phaedrus being the same thing, because of his dichotomy of flesh and spirit. You know, that's why they looked at Phaedrus and they're like, okay, that's the same thing. So, I mean, you know, you know, and also some of this can be explained away by Paul writing to a uniquely Greek audience of Gentiles, but not all of it, or at least I don't think so, you know, practically speaking.
I don't understand what the division you're talking about.
Well, I'm just talking about like flesh and spirit, right?
Yeah, flesh and spirit. God is
Yeah.
spirit.
So
But
then,
Jesus-
like, yeah, so that's in like the that's in like Plato, right?
Yeah, but does that make it? You're saying that Paul got it from Plato?
Not necessarily, but Jeem is saying that it just like that it's only on Neoplatonism. Yeah, Rocky, your volume is very low, by the way. Here, let me try to turn you up. Hold on. I think maybe I could turn you up. Yeah, I could turn you up. Okay, there we go.
Am I too far away from everything?
No,
it's
no,
better.
no, I just turned you up. Yeah, I just turned you up somehow. So, yeah.
So
I didn't say
there
ancient
was-
paganism. I said
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Old Testament and the New Testament and Acts was a transition period that Jesus was like a mystery. If Satan knew that he was going to kill Jesus because the Jews thought he was going to come back as a warrior with a sword and he's going to conquer Rome and he was going to come back the first time, but that Steve, because it was a mystery that he would have to die for the sins of the world. That was kind of a mystery kept And so if the devil would have known that crucifying Christ on the cross would have been fulfilling the plan of God, he probably wouldn't have done it. Well, he wouldn't have done it. So there was a transition, and Paul was giving the transition, that the period. So yeah, so people think that maybe Paul got that idea from the Neoplatonists or whatever you call those guys, or yeah, I understand what you guys are saying, but I don't go for it. I think that's. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what they're saying, but
I don't know. Some way the Neoplatonism got in. Now, whether it was through the church, whether it was through Paul, whether it was through the developments in Europe and Rome, or whatever the fuck it was, right? The shit got in somehow. So basically what it is that when it comes down to this guy Saint Eusebius saying that, Phaedrus and Saint Paul are the same, and Moses and Plato are the same, or that it was a preparation in the world for the Mosaic law, that Plato and Moses were in agreement and all this type of stuff. And in that type of thing, then we're looking at the church corrupting them, because the church had joined with Rome. So then they're just adding that shit in. And then you have the Athanasius Creed and all that type of stuff. So I don't know if that's really where, the Neoplatonic influence he's talking about creeps into the church. See, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for Jeem to make a delineation point of how this actually corrupts European society, or where this corrupts the quote-unquote Jewish scripture, right? Is it during the time of the Enlightenment? Is it during the medieval time when the church became inundated with Averroism? Or is it possibly earlier than that, right? When they were developing the Talmud, maybe?
Yeah, I'm lost in all that. Yeah, the Talmud was the Babylonian traditions. I think they learned in Babylon, right? And they learned that in Babylon.
The first part of the Talmud was written in Babylon in the 6th century. So that's very late, way after Christianity's already been established and the church has already been established. So that's what Jeem was saying with that.
Plato and Aristotle. That's all Platonism. This idea that the material life doesn't matter, we should just die and go back to the one.
Life. Come on. Everybody's going to walk around saying life doesn't matter. You think I do that? No.
No, I'm telling you that what you're saying is Christianity is just Platonism. It's not from the Bible. This shit about we don't care about our physical life, we just want to go to heaven. The eschaton says we're going to be resurrected physically on this earth. You don't go to heaven forever. That's total heresy.
Who had the belief of the resurrection of the dead before Christianity? Another exclusively, the whole concept of the Messiah, the whole purpose of the chosen people is to have the Messiah conquer the nations. You agree with that? So debate's really over. You
it's not over.
You're
saying that this stuff is bad. It's not bad. You have not said why it's bad.
Not bad.
Dude,
it's not bad to be a willing slave to a worldwide takeover plan.
How is it a worldwide
chosen people
plan
that want you to serve them? You don't think that's bad?
Because the religion that spread around the world the most is based on Hellenism, not based on Judaism, dude. All right, later stages of Catholicism. No, it is not.
Christianity didn't emerge out of Judaism. It was exclusively a Judaism sect.
Dude, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they don't follow that religion from the 1st century, so their plan completely failed. They don't follow that Jewish religion. They don't follow it whatsoever. They don't follow the.
Who doesn't follow it?
90% of 80% of Christians do not follow the religion of the New Testament. They do not.
Okay, I mean, it's just like the not a real Christian fallacy. Only you and the Christianity that you believe in has got it right.
It's got hundreds of millions of people, dude.
They say
that's got hundreds of millions of people. What? You're just literally saying everything that evangelicals and weird Catholic mysticists do is Christianity.
I don't know. Is that fair to use as an argument? I mean, I don't know if that's actually fair to use, because
James or Adams.
Jeems, because he's just kind of saying that, well, if Christians don't really follow that, then, but it's like, so you understand what Christianity is better than 80% of the ones who follow it. But like, like what? How are non-Christians supposed to judge it, right?
I think Adam was correct to reference no true Scotsman at this point. If he's gonna go that route, if James gonna say, "Oh, my religious sect is the right one."
Well, I would have to agree that, most Christians, so-called Christians who practice churchianity and really don't study the scriptures and just listen to a once a week, 1 hour, like rock and roll show. I would have to agree. Most of Christianity today, conventional Christianity, is lost. Don't even know what they should know about most anything, hardly. They just,
Yeah, but I think James going beyond that by saying even the scholars and teachers and all the ones that aren't in his Orthodox sect are also wrong. So at least that's what it seems like he's saying. It's basically no true Scotsman fallacy as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, what it seems like is that, you have to be able to give a historical critique of what Christians have done without referring to the doctrine. So this is the thing, is like, the doctrine is one thing. We could debate the doctrine, but if we're debating, the whole flow of history and, about the downfall and the upkeep of like Western civilization, or whether there is even a such thing as Western civilization, or whether that's linked to either Plato or Judaism, I think that is more concerning, how certain things have developed in history, because we're not going to be able to tease those things out in terms of just looking at like, all right, what do Christians, what is some, ultimate sense of Christian beliefs that only this sliver of 20% of Christians know about? How are we supposed to ascertain to who those 20% chosen few, special Christians are? So yeah, it just goes to like, if there's only, but the thing is that I understand that most of the religions have been corrupted. You look at any of the major religions today, and it's pretty clear that the way they practice them is not the same way they were historically practiced.
For sure.
Not only that, like they don't make anything the way they used to. Like not music, not video games, like nothing. like everything's gone to shit. So it is what it is. There was the good old days, and then there's now. So it is what it is, man.
And it's wrong. I told you.
I'm saying there's no real Christianity, but if they're the ones that believe in Christianity and they're the ones that are exerting their influence on the world, it's de facto Christianity. You can be an apologist and say, well, they're not real, but they're still doing real things in the name of Christianity. So for all intents and purposes, it is Christianity doing these things.
But the bad stuff that made the Western civilization collapse was not from the Jews, including communism, including many other things, all come from Greek philosophy. So it did not destroy the world, dude.
Oh, it's all the Greeks. Blame the Greeks. That's funny.
There are many Greeks who are good. I just say specifically Platonism and Neoplatonism has had an adverse effect on the world.
Yeah.
Now now I'm gonna give Jeem some advice. He should have linked how Christianity and Judaism has been corrupted, or the Enlightenment was corrupted by Plato and Aristotle in order to hack this Western civilization. That should be the main thing that he should be criticizing here.
Right.
Tell us how. Tell us how it infiltrated their minds, right? But don't just claim that. This is what ruined Western civilization.
He
What's the
also,
Yeah.
sorry.
No. Go ahead.
He also, as far as I'm aware, he didn't really, as far for the logos part of the discussion, he didn't really delineate why the logos theology in the scripture was different from that of Philo. He just kept saying it came before Philo. Well, you gotta establish why it's different, or else it's just genetic fallacy, right?
Oh, we have another friend here, Benjamin. Yeah, you'll find this very interesting.
Hey, what's up?
Greetings. Yeah, here we're having a review of a debate on what is destroying West or conquering Western civilization. It's a very interesting debate.
Yeah.
And I don't know if, I don't know if you're aware of the work of Adam Green at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Then you already know. Yeah, but yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm driving, so if it's noisy, put me on mute.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I have music playing in the background too, so it's all good. Yep.
Nice.
Platonism is what's got all our political leaders enabling the slaughter of Palestinians and the prophetic land takeover.
Dude, that's
of the chosen
futurism. It
people.
was invented by a
Let's
Catholic.
blame Plato for
It
that.
was invented by Catholic Jesuits to disform the Protestant Reformation, and it worked like a charm. It's not.
Okay, now I don't know how. See, look. So I was looking for this delineation point, and now I'm kind of finding it now with this Catholic priest. Has invented this Platonist heresy that's now undermined Western civilization in the 16th century. I've never heard of this before Jeem. So, I mean, if I catch hold of Jeem, I'm ultimately going to have to ask him about this because I've never heard of this. This seems like an interesting, this seems on a conspiratorial level that, I mean, if I knew about this before I started writing my book, I would definitely explore this topic about this one singular priest, Catholic priest who invented this Platonist heresy. If I'm getting this correct, this seems completely
Right, we have to see what his sources are.
Yeah, has anybody ever heard of this? I heard him mention this earlier in the debate, but yeah, I've never heard of this. I know Pill Eater was here before. Maybe he knows something. I got nothing on this one.
Well, I know the Catholics have started a bunch of heresies.
Oh yeah, they had the Counter Reformation. I mean, they were creating heresies left and right. I mean, they're trying to infiltrate these Protestant churches and then trying to subvert them. And yeah, I mean,
psyops everywhere.
Yeah, psyops everywhere in the 16th century. But
I wouldn't put it past them. It's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't doubt what he's saying is true. I just question the impact of it. I mean, I've never heard of it before.
Not real Christianity. I already told you I don't believe
who
that.
created Christianity for what purpose?
You're conflating 7 different groups who have totally different worldviews and saying, "Oh, it's one coherent conspiracy," when it's not.
No,
the Catholics are the ones who are
that.
anti-Jewish.
I got to stop you there. It's one coherent. They're all working together. They meticulously
I say
plan
they're
every
working
detail.
together.
That's not what
but
I said.
You said it's a coherent movement.
You're addressing my actual points.
Okay, your point is Jewish religion spread around the world. I'm telling you, what most Christians follow is nothing like what is presented in the New Testament.
Is Jesus a Jew? Is he the king of the Jews, like as it says in the Bible?
Why is that bad?
Is it? Can you answer it?
Yes, of course he's the king of the Jews.
All right.
Okay, is Jesus a Jew? I mean, Benjamin, what do you think? Is Jesus a Jew?
Yeah, he was.
And yeah.
Oh, so I have a question. First of all, what's the traffic like in Israel right now?
I'm just coming out of my town, but it's pretty bad at the moment. I don't know why, but it's it's the same as everywhere in the world.
So and I'm actually not joking. I'm just curious because I'm always curious, like, what's it like to drive in other countries? I've done it in some countries. It's very different. But no, seriously, here's my question for you. So I'm trying to think of how to phrase it, but let me ask you this. Is there any Hebrew texts that predate the New Testament?
Tons.
Like physical text?
Yeah.
Which texts are those?
Like the Dead Sea Scrolls, you mean?
Other than the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So the thing is, books degrade. The way books were done, they degrade. So we bury them, but we also copy them. So
I mean, what I heard was that Jews used to make a new copy and they burn the old. So we actually don't have.
No, you're not allowed to burn the old copy, especially if it has God's name in it. You can only bury it.
Okay, so
yeah, I heard that one too. That they had like huge file cabinets, like full of, like, just even like little legal documents, just because it had the names written on it. Yeah,
that's right.
So, okay, got it. So the only physical evidence of Hebrew text predating the New Testament would be the Dead Sea Scrolls, which I guess some people doubt its validity, I guess.
Actual physical, text, but there's lots of text that's from before that was copied and transferred. The letters are the same. It's just it's not a physical copy.
What about like in Egypt or Cyrus or the Persian Empire? Is there any record that correlates with?
In Hebrew, no, but in like their own hieroglyphs, yeah.
So let me ask you this, and this is kind of a weird question. Do you think that you can make an argument that Judaism was a perennialist religion before?
Define perennialist.
They incorporated a lot of other religions into their own.
I mean, I've seen that argument made. I'm sure you can make any argument.
I'm just asking your opinion.
Oh, my opinion? I don't think it was a religion until around 2,000 years ago. Before that, it was a nation. It only became a religion because of the need of it, because of the exile.
And when you say religion, do you take that as like a socio-economic, religious, and political entity?
Like an idea of like synagogues for meeting places and the replacement of all of the commandments. All of the national commandments were replaced with prayers and things like that. Yeah, it became a religion.
Basically, what I mean is, like, when you say religious, you mean also like political. And the reason I'm asking is like the argument that's kind of being had here is about Platonism, right? And Plato seemed to have said that essentially, like, man is political, and so that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Oh.
Like, do you think that Judaism is inherently political as a religion?
I don't know. Okay, so the founder, so the chief rabbi of Israel, when they wanted to make a constitution for the state of Israel. So he said, we already have a constitution. That's the Torah. Maybe that answers your question.
Yeah, it kind of does.
I would believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, nations are a reality. Nations were around long before Israel became a nation. Like, it's just a way that we group ourselves.
Let me ask you a question. If there was let's say that all the Christians and all the Muslims, let's just say hypothetically, wanted to convert to Judaism, would there be a pathway for them to do so?
there would be a pathway. It would take a long time because there aren't that many people that want to convert to Judaism. But yeah, there's a pathway. It could be facilitated. It's probably not like in the best interest of the world, or a lot of them might be discouraged from it because it's a big responsibility to keep all the commandments. But yeah, technically, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the way I understand it is that, it seems that when compared to Christianity, because if you look at passages like Romans 13, where Paul makes a sharp distinction between the kingdom of God and the state, the Roman state. So because he keeps pointing to the Roman state and, there's less of a chance of a theopolitical state. And he's also talking about the rule of the church. So the rule of the church is only a rule in the world to come, where the world in its present state is ruled by Satan. So there's no chance of a theopolitical state. There's just a chance for a parallel institution of the church to kind of guide the state along. So that's how they had it in European society, whereas whereas in the Old Testament there's more of just a straight up just a theopolitical state.
So okay, I've got a little bit of a differentiation there because within the Old Testament there's a setup for how to construct the state. So there is the priesthood, but the priesthood cannot be the king. Like within Judaism, within the state of Israel, there's already all of these laws. And one of the bad things that happened before the destruction of the Second Temple is the priesthood became the kings. They became the rulers. And that was a necessity to fight off the Greeks. But they didn't relinquish control back to a kingdom.
Right, but see how you said that is that they wanted to liberate the temple anyways from the Roman rule, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's because they want to take control of the temple because the rule of the priest is still linked with the rule of the king. It's just like, it's just when there's no more temple.
Completely independent. Priests are not allowed to own any land.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to say that again because you kind of got muffled there.
Okay. Yeah, priesthood is its own independent thing. It's not linked to the state. It's they're not allowed to own any land, and they're there just to perform the commandments.
Right, but say like there's like what I'm trying to figure out is does the temple depend on the state or does the state depend on the temple? Because you said when there's no temple, then the priests become the kings.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. The priests became the kings because they defeated the Greeks, and then all of the nation of Israel was becoming Greek. They were becoming Hellenized, and they stopped getting donations. They stopped getting food and money, and they woke up one day and they looked around because they were only focused on their temple service. They looked around and they saw Israel was completely Greek, and they had to wage a war against the Greeks to fight them off, and then they became the kings, the de facto kings of Israel, and they never relinquished that control.
And is that what you see as kind of like reconstituting itself is not like a Davidic?
Not a Davidic.
What tribe was David, King David?
Well, he may have
Israel. The Bible was like reconstituting.
Yeah, Nero, I think you cut out there in the middle of what you said.
Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but you cut out in the middle of what you just said.
Interesting. So here's my question. So do you think that here's my question for Benjamin. Do you think that what you just said there about the priest kings, is that what Israel's trying to reconstitute and not a Davidic line of kings? So
No,
the Davidic
not at
line
all.
is gone?
No, not at all. The state of Israel isn't really trying to rebuild the temple at all. That's not their directive at all. They have no agenda there. They're just trying to be a state. They're trying to pretend to be a state like the rest of the nations.
No, I understand, but that's what I'm saying is like you're saying, well, they defeated the Greeks, but then you still had to deal with Rome. So my point is like you've been out of that
Eventually.
land. You've been out of that land for a long time. So what I'm saying is, you don't want to go back into a Davidic line of kings. You want to keep it as
I do.
kings.
I would like to go back to the line of kings. Yeah.
A Davidic line of kings. Okay, got it. So and this is not. I'm not judging you. I'm just trying to comprehend. So, you guys don't see Jesus as a Davidic king? Is that correct?
That's right.
And that's because of the Kabbalah, or is that just because it's confusing in the Bible as well? Like I'm acknowledging, like
no, it's not because of the Kabbalah. It's just many people came and claimed that, and Jesus was one of those many people that came to try to claim it, and eventually he passed. I mean, there was no anointing ceremony. There was no redemption at the time.
Well,
if he was supposed to be quote unquote the king, then he never actually became the king during his lifetime.
Right. So I guess what here's my question though is like in the Kabbalah there's two kings. You have like Joseph ben David, or what's it called? I can't remember the name of it.
Mashiach ben Joseph.
That's right. Mashiach ben Yosef and Mashiach ben David. Yep.
So that's the Davidic king, and Jesus was like the false Messiah, essentially.
So the Mashiach ben Yosef is someone who is a physical king. It's like Joseph in Egypt. He brought physical prosperity and physical location for Israel to live. It was a very physical kind of redemption for Israel. The Mashiach ben David is a spiritual redemption.
Jesus is from the line of David.
Right. Yeah. On his mother's side, I guess.
On both sides.
Okay. Well, we have a different genealogy for him, I guess.
Right.
So he would be their king then. I mean, like he's the Lord of the Gentiles too. I don't know why the Jews have a higher place in this. He's the Lord of all nations.
Testament?
I have read the Old Testament.
You worship a God that says they're above the nations. They're his treasured possession. They're the apple of his eye. They're going to be ascend of fame and glory and honor, and they're all going to recognize.
Okay, so what he's saying is that there's a cognitive dissonance in terms of Christians because in the Old Testament all of that stuff is supposed to belong to Israel, but in the New Testament it all of a sudden becomes everybody's possession through Jesus. So he's saying that and then he's saying basically what it's really doing is tricking you into being the footstool of Israel. So I mean,
I can understand that fear. Nobody knows what the kingdom of Israel will end up being. Nobody knows how much of a blessing it will be, and so it's scary. I get it, and you want to resist it. You want to resist that. I understand.
You and
but they
fear
didn't.
You, it says.
But they didn't. Have you? I already told
they
you.
have actually.
Prophecy?
Have you seen our politicians?
Dude,
If you
prophecy. Let me
have
answer.
You seen all the hate speech laws
I've seen
and
that.
censorship?
Yeah, that's
and
garbage.
Blasphemy, essentially.
Yeah, you do realize the Palestinians are my people, right? Like I'm not ignorant of that stuff.
What are you? You're Palestinian?
No, I'm Lebanese, but they're Arabs like me. Like this, obviously, I'm aware of the cause. I'm not pro-Israel. The point that I'm.
Okay, now, I guess let me just ask you this, Benjamin. Which side would you put Christianity on in terms of spreading the message of the Torah to the world?
A very strong side, yeah.
So it helped. Positive.
Net, that's a difficult decision. I don't think anything happens by accident. I think all of this is by design. I think this is what the Rambam was saying too. This is all supposed to happen.
Okay, well that's a very interesting answer. So
I just want to ask one more question because I missed a little bit of what you said about the response to my last question. So you said that Ben, and I'm sorry to ask all this. So you said that Ben Joseph, what's it again? The
Mashiach ben Yosef,
yeah. So he's the real Messiah,
the of Joseph. Yeah.
So he's the real Messiah. So like, and I'm trying to understand. So
No, he's not the real Messiah. He's the pre-Messiah.
okay, got it. Okay, and so how would you identify the pre-Messiah? How would you identify him?
So the thing is, we don't really need to identify him, but what Rabbi Cook said is the state of Israel right now is the Mashiach, son of Joseph. Whoever is in charge, like the prime minister of Israel right now, is the Mashiach ben Yosef. That's it. Like you change it, it's a different Mashiach. Mashiach just refers to the anointed one, the one who is given the responsibility.
Got it. No, that makes sense. That actually does make sense. And I guess what I'm saying is, where do you think Christianity went wrong, and what is the opinion of Jesus? Jesus was the false Messiah, essentially, correct?
So where did Christianity go wrong was making Jesus more than a man, and I think it was Paul really. But at the end of the day, it was all planned. The rest of the world can't keep all of the commandments. They don't know how. It's too difficult, and it would have just collapsed. So getting rid of the commandments for the rest of the nations is absolutely okay, in my opinion. Just not for Jews. Like, we have a responsibility. We were given that responsibility. So, yeah, trying to convert Jews to stop keeping commandments is not a good thing in my mind.
And just so I understand, I don't know what the opinion of Jews are as far as the afterlife, because I've heard many different things. But would you say that you guys think there is an afterlife?
That's a big question. Yeah. There's arguments on all the sides.
Well,
one of the most beautiful arguments I heard was about God's memory being more real than reality. And at the end, we're all part of God's memory, which is a real memory, a true memory. It's more real than reality. I don't know. That's the most interesting concept I've seen.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Jeem here, right? He actually says that Christians should follow the commandments, and actually debated with a lot of Christians, and they actually claim that that Christians should follow the commandments.
Okay, well, according to the Torah, they're not allowed to.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the Muslims and the Christians still claim that they ought to follow the commandments, and they've argued, and even one of the Christians, it was really funny. He claimed that he followed the commandments, and then he couldn't name the 10 commandments. So yeah, it was pretty funny. But yeah,
Well, keeping all the commandments today, because a lot of the commandments depend on a temple, for example, and depend on a jubilee year and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay. So you're expanding it. You're expanding it to all of the Leviticus, not just the 10 commandments, right?
The 613 commandments is I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Yahushua is the Messiah, and he's the King of Kings, and he sits on the right hand of the Father presently. You guys, no, I can't say it, but you crucified your Messiah. Jesus was from the line of David. Mary was from the line of David. Joseph was from a different line of David. But yeah, Jesus was the Messiah. Sorry to say, you guys crucified the Messiah.
Yeah, that is the traditional Christian belief. Let's go to more of this debate here. And and then I'll go to this tweet that Canuck sent me. Thank you so much, Canuck. Let's go to this.
I'm trying to make.
You were.
Okay, the
You
point I'm
think
trying
you're
to
the new
make.
Israel, so you still
Not
affirm
in the
the
way you're saying
concept of
it.
Israel.
Dude, let me answer. Now you're not even letting me answer.
Go
Let me
ahead.
answer the question real quick. Number one, there are different branches of Christianity. Futurism is not real Christianity. That's not a Scotsman fallacy. It was invented in the 1800s. It is not the historical faith. Number two, there is no racial hierarchy. Number three, from Adam all the way to Moses, there is no Jewish supremacy, and there really isn't even an identity until Judea. And finally, the fifth thing I want to say, God says, you will be X, you will be Y, and then many of them don't come to pass. Just like he says, I will destroy X and Y, and it doesn't come to pass, because the prophecies in the Bible are not oracle soothsaying. It's God giving revelation, and if things change and the Jews do not accept his laws, which Solomon and so many others reject God, and he smashes them for it, they don't get their reward. Just like he says, the Messiah will conquer Rome with the sword. It doesn't happen. Why? Because they reject him. So now they have
It says
a
with the
different
rod
God.
of his mouth.
Yeah, they were
Actually.
expecting a physical military leader, though. They didn't get one.
That's Jesus has to. He didn't finish the job, so he has to have a second coming and fulfill the rest of the prophecies.
No,
and
second
actually
coming
conquer
is
the
not
world.
a cop-out.
Did Jesus conquer Satan when he died on the cross?
Yeah, he conquered death. That is
Then
Christ's
why is
victory.
Satan still in control of the world? Why is there so many satanic?
Because you
things?
don't
Why are
have
most,
eternal
most
death,
Christians
dude.
misled.
That's not what it says.
If he
That's not
defeated
what it
Satan,
says.
then why is Satan still in charge? How much more chaos in Satan's reign before Jesus comes down from the clouds and saves us?
You do realize the second coming is not a cop-out at all. Like, I'll give you the verses, but this idea that he defeated death on the cross, therefore there's no more bad things, that is not at all what the theology of the Bible says. It doesn't say
I didn't say
he
it
died
was.
on the cross, therefore Satan is now destroyed. The prophecies in that same book say, yeah, he still exists. He's the God of this world. That's what Paul says.
Yeah, they're just waiting to destroy Satan. They're just waiting until
They're
all
not
the
waiting,
prophecies are
dude.
fulfilled. It's weird how you criticize futurist Christians.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about certain lines in Paul stating that I think it's 2 Corinthians 4:4. Let me look it up. 2 Corinthians. And basically what it states is that Satan is the ruler of this world. Let me go to this.
Does Judaism believe in Satan or Lucifer?
That's a big question. Lucifer, no. Lucifer is invented after. Satan is mentioned in the Torah once in the story of Bilam. And then afterwards it's mentioned in some of the other books.
So
But
what's
if you
the
want to...
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Satan just means an obstacle. And actually in the Torah, the obstacle was an angel of God. He was trying to stop Bilam from going against God.
Right, it's almost like a prosecutor or something like that. It's like trying to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And just out of curiosity, what is the and I know this is. I'm sorry to throw so many questions, but I'm really trying to get the answer from somebody who really believes in Judaism. So, what is what was the deal with Adam and Eve being tempted by the snake? Was that Satan, or was that just an entity that we don't really know what it is, or?
You can relate it to Satan, I guess, but it's a different entity. Anachash, yeah.
Right. And was that a bad thing that happened, or was that just kind of like inevitable Promethean kind of thing?
Yeah, that's also a very deep question. There's arguments on both sides.
Okay. I got it. No, I'm happy to know that that you guys are contending with the same questions that I think Christians really are as well. That's why I'm asking. So, and so I guess here's what I was trying to get at with all that. So what I'm going to say is going to sound like I'm trying to be offensive, but I'm really not. And so don't take it that way. I'm just trying to.
I won't. I believe you.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I'm trying. But so, and I think that you and I will probably agree a lot more than what it's going to sound like. So that's why I'm saying that up front. So here's my question. This whole political thing going on for a long time. Let's just say it's been going on for a long time, but let's just say from World War II forward with Mean Mr. Mustache and that kind of stuff, right? White people and Europeans in general have this kind of strange relationship with Jews, and again, this is much older than that, but I'm just trying to take it in a modern sense to kind of illustrate the larger point. So my point is this: if there's some sort of contention around certain things like usury and like overrepresentation in financial institutions by people who identify themselves as Jewish, why is it that, like, what do you think the proper relationship between, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and just people in general should be? Like, what are Jews? Do you guys see yourselves as kind of like you have a right and a duty to be a part of other people's societies, or do you guys really, in essence, want to be isolationist and left alone? Like, what do you think, that there's a dichotomy, or is it more difficult to ascertain than that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So ideally, in the ideal sense of the word, we're all supposed to be independent individual nations and working together peacefully, right? Nations have not been at peace since nations have been a thing. So it's hard to see that. But like the time of Solomon is a good example of what we're striving for. An age of peace where all nations live independently and respect each other's borders and respect each other's sovereignty.
Sovereignty is a very interesting word. That's a very good word to use. And so when you reference Solomon, the reason I think that's a little bit contentious, and without going into detail, I think you'll know what I mean. But he was kind of doing a little stuff that people might construe as black magic, right? So and a lot of the stuff that we take for granted in science is kind of coming out of Kabbalah and the occult. And so people take science and they say, well, it's a secular endeavor, but I think most Jews that I know and most people in general would reject that if you actually look at the roots of alchemy and science and occultism, right? So what do you think the proper relationship between, humanity, and if it's different for Jews and Gentiles, and that's fine too. I'm just like, what between occultism and science and black magic, and what Solomon was trying to do, because I guess at the end of his life, he kind of turned away from that. But what is your kind of general attitude about that? Or what do you think the common Jewish perspective on that is?
There's a very big aversion today to practical Kabbalah. What you're talking about is practical Kabbalah. And just basically, it's not encouraged to be practiced at all in any way, shape, or form, because it's very dangerous and risky, and in the wrong hands.
And path, right?
What's that?
It's like left-hand pad type of stuff, right?
It's supposed to be something very powerful that no one is supposed to use without a divine purpose.
Well,
okay. So you believe it? So you believe that it's a good?
It's a power, not a good or a bad. It's a power.
It's a tool. It's a tool, essentially.
Okay,
yeah, that's right.
So, okay.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that in terms of, you said practical Kabbalah, does that mean that it's not a spiritual practice, but something that you manifest on a physical plane so that it gives you power in the physical world? Is that the type of thing you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, using divine names and stuff like that for,
and just on that note, and I'm sure you kind of get where I'm going to. And again, like, this is kind of a nuanced thing that most people who may hear this are not going to quite understand. And I'm happy to keep it at that. So, because really, here's the kind of point I'm trying to get at. Technology in the modern sense, let's just say since the past 100 years of, computer systems and cybernetics and stuff like this, right? Obviously, people in Israel and Jews have played a large role in that. And so what you're saying is kind of mixed messaging. And I'm not saying it's from you. I'm just saying, like, you can understand from my perspective. I'm like, well, on the one hand, it's bad. But on the other hand, like, we're kind of going into like a transhumanist direction as a whole world. And Israel's definitely playing a large role in that, right? And so, on the one hand, it's kind of bad. But at the same time, like, I don't see anyone like ringing the alarm bells like, hey, we're kind of like dabbling with demonic energy or whatever, right? So how do you kind of like reconcile that,
Yeah, I mean, on a personal level, I feel like technology has a strong potential to make our lives better, and everything has to be used for the right reasons.
Is there any methodology that differs for Gentiles versus Jews in that regard, or?
I mean, on Shabbat, I guess technology is very limited for us. We go for like basically a fast from phones and computers and stuff for a day.
I'm sorry. What I meant to say is there any methodology for ascertaining what is a general good and what is a general bad in regards to technology and black magic, essentially?
So black magic is supposed to be forbidden.
Well, but my point is, like, we have to acknowledge that technology, like computer systems and nuclear bombs and this kind of stuff, like that is definitely left-hand path black magic stuff. I mean,
well, it's interesting that you said that physical power is linked to the Kabbalah, but actually objective physical power in our age is also linked to technology, right?
Right. Well, the thing is, technology also does save lives. You know, like, would you take away a heart, someone who, like, technology that's helping someone with their heart? That's like killing somebody. So there's good and bad in it. We just have to navigate it. It's not easy.
Timmy.
Well, that's my question. Like, by what methodology do we ascertain, like, how to measure the good and the bad and the ugly, and like that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, how can we do that?
Yeah.
Either for you guys, because you have an understanding, and the average Christian and Muslim, I would imagine, have absolutely no clue what I'm talking about and you're talking about. So I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
So for you and I and the people here who do understand what's being said, what is there a methodology that we could kind of look at and say, well, this is the methodology we should try to?
So I do see it here, because there are the non-religious and then there are the religious, and the religious here are completely trying to preserve their culture and their way of life, and technology is coming and changing the life. Technology is, yes, distancing us. It's categorizing us into sub-niches that argue with each other. It's fracturing us. It's making marriages happen later in life. Like, as a general thing, it's very negative on our society, unless you have a very strong cultural core that you can speak to that fights it.
Well, see, kind of my point is, like, really only Jews seem to have that really cultural cohesion, and the rest of us are kind of like grasping at straws. And so, from your own point of view, I know I've met Jews, and you guys kind of see yourself as like the light of the world. You want to bring light to the world and good things, but
I see everybody as that. Yeah, we just have a different kind of light. Yeah.
But you just acknowledge that via technology, like, it's very difficult to let the Gentiles have their cake and eat it too. Even if you guys can, the rest of us are going to probably not, right? And I think that that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I just lost a friend last week she took her life. She wasn't Jewish, but she was, at the end, she was like, all of the commandments, all of the mitzvot, she was looking at them, she's like, yeah, that's right, those are all right. That's how we should be living our life. She took her life, and she was at peace. It was really weird. Everyone's trying to say that she was depressed, but she wasn't. She was at peace in her decision. She just got too old to have kids. She was following society and what society was telling her to do, and she realized that's completely wrong, and just became a victim of our current society. And I'm just mourning her still. And what influenced her to not have a home and a family? She was just an incredible woman, and she would have been an incredible grandmother and matriarch, but she never had that opportunity because of the structure of civilization.
Yeah, and I was watching some of your show on Thursday, and I was able to catch some of what you were saying there. And it's interesting what you were saying about how we get caught up in the ideology, because what she was inundated with was not even a religion. It was just that she was obsessed with these personality profiles, and it just goes to show you that we can train ourselves to become, inundated with all types of dogmatism. It doesn't even have to be religious, and that is a lot of what science and technology is doing to people. It's getting people locked into thinking a very certain way, in which they feel they have very limited options. But the world is broad, and people have been doing lots of things many different ways, and you don't have to, accept, what technology is doing to you. You can think outside of that, if you want to. So there is a lot of things that, a lot of
there
the
has to be,
problems come from,
a strong. Sorry, there has to be a strong cultural side that combats the what's it called? The deterioration. We have to have a strong cultural core that combats that deterioration, and that's lacking today.
Well, and look on this note. Like again, this is going to sound like I'm picking on you because you're Jewish or something, and that's really not my goal. But I know that you understand what I'm trying to get at. So here's what I'm trying to get at. Really, you guys kind of understand, and you have a cultural cohesion and stuff like this. But with great power and great knowledge comes great responsibility. And kind of what I'm saying is like, a lot of times when people look at someone like an Epstein who was involved in much more than what people generally talk about with him on the technology side and stuff like that. There's a lot larger of a story, and so because of what some people have done under the name of Judaism, just like under the name of white people or Germans or whatever else on our side, right? People run with that and they use that and paint people a certain way, and I think that's wrong. But my point is, you guys have a more cohesive existence, at least from the outside looking in. It looks that way. And so here's my thing: if you guys are going to be the stewards of guiding people through the technological situation that we're in, at some point you guys have to start holding your own people accountable. And again, like I say that I say that doubly towards my own people as well. You know what I mean? So like, this is not like
100% agree. 100% agree.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying only just because you need to think about humanity, but I'm saying just for self-preservation. Like, I'm very concerned that the direction we're headed is like, what does volition mean when you can't tell the difference between reality and virtual reality? See what I'm saying? Like, how do you be a religious person?
What's going on in China, the complete oppression of the people through technology and just a point system, social credit, crazy.
Yeah, and again, like, actually, I think that you could make a strong argument that something like that is peaceful and good and all that, but that's kind of what's dangerous about it, is like, you can always find a good excuse to do something like that, right? And that's
right. Yep.
You never know the unintended consequences of what you're really trying to do, and that's why I think this debate is interesting that we're watching, because it's about Neoplatonism and Plato's goal of how do you make man moral. And I think that's actually kind of what I do respect about a lot of Jews like yourself, who obviously you are concerned with, like, how do we get people to be moral? Because I bring this up to Christians, even people who believe allegedly the same as me, and they're like, you can't help people, you just got to let them go. And I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm satisfied with that answer, right? So I just wanted to.
I'm not satisfied with that either.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not satisfied with that answer either. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just appreciate you helping me answer that. And again, like, it's not directed towards you; it's more just like trying to make a general point for everyone who might listen to this later too.
Yeah. No. Well done. You're very apologetic beforehand, but everything you say is absolutely okay. So you don't. Yeah, I get it. You're good.
No, I know, but people misconstrue stuff all the time. I mean,
That's
like,
true.
right now, like, I'm not witnessing it personally, but all over the country, there's like Hamas versus Israel and all this stuff. And like, this is the first time I've seen a political event where, like, I'm not emotionally invested in it. At the same time, like, I understand why other people are. You know what I mean? Like, I see it as a big fake conflict. What I mean is, like, there's real issues, but people are taking advantage of real issues and throwing their own stuff in with it. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's the problem, so.
Yeah, but in terms of morality, I mean, I really think we can decode morality as a structure and really figure it out. I don't think it's in heaven. I think morality is here, and yeah, it's something we can figure out.
Yeah, and I guess that's another thing, just to go back to the other question I asked, and I'll leave it at this just so we can continue with the debate, because I hope that we'll get the chance to look at a little bit of that InfoWars piece after this too. My main point with bringing all that up with that is, like, you guys don't really make a distinction between the spiritual and the material really at the end of the day, if I understand. Is that correct?
We make a distinction that it's an illusion, that there is a difference, but
okay,
there is that illusion. The illusion does exist,
right?
But there shouldn't be one.
No, and I appreciate that, because that seems to be a big point of contention within Christianity, because you know, we kind of make a very hard distinction that you have, like, you know,
that's right,
worldly and
right,
unworldly, and I think that that's a very curious distinction if we're supposed to be of the same root, and that's kind of one of the things that I think we're really trying to explore. And because, I mean, people kind of take a little distinction like that as for granted, but I think it has, you know, massive implications, and that's why people are so confused.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, that's an interesting point.
So Maimonides says, asks what's the difference between our knowledge and God's knowledge, and the answer is that he gives, at least, is our knowledge is we have a knower, we have a knowledge, and we have an object that the knowledge is applying to. But in the case of God, God is all three. He is the knower, he is the knowledge, and he is the knowledge that where it's being applied to. So there is no distinction in that way. Like it's just an illusion. Yeah, that's it.
Well, and just on that note, and again, I'm sorry to keep asking the question, but when you hear the notion of the Trinity, you know, the Holy Spirit, you know, Christ or Jesus, and God, do you think that there's room within Christianity, I mean, within Judaism, to have a triple layered Godhead in respect to what you just said there? Or?
I think, okay, so the Shekhinah, the Holy Spirit, is Ruach HaKodesh. It's a form of prophecy. I don't know where that came from. It's still part of the whole. It's not anything separate. It's just, yeah. And then in terms of, I don't even mean to offend anybody, because I know you guys have your beliefs, but yeah, in terms of a man being equivalent with God, that isn't just nonsense to us. That makes absolutely no sense.
Right, and we obviously have to bring in a lot of philosophy to explain how it does make sense to us. So I'm not gonna attempt to try and.
And I know it's a point of contention. No, not all Christians believe that as well.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't. I'm just saying, like, you know, for the sake of time, I don't want to jump into that. But I guess really, this seems like a side note, but I'm just curious. Have you ever read the works or heard about Alexander Dugin? And if you have, what do you think about general attitude about all?
What's his take?
Well, it's complex to say the least, but he wrote about the Kabbalah and its relation to all the stuff that we're talking about, and so that's why I ask. He's like, you know, Putin. He's supposedly like Putin's philosopher, and you know, a lot of American right-wing people are kind of cozy with him, and so I'm very curious to try to understand how all that kind of fits into what, you know, the general, you know, theology works, because
it sounds like a lot to discuss. A discussion for a later time, for sure.
No, I just have you ever looked into anything about him at all, or?
No, first time I've heard about him.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know, with the whole Ukraine.
Yeah, well, in terms of well, hold on real quick, Nora. I want to go back to something else that Benjamin said about the Holy Spirit. You said it was the will of prophecy?
Ruach HaKodesh is one of the lowest forms of prophecy. It's the form of prophecy that King David had.
Okay. So
it literally means Holy Spirit.
So Holy Spirit is the prophecy that David had?
Yeah, it's one of the lower forms of prophecy. Yeah.
So is this a insight? Is this something like? So did King David get the Holy Spirit, or I'm not understanding correctly?
Yeah,
it's like holy discernment. Is it like a holy discernment essentially?
Yeah, it's a different concept for sure. Ruach HaKodesh is insight, divine insight, a Holy Spirit.
Okay, that's interesting because in the Christian sense, obviously it's part of the Godhead, and then in the Muslim, and then the Muslim religion, it's literally just the angel Gabriel. So it's interesting how they how it's different in all three, and then also it's fascinating how that Imam Ghazali, he actually says that the knowing, the knowledge, and the knower are one, when it comes to God. So that's an interesting thing as well. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro. I think you had some other things you wanted.
Oh no, I just wanted to say, like, I can see where all three are coming from, but like in general, when people say the Holy Spirit, I've always just kind of thought it was basically, divine intuition, essentially. I mean, that's my general way of describing it.
That's a good understanding.
Yeah, and a lot of Christians get really mad when I said that, and I never understood why. So it's pretty interesting you said that.
Yeah.
But you believe in a future prophecy. You believe in the second coming.
That's not what futurism is, dude.
I know. I'm just saying. It's still, you believe in a future prophecy, and you believe the Antichrist
some of the
has to reign.
prophecies are
So you
future.
want the Antichrist. The Antichrist ruling the world is part of God's plan. That's
Not up to me. Yeah, not up to me. It's God's plan.
It's God's divine plan. It has to happen.
You do realize that you're arguing you don't understand eschatology.
No,
just because I believe things will happen in the future.
I understand it.
You don't.
Adam, you got to let Jeem respond. Okay. You got to let Jeem talk.
All right, let's slow down a second here. All forms of revelation or eschatology believe at least a couple things will be in the future. When I say I'm not a futurist, it doesn't mean nothing's ever going to happen in the future. It means that interpreting all these events like Gog and Magog and all this others, it's Russia, it's Ukraine, it has nothing to do with that. That's futurism. The only thing that's left for us is really the second coming. So these are different ideas of eschatology.
That's not biblical, though. Matthew says there's going to be major wars and rumors of wars.
Dude, they already have
there's going to be plagues and famines and the birth pangs of the Moshiach.
Dude, the temple was destroyed. That's it.
Matthew says the birth pangs of the Moshiach before the end is just like the rabbis say. The birth pangs of the Moshiach.
Let me read out the verses.
You do believe you believe the Antichrist has to rule, and that's part of God's plan. And most Christians think that the Antichrist is going to be who they say is the Messiah. So, in order for Christian prophecies to be fulfilled, they have to fulfill their Judeo.
No, they don't have to fulfill
That's
anything.
Why Christians
it is all
are
in God's hands. Dude, it's all in God's hands. The Jews have literally no place in it. They have no place in the Antichrist. Let me give the scripture for you. You keep quoting scripture. Mark 14:62.
Okay, that doesn't even actually make any sense. It's literally written into the book of Revelations. The whole thing about the synagogue of Satan and all of that type of stuff. So I don't know how he's now claiming that, there is nothing to do with anything. I mean, it's obvious that Paul says that they're also the chosen people. And I don't know how much of this Benjamin is aware of. But yeah, Paul says that the Jews are the chosen people of God in the Romans letter that he writes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what Paul writes. I'm very ignorant on Paul by design, I guess. I don't like that. Sorry.
I had a previous discussion with you about St. Paul, and I remember. I remember that one. But yeah, he mentions the Jewish nation quite a lot in his letter to Romans, and that's why I think it's a very important document. And I can. Yeah. If you send me an email, I could send you some stuff on that because honestly, I think it's very, very important to. I mean, I don't know why. I think that most either Jews or Muslims or just most people in the world should familiarize themselves with that, because when I first read it, I was pretty much shocked because I didn't know there was so much stuff. Because I thought this is just going to be about Jesus and about how he saves everyone, But he's constantly referencing the Old Testament, and when I found this out, I was like, "Whoa, this is kind of weird," So when I first read it, it was quite a shocker to hear Paul say, "Well, I'm a Pharisee. I'm from the tribe of Benjamin, and this whole thing is a fulfillment of the Torah and." You follow the law, and there's this whole discussion about following the laws.
Yeah.
Like most of the New Testament is about whether you should follow the laws or not. So
I mean, I know there was a point of discussion at the very beginning of Christianity where I think like Peter and Paul together sort of decided that no, we're gonna get rid of the commandments. But then like the Christians for the rest of the world, right? And I don't disagree with them. I think they were right in getting rid of the commandments for the rest of the world. No one would have. Yeah. Anyways, at least from their own perspective, they were right. Yeah, the Christians that were in Israel never had that discussion. They never got rid of the commandments.
Yeah, it's interesting. In Galatians chapter 2, this is Paul writing in Galatians chapter 2, and it says, but when Cephas came to Antioch, that's Peter, when Cephas came to Antioch, I opposed him to his face because he stood condemned. For before certain men came from James, he was eating with the Gentiles. But when they came, he drew back and separated himself, fearing the circumcision party. And the rest of the Jews acted hypocritically along with him, so that even Barnabas was led astray by their hypocrisy. But when I saw that their conduct was not in step with the truth of the gospel, I said to Cephas before them all, and this is the key line, he said, if you, though a Jew, live like a Gentile and not like a Jew, how can you force the Gentiles to live like Jews? Did you know that this stuff was in there?
No, I didn't. But
yeah, it's such strange. Yeah.
He was pointing out a hypocrisy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's pointing out the hypocrisy of Peter. So that's Paul pointing out Peter's hypocrisy. So it's interesting. That's Galatians chapter 2 of the New Testament. So it's interesting stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't mind me asking, I just want to ask Benjamin one more. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just going to make a point on the chosen thing. It doesn't actually ever say chosen in the Torah. It says am segula. Segula is like treasured or beacon. Like we're supposed to be a beacon people. Like not as individuals. Like we're not individually chosen. As an entire people, as an entire nation, we're supposed to be a beacon.
Exactly. And you failed.
We did. Yeah, we did. And we still are, but we'll get there.
Well, it's funny you say it like that because I mean I think that Jesus comments directly on that kind of stuff, and I don't want to get into it just because it'll be too difficult to try and do right now. But the about failure versus winning and all that, and that's what I wanted to ask you really quick was when you said that you think that getting rid of the commandments for the Gentiles was the right thing to do. What do you mean exactly? Like in what, like, do you mean like in a moral sense or a political sense or a spiritual sense or a combination, or what does that mean exactly?
In a biblical sense, the commandments, okay. The commandments are supposed to be, they will eventually be followed by everybody, but we don't understand why they are the way they are. We don't have any structure to hold them up. If you try to force them on people who have no connection to the God of Israel, then they'll just fall apart. But in the end, we'll build up to understanding why they are the way they are. We'll see them. Like when Israel starts keeping them on a national scale, we'll start seeing the benefits of them, and people will start taking certain things out of Israel in order to improve their own nation. But every nation needs to be itself. Like every nation has its own identity. We believe that every nation has an angel that is guiding it. And so yeah, when you take something out, you're not trying to copy and become something different. You're trying to become more of who you are.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does make sense. And I'm actually surprised that Christianity didn't adopt more of that, because that's something that consistently surprises me, is that Christians are not particularly interested in doing that. So just mention that up front, first of all. But secondly, and again, this is not me trying to grill you. I'm just trying to comprehend like the perspective. you expressed a little bit of concern with like the technological system, and I would say that, from my perspective, like generally what you're trying to say is your mission as Jews generally sounds good, and also it sounds very similar to Plato. I just want to mention that. Second, but the technological war machine, and also like just being able to genetically modify every living creature on Earth seems like a very dangerous kind of price to get where we're at right now, right? So I guess that's like, how do you kind of see that playing out as we go forward? If like I guess, like, let's just say that Israel has all the technology and they can kind of wield it at will. I mean, do you see any safeguards in order to say that Zuckerberg or Elon Musk or whoever won't run humanity off a cliff or whatever? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think the commandments do protect us. I mean, I was just thinking about this the other day, that like, okay, let's say we engineer AI and all this stuff, but then we have Shabbat. So we have to, like, we still have to keep this holy day that is disconnected from that kind of thing. And as long as we have that kill switch, as long as we have that day, if like Terminator rises up against us or whatever, we have that day to fight back. You know what I mean?
I do. I mean, as I know this is going to sound crazy to a lot of people, but from your perspective, I think it actually does make a lot of sense. And I've actually heard a lot of Christians say, relatively the same thing. And so I just find that kind of interesting. But yeah, we should probably continue the debate because we won't finish. We probably won't finish
it. Whose fault is that, Neuro?
Say what?
I said, whose fault is that?
Yeah, me, because I'm talking.
I'm just messing with you, dude.
No, I saw red in the back, and I'm like, shit, I was the one complaining before now.
It's all good.
It is. No, I really want to see that InfoWars stuff too, so that's why I'm interrupting.
That's not gonna. There's no way that's gonna happen. But we will probably finish this debate. But yeah, we'll get up on the InfoWars thing next time. And also the EBT thing. So we got a couple things we're going to work out for Wednesday's show. But if Pill Eater comes through on Wednesday's show, then I'm also going to choose to cover some stuff with him before he like bops off. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. And we are going to finish covering this debate for sure. There's only like 30 minutes left, so no worries about that, guys. And then we'll see if we can get into some discussions about it. And, there's an InfoWars clip that we wanted to watch, but at this stage, I don't know if we'll get into it. But yeah, there's still quite a bit of time, so maybe we will. Who knows? How long is the InfoWars thing, Neuro? Do you know?
Sorry, I clicked at the screen for a second. It's like 20. I mean, you could probably just watch like 25 minutes of it or less and get the gist.
Okay, yeah, that's not that bad. It's only like a 40-minute, 20-minute thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the full thing would be like 50 minutes, but I'm pretty sure that like you watch like
that's not bad at all. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm sure like if you watch like half of that, you'll get like kind of a gist of it, because it's just more like a few little like comments that are just interesting, I guess.
Okay.
If you don't get struck.
Well, and if you want to go even shorter, I have this Orthodox priest talking about the Kabbalah, and that's only 10 minutes, and that is that might fit in better to this discussion, and like it's very like I need an expert to tell me, and actually since we have a guy who knows the Kabbalah here, it might be worth a watch. Yeah.
Jesus says, "You will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, coming with the clouds of heaven." He says right hand of power there. All right. In other parts, he talks about Luke 21:6. These things which you see, the days will come in which not one stone will be left. And then a few verses later, 21:32 of Luke's Gospel, Assuredly, I say to you, this generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place. He's talking about the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. This birth pangs and stuff is all from that time period. That has already been fulfilled.
Titus is the son of man? That's what you're saying?
How is Titus the son of man? It says Jesus will be sitting at the right hand of power, coming with the clouds of heaven. He's talking about Daniel chapter 7. He goes up to the Father.
When did Jesus come in the clouds of power?
He's going up to the Father. Read Daniel 7. He says,
No, it
I
says
saw
he's
one
coming
like the
down
Son
from
of Man.
clouds. I've read Daniel 7.
Read it.
I started by showing Daniel
Really?
7, or I
You
didn't
started?
show it.
Where does he say that Jesus goes to? It says that the Son of Man goes to the Father. I'm going to read it. I was watching the night visions. Behold, one like the Son of Man, coming with the clouds of heaven, same language Jesus just used. He came to the Ancient of Days. That's the Father there in heaven. He's not going to the earth in that parable. Not going to the earth in that passage. You are confusing these weird types of eschatology. He comes back with fire, not with a cloud. It's interpretation. Anyway, what other subject do you want to cover? We want to sit around on eschatology.
This is interpreted, though,
by some people who
as
are
a
wrong.
Messiah coming to conquer their enemies. And you do think, you
that's
just acknowledged,
interpreted by
you just said,
rabbis,
if this is prophecy that Jesus was ascending to heaven as the Son of Man to be in the presence of the Ancient of Days or God, then you just said Jesus is going to come down in the end times in a cloud. So
Right,
it's
but
been
those
fulfilled, but it's
verses
going to be
you just
fulfilled
said-
again the opposite way.
No, the verses you just said about the war and the rumors of war, that was fulfilled because he said these things will not take place until this age, or this age
But
will
it
not
said
go
that
away.
was,
till
that
these
was the
things come.
end, though.
No,
We're
no,
not in
he's
the
talking
end.
about the siege
We've
of
had another
Jerusalem.
2,000 years.
No,
How
that's
much
the siege of
more
Jerusalem,
chaos
dude.
before Jesus is going to float down from the clouds and save us?
Dude, what chaos? Where does the Bible? Okay, your idea of this God is all
Do you know what
loving,
birth pangs
only
of the
loving.
Moshiach imply?
Dude, that is in
chaos on the world.
first century. That was already the destruction of Jerusalem. It says that's why you should pray that it's not a Sabbath when all this stuff comes to pass. He's talking about Jerusalem. The second coming is a different topic. He's not only talking about the second coming in the Gospels. I already answered that. Now the point is, conflating that with what the rabbis want to do has nothing to do with anything. I already showed you have a different eschatological point of view. Let me ask you something now. You've been asking like 90% of the questions. Where do you derive your morality from to say it's bad that the Hebrews do this, it's bad that the one God rules over?
Okay, this is gonna be just a train wreck, because he's gonna try to ask for moral foundations, and then he's gonna try to say he's pre-supping him. But before we get into that, this whole concept of the birth pangs of the Mashiach, and then also mentioned in Paul, this partial hardening concept. You know, obviously some of that is problematic. Or what does anybody think? Because that could be manufactured.
What was that?
The birth
I mean,
pangs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a concept in the Kabbalah for sure. The birth pangs of the Mashiach. That any kind of birth is accompanied with suffering. It's the suffering that brings the birth, right? The birth pangs are like the labor of the woman, right? And the what's it called, the contractions. But so in the end, the contractions build up, and you use the contractions to push out the baby.
But how long is this period, you know, and when is this period, right? That's the whole question about it. And then if we don't know when that is, then there's going to be hundreds of people who are going to claim that this is what's happening, you know?
I mean, I can see an argument for this. We've had the corona. We're having all of the uprising. I can see evidence for it. I mean, I think in general, it's just a rule, a Kabbalistic rule that anytime any progress comes, any clarity comes, there has to be a period of suffering before that.
That period is over. It's already happened. 66 AD.
I mean, in general,
7.
or not Mashiach. Any kind of time redemption comes, like the slavery had to get really bad in Egypt before the redemption.
Over the whole world.
Well,
Why is it bad if
specifically-
bad stuff happens to other people? Where do you get that knowledge from?
From logic and the effect that it has on the world. And now as soon as you get the mic, you want to go to the transcendental, and you're going to
No. This is not a tag
Say,
question.
you can't have morals, you can't have objective truth unless you acknowledge my God, that they come from my God.
No, I'm not. They don't
Yeah.
come from my God. I completely disagree with that.
I
I'm not doing
explained to you
tag.
the problems that I have with Judaism and Christianity. I talk about it all
You
the
didn't
time.
answer. You're not answering the question. Let's go back to where you get your beliefs from. I'm
I
not
did
going to do
answer.
tag
Hold on.
on you.
I said logic, the effect that it has on the world.
Okay.
The way,
Where did the logic come from though? Like how do you know your logic is the same as some communist in central China? Like what if you guys have different
it
logic?
comes from society, people in society thinking about the issues.
But what if
that's
they're
where
wrong?
the logic? You're asking, the logic has to come from a transcendental God too. Is this like the only argument you guys ever have?
Dude,
Because
you
it's
are
circular.
strawmanning me. I'm not tag. I'm not doing tag. I'm literally not doing tag.
It feels a lot like it.
No, I'm actually.
Where do your
the
objective
opposite.
morals come from? That's tagged, dude. Come
No,
on.
I'm actually just going to tell you that your morals come from Plato and Aristotle, and that they're just as baseless as mine are for believing. I can't believe in a 2,000-year-old Jew, but you guys can believe in a 2,000-year-old Greek. That's the argument. It has nothing to do with tag or universal concepts.
I don't believe that ancient Greek. I believe they were just philosophers and thinkers, not that they
So
were
they happen
walking
to
on
be
water
correct?
and resurrecting people and the son of the god of Zion. There's
So
a big
Plato,
difference.
and Aristotle.
So this argument that if you believe in the modern age of science, that you believe in the ancient Greeks, or what connection? I mean, I almost broke my arm and my legs trying to prove this in the third part of my book, that there was any connection at all. You know what I mean? And the one thing I found that connected them all was Christianity.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, if Christianity didn't unify the European, tribes, basically, how would, scholasticism and then the European Enlightenment and all those things even develop?
Christianity is very Aristotelian.
Yeah.
Christianity is the best. We got the best culture because we got the best God.
Well, I'm sure Jeem would agree with that one. But, yeah.
I think whatever God is, it's all of ours. Yes, I agree. We all have the best God, but it's not Christians, it's not Muslims, it's not Jews, it's everyone.
Correct. But you have to know who he is. You can't reject him.
I think it doesn't matter if you reject him or not. He's got a plan, and he'll get his way in the end. Not limited.
About everything. They just happen to be correct.
Did you guys hear me say that, or is that just another?
You
straw
said
man
you have
putting words in
logic.
my mouth?
No, you said
Putting
you
words
had
in my
logic.
mouth.
Okay, fine. Let's say you don't say they come from Plato. I'm saying you may not realize it, but they do.
Mm.
So how can that be that is okay for you to do?
No, I know,
but
right?
can't
Your
appeal to the
guys'
Jews?
best supposed evidence for God wasn't even created by Christians. It wasn't in the Bible. It comes from pagan philosophers. I know.
Disagree. No, I'm not. I'm literally not
Aspects
using
of it
those
certainly do.
No, totally disagree with that. I don't use any of those arguments on my channel whatsoever. Like, I know you debated David Patrick Harry and he did all that tag stuff. I'm not using that stuff because
Yeah,
I know
you
that,
filibustered the whole time doing that.
be that as it may, I haven't seen the whole thing. But the point is, I'm not doing precept here. I'm saying that God actually disagrees with this idea that universal morality is just existing somewhere in the universe. Like in Romans chapter 9, he basically
No,
says,
do you think it exists in the Bible?
no, it's not universal. It's based on God's subjective decree. How is that universal?
How do you know what God says?
God says it in the Bible. It's not universal.
Yeah, that's
though.
why your Bible, your morality comes from the Bible.
Yes, and the Bible
who
describes reality.
All of the latest prophets, what were they classified as? You believe that they speak for God, and that makes them God.
They also get
puts them
punished
to an
by God the
elevated
most, too.
divine status, and you wonder why, like the position of the world that we're in today.
Now, let me clarify that when Jeem is saying that they're not universal, quote unquote, he means that they're not part of universal categories, a la Plato. So he's divorcing Platonism from his understanding of the Bible. Basically, he's trying to connect it more with the Old Testament. So that's a technique that he uses.
Sounds
I mean,
like,
truth is truth.
Go ahead.
No, just that truth is truth. It doesn't matter if it's in the Bible or if it's discovered outside of the Bible. It's still truth.
Okay, go ahead, Red.
It seems like Adam Green is strong manning Jeem at this point.
With everything in the news and the Zio influence.
The
because of
Zio
this.
influence, so everything has to do with Zionism. So this stuff
Did I
didn't
say
exist
everything?
before
Are you
48.
denying that there's
Dude, you said Zio
lobbies
influence.
and censorship and ADL.
Yeah,
And
I don't deny
you're
that.
denying that.
No,
Oh.
I don't deny that. I said, yes, you're right. There's Zio influence. However, that doesn't mean they rule the entire world.
I
If
didn't
go
say
to
that. That's
Egypt-
another straw man again. I didn't
Okay,
say that.
Then what do they rule?
Religiously, their God has conquered the minds of over half the planet.
Okay.
I think Benjamin would. Yeah, I think even Benjamin would agree with that one, right?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I would argue that he was the god before, and we lost him, and now we're getting him back. And I guess from that, you can also see that, like, okay, there is a plan, there is a purpose for Christianity.
Jesus reduced the 10 commandments to 2 commandments. Love God with all your heart. And love
That's
your
from the
neighbor.
Torah.
Love
And that's
your
from the Torah.
neighbor yourself.
And a lot of other philosophers came up with that one, and I'm sure it's in Islam as well, and in Buddhism.
Mm. Okay, so now Jesus was a Buddhist.
I mean, so what do you need Jesus for if you have the two philosophies? Isn't that what you should be worshiping?
I'm making, though, is that you're saying that because of Zio influence here in America, it's not in most of the rest of the world, though. Christians in Russia
Yes, it
don't
is.
go. So Christians in Russia say we have to bless the nation of Israel. Really?
No, I'm not saying Russia, but South America, lots of Christian communities,
If you're
Philippines, all
Pentecostals.
over the world. All of the developing world where Christianity is actually growing they're all Zionists. The
Not
vast
every-
majority of Christians around the world are pro-Israel. They're their greatest supporters.
Okay, so just because the majority do something does not mean that that is the root. And I've already proven to you that
It's
their
not real. The
ideas of
majority's not
futurism.
real. You're denying what the majority's doing.
No, I'm saying the majority that you're talking
making
about comes from the
excuses
1800s.
You're
How
making
is that the
excuses
historic
for the
religion?
fruits of Christianity.
How is that the historic religion? If it comes from the 1800s futurism, how is that the
Because it led
historic
to us
religion?
here.
Okay,
And
great.
no,
It led to
Christian
us here.
Zionism.
It's not
I've seen
from-
Christian Zionist quotes going back to the 1500s at least.
Can you give one maybe so we can analyze it? Like, what is the quote?
There's a whole chapter of them in the book "When a Jew Rules the World" by Joel Richardson.
Oh, okay. So what is? Okay, you
I
don't
don't
have
have
to
'em off
quote
the
it
top of my
word
head.
for
It's-
word, but what's the general idea? Like, what are they saying?
That's in order for Jesus to return, they have to have a restoration of the Holy Land.
Yeah, that's fake though. I'm saying that's heretical belief. It's not the real belief.
It's so fake, but somehow God's divine scripture was so easily hijacked and twisted to
Yeah.
convince and persuade so many people of this.
Yeah, the New
So it's like a
Testament
pretty
literally
flawed religion.
says-
You
the
think
New
in the end
Testament
times
literally
the church is
predicts
supposed
that,
to the church is supposed to have a falling away and follow false prophets, and like it
No.
says in Revelation, Christians will be beheaded for the testimony of Jesus.
No,
You think
that happened in the 1st and 2nd century, man. That's not future.
I get your preterist. I get your preterist.
I'm not a preterist. I said I'm a
You-
historicist, by the way.
Hold
I
on.
didn't say I'm a
So
full preterist.
who is the Antichrist gonna? What is he gonna do to the Christians before Jesus returns? Then?
He's going to take the place and say that he's.
Look at this shit. We got the bacon people. Uh-oh. we already got the bacon people out here. I mean, yeah, you guys know pigs are smarter than dogs. Cut that out.
That and CAFO's just making shit really nasty. I say this, but I had some pork steak yesterday, so
Yeah, I mean, pigs. I mean, I don't know. You know, I think they belong in the wild, right? I mean, it is what it is. You know, I don't want to say, but yeah.
Well, I'm a preterist too.
Pigs are a very unique animal for sure. Very. Yeah. There's the reason why they have such a stigma is there's kosher laws, and in the kosher laws there's only one animal that is kosher on the outside but is not kosher on the inside, meaning it has the right hooves but it doesn't have the right digestive system to be kosher. It's the only animal in the world that's like that. So it's like it's very representative of fake outside appearances.
Yeah, and another thing about the pigs and these other type of animals is that they will eat anything. So I mean, in terms of microbiology, you know, if you look at the intestinal health, they got a new science of the intestinal health, and really it prevents the spread of diseases if you don't eat animals that eat other animals. So because pigs are omnivores, it actually affects, when you eat when you eat animals, when you come into a new area, it makes you susceptible to new diseases. So there's all these diseases that were spread through human practices of agriculture, and the history behind it is very interesting. But yeah, a lot of
there's
it
also diseases like swine flu and stuff like that from raising pigs.
Yeah, stuff like that, and all of these things were developed through like messed up farming practices. But yeah, a lot of this shit has to do with microbiology, and in terms of our gut health and our intestinal health. We're much safer if we eat animals that eat shrubs and stuff. So a lot of the food, you'll notice a lot of the, like pigs and chickens. I'm sorry, pigs and cows. Chickens and fucking cows. They're supposed to eat grass. They're not supposed to be eating meat and all this type of stuff. So if we eat those types of animals, usually, it's pretty healthy. But pigs.
There's also scientific. You're right. Yeah, there's scientific evident reasons why all of the kosher animals are lower on the food chain. By definition, the definition for a bird is it can't be a bird of prey, right? And same thing for a fish that can't, no shark, for example, and fish. So it's always lower on the food chain, and there's a few things modernly that we found that it's good that's our practice, if not being vegetarian entirely, is that it's definitely more efficient on land use because we get the energy directly from the sun, and a field of energy is more efficient than feeding something that's losing energy and then feeding something else on that something. You're just losing a lot of land use. And then toxins. We see it really a lot in birds, that the birds of prey are losing their feathers and stuff today because all of the toxins are going up the food chain and getting more and more concentrated.
Yes, that's true. The old laws did have health benefits, and we Christians do acknowledge that, but it's not what a man brings into his mouth that defiles him. It's what comes out of his mouth, is what Paul said, and then it was.
Well, I think that's in Mark, right?
That's what Jesus said.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's from Jesus.
But Paul was told that he was told to go eat at this one guy's house, and for some reason the Old Testament that you're not supposed to eat pig was lifted, that called nothing unclean, that God has made clean, something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes.
Can I add something?
It does have it is parasitical. You can get parasites from it if you don't cook it right, and then Paul said as long as you don't drink blood or something, drink blood and something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. There's different ways to look at it as well. What really got me is the Japanese today is, whenever you discover a new species in the ocean, which happens every so often, there's these rich Japanese people that will auction it off to be the first one to try to eat this new species. It's just kind of a backwards way of looking at animals.
Well, you would eat the bugs and own nothing.
Yeah.
Machine, is my voice coming through at all? Hello?
Hi.
We hear you.
Hi. I wanted to add something about prohibition to eating pig in some religious practices. I don't know if this is actually true, but I know in a lot of literature and, movies, novels, and I guess, cultural apocrypha, human meat is said to be tasty like pig flesh is tasty. There's supposed to be a similar smell of the burning flesh. And I'm wondering if the prohibition against eating swine flesh is to help kind of stamp out any practice of, consuming human flesh, because I would imagine that all through the darkest of dark eras of, early proto-human behavior, one of the surest ways to conquer and defeat your enemy would be, to rape their women and eat their warriors. And, you exert final dominance over someone by not only slaying them in combat, by literally consuming them into you and shitting them out. So there may be a prohibition, to transition away from whatever they were before being Bronze Age, if you could imagine something even worse.
Yeah, didn't Daniel say he didn't want to eat the king's meat because they fed their enemies to the pigs and then they served the pig or something? Or they served their enemies to animals and then they would eat those animals, and Daniel didn't want to eat that kind of flesh. I remember that.
I think in France they call human flesh the long pig.
I just wanted to point out there's an interesting thing here going on where like pig aren't such a big deal around here, and like in Judaism in general, like all unkosher animals are the same. Like it is a special animal, but we're not so stressing about that specific animal as, like, for example, Islam makes a very specific mention of pig as like one of the main unclean animals. But for us, it's just one of many. It's just unique in the fact that it presents itself as if it's kosher, and it's not.
Because it doesn't chew the cud.
That's right.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, that got pretty dark, but yeah. Let's just move on.
Essentially speaking for God as God in God's temple.
And is
It's
he going to
not
persecute
temple
the
of-
church, the true
it's not
believers?
the temple of Jerusalem. Yeah.
He's not going to persecute the true
No,
believers?
he will persecute true believers. That's true.
Okay. All right.
What's wrong with that? What does this even have to do with what we were originally talking about?
You
I
think
was
that's
saying
God's
futurism
plan
was
to be
invented in the
persecuted?
1800s.
You think it's God's plan to be persecuted in the end, and then just trust the plan? You're going to win. That's why
Yeah, but
Christianity
is
hugely problematic. It's
no, it's not,
conditioning
because
you
it's
and
based
priming
on
you for
evangelical
defeat. You
and
think
Catholic
defeat is good.
pacifism. Then why do all the church fathers and also many of the saints in the Orthodox Church say that you're not supposed to love God's enemies at all? Like, there isn't this just lay back and die attitude.
No, you're supposed to
that's
destroy
heresy.
their enemies of the God
Yes.
of Israel.
Yes,
You're
but then
the
you just said
takeover
that we're
arm.
going to
You're the foot
pacifistically
soldiers.
die. You just said we're going to pacifistically die. How
They
can we
created.
do that?
They couldn't do it
if we can't
themselves.
fight?
They created a religion that worships their God and Messiah that spread the Torah around the world, and was like a famous historian said of the Judeo background. He said that Christianity is the conquering arm of Judaism, and there's a plethora of quotes from people from all sides of the aisle acknowledging this.
Really, they're acknowledging it. But again,
hey, now, I mean, this stuff about Edom and Ishmael and this whole thing about how they are partly to dole out some type of suffering or vengeance onto the nation of Israel. You know, these type of stories are there, within the rabbinic literature. So, yeah, so I mean, what to make of these stories and, about Christianity kind of spreading. So what Maimonides kind of says in regards to this is very interesting. He says that that Christianity is basically paganism because it's got the Trinity thing, but that Christians, they're pretty good because they have the Old Testament. But then he says that actually the Muslims, the actual religion of Islam, because it's monotheistic design, is preferable, but that Muslims are actually not good because it's hard to control them. So you can't actually, because they don't follow the Old Testament.
I have a take on this too. I made a video about it. Just in general, the Eastern versus Western cultures and beliefs. But yeah, there's something going on. Definitely something going on. Like it's a strange coincidence that yes, Ishmael and Edom, like, are the prevalent voices in spreading some form of truth. I don't know truth, but like Judeo, the way, that kind of that God, the monotheistic. I don't even know if, because Christianity is not monotheistic. I don't know yet how to say it, but yes, those ideas. And about the suffering, I know, like, the Jews in India throughout all of the exile didn't suffer, and so there needed to be some kind of way for us to suffer. So sad to say, but we suffered a lot more under atheism than under anything else in Russia, for example, and China.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what the rabbis say about the secular age in terms of prophecy. You mean? Because there has been a concerted, like, for the last 200, 300 years, there's been a secular age, right?
Yeah.
So, I wonder what side that would be on, and in terms of, or have they always looked at it as a religious period? Obviously, the religions have never faded. So in a sense, they haven't seen that, but yeah, I think that these major religions of the world, they're just now coping with the fact that, there's been 300 years of secularism, and that they've basically been, they're on the, the far end of that at this point. So the fact that their prophecies and stuff don't really address that, like how you said. Basically, like, look at all of this stuff that's happening, in terms of the World Health System and all of that type of stuff. We can't mention it on here, but, it's like, all this stuff is indicative of some type of, grand, thing playing out, So, I mean, where are we now,
Yeah, we're definitely in interesting times. Go ahead.
Yeah, right.
They did not see Christianity like that. Maimonides is not some ancient philosopher. He's from like the 1300s, as is the Kabbalah. That's not historic Judaism. All this stuff is made up throughout the centuries. You can't say this is what they believed in the first century.
Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so he's saying that Maimonides and the Kabbalah are innovating onto Judaism, whereas Adam Green is not going to see it that way, right? He's going to see it as that's just always been part of their tradition because it's been part of the plan. So, there is this whole tradition where, like, Gersonides and Maimonides, like, don't agree. When I read them, I was more on Gersonides' side, to be honest. But what do you say, Benjamin?
What's the question? Can we narrow in on what the exact?
Do you think that? Do you think Maimonides was clarifying Jewish tradition or adding stuff to it?
So Maimonides hit the scene on a very interesting time period, where there was a lot of division in Jewish thought, and he had a lot of pushback from a lot of rabbis at the time too. And he came and he just straightened out a lot of the division, and he unified Jewish thought in a very unique way. But he wasn't bringing anything new to the table. He was just organizing what already was.
Okay, so you disagree with Jeem. I see.
I guess so. Yeah.
I guess. Because it's interesting because a lot of the because, like, there's this whole debate between Maimonides and Gersonides, and some of their discussions venture into some of the similar topics that Imam Ghazali is having against some of his interlocutors, and the incoherence of the philosophers, and also that St. Thomas Aquinas is having against the Averroists. So there is this whole thing going on in the 11th century, which is the influence of Averroism. And as you know, and as you may or may not know, you know, Maimonides was a physician in the Almohad Caliphate in Spain.
Yep.
Before he was exiled, and
he was in Egypt too. Yeah. For Salah al-Din.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
In Egypt, he was also a physician for Salah al-Din.
Right.
I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's definitely an interesting figure. That, but why I mentioned the Spain thing is that during his time in Spain, he was in very close, sort of, I guess like he worked for the caliph that also employed Averroes. So, that was a guy that was basically at issue at the time. Averroes had basically altered the face of philosophy, by introducing Aristotelian concepts and, basically, an arcane form of almost atheism, basically science, in his mainly in his work, The Decisive Treatise. But yeah, this came to become a discussion with Maimonides, St. Thomas Aquinas, Imam el-Ghazali, and all these people. That they were basically arguing against Aristotle. So it's a fascinating period in thought.
He has a book called The Guide for the Perplexed. Maimonides does. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Yeah,
but
I
it
have
addresses. Okay, yeah, it addresses all of the philosophical concerns. But my rabbi said, if you're not perplexed, don't read the book. It will make you perplexed.
Yeah, that's how a lot of that medieval philosophy goes. That stuff is hard to read. It's a very methodical. They lay out the arguments that they're trying to refute in perfect detail before they try to refute them. So it's a very interesting way of presenting arguments.
Right.
Yeah. So, but also a very meticulous format there. So for people who aren't used to reading philosophy, it's definitely a very strenuous task to read those medieval, writings of, these guys are voluminous writers. You can, these guys wrote, 20 or 30 books that we have on record, and then we lost the rest of them. So it's crazy.
That's right. Yeah. As far as I know, he fled Spain because of the Mamluks. They slaughtered a bunch of people, and he ran away.
Oh yeah, the Mamluks, they did not F around, and they were basically from, like, a lot of them were from Punjab, where I'm from. So,
oh wow.
So so there was like some like Afghani horsemen, a lot of them that just like killed everyone. But yeah, the thing with them is that they also stopped the spread of the Mongols, to Egypt. So they might have saved a lot of Coptic Christians, and and that sort of thing. And they possibly, Anyways, let's go to this. The Mamluks. Yep.
I'm gonna go. I'm conking out, man.
Okay, Reddington. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, but that's 1,000 years after the New Testament, man. That's a very long time. That's not the traditional belief. It was invented out of
in a time when there wasn't Christian Zionists, there wasn't the state of Israel. He still acknowledged, because it's obvious, that Christianity was a stepping stone preparing the world for the Messianic age, to get them believing in the laws of Moses, to wean them.
But they didn't say that. They didn't say that in the first century. They said that 1,300 years after the New Testament.
I'm not even positive he was the first to say it.
Okay, but you realize Maimonides already saw that the religion already spread.
It's very likely that they've always recognized that, because it's always been true.
Okay, that's just appealing to a gap in knowledge. I mean, you're just saying it's likely, so I don't see the evidence for that.
Yeah, there could have been plenty of Jews. Look at it in Christianity. The whole objective of the early Christians was to what? Baptize all the nations. The Great Commission. Go to the nations. Go convert them all. Get them all of every tongue to worship the God of Israel. That was the whole takeover conspiracy.
Yeah, but the problem, again, is that you think everything that people believe in today, like Zionist Christians, futurists, and other people, is what they thought they were doing in the first century, and it's the polar opposite. I've already proven that. They did not believe the stuff that Christians believe now, Or what Maimonides was talking about, he existed at a time when Christianity already spread throughout the known world. Of course, he's going to say, oh, the Christian religion is going to spread. It already spread. He was already there. Like, he didn't have to predict that. It already happened. It was right in front of
Yes,
his
he
face.
was commenting on what had happened exactly. And it was
not a
1,000 years ago when there wasn't, like I said, a state of Israel, yet he still realized that this was God's divine plan is how they interpret it. And
Yeah, but
you don't know that
Maimonides
first
didn't follow the
first
theology of
century
the
they weren't
first
thinking the
century.
exact same thing. I can guarantee you they were. Because
No,
I mean,
they
it's
were not
obvious.
thinking Zionism. They were not thinking that the
didn't
Messiah
say
was actually
Zionism.
going to restore the land of Israel. They
Well,
thought every single
they wanted to.
continent, they didn't care about it anymore. That was only in the Sinai covenant. It has no relevance in the new covenant now.
Since their temple was destroyed, they've wanted to rebuild the temple.
No,
And
the rabbinics who
and
rejected
since
Jesus wanted to
Christianity
rebuild
started,
it.
they've wanted Jesus to return.
No, those two things are not related. They don't want, people believe in the New Testament, do not want to rebuild the temple. We don't care about the land of Israel.
I know.
Totally irrelevant. Totally
I know.
irrelevant. Oh, yet you brought up the Zionist Christians.
Except there's enough text there that they could so easily convince them that there does need to be another temple.
That's not an
for
argument,
the,
though.
for
Like,
the
you can
Antichrist.
confuse people with Scripture, therefore it was evil from the beginning. Like, yeah, people are going to misread Scripture intentionally when they have intentionally bad theology.
Yeah, it's so easy to.
Again, I don't know how he could argue that. I mean, look at the stuff we read. I mean, or just go and read Romans. There's no way that there's just no way possible that it doesn't matter. What happens to Israel at all. It seems to be a central theme. Within Romans, within Galatians, not so much. It's about the law and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I think what you're talking about is like a merging of scripture and culture. And scripture says one thing, like, for example, like what terrorism is against the Quran, right? And killing people while they're praying is against the Quran, but the culture still sort of accepts it in certain areas. And so the same thing was true of Christianity back then. Was, the scripture says one thing, but the culture was believing something different, and people got wrapped up in what the culture was believing.
And that's when it has to that's why the issue of this kind of Greek stuff is so important, because and nobody mentioned this at all during the debate, but there was the Hellenization of the Jews. So there were so many of the Jews that were Hellenized, in Egypt.
Yep.
During the first century. So obviously there's tons of historical cases. I mean, actually there's lots of cases where, all of these philosophies like cynicism and Stoicism and Middle Platonism were actually preserved by the Jews. So they were actually the top in those fields. So so it's actually very interesting, the dynamics of this period. There's many such people like Paul around. Whereas Paul's even kind of seen as kind of a cynic in a lot of ways. Like, a lot of stuff he says is kind of like cynic. He's very like he puts himself down. He's very self-deprecating in a lot of times.
Really?
Yeah, he has this kind of interesting way where he derides himself and compares himself to the disciples of Jesus and all this kind of tone that he uses. I mean, he's definitely a very interesting figure. But yeah.
I mean, he's solely responsible for the spread of Christianity throughout the West, I guess. So.
Yeah, I don't think Benjamin would know that much about Plotinus. I think my friend's asking about Plotinus. If you know about Plotinus.
I do not know.
Yeah, I would have to say. Yeah, I'd have to say that's a no. Yeah, that's more of an interest for Christians, and yeah, I'm sure Maimonides would have definitely knew who Plotinus was, but yeah, not
probably. Yeah.
Go on another.
Yeah, there's a lot of philosophies that he mentioned in some of his books that are lost to the world. There's lots of philosophy that he's talking about. There's like a sect of philosophers called the Medabrim that he talked about in one of his books, and I was always like looking them up. I'm like, where are they? Who are they? and he was talking about their views and their ideas. It was just interesting.
Look at Square Pegs trying to ruin my show. I lost 5 or 6 viewers last time when I gave my bacon rant. Now you want me to go on another one? Just trying to destroy my show. It is what it is.
Corrupt these divine scriptures and lead them astray.
What do you
But
mean
yet
by
you think
divine
it's
scripture? What do you mean divine scripture? What does that mean?
But Christians believe that scripture is inspired by God.
Inspired.
And it's held as holy. It's called the Holy Bible.
Okay, that doesn't mean it has
Holy
an
implies
ontological.
divine, you know.
Dude, it does not mean it's an ontological God. It just means it's inspired by God.
Oh, okay.
You're saying it's holy like that.
It's
means gonna
inspired
grow
by God,
wings.
but it's not actually God. But,
No,
but
it's written by
whatever the
men.
Bible says, the Lord said this, God said that. That's all true. You believe that.
No, we believe the Bible's true, but you're saying it has to be 100% perfect in your own mind.
You don't
It's not.
think it's
We don't believe it fell out of. I believe
That is an interesting take. Christians don't actually believe that it's just the book. You know, so they believe you have to have faith in what it says. They actually believe that you could have the Holy Spirit and all the laws and stuff. You could follow the laws and you know, not know them and be a law unto yourself and all this type of stuff. So you actually don't need, you know, the book. You know, and besides, the book is contained with letters and all these varied accounts, and they believe it just points to different things. It's actually, the church is actually the physical, you know, testament and stuff like that. So some of them believe that. I know Jeem does.
Right.
But there are
Some people
certain
do that.
Christians who are sola scriptura. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Benjamin.
No, I was agreeing with you. Yeah, some of them do believe in the church instead of the scripture.
Yeah, so they're unique in that aspect because, as far as I know, you know, Muslims and Jews and certain Protestant sects, they believe that the Bible is very important and or the Quran is very important, and that it was directly revealed, and that they have on record what they have today, you know, is from God. So yeah, I mean, I know Christians believe that too. You know, they believe every single word of it came from God, but they just don't say that, you know, it's like a divine book, that the book itself is divine. That's something they don't claim. So it's very interesting.
Yeah.
We believe that Jesus is the living Word. The Word became flesh and dwelled among us. And Yahushua, which means Yah's Savior, which the Jews rejected and crucified, and that they're partially blind at the moment. And, that there's no Jew or Gentile in Christ. You don't have to be a Jew or a Gentile to be in Christ. And I just thought I'd jump in and put a few points in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Rocky.
You don't believe it's perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect in your mind. It didn't fall out of heaven. It was written over many centuries by many different men.
The Torah, you believe the Torah was dictated to Moses by God or his angels, right?
Yeah, but Moses wrote it down.
Okay. Well,
He's a human being. No, you didn't. He's a human being who wrote it in human vernacular. God didn't write the Torah. I already told you that. God did not write it for him.
I guess Moses. I wonder what Moses didn't translate right. What he didn't.
No,
write
everything's
down
right. I'm not arguing against the Bible. I'm just letting you know when you say it's divine. Dude, I'm not getting owned. You literally said the Bible's divine. I'm correcting your vernacular. It's not. It doesn't have a divine existence within itself. It's just inspired by God. We don't believe it fell out of the
by
sky.
God, but so easily used to subvert.
You do know the New Testament
and help usher in the Antichrist. Great.
No, the New Testament literally says. Paul says there are sheep coming or wolves coming, dressed as sheep who will misguide the flock. Yeah, he knew that would happen.
So it's
not
prophecy that you're going to fail. It's prophecy
No,
that
it's
you're
prophecy
going
that there will be a falling away.
Right.
Some people will be bad.
We're
Some
going to
will stay in the
lose,
faith.
and the Antichrist is going to reign, but then Jesus is going to come in the cloud and say,
It doesn't
that's
say
the
it doesn't say
Christian
lose.
mindset.
It says they're going to baptize all the nations, but there will be danger, such as false groups present. Doesn't mean we lost, it's over. Let's just sit back and wait. That's again a very American evangelical idea. It is not historic Christianity.
Yeah, but it's Christianity now. The last 200 years, it's
In
led
this
us to
country.
this point.
Dude,
It's
that's
led
not
us
the
to this point.
denomination I follow.
It's led us
I
to
already
this
told
point, and
you
that's what
it's
it
a
is
fake
now. And
religion.
they're the ones with the power and the influence.
No, you're acting like all Christians are bound to each other. So if evangelicals do something that affects Catholics and Orthodox, it doesn't. They're different religions. They may as well be. They just call themselves Christianity. They're
No,
completely different
they've
religions.
got a lot more in common than they have different. And what
Such as what?
percentage of Orthodox are there in America
Like
compared
2%,
to
dude.
evangelicals?
Like 2%.
Yeah, like nothing. But
Yeah,
but
that's
you've
the
got
point.
it right, and you're just making excuses for what they're doing.
No, I'm
And
not.
instead
I'm
of
saying
addressing
they're the
root
wrong
issue,
group.
that the fact that they believe in the covenant and in the Hebrew scriptures and the God of Israel, that's the root issue. But you won't condemn the town.
Dude, I've
the
said
Torah.
already that the Hebrew scriptures are not the problem, and the problem in the modern world is an overindulgence in ancient philosophy, not an overindulgence in
The
Judaism.
Hebrew scriptures are not a problem, is what
No,
you said.
let's get to the scripture then. You just mentioned them. What's wrong with the Hebrew scriptures in particular? The Old
Okay,
Testament.
let's go to Isaiah 60 and 61.
Okay. And then actually, I saw in the private chat they were discussing. I mean, do you guys want us to keep going, or do you want?
Well, I mean, the problem really is that certain of these evangelical sects, they believe in a dual road of salvation for both Christians and Jews. So because they are, kind of, finagling this whole message, it kind of gets to a very strange instance. And those are also the people who believe in like sola scriptura. So they've read this or interpreted this into the Bible, and a lot of this is not. So they also believe that when Jesus Christ comes back, that so they have to return the Jews to Israel for Jesus to come back, and then when Jesus comes back, he will convert the Jews.
Yeah. Yep.
So that is a full.
I mean, honestly, I don't care who the Messiah is. I just like if it's Jesus, great, why not? But what really matters is when he comes back and when the world is in the state that it should be in again. So, yeah, if they're right, they're right. But like, let's get it on with it. Let's get on with it. We've suffered enough without a proper state of the world. And one thing on the scripture, so every time we finish reading the Torah in the synagogue, the Torah is held up and we all point at it with our little finger, and we all as a congregation say, that's the Torah that God wrote with the hand of Moses. God wrote it using Moses' hand. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we say.
Have you ever heard the theory that Moses was Plato or like one of the pharaohs of Egypt? I can't remember the name of him right now. It's escaping me, but the one who instituted the sun worship. If anybody knows the name of that pharaoh, I appreciate it. Akhenaten, yeah. Have you ever heard that theory?
Oh yeah,
no.
It's in the Savitri Devi book.
Well, but it has roots older than that, doesn't it? Or is that just made up totally?
I mean, the first place I heard about it was from her, but I don't know. Yeah, it could have older roots,
but
probably from Memphis, Mizraim, Freemasonry. They probably have something like that.
Yeah,
it couldn't be that she just came up with it herself. I mean, she's pretty talented, but not that talented.
Benjamin, do you have any thoughts on the influence of Mithraism, Egyptian religion, and/or other stuff on what we know now as Judaism / Christianity? Or
so there's supposed to be kabbalistically and also biblically 49 gates of filth, I guess is the best way to translate it. The 49 gates of filth that Egypt descended into. And then right now we're in a period between Passover and Shavuot when we receive the Torah. It's actually happening right now where we're counting 49 days in order to clean ourselves of these 49 gates of filth in order to receive the Torah. So the influence is not Egypt. Like if I were to put it into computer code, the opposite of Egypt is what we need to get to.
Well, the mention. So let me say why I'm asking the question, just because I understand your perspective and
yeah.
Do you think when you look at it from this perspective, like Abraham was from like Ur in Iraq, right? So that's Babylonian Sumerian religion, correct?
Right. Yep. That's where Babylon eventually settled. Yep.
Right. So that's so as you said before, what we know now as Judaism was essentially a nation that was created by Abraham because of the covenant he made with God, essentially, right? So
right.
He must have taken something from that perspective of ancient Sumerian Babylonian religion, right? Like, I mean, it must have had some.
So the Torah itself says to Abraham, God's first command to Abraham is when he's an older man. He says, "Lech lecha," go to yourself, go from, and he says it in an interesting way because, like, normally when you leave a place, you leave like your family first, and then you leave your city, and then eventually you get to the border of the nation, and you leave the nation. But he says the opposite: leave your nation, leave your family, and leave the house of your father. So he was supposed to leave all of that behind.
Okay, got it. So
yeah.
Okay, understood. And so having said what you said there, right? And then I'm not exactly sure how to put that in perspective, because definitely a lot of the Bible seems to be at least comparing itself with neighboring religions, I would assume, right? Like, it's kind of contrasting itself at the very least. To separate itself from other religions, but so I'm not necessarily. That's why I asked about perennialism. But certainly, if you look at Mithraism or you look at the Egyptian religion and all that, up until the point of Moses, because obviously what we know now as Jews, sometime from around the time of 1200 BC up until whenever. I mean, I guess that's when they escaped, right? It was about 1200 BC, essentially.
I guess so. Sure. I don't know the exact date, but I'll go with what you're saying.
So the reason I mention that is, like, when they left there, Moses must have learned some sort of knowledge from, at least from the occult side of Egyptian religion, right? Like, I mean, there seems to be allusion to the fact to that, right?
He did. Yep. He did learn everything that was to do with that. Yes, for sure. I don't know how much of it carried over. There's a few things I can say on that. So one of the things that Israel sinned when they asked Samuel, they asked Samuel to make them a king. They said, "Give us a king like the other nations," and that was a sin, because we should not want a king like the other nations. We should want a king like our own nation, because our king is not. And so that's why we got King Saul first, because we wanted a king like the king of the other nations. And then another thing I had to say on that, I forgot at the moment, but there is supposed to be that rejection of everything that isn't Torah. Everything. Oh, I have one thing. So Passover was all started because we slaughtered one of their gods. So the sheep that we slaughtered on Passover, we were commanded all to slaughter sheep. That was what the Egyptians were worshiping at the time. And that would have been seen as a very offensive act, akin to like burning the American flag today. So but for us, that was their God, and we were slaughtering their God. And that was like the symbolic thing of it when we left, I guess.
Right. No, that makes sense. And and I guess that's it's not technically a scapegoat, but essentially you're saying it's kind of like a.
Yeah, the scapegoat is on Yom Kippur. It's a different thing, but yes, it was it was a declaration against Egypt when we did that.
Right, and
it was a representative of Christ on the cross.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see how anything in the law could be construed as a continuation of pagan practices. It's completely opposite and separate from all that stuff. To say that Moses, he kind of just integrated, I don't see that at all. I see Brother Green doing is what I see so many that kind of frustrates me. He's attacking Moses because he jumps from Moses to Revelation back and forward, saying that the Hebrew scriptures. Here's the problem. What does Moses and the Torah have to do with prophets that Moses warned you would come after him to test you as to whether or not you even love the law? You know what I mean? We could
Yeah.
all be under a delusion following
Deuteronomy
prophets.
13. Yeah. Deuteronomy 13, Moses speaks exactly to that point. Yeah.
I mean, we're told that this kind of thing can happen. Don't. To me, it's so simple. Do you agree with what Moses said? You know what I mean? Or if you don't, then you were allowed to go worship the sun and the moon and the stars. So I don't know what Brother Green is so upset about. If he would read Moses, he would see where Moses said that Israel's not allowed to bow down to the sun and the moon, the stars, but
Right.
they were given as an inheritance to the other nations.
Well. In just to back up for a second, I want to try to comprehend this a little bit because it's a little murky from my perspective, and generally, I think with Christians in general. So, you have Abraham, and then then you have Noah, right? And then from there you get Moses. Is that kind of like the milestones, right? Well, between
So
the
the
time,
first 10 generations, the first generations descended until the time of Noah, and then the next 10 generations descended to the time of Abraham.
I
time
think
of
Jacob's the major milestone myself, because see,
Well, yeah,
everybody's
Jacob-
fooled. Everybody's fooled about Jacob. They say Jacob was a thief. Jacob was, a supplanter. When it says the opposite.
He was subversive. Jacob was very subversive, very tricky. Yeah.
Well, he didn't want to. You know what I mean? But Esau knows that his mother was from, Babylon, the Chaldean area, and the reason behind it because of Abraham. But see, Esau was running with the Canaanite girls. It tells us that Abraham didn't want Isaac shacked up with because they were cannibals and things. And Jacob was having to be the mild-mannered man, and Esau was coming in, gaslighting him, telling him he was starving, he was dying, he was this. You know what I mean? When Jacob lives right next to Isaac, that was a milestone. Everybody's tricked because they think that either Jacob was a thief, and he wasn't. See, Esau became the thief when he didn't tell Isaac that, hey, I sold this thing to Jacob. He was ashamed to tell Isaac that he didn't want to be circumcised. That's what the birthright was.
Well, but here's the thing, though:
You
is
had to
like
keep being circumcised.
Didn't Jacob become Israel, and then Esau become Edom, and then now we have this whole thing where you have the people who call themselves Israel in a political, Jewish sense, and then you have people who call themselves, the Gentile / Edom, and I'm not sure if that's really biblical, but it seems that that's the position that we find ourselves in, correct?
Well, Edom again. They're confused. They read in prophecy about Edom. Why don't they listen to what Isaac said? Isaac said that Edom would break the yoke off of their neck as soon as they grew restless. Remember, Isaac prophesied over
Isaac gave a blessing to Esau that basically it comes down to whenever we don't keep the Torah, then they will rule us. Edom will rule us.
So why wouldn't Adam Green and them turn to old Moses instead of turning to some other prophet?
Well, here's
this and that and the other. Why don't you listen to old Moses?
Well, here's my point of bringing all this up. Here's what I'm trying to get at. And again, this is not meant to be offensive, but by the time of Moses, you guys were already out of Israel for a long period of time. Then you go back to Israel. Again, it's murky because really, from my understanding, you have the tribe of Judah, but you also have Ebionites and all these other different people, right? Like it wasn't like the people who we now know as Jews were one of many different forms of Judaism. Am I incorrect in that, or?
I mean, that's a perspective. I don't hold that, but you could be correct based on certain people's interpretations, I guess.
Right. Well, I guess what I'm saying is like, when and again, like I'm trying to understand, like there seems to be the argument that Jews belong in Israel and the Levant, right? But then, obviously about 1,000 years before the birth of Jesus, as far as, history or Christians see it, right? I'm just trying to get a timeline here, right? You guys were already out of there for a while, and then you came back, right? And then that land is contested for the next 1,000 years, and then another 1,000 years, and now another 1,000 years. So really, we're looking at about 3,000 years minimum to 4,000 years of you guys not really having a stable foothold, even according to your own thing, right? And so I guess, having
So the last 2,000 years, there were always Jews in Israel. There was actually even Kabbalistic centers and yeshivas, and it's not that we ever left Israel; it's that we didn't have sovereignty over the land.
right. Well, same thing with with Christians. I mean, the Christians went and did a crusade, and they really didn't attack Jews; they attacked other Christians at first, right?
They attacked Jews too, and they attacked Arabs, Muslims.
Yeah, right. So yeah, but I mean, a big part of it was definitely like them killing each other too, and so, again, my point is, did Christians ever have sovereignty during this time period? Because that's what I'm saying is like, how do you what is the measurement or methodology of
they had what do you call those proxy? They had proxy sovereign, like there were proxies here. There was never like a sovereign thing, like it never ruled itself. It was ruled by an outside source.
Well, I mean, Christians would argue now that we're kind of proxies for other entities as well. I mean, that seems to be
sure,
right? So, I mean, so do we have the right to just throw everyone who's not a Christian out of our place and say, you know what I mean? Like that. I'm not trying to be contentious. What I'm saying is, if it's good for the
You're talking about the political climate today. Yeah, no, there's no right to throw people away from their home and where they live. I don't agree with that at all. Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is like, if it's good for the goose, is it not good for the gander? And and again, like I know that sounds like I'm being really like an asshole, but what I'm trying to get at is like a lot of the things that people would say that made Mean Mr. Mustache wrong. People seem to be making similar arguments, and I think that that's my point. Is it's a slippery slope. If one person can justify, well, I have a blood right oath to this land. Well, anybody, the natives can say that, and I think I did this to you before. So I'm just trying to say, like, there must be a methodology by which we, can come up with a concept of what is sovereignty, right? And
I mean, you want to do something like codify something so that we can all agree on it and we can proceed and learn from it in the future, right? But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think what's happening here is something very different, where this is not anyone's land. The earth doesn't belong to anyone but God, and God gives the land to whoever He sees fit. And right now, through whatever natural process happened, for some reason, Jews are back in Israel after 2,000 years, and it just doesn't make any sense based on any form of metric you can put together. The fact that this is happening right now, it's just weird.
No, and look, and I understand that. And again, this is not directed at you. Here's what I'm saying is like, you guys have a code, which is, you guys have the Torah and the laws of Moses, and you guys have your own way of doing it. And you said that really the Gentiles are not meant to follow it. So really, at the end of the day, are we to go by the law of the jungle? I don't think that would be good for you guys or anybody else.
Okay, yeah.
Right? So that's
Like, so the Gentiles are meant to learn from it, but not to follow it.
Okay, so then really, what's to stop, anything really bad from happening? Essentially, I mean, you see what I'm saying? It's like, if there's no, because a lot of the stuff that I see in America, and like one thing I recommend to a lot of people who are kind of distraught about everything going on is like, a lot of the things that we see going on are kind of like a manifestation of whatever's going on with our legal system. Now, I know that Jews have a very particular way of looking at laws and stuff like this, and it seems to be a big undercurrent of Western civilization from at least the Magna Carta forward, but obviously before that as well. And so, I guess what I'm saying is like, how do you kind of feel about the whole direction?
So from my perspective is when I look at any nation around the world that isn't a Jewish nation, I'm looking at the Noahide laws, and are they following the Noahide laws? And all of the degradation of society is going against the Noahide laws. That's what I'm seeing personally. And And I mean, the Jewish laws also follow the Noahide laws, and Islam, for example, is a Noahide religion, right? It's something that's like, it would be great if everyone followed it. It's the Noahide laws is really what the nations are supposed to be following. So when you see this sexual immorality going on, it's clearly against the Noahide laws.
Can I
Right,
tackle it a little bit?
but the thing about that is that, you know, the Noahide laws are in the Talmud, right?
Okay, they're derived from the Torah, though.
Well, be that as it may, but the origin point where you find them from is technically from the Talmud, right?
They're also in the Talmud. Yes, they're clearly spoken out and revealed in the Talmud.
Right. But like not so in Genesis, right? Because like if you go like in Genesis and like, you know, you hear like the flood happen and all that type of stuff, and then you go to that and there's nothing there, you know. So the thing about it is that, you know, although on the surface it seems like a lot of Jews and you know, Christians and Muslims would follow the Noahide laws, you know, they would not follow the Talmud in general, right? Because that would be like a lot of the stuff in the Talmud they wouldn't follow, right?
Well, the Talmud isn't meant to be something to follow. It's
exactly right. So you wouldn't necessarily, you know, so they wouldn't necessarily know about any such thing as the Noahide laws or anything like that, you know.
right, except for the fact that when they were given, they were supposed to be set up, and yeah, that's right. Only through us, I guess. Only through Jews you would know about the Noahide laws today. But when they were given, the nations were supposed to set up justice systems to support the Noahide laws, and therefore you no longer need the Noahide laws as long as you still have those justice systems set up properly.
Let's
Well, and go ahead and let's continue the debate. And first of all, and one other thing, I was like, who is 5-speed? Because I haven't heard him say anything all night. And but the other thing is the other thing is,
5-speed. Yeah, we know 5-speed. He's cool. He just he stated earlier he was just hanging out and listening to the arguments and stuff. So
yeah. So the whole thing with the Noahide thing is like, does Judaism have a concept of salvation? Because you said that you guys don't really have a solid understanding of an afterlife or eternal life or anything like that. So is there any?
Yeah, it's called Olam Haba.
So what is the purpose of salvation if it's only a temporal thing, I guess?
The purpose of the world is salvation. Salvation is not the purpose. Is not it's not it's the other way around. The purpose of all of the world is salvation, is repentance, is returning to our Creator.
So essentially, when we die, we just go back to God, and so like we're like a shard of God. It's like a piece.
More in history. Olam Haba means the coming world, the world to come. It's like a way to say utopia, but a specific kind of utopia.
Like a communistic one. I'm not saying that in a derogatory.
No, not no, just a Jewish one. Yeah, not a communistic one.
But what I mean by that is like a worldly, meaning like in this world, or like just
in this world. In this world,
right.
It's supposed to come about in this world. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and again, like this is not to insult you. I'm just saying, like, but isn't that kind of what Marx's plan was, like classless, you know, raceless, moneyless, like. Yeah, so I mean, so it's.
But it wasn't. It's not the same. It's not the same vision. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
no, and he derived.
Our sages say, "No eye has seen it, no mouth has tasted it, no hand has touched it." It's something we don't really know. We don't really know what it will be, but we know that it will be. And one of the clear insights that we say is a vision into what Olam Haba is the Shabbat. And so when we look at Shabbat, it's a day where there's no work, and we see the sin of Adam. He was given work, right? The consequence of Adam's sin, the punishment was work. And Shabbat is sort of the day where there is no more work. And so Olam Haba is when Adam's sin has been redeemed, quote unquote, there will be no more work in the world. There will be something else. We'll be back in the Garden of Eden, whatever we were supposed to be doing there.
Right. No, and it actually makes a lot of sense what you're saying. And what I'm trying to get at is like, so you guys don't see it as like a separate reality. It's in this reality. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, if there's no afterlife, then like it's something that none of us will ever touch or taste ourselves as a individual being, but it's more of like we're playing a role in order to bring that about where there is eternal life for someone theoretically in the
Right.
future. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and so the afterlife that we believe in is people who have a part in building anyone who has a part in progressing and building this Olam Haba, creating this, is that is their afterlife. Like your portion in it, you have a part in it, a portion in it.
Okay, so it's like so like we build the thing and then at the end of it God will appreciate what we did, so he'll bring us back to somehow, but it's not specified how.
Yeah, I don't know what to put my finger on there to agree with you,
No, I
but
get it. But
maybe.
essentially saying it's like
Nah, it sounds like bullshit.
well, it's like our concept.
Understand.
It's like our concept of heaven, but it's a material thing, not a floating on the clouds like ethereal thing, essentially.
Right.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to comprehend it. Because that it does make sense to me what you're saying, and I do appreciate it because it's something that Christians like struggle to comprehend. I think because we definitely make a big distinction between, I guess, for lack of a better word, physical and metaphysical. I guess so.
Right.
So,
I
guess
comprehend what
versatility.
it's saying. I think it's bullshit.
Well, you make a distinction between metaphysical and not metaphysical, right, Rocky?
Right. It's real. Jesus is real. It's a person. I'm real. I'm going to be a person. I'm going to have a new body. I'm going to be a person. I'm not going to just blend in and with everybody else and be like, ooh, what the fuck is that all about? Bullshit.
From what I could tell.
On that note, I have a question though. So, like, because I've heard when I've described it, like, have you ever heard of David Icke before? Or like
who?
David Icke.
New Age.
No.
Or like, okay, have you heard of the new? I guess it's considered New Age, but this concept of like, we're all a part of God, like we're all like basically like a piece of God, and God will try to reconcile us back onto Him, essentially at the end. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I can get on board with that. I don't know what you're talking about, but I can get on board with that. Why not?
I mean, is that a concept in Judaism? Is what I'm trying to ask. Like in the Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Or something.
I mean, we say God is not a place in the world, but the world is a place in God.
That makes sense to me. I understand. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to see if that's like, because again, I'm going based off of what I've heard, so I haven't studied Judaism. That's why I'm trying to confirm if what I've heard is correct or not. So I think let's continue the debate unless somebody else has something. But
I was going to say, from what I could tell from the laws of Moses, Exodus 12:48 tells Gentiles if they wanted to be circumcised and have one law with the people, they could do that and eat the Passover. So it's not that the law wasn't for other people. So other people didn't want to do it because they didn't want to circumcise their children. They didn't want to keep the commandments. And then what would happen is they could still be pagans. They couldn't worship their gods in Israel, but they could give Thanksgiving offerings and be off to their own cities. And then Israel, after they defeated the cannibals, the Canaanites, the blood drinkers, and the worst sexually immoral people than these giants, well, then it was their job to police these cities if they were doing something immoral. And then it was about might being right, who had the Most High God then. And Israel was supposed to give a peace treaty to a city that was sexually immoral. And that had to stop over there. No, they're not under the law, but it needs to stop. People have come to Israel, said, "Help us," And then if they didn't accept the peace treaty, then you killed the fighting men, and you left the women and the children. That's what I always read that Moses was telling us. It
So
was just that
the way I
simple.
understand it, the way I understand it is, you don't want to give people rules that they can't follow and then damn them to hell because they couldn't follow it. And
They can't
if
keep the law.
right. So forcing all of the nations of the world to keep the Torah 100%, everyone would have gone to hell, right? Quote unquote, so to speak, right? No one would have been able to uplift that. And so that's kind of the reasoning. Like even Jews can't do it, right? Jews have failed throughout all history.
That's why
And
Esau ran. He didn't want to have to keep doing it.
Well,
Right.
but here isn't the other part of it like. So I guess here's what I was trying to get at with my questioning before is there a dual path to citizenship in heaven, or is it just like really for the Jews and maybe a
didn't
few of
need
us
that.
kind
If
of
you
make it through
blessed
the.
Abraham, God said that you would be blessed. So what more did you need?
everyone,
Blessing from the Most High.
everybody has a part in the world to come. And I think that the Noahide laws are very easy. Like the world has evolved to basically keep the Noahide laws regardless. Like you could be an atheist and keep the Noahide laws. And anyone who keeps those, we believe, has a part in the world to come.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, let's say that you break the Noahide laws, but you feel bad and you're trying to do better. Does that count, or
Right. Yeah. There's repentance. The whole world is built on repentance. Yeah.
No, and this is actually similar to like a thing that I've asked about. I've asked Christians pretty directly because it does seem there's different views of it, and the Orthodox Church, as far as I understand, I've heard it said by certain people in the Orthodox Church that very similar to what you're saying, which is that there's really a path for everybody, but it's not going to be exactly one size fits all. Like, you know what I mean? Like it may
Yeah.
take you, whether we are reincarnated or whether we're just, you're like get one shot and you mess it up. Like we don't know exactly what the time
Yeah.
period
That
between
reminds
now
me.
and a reconciliation will be, right?
That reminds me of a midrash we have. So midrash, just in general, is not like you can't take it literally. Maimonides says anyone who takes it literally just makes them out to be a fool and makes the sages out to be fools. But the midrash said that when we left Egypt, the sea didn't just split in one big split; it split in many little splits. In one split for each tribe. So each of the 12 tribes had their own pathway through the sea. And modern Hasidism says, no, not only that, it's split for each individual person. Each individual person had their own pathway through the sea. And it's not talking about literally in Egypt. It's talking about what you're saying is like we all have our own individual path to eternity. And we have to walk our own path, not the main path that everyone is forcing you to.
Yeah, and again, I just
Yeah.
want to mention a couple things really quick, and I'm sorry to be a douche. I'm trying to just get all this out because I've had it on my mental notepad for a long time, and that's the first time I really have a chance to work it out with someone. So really quick. So first of all, like it sounds very similar to Platonic ideas in a way, and I think that it's not incidental because there's been accusations that a lot of Plato's belief systems were coming from the Far East, essentially. Like it seems that there was like Hinduist kind of influence, or perhaps even Buddhism, to some degree. And I'm not saying, yeah, and I'm not saying that like in a derogatory way, but what I'm saying is like it is very interesting because I've heard similar things in Eastern thoughts as well. So, yeah.
The Talmud talks about Jeremiah, the prophet, having a contact with the philosophers of Greece, with Plato. I don't know if you've heard that.
No, I haven't, but that definitely is interesting to me. Very interesting. So I'm guessing Jeremiah was pretty recent, not long before Jesus allegedly came, right?
Jeremiah was around during the destruction of the first temple.
So that would have been. I'm just saying it's like it lines up with conventional history of like 400 BC ish or something.
Yeah, 400 BC ish.
Okay,
yeah,
got it. And how much longer after David was that, if you don't mind me asking? Was that like 800 years after David or something?
About that, something like that. Yep.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure my timeline's about on the same.
Yeah.
Uh,
The timeline is very vague, and there are historians trying to rewrite timelines and push certain timelines because it's all very vague. So yeah, generally yes.
No, I agree. And even like if you look at someone like Alexander the Great, who was allegedly around that time too, like I've heard people say that it's not as straightforward as people
Right.
want to make it. So that's why I'm trying to wrap my head around a lot of the timelines as well, because it makes sense in some regards, and in other regards it doesn't. Even like the Roman Empire, and like I heard someone recounting the story of the founding of Rome and its parallels with Jacob and Esau, and I found that very interesting as well. Have you heard? Is there any writing on that as well, or?
Yeah, Rome is a descendant of Edom, who is one of the children of Esau.
Okay, so you guys actually directly link it to.
Yeah, genealogy. Yeah.
Got it. So I see it. So essentially,
like Greece, for example, Yavan is a descendant of Japhet, who is one of the children of Noah.
Right. No, that
right.
So, no, and I just wanted to say, because like I've heard people say that who are not Jewish, and so that's why I was curious to see if parallel.
Another interesting one is Amalek. Amalek is a descendant of Canaanites, and the Canaanites are a descendant of Ham, which is Egypt.
Well, that's interesting you mentioned that. I was going to ask this question. I heard a Jewish guy. I'm not sure exactly what sect he is, but he said that you can identify Edom by the obelisks in all of our nations. So he's like, anywhere where there's an obelisk, that signifies Edom. And I was trying to see.
That's interesting. I haven't heard that, but that's interesting.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly where he's getting that from either, but he seemed pretty confident in that. And yeah, so I was just pretty curious. I was just kind of curious about that. Yeah, sorry to keep going. If we can get through the rest of the thing here, but
Want to do the live
This has
chats.
been pretty good, Jeem. I gotta say, just like the back and forth and the intensity.
Yeah,
if you guys feel like you can keep going.
Oh,
philosophy, not an overindulgence in
the
Judaism.
Hebrew scriptures are not a problem, is what
No,
you said.
let's get to the scripture then. You just mentioned them. What's wrong with the Hebrew scriptures in particular? The Old Testament.
Let's go to Isaiah 60 and 61.
Okay. And then actually, I saw in the private chat they were discussing. I mean, do you guys want us to keep going, or do you want to do the live?
This has been pretty good, Jeem. I gotta say, just like the back and forth and the intensity.
Yeah,
If you guys feel like you can keep going, we can keep going for a little bit longer.
Just let us know, like if there's 10 minutes left. Just give us a little heads up.
We'll do.
Cool.
Isaiah 60, the forces of the Gentiles will come to thee. Strangers shall build up your walls. For nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yes, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
Why is that
Zion,
bad?
the Holy One in Israel, thou shalt suck the milk of the Gentiles and shalt suck the breast of kings, and thou shalt know that I am thy Lord, Savior, and Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. So suck the milk of the Gentiles. It also says that they will lend to many nations but not borrow, and reign over the nations. Isaiah 45, all the nations will bow down and worship thee. Isaiah 49 and 42, where it has light into the nations, also same themes. Isaiah 61, and then I'll get your take on the
Go ahead.
get your response to some of these. This is the Hebrew scriptures that you're signing off on.
Okay.
61:9. And their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All that see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the seed which the Lord hath blessed. And it talks about the offspring of everybody, not just Jesus, like the New Testament tries to say. Isaiah 61, but you shall be named the priests of our Lord. Men shall call you the ministers of our God. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boast yourselves. You have no problem with that. Christians won't condemn this. They think it's good. They try to insert themselves into it.
Let me know when you're done. You have another citation? Okay. So first of all, again, this is not a tag argument. I'm genuinely curious, but let me finish the whole thing and then you can answer it. Why any of that stuff is bad. Number two, the Gentiles, when the Bible's talking about it, you're implying it means Greeks and Romans. It's kind of Eurocentric view. It doesn't. Most of the Gentiles, when God tells Moses, go eradicate that village down to the last man and woman, do whatever you want with the young women, those are fellow Semites and Hamitic groups. Like they're basically like modern day Saudis and Jordanians. It says nothing about go and curse the Greeks. The Greeks are no worse than those Gentiles at that time. It's not like they have an elevated state where Europeans are bad. There also wasn't even a concept before Christendom of we are a united Europe that's different from the rest of the world. I mean, in the Roman Empire, a Berber from Libya was just as Roman as somebody from southern Germany. I mean,
I
I don't
never said there
understand.
was a united Europe.
Okay, so
for
why is it
Christianity.
bad?
Another straw man.
I don't think that's a straw man, considering you're making this whole thing about they conquered.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because you know, where you know, it's like I said before, you know, there would be no Europe without the church, right? So there's one thing, you know, what is this whole concept of what he's talking about? Let me go back a little bit. 'Cause I'm actually
Yeah, I have something on that. It reminds me a lot of Joseph's dream, where Joseph goes to his brothers and he tells him, "Oh, you guys are all going to bow down to me," and they all revolted against him and put him into slavery. And in the end, they did all bow down to him. They just there was a danger in interpreting that prophecy, and like, what does it actually mean that we're bowing down to you? And in the end, what turned out that's what turned out to happen, but that's not like his desires. That's not his goal, right? Joseph wasn't trying for that. That's just what he saw would happen.
Adam Green and others are not listening to Moses. Hands down. They're listening to Isaiah, they're listening to other people, and what they're applying to the God of Moses is that bad people are going to be able to do this to them. That's what his mistake is. And I see it happening everywhere. They think that people who aren't obeying the Torah, aren't keeping their commandments, that they're going to get to do these things to the Gentile world. And Moses did never tell them that, never once. He said every one of those laws were their very life. Not one was frivolous, because they won't manage to do any of that without keeping it to the letter. So if they would just keep faith with God's man Moses, they would not fear other prophets coming in and scaring them with words. And they conjure up, Talmudic tricksters and you know what I'm saying? That's just what Isaiah is saying, and you don't have a problem. No, Moses never said any of that's happening for anybody that doesn't keep those commandments. They're not going to be the head. They'll be the tail. It's a grave error they're making. As soon as what happens is he thinks that the God of Moses loves a trickster named Jacob. If you remember, Jacob told his mother, no, so you're going to bring a curse down on me. He did not want to deceive his father, but he was caught in that catch-22 of honoring his mother. You know what I'm saying? And at a time when, he didn't even have the law, he was the one trying to do what Abraham would have had him do. So Jacob was never a supplanter in my mind. He was never the trickster. None of that was his idea, if you think about it. And the demonization, it's the same thing. As soon as we get to thinking, rubbing our hands together, thinking God loves this thief named Jacob, he loves this murderer named Moses. That's not what those people were. We're not putting it into perspective because we're feeling sorry for ourselves. You know what I mean? And we're not looking at ourselves and how much Adam Green and his society never had made it here without the wood that they stole off of the main ship, and that came from Moses. That's the real truth. That's the way I see it.
There definitely is a case for putting Jacob as a trickster in the Torah, because
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, but the thing is, there was lots of injustice that was done to him. Like, he should have gotten that blessing, but he couldn't get the blessing. So he had to use these tactics to get what he should have gotten, like what God wanted. He got what God wanted through that. And it's not just there, it's also with Lavan. He got tricked from Lavan. He got tricked as like
Jacob all his life.
Right. So Lavan was tricking Jacob. He tricked him to work there for 14 years for his two wives. But in the end, Jacob got the last laugh. He tricked Lavan to agree to a contract where Jacob ended up breeding an entire flock, and he took the whole flock. And so
Esau thought he was tricking Jacob. And think
that's
about
right.
this. Whenever I hate to think about this because I don't like to put it on the women, but when he ended up marrying Leah, well, Rachel had to be a part of that deception. Where was she? Was she tied up somewhere? You know what I'm saying?
She was too afraid to hurt her sister's pride. Yeah.
Right. Everybody
she loved her sister.
Jacob. Everybody was tricking him the whole time. And what happened
Yeah,
was
and then so even later
God was
on,
trying to like,
when Joseph brings Jacob his children to bless, and he switches his children before he brings them to Jacob, because and then what Jacob does is he takes his hands and he crosses his hands and he blesses the kids by crossing his hands. So his right hand was on the elder son. It's just interesting that like even there, his son Joseph swapped something and he swapped it back. Like that's all he was doing was just switching back things to their order, to where they were supposed to be.
it happens to us. We get deceived. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
something. He becomes a stumbling block to us. Jacob's a major point, pivotal point in my mind. That's where everybody hits the crossroads and either goes under some sort of spell to where they believe God loves liars and cheaters and murderers, and you just got to get used to it, or you got to keep fighting and saying, no, that isn't who his servants were. Got to keep looking deeper. You know what I mean? He comes down harder on his people. So there's no reason for Adam Green to think that God's going to let his people do any of
Yeah,
things.
and on that note, so you're saying that Rome was the seed of Edom, and I guess the Jews are the seed of Jacob. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yep.
So do you guys kind of see the Gentiles as your like long lost brother, since Rome kind of represents?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
100%.
Okay. No, that does actually make a lot of sense. And there is a lot of occultism around this concept. That's why I'm asking as well, because,
Yeah,
Christians.
we're absolutely not allowed to refuse anyone from Edom to convert to Judaism. We're not allowed to refuse them. It says in the Torah, they are your brothers, so of course you will let them in. Like, we're not allowed to refuse their conversion. And so there's a big debate in the Talmud. Well, are we allowed to let Amalek convert? And they come out to the conclusion that yes, we can, because Amalek is also a descendant of Edom, but it's also of Esau, but it's also a descendant of Canaan. But they say that because he's your brother, you have to let even Amalek convert if they want to.
So that makes sense. So, so I guess my question is then, all of humanity is essentially more or less brothers of Israel. Am I correct about that? Or
we're all one family, yeah.
Okay. And then, again, this is going to sound like I'm trying to be like edgy or, against you guys. I'm just trying to understand, because there is a lot of people who say such things like, well, Jews have a view of people who are not Jews as if they can be like slaves, or you can do usury on them because they're not of your people. And I'm just kind of curious, is like, is there a justified view of that, or is that just kind of like, a misconstruing? Or
I'm not going to lie. There are Jews that probably think like that. But that's definitely not the essence of what we believe.
So it's more like they're looking at the letter of the law rather than the spirit of the law. Would you?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I understand that. And I think that's what I was trying to get at before with the legalism thing. Because like a big thing that I see right now is like people here in, I'll just say Edom, for lack of a better term, they seem to look at the law as if it's like, well, it's corrupt because of the letter of the law, but they're not understanding that, it's really the spirit of the law. And people are missing the forest for the trees, if you get what I'm saying.
I definitely agree. Like you'll get pulled over in traffic for like doing something that's against the letter of the law, but like you didn't really. So for example, like I went to the left. I stayed in the left lane one time because one guy was really close to me on the right lane, and I just didn't want to block him off, right? And then I got pulled over for driving slow in the left lane, and it's like, but I get it. That is the law, so you technically can give me a ticket. But yeah, like it's also the people who are in charge of the law need to remember that more than the people who are following it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's really where a lot of people are seeing what they think is like the collapse of America or something. But it's what I really see it as, and a lot of the times, as I'm sure you're aware, they just say, well, that's because the Jews are the lawyers and the Jews are that. And I think that it's much more complex than that, although I can see why they think those things. But I think that it's really about people examining the letter of the law and not the spirit or the
Yeah.
intention of the law. And I think that, there's people who, it doesn't matter what your belief system is, but people who are looking at things in a predatory manner are going to jump on that
Right.
opportunity for obvious reasons.
Well, I mean, the fact that there is any division between the letter and the spirit is just a flaw in humanity and in the state of the world. Like, ideally, there should not be a division or a discrepancy between the two.
Right.
Can I
And,
add to
and again, I
something?
bring that up because I think that relates to the story of Jacob and Esau a lot as well.
Right.
If you think about the law, though, too, if you believe what Moses is telling you, what Israel had in their possession through the high priest, the spirit of the law was completely. If there was an ambiguous case, we were allowed to go to the high priest for a decision. So if Israel hadn't chose death and everything was operating like we read about, we're talking about today having a people, for instance, like we have these big questions about AI and tech and all this stuff. If Israel had been operating, if we believe what's written there, they could have went to God with that question and said, will you allow this in Israel? And, get a yes or a no. Then the rest of the world looked at that and saying, okay, God won't allow that in Israel. So you might want to think about that and your nation. We're talking about that level of, and what Moses told us, that if they had kept it, they wouldn't have had no choice but to come to them and tell them how perfect their laws were, because there would have been so many evidences that, hey, you're with high command. So, the spirit of the law was so powerful, if you believe what's written there, that we literally had like a cell phone to God through the high priest with Aaron. Even if they did charge Gentiles interest, you might weigh that and say, well, I could get a loan interest free. I had to go be circumcised. You know what I mean? But if Israel's running things that good, you might just think, well, I'll just pay the interest. That's all that was. I've seen that in the laws of Moses. I didn't see nothing wrong with it.
Well, I want to tell a little joke, and this joke is going to sound very crude, but again, like, I think that people like Benjamin and Machine and some other people may or may not get it. So again, this is just a joke, but like an argument I want to make to people who are I guess you'd say like a white nationalist, for example, right? Like, I would make the joke to them to the effect of like, well, if you get rid of the Jews, who's going to be able to manage immoral people through usury? Does that make any sense to you? Like, I know that sounds like a crude joke, but does that make sense what I'm saying?
I don't get how it's a joke. It makes sense to me what you're saying.
Yeah, what I mean is, like, a lot of what and this comes from my experience, in the looking at financial stuff in the economy. Like, a lot of the things that people see as like very high interest loans is like, it's actually a very calculated thing according to risk. Now, of course, people take advantage and they give high interest loans where it need not apply. But a lot of the times, people who are receiving high interest loans are people that are not very reputable people. Let's just put it that way, right? And again, it's not, people make excuses for it, but I've seen it up close and personal where these people have zero intention of repaying a debt that they're taking out. So how do you punish them? Do you put them in jail, or do you just make it hard for them to take another loan? See what I'm saying? And so does that kind of compute what I'm trying to get at?
Well, the entire economic system of the world today is not what the Torah tells us our economic system is supposed to be in Israel. And so just to put it, like, just to ground it a little bit more, on the Jubilee year, everyone is supposed to be forgiven of all their debt, and all land is supposed to return to its owners. Everybody in the world is supposed to have their own portion of land. Like, it's weird that you have to pay taxes on land, or like all throughout history, the landowners were the lords, and then the peasants and the farmers, they all had to work for those lords. And that's not what it's supposed to be at all. Everyone is supposed to have their own little plot of land, and the plot of land is supposed to be a family plot where, like, you do population control on that land. Like, the more children you have, the less land they each get. And so it's really, I don't know, the economic system is very different than what it is today.
No, I agree, and I think that one of my biggest problems with the way things are run, and whoever you want to blame, I think that it's like, like if I say this, and it sounds, people on the right will say I'm communist, and people on the left will say that I'm a fascist. But like one thing I would say is like I don't think any one person should be allowed to own more than one property.
Right.
I'm sorry, more than two properties. Let's say you have one that's for a primary house and one for a vacation house, and
Yeah, I
people
know
say,
what you
well,
mean. Yeah.
yeah, and the reason I would say that is just because if look at the price of
So many
buying a house.
homeless. That's right.
Say again.
Yeah, there is a land crisis in the world, and I mean, like, it's like Russia and Ukraine. That's a land thing. Israel and Palestine. That's a land thing. The housing bubble. That nobody can buy land, and some people own just half of the world of land. Or China is invading the U.S. right now because they're buying land. Like,
Yeah,
this land thing is a problem.
yeah. Well, and the reason why they're doing that, just I'll just use China as an example because it's less controversial. People don't understand. From what I understand of it, the reason why they're doing that is like they have no way of securing their assets over there in Asia, because basically what's happening is people are just building ghost cities, and the reason why they're doing that is because there's no way for them to hold the value of the excess money that they're buying. So they're just investing in property because there's no stock market, there's no, gold has limitations, and people are very wary about Bitcoin and stuff for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So I think that people don't understand is like the reason why all these people are coming and investing is because it's the only way they can see to like secure their assets, right? And right or wrong, it does compute, because really the only thing, other than a political position or political power that holds any value over time is land. So of
Yeah.
course that's what people are going to gravitate towards, right? So, and I think that what I'm saying is like, here's kind of where I'm trying to get at. Like if the idea is to moralize people, like you said, I think that ownership of A, your body, B, your labor, and C, your land, I mean, it's the only way to possibly have a moral framework. And I think that, like, if you look at the foundation of the United States, Jefferson in particular, that was kind of the whole idea of what he was saying is like, you have to have people who are not dependent on the system in order to make decisions, because people who are dependent are going to make bad decisions, essentially, right? So,
Or interest. Yes. With interest, like with an agenda.
yeah, exactly.
Agenda-driven decisions. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I just mentioned all that because it seems like there should be solutions to all this, especially given all the technology. And I think that's really what I'm saying with the tech. Like, even if you accept that the tech could be used as for good, it's like, if all this is meant to be labor saving and bring us closer to that heavenly state on earth, which I kind of like the idea of it. I'm just saying, like, if
Yeah.
that's the case, then why is everything getting materially harder? I mean, I actually do think that people are generally getting more moral over time. That's kind of my general assessment, but that's maybe a
So
hard
a lot of this relates directly to the story of Noah. Noah, in general, means rest. Noah. And he came at a time where the world was just inventing the plow. So it saved a lot of work for a lot of people because we had the plow and a lot of people could get more rest. And that directly led to the descent. Like, that technological invention directly led to the descent and the complacency of the world into what is called Hamas. So Hamas in the Torah is what God destroyed the world because of Hamas back then. And Hamas came directly out of this complacency, came directly out of this less of a need to work. And so when we get, like, every technological invention has to be accompanied by a societal one to not let us descend into Hamas.
Let me ask you a weird question. You know, people, and again, like, I know that this is weird, so I'm just trying to be as clear as possible. But let's say that. Let me ask you this first. Do you think that there is a group of people that are generally trying to guide society in a position of wealth, or is it more of just? I mean,
I'm
like,
sure there
obviously,
are.
plans, but
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
do you generally think that those people are interested in creating a more moral people with everything that they're doing, or?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. But good intentions pave the road to hell, right?
No, for sure. And so what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, do you think that do you get a sense that whoever these people are, whether they be, Jewish, Christian, Islam, or some secret religion that we're not aware of,
I'm sure it's all of the above. All of the
Yeah.
above, not in cahoots, yes in cahoots, in all different ways. Yes. That's definitely sounds like something people are doing.
Yeah, but do you think that they're generally trying to correct the morality for every technological advance that we're making? Because like this is something that me personally I'm torn on. Like, as much as I am very concerned with the tech, like I do get a sense that there is some sort of minute manipulations that is being done to try and prod people into a better direction, whether people want to acknowledge that or not. And I'm not saying that it's happening, but I
Maybe
get a
the
sense that
overwhelming thing is pushing people to a negative direction from what I'm seeing. Like the whole Hollywood and Disney thing, they're definitely pushing people. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, but they're destroying the backbone of civilization, really.
well, do you think it's almost like a
They probably believe they're doing good, yeah.
well, no, yeah. What I'm saying is, like, do you think that it's possible that they're doing that to give people something to fight against so that they want to be good? Is kind of what I'm trying to get at.
I think no. I think they're doing it because they think that is the answer, to be honest with you.
Like,
but I could be wrong. I don't know. But I generally think they believe that DEI and all that stuff is good, and it's a good world is leading to that.
Right. Well, and obviously there is, and trust me, I'm going to say that obviously there's a lot of Jews that are involved at a high level.
Yep.
But I'll
I
definitely
agree with you.
say that there's a lot of Christians that are involved at a high level.
Yep.
So
I agree with you.
it's not really one or the other. I'm just saying, but like,
that's right. Yeah.
Do you think that that's really just an abomination of what was intended by any sect of Judaism, whether it be rabbinical or Hasidic?
Yeah, definitely. Anything that's pushing against the commandments, and to modernize by making like the staple, like the standard, against the commandments, I think is definitely bad. Personally, on a personal level.
Yeah. Well, and do you have any sense or knowledge of like where that different interpretation is coming from? Because I ask myself this about Christianity all the time. Like, where are these weird interpretations coming from?
The tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge is our ability to write our own destiny and to decide our own morality, the knowledge of good and evil. And so what we do is we try that. We try to develop our own morality and and then we will always learn in the end, like you're seeing. I can tell that you're already seeing this. We'll always learn in the end that that's wrong, and we'll eventually grow. But we have to make the mistakes. The tree of knowledge is all about making the mistakes in order to learn. Whereas the tree of life is what we've already been given, and we can just follow that. And it might not make sense, but the world is a better place when we follow it.
Yeah, I heard Ben Shapiro say that one time, and a lot of people made fun of him, but I kind of understood what he was getting at. What he's trying to get. It's very interesting.
I didn't hear him do that.
Yeah. And
I'm generally at odds with him for a bunch of things.
No, I am too. I'm just saying, like, it's interesting. I heard him. He didn't say exactly what you said, but he says something to the effect of like, I don't really question why I'm doing it. I just do it because it's the right thing.
Yeah.
Something to that
So
effect.
I'm not like that. I definitely do question, but I still try to do it, But I know in the end, the tree of knowledge becomes the tree of life. But it just takes a lot. It takes DEI and the descent of the world to get there,
Right. And so I guess what you're saying is like, they're definitely taking the wrong route, but it's going to work out essentially.
The pendulum will swing back. Yes.
Yeah. And I generally agree with that too. I'm just, it's a complex situation to say the least.
Yeah. Did everyone else fall asleep?
Among the Gentiles and their offspring among the people. All that see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the seed which the Lord hath blessed. And it talks about the offspring of everybody, not just Jesus, like the New Testament tries to say. Isaiah 61, but you shall be named the priests of our Lord. Men shall call you the ministers of our God. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boast yourselves. You have no problem with that. Christians won't condemn this. They think it's good. They try to insert themselves into it.
Let me know when you're done. You have another citation? Okay. So first of all, again, this is not a tag argument. I'm genuinely curious, but you finish the whole thing and then you can answer it. Why any of that stuff is bad. Number two, the Gentiles, when the Bible's talking about it, you're implying it means Greeks and Romans. It's kind of Eurocentric view. It doesn't. Most of the Gentiles, when God tells Moses, go eradicate that village down to the last man and woman, do whatever you want with the young women, those are fellow Semites and Hamitic groups. Like they're basically like modern day Saudis and Jordanians. It says nothing about go and curse the Greeks. The Greeks are no worse than those Gentiles at that time. It's not like they have an elevated state where Europeans are bad. There also wasn't even a concept before Christendom of we are a united Europe that's different from the rest of the world. I mean, in the Roman Empire, a Berber from Libya was just as Roman as somebody from southern Germany. I mean, I don't
said there was a united Europe.
Okay, so why is it bad?
Another straw man.
I don't think that's a straw man, considering you're making this whole thing about they conquered Europe in particular and then the rest of the world. I mean, obviously,
did
Europe
Jesus not conquer Europe? Is he not ruling in the land of their enemies? Or
actually, not really. I mean, most of Europe's atheist.
Jesus, Christianity hasn't dominated Western culture for the last 1,700 years.
Not in the West. Not for the last 1,700 years. Not in the West. Sorry, it's not.
You're
Dude,
denying
it's Aristotle.
reality. What everybody knows.
It's Aristotle and Plato.
Has there been Aristotle?
It
No,
is.
It's been the,
okay. So
the
so
birth
what do the Catholics believe?
the birth and the scapegoat atonement of the Torah Messiah.
They didn't believe that. They believed in Christus Victor. I already told you that. For 1,000 years, they didn't even believe in satisfactionary atonement. They didn't care about blood atonement. They just believed that Christ.
They just drink the blood and say the blood cleanses us, and there's no repentance without blood. But okay, I don't even know how you
they
can say
do
that.
the Eucharist based on early tradition.
Now, I agree with Jeem that, basically for the past 2,000 years, the Western traditions can be summed up through Aristotle, right? Especially through his invention of things like science and logic and those types of categorizations of knowledge, the desacralization of nature, also the compartmentalization of knowledge. Those are two things I put on Aristotle. Why? Because of his correspondence theory. But I don't see Jeem very eloquently making these types of points, and I don't mean to bash the guy. I'm just trying to say, because he's a friend of mine. So I'm trying to really just give them, some kind of pointers here, and how they might pursue.
I agree.
Because I don't think that he's, because I think he's right. I just think he needs a little bit of, because he could say, well, look how, Aristotle has hijacked the Christian tradition through Aquinas and all these types of things, and actually provide real examples and say, well, look, Aquinas doesn't really believe in Christianity. He actually believes in Aristotle, and you could actually make a case like that, but. I don't see him doing that here. So
it also shot the church in the foot.
Right.
That belief shot the church in the foot when like Galileo comes along and Copernicus comes along, and the church makes an official stance against truth and reality not because of the church and not because of the doctrine, because of Aristotle.
Right. So that goes to the whole invention of this whole secular age, and then we can tie it back with that. And say, well, look, it's obvious that the church has been, sort of, died out in the West. And the reason is because of the rule of secularism. And that can be then traced to this Aristotelian idea. But, again, it took me maybe, 100 pages to try to make that point. So, I don't think anybody could actually, make it in maybe less than 100 pages. It's very difficult to, trace the history and try to actually make that kind of point.
Well, just real quick, I just want to make sure I understand. When you say that because of Aristotle, they denied reality, what do you mean by that?
They tried Galileo for heresy and Copernicus for saying that, there's a heliocentric model. They thought like everything revolves around the Earth, and Copernicus comes around and says, no, we're actually revolving around the sun. And Galileo comes and he talks about gravity, all this stuff. Like, it's all Aristotelian thought that was challenged by physicists in reality.
Well,
doubling down on that,
but didn't they
shot themselves in the foot?
Didn't they use Aristotelian logic to break that belief system, though?
The church didn't.
Well, for example, like, the whole idea of quantum physics comes out of the Kabbalah, right? So, like, how do you know that it's not confirmation bias? A lot of the stuff, you know what I mean? Like,
Why does quantum physics come from the Kabbalah? I missed that one.
I mean, a lot of the concepts that we take for granted in science, quote unquote,
Okay.
like, comes out of religion. So, like, it's like the religion comes first, and then science confirms that.
Like, so I'm not saying religion goes against reality. I'm saying Aristotelian thought goes against reality when taken to the extreme.
The Earth is flat.
See?
Well, but is it?
Well,
But
what he's kind of alluding to is the fact that Aristotle had a kind of the predominant paradigm in science, and then it was kind of overthrown by Newton, and then it was overthrown by
Right.
Einstein, and so on and so forth. But yeah, generally speaking, that movement, yes, it definitely wouldn't have happened without Aristotle. So yeah, because he's just a starting point of it all, right?
But Newton was an occultist, and Einstein was a Kabbalist. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is like, none of this is secular. This is all religious at the end of the day. Like, what people call science is, in my personal opinion, it's a religious thing. It's not secular whatsoever. Like, I mean, to me, the word secular doesn't make sense in
It's
any
just
context.
holding on to the old worldview of Aristotle as if it was holy and truth is what shot the church in the foot when, science actually did start to come out and reveal, like, match up with reality. Because, heavier things don't fall faster. And Galileo just proved that. But Aristotle's thought experiment said, no, heavier things fall faster. And so, yeah, the church shot themselves in the foot by sticking to Aristotle and as if he was holy.
No, I get that, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is a larger point, which I'm butchering. But my larger point is this: like, if really we're only meant to, let's more or less follow the 10 Commandments, for example, how does any of this really help us uphold what we're supposed to be doing here? You see what I mean? And, like, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, us pursuing and knowing that
I see what you mean.
The sun's at the center of the universe. How does that help humanity whatsoever? Wouldn't it be better if we just?
I see what you mean.
We're retarded people who didn't know any of that.
So I think what we're talking about is that helix model, the intertwinedness of technological and civilizational development and the social development. We're talking about, like, the marriage of the two. And so, yes, the 10 Commandments, as you say, which I'm just going to use your words for the sake of brevity, is definitely what we're supposed to be keeping on one of those helix sides, and that's supposed to balance out the other helix side, which is the technological development and science.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah.
The Earth is still fucking flat.
See? But we can still be brothers and have a civilized conversation. Isn't that right? Isn't that great?
Just out of curiosity,
Was a Kabbalah teaching lies?
Well, just out of curiosity,
Old Testament, the Earth does not move.
Well, relatively, it might not be. That's kind of the other side of it, but that's a more nuanced thing. Like, that's the thing about space and all that, is like we might not actually be moving per se. That's the weird part about.
There is no motion. There's only relativity.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And that's kind of the weird thing, is like, it's not technically against the model, but people misconstrue what's actually.
The universe started everywhere because everywhere was at the center when the universe started.
Yep. Correct. Yep. And that's kind of the weird thing. Again, like, all that's in the Kabbalah as well. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is I'm not even saying that it's wrong just because it's in the Kabbalah. What I'm saying is, like, it's kind of strange that a lot of the things that we find in science are kind of hypothesized by religion. Is kind of what I'm trying to get at, And, like, a lot of modern people, a lot of modern things that we take for granted came out of, like, dedicated occultists who we're
Space
hypothesizing.
basement.
Well, and the other side of it is this: like when people say the Earth is flat, what I say is holographically. I mean, the science is leading to us to describe the world as holographic in nature. Well, if that's the case, then technically everything is flat. But again, people don't. I'm not saying I believe that. What I'm saying is like,
yeah,
it's not outside the realm of possibility that you could say the Earth is flat and it technically be true from a holographic, existence point of view, and still be.
sure.
You know what I know that sounds really
Yep.
strange the way I'm describing
No,
it.
I know what you're saying. I will go along with it. Yes.
Yeah, but
I don't disagree.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is like this is where Christians and everyone they get really upset over like things that really, when you comprehend it, it's different ways of describing the same phenomenon, I guess. And I know that sounds very weird and like esoteric, but I mean, I've read a lot of science stuff, and it's the more you read into it, it's like a lot of things that people think are contradictory are not exactly as contradictory as people want to believe it is.
I would
And I
have to
think
agree.
that,
Yep.
and I actually understand your point about the church shooting itself in the foot with, holding on to the letter versus the spirit. You know what I mean? And I think that that's kind of what
Yeah.
you're trying to get at. And I think that's really something that can't be underestimated when you're thinking about history in particular, but religion as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well said.
Yeah, Isaiah knew the difference between a circle and a ball.
They don't believe Christ was a satisfactory atonement for the first 1,000 years. That's
Yeah, they
universal
believe there
church.
was different atonement theories. Nonetheless, the scriptures speak for themselves. It is blood magic. The blood heals. It's based on Yom
It's
Kippur,
not-
the
it's
sprinkling
not
of the blood of the scapegoat. Yeah, it is. Everybody knows it. Your
Everybody
point, though,
knows it, that's the
hold on. Your response to Isaiah 61. Oh, what's wrong with this? Nations actually, nations was interpreted for at least 600 years before Christianity. There was ancient Judaists reading verses like Isaiah 60 and 61, and the nations meant the non-Judeo world. That's what it meant. They will. Did he say something?
No, I dropped an outlet. Go ahead.
I thought I heard the other guy talk. So it says we will feed off the wealth of the nations. It's talking about feeding off the wealth of the world. It says in the
Again,
end,
I'm telling
all
you,
the
dude,
nations
just
will grab
because
onto their
they're against,
castle
yeah, I
and
get it.
say
But
God
you're
is
just
with
saying
you.
that it's Gentiles. The Jews are against the Gentiles.
Oh, that's the other point I wanted to make. That not only is Rome not Europe, right? But I mean, historically speaking, right? Because of the example I described earlier, it's precisely the end of Rome, which signifies the unification of the European tribes and the spread of Christianity to Europe and all of that type of stuff. Anyways,
Byzantine, yeah.
Yeah, and then the whole attack on the surrounding nations or the Gentile nations, like Amalek and all those people are probably like Syrians and other Semitic people. They're probably Arabs at that time. So so the people they're fighting like other Canaanites and Arabs and the people that live around there. They're not fighting, white people, right? So to speak. So it's interesting that those prophecies are projected into the future, and then all of a sudden it somehow becomes white people. And then that's hijacked by these sort of white nationalist groups and all of that type of stuff. Some of that I described on this show Flow State earlier this morning.
Yeah, Flow State. What's up, Flow State? So one of the things within the model of Israel is we have three tiers of people. We have the Jews, we have the Levites, and we have the priests. And they're all supposed to be separate groups of people. And literally, the priests feed off of the wealth of Israel. We bring them all of our best offerings go to them. Why? Because they need to focus on what they need to focus on. They need to focus on the temple service and being priests. And so they get like our best iPhones, and they get our best, whatever we have. They're our first fruits. And they don't have to worry about land, right? They're supposed to be 100% spiritual in nature. And so when I hear this prophecy, I interpret it in a similar way that like, oh, definitely the rest of the world is going to treat Israel in a similar way. They're going to donate things for the temple service, for for their own connection to God, not necessarily to make Israel their leader.
Therefore, that makes a religion wrong. No, if it's God's prerogative that his religion should be the one over the world, and he enforces that morality in the created order, that's what we have to do. My question for you is,
if God wants to conquer the Gentiles, then that's what we have to do.
Okay, I'm going to quote Romans 9 for you.
Hold on.
Dude, let me answer. Let me answer. I'm going to quote Romans 9. Even if God were evil according to you, what on earth are you going to do about it? Like, just too bad. Like, okay, you think he's evil. Like, if he is real and he is evil, what are you going to do about it?
He's not
Romans
real,
9.
and I'm trying to wake people up to not be scared of this God that wants to theologically enslave the world. You're an apologist.
I don't think that that's going to be like, I don't think that that's going to go the way that Jeem thinks it's going to go. Although I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to move the emphasis off of the Platonic God, because the Platonic God is synonymous with goodness, beauty, and truth. And then obviously he has limited functions as a result. Well, the monotheistic God that's seen in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam is far beyond that. But you don't want to necessarily then critique that God as being beyond good and evil, because then that presents a problem that we're saying that God does not prefer justice and righteousness and all of those types of things. So, I think that we want to stick to the fact that God is good, but probably good in a way that we can't comprehend, that our shallow mind can barely comprehend, so this kind
Well
of
said.
idea
Yes.
that, yeah, so I think that's dangerous territory. I mean, we want to push back against Platonism, but we don't want to say, well, God allows evil. That's kind of very, very kind of getting into the wrong way that we want to express that, because obviously,
Yeah, and
God
even
does
if
not
he
allow
allows it, he doesn't condone it. He doesn't condone evil. Maybe he does allow it for the sake of a higher good.
Yeah, because the thing about it is that a lot of the evil that comes in the world, it's not because of the state of the world, so I don't believe that, personally. I know there's certain Christian groups who do believe that. There's certain atheists who believe that, you know, um, you know, um, but yeah, God's creation is good. I think most Christians and most Muslims and most people believe that, regardless of some of the fact that some of the, you know, um, there's obviously very, ascetic forms of all three of those that could basically deny the world and all that type of stuff. And that sort of thing, I think it moves back to a point I was trying to make earlier, that secularism is based on the desacralization of nature. That's one of the main things that it kind of stamps down. But
yeah.
Apologist, like all Christians, you're an apologist for the supremacy in the Torah. You're saying there's no supremacy there. You're making
Not racial
excuses for these
supremacy, no.
prophecies that are clearly
Anybody
about
who
conquering the
becomes-
nations of the
anybody who
world.
becomes
This is why
part of the
Christianity is
Sinai covenant.
limited,
You guys
controlled
can't both
opposition.
be talking.
All right, I'll let Adam finish and then I'll go.
This is why Christianity is a limited hangout, controlled opposition, when you won't even condemn the Torah. You'll condemn the Talmud, but not all the supremacy, the end times prophecies, the anti-Gentile sentiments. These are all rooted in the Torah, not the Talmud.
Okay.
But you guys won't condemn
me
it. That's
answer
why
that
it's controlled opposition.
Really? So I would actually say the Jewish conspiracies controlled opposition from the First American Catholic Missionary Congress, Bishop Francis Clement Kelly, page 17, 1909, and now the centenary year of great flourishing bishoprics, this year of stately pageants and imposing manifestations of vigorous Catholic life and activity, this year of our transition from the status of a missionary country under the supervision of the Sacred Congregation of Propaganda to all rights, privileges, advantages, and duties of a Catholic country immediately under the care and solitude of the Holy See. I would say that it is, first of all, the Catholic Church has way more influence in this country than the mysterious Jews do. And second of all, the Jewish conspiracy is a total misdirection. Like all these guys who wrote books about what the one world order would be, H.G. Wells and more recently Jacques Attali, they said it's going to be a one world government where people are permanently nomadic. But you said in a previous video you did a while ago that the Jews want to create a 70-nation tribunal. That's the opposite of a one world government where there are no nations.
They want to have a 70-nation Sanhedrin. I said, I think you misunderstood me. They believe that the 70 nations represents the non-Judeo world.
Right.
Not that they're
How
going to
can
have
they have
70
nations?
nations in the end times, though.
No, it's not about end times. How can they have 70 nations if all the people who actually believe in this new world order, like Jacques Attali, say we're going to have 0 nations and people are just going to be permanently nomadic? It's like the total opposite.
I've never said there's going to be 70 distinct nations. I'm not sure why you're saying that.
But you're saying there will be some kind of nations, especially the nation of Israel. So the Jews are not going to have a nation at all?
I say the nations are going to do Gog and Magog and have war with one another and then mutually destroy each other. And then there will be a new Judeo-Messianic age.
But you do realize...
Okay, that's pretty, I think, fascinating line of questioning there. And yeah, I think our friend from Israel left there. He possibly got to his location where he was going. Oh, wait, he appeared again. Ghost in the show.
What
know
was
if he's still there.
what was interesting about that line of questioning?
Well,
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Just how he was talking about this one world order plan. You know, like he had introduced this idea of this nomadic state, you know, this sort of neo-tribalism being introduced on a world stage, and how that's the antithesis of the 70 nations plan of the Sanhedrin, or you know, whatever he's referring to, this apocalyptic reign.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I just think that that's interesting. I mean, I don't know why we should take the manufacturers of one world scenarios seriously, more seriously than, you know, the prophecies of the Jews, right? So I mean, I don't even understand why, you know, we would just take some random guy's one world plan seriously at all.
Yeah.
Rather than what the Sanhedrin is saying. Like, I mean, you know, it's obvious that the Sanhedrin's got a much more stable plan, you know, than some one world order mechanic. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You know, thoughts on that, gentlemen?
Agree 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
There's like they say that there's.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's a lot of beauty and culture in the nations, and they all have a very unique identity, and it would be a shame to lose that to melting pot globalism.
Right. Yeah, I think they're more so using that as a psyop, that it's not really something that they seek to accomplish, but something they're trying to engineer some sort of, you know, obviously some sort of manufactured, I will say, climate crisis where they're trying to make, you know, essentially what the whole climate thing obviously has to do with is about new technologies. You know, so that's honestly what I think it's got to do with. They want to introduce new technologies and they're worried about the sustainability. They're worried about training people. So they have to restructure the world economy. So this is just a whole, you know, it's actually more to do with the technological system than the climate, in my opinion.
People will use any crisis to push their agenda for sure. And if there's a climate crisis, that'll feed right into whatever agenda they already had.
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to get at before, was saying, like, do you think that some of this is like, you know, well-intentioned restructuring, you know, to cope with basically what you're saying with the tech? And I think that from that perspective, like, I can almost understand, like, if you think that if you perceive the world as better off, even if you have to, you know, let's just say crack a few eggs in order to make that beautiful omelet, you really have no choice but to meet people where they're at. And unfortunately, that means, you know, for lack of a better term, socially engineer them to cope with the massive amount of changes that are going to inevitably occur with technological advancement, especially at the level that which we're approaching now, right? And I think that that's
if you don't want to use explicit outright oppression, you need to bring the population along with you. You need to get them to agree, just the way like they got the U.S. people to agree to attack Iraq, even though they had nothing to do with 9/11.
Yep, exactly. And again, like, I definitely don't support it, but from their perspective, I can understand, like, you know, it's I guess it's quote unquote better, even if I mean, I could argue that it's not, but let's just say for the sake of argument, like, it's better to make people give people a purpose in the plan rather than to say, well, if you don't agree with it, I'll just get rid of you, I guess, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that that's kind of what's going on here in a lot of ways. And I think the climate thing,
The illusion of freedom, like they're pulling our strings, we're not actually free. Whereas like in China, they'll just tell you what to do and you have to follow it. But here they have to at least connive you, be a trickster.
yeah, exactly. And I think that a lot of it really is like, I mean, my personal perception of it is, I think that a lot of people are aware that they're being tricked and they're okay with it. That's just my personal opinion, you know?
Yeah. Or they feel powerless against it, at least, anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
Dog
70
and
root
make dog.
nations, but that this spread to like, you know, because there's way more than 70 distinct nations and people. So
No, it might be symbolic, but the point I'm making is that this idea that the Jews are just going to take over and they're going to have their heart in Jerusalem and everybody's supposed to do Zionism is the exact opposite of what Jacques Attali, who trained prime ministers, said he wants for the world.
Because what you just described is what the rabbis want. It is what they want in Judaism.
They want zero nations, not even Israel.
No, I haven't said they want zero nations. They want,
but these guys
the
do.
other
They want
nations
zero
that are
nations.
Noahides that flock to Zion and the
Dude, I already said
the law
Noahide
comes
is not
forth
a
from
biblical
Zion,
concept.
and the altar and the incense and the gifts come to Zion is what they believe from
Okay,
the
Noahide
nations.
and Shabbos Goy are not biblical concepts. They're invented by rabbinics. There's no such thing as we're doing the Noahides, but the Jews have to do 613 laws.
The
There's not two
concept of
covenants at the
B'nai
same
Noah
time.
is in the Talmud and was probably in the oral law, at least
The
the time
Talmud.
of Christianity. That list in Acts 15, your buddy Jay Dyer says that's the Noahidic covenant that Paul was getting the Gentiles to follow. So
Yeah, but it's not the Noahide laws, dude. He's just saying that it's a reflection of what Noah did.
the 7 laws from Genesis.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Does Jesus, Paul, or anybody else ever come?
Yeah, I mean, it's just as simple as this. You know, Christians think the same thing about the Talmud as the Jews think about the letters of Paul. You know, they don't follow it.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah.
That's right. I've been nodding out. Sorry, haven't been.
No, it's okay, Rocky. You know, thank you for
There were
being
some
here
good
for us
points
anyway.
in there. I like that. There were some good points in there.
Yeah, for sure.
About the usury and how. So, anyway, I'm gonna hold back a little bit.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, yeah. You know, hopefully it'll still be up. We all know there's a question about those things at this point, but yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll definitely be on Twitter. So
Comment on bestiality in the New Testament? Serious question.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. They don't. They also don't define what sexual immorality is. There's actually a lot of things they don't talk about because they assume that you're going to read the rest of the Old Testament and learn that morality, not just a couple Noahide laws.
But I
Total
thought
fake
Christians
religion.
weren't supposed to follow the mitzvahs and the commandments of the Old Testament.
You're supposed
That
to
doesn't even
follow.
make sense.
The Orthodox Church says that all the morality of the Old Testament is still binding. When Jesus replaces or abrogates something, he's usually going to a pre-Mosaic ordinance, such as when he relaxes the Sabbath or when he makes divorce more strict. He never says, "Yeah, the whole law is gone. Just throw it in the trash. Now you have Noahide stuff." That's not found in the New Testament.
Except in Acts, where it is a Noahide-like list that everybody agrees.
Then why does James say? Okay, why does James say at the end you got to go learn the rest of Moses first? When you're done with these few laws, go learn the rest.
They don't want the Gentiles to follow all the laws of Moses.
No, the rabbinics don't. I'm telling you, they're not the same as the people who wrote the New Testament.
They don't want converts. They wanted the Gentiles to follow the God of Israel, but not convert to Judaism. That's why they don't celebrate the
that's
Sabbath.
why-
It's on Sunday. That's why they don't keep.
if you're confused, it's because, as Jeem said on our show, he follows all the laws down to the zits. So
yeah.
So he's an interesting fellow in that way, you know.
Jeeves follows all the laws.
That's what he says. Yeah.
Hmm.
And he says that the Christians ought to do that. He agrees that the rabbinics say they ought not to. But yeah.
Is he talking about the laws, the 10 Commandments, or all the statutes, all the 600?
Yeah, he's talking about all the statutes and all of that.
That's
bullshit. Yeah, because he said on our show he follows them down to the seats. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something other than my Christian.
Is he circumcised?
I believe he would be. You know, just as a Lebanese gentleman,
Yeah.
I predict he is. Yeah, you know, like I'm Pakistani. You know, like generally, like people from like our part of the world, like Arabs, like people
Yeah.
from the Indian subcontinent, like most of us are pretty much circumcised. But yeah.
Yeah.
Circumcise and keep kosher. It was
Not
supposed
true.
to be.
That's not true.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. In the Eastern tradition, they kept the hygiene rituals of the Old Testament were still seen as a good influence on society. But because the covenant is different, doing those has nothing to do with your salvation. So, for example, in the Russian Orthodox Church, a woman shouldn't go into a holy place when she's on her monthly period. That's based on Moses. So now Moses is in the garbage, but we're appealing to him at the same time. The Eastern Church did not get rid of literally everything that the Western
I
churches
wouldn't
did.
expect them to get rid of everything.
You just said that the law is gone and we
No,
do Noahide
that's
laws.
what they said. The commandments isn't for the Gentiles to follow all the commandments, just the laws of Noah. And they did think this even before Christianity. All the first century sages were still talking about Noah.
Yeah, because they would go on to found the Pharisee school, which was an upstart religion purchased from aristocracy during the Greek invasions. It's not the historic Judaism, which you said is not the
You
historic
admitted earlier
Judaism.
that there was God-fearers, which meant Christians that were interested in Judaism and believed in the God of Judaism, and they were suggesting Noahide laws for them.
No, they weren't.
Full
They
conversion.
said go and learn the rest of Moses and keep it for moral purposes. That's why when Christians in the East have to justify something, if it's not explicitly in the New Testament, we refer to the Old. The Old Testament is
if
not
you
gone.
agree with the Acts story, which I think is doctored and harmonized and not historical, it was the nations didn't need to keep the laws.
I just told you Acts 15:21. After he's done with that sentence, he says, "For you will go to the synagogue and learn the rest of Moses." You don't have a different religion where you do Noahide and
Learn
the Jews
Moses
get to do...
could just mean learn the Old Testament. Learn the
Moses
laws,
was not called...
learn the prophets in the Old Testament.
Then he would have said the prophets, but he said Moses. That one particular covenant. That's
So
the
they
law
know Torah.
portion.
They know Torah then.
Okay, but
You
the
can't
rabbis
argue that
say
Paul said that the Gentiles need to follow. And this is so off the path of the topic of the debate, but you can't argue that Paul was saying that the Gentiles needed to follow the commandments.
No, not for salvation. He says Christ is the end of the law for righteousness, not the end of the law permanently. There's a difference there.
Okay.
Let me finish one last thing, then we'll move on because you said you want to discuss this topic.
I haven't seen, like, we're debating if Christianity is a myth, and I haven't heard any proof that the Gospels are reliable. You haven't.
So that is a interesting take, and I know the Orthodox Church is more in line with this than the other churches. You know, so so that is also a thing. You know, the Eastern Church is much more inundated with following these laws, and they also have a stance that the liturgical service is basically the same thing as the temple service. And you know, as a continuation of that, they have a whole type of idea about that. So
yeah,
well, the commandments are good, whatever.
I just know that the 613 commandments are very hard to follow even for Jews, and the reason why we're all in exile and we've had all of this plight was because we couldn't even follow them. So it would be very unrealistic to expect the entire world to follow them. However, I do think that we can't expect the world to learn from them and to not necessarily follow them, but see them in a positive light and adopts whatever they need from them, if that makes sense.
As a Christian, I separate the commandments from the statutes and the ordinances. They're separate. The commandments are for the world, but the statutes and ordinances are not.
Okay. In Hebrew, we just call them mitzvot, so I don't know how to translate it. I can just say the word mitzvot.
Okay. But they're not salvational. They never were. They were just to show people what sin was, to know that you needed a savior to save you from your sins. And so the commandments are just showing you what sin is, so you know what sin is, and that's that proves that you can't keep them. And salvation has always been by faith alone in the Messiah. The Messiah is coming. The Jews believe that the Messiah is coming, and they have faith in it.
I mean, on this side of the argument, I really do side with Islam, because Islam has definitely done what I think the world is supposed to be doing in relation to the mitzvot, the commandments, where they're learning from them and adopting them to a more globalistic perspective. So I do side with them on that. I don't think idolatry is the answer, but that's just me.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's another thing is that it just seems like some of the Gentile nations that actually follow, the law of Moses, it's interesting, that among the Christians and the Muslims, the two contenders would be, these types of Orthodox Christians and the Sunni Muslims. So, I mean, in my opinion, but yeah, they are far spread, and they do have the oldest traditions in terms of those two respective religions. So that's why usually I like to, when I look at debates or when I look at literature from, Muslims or Christians, I like to look at those two in particular because I could trace back their traditions to like, whatever, like 500
Yeah.
AD to or whatever, 700 AD or whatever.
I do the
So
same thing in Israel. The Yemenite Jews have the oldest tradition, so I really look at how their tradition is different from the rest.
right.
They've got a very ancient tradition.
Yeah, and they're being probably wiped out at the moment, right? So
Yes. Yeah.
you got to get your hands on it as quick as you can at this point.
Yeah.
Wait, who are you talking about?
The Yemeni Jews.
Oh, I thought you said the Yazidi or something.
No, no, those are totally different.
No, the Yemeni Jews. Interesting.
Yeah,
They even preserved an ancient martial art that they said it was the martial art that David used in war.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd be very interested to look into that. It sounds very cool.
Yeah, all this is irrelevant.
And explain Paul not knowing
Yes, I have.
Jesus, the earliest
Okay,
layer,
all
no,
right,
you
let's
have
go
it,
to Paul.
earliest layers
Let's
of
go
the
to Paul now.
Gospels. I've got
What's your issue with Paul?
that he never knew Jesus, and he said explicitly to have influence in the Christian communities and have the authority of being the apostle. He said that he learned about Jesus from the scriptures and his ascension mystical experiences. Like he says, he was caught up into the third heaven and to paradise and learned the mysteries. This is clearly explaining Merkava mysticism, ascension type of dreams, and then connecting scriptures. He's saying he's
Paul does
learning
not
about
believe in
Jesus
that.
in the scriptures, meaning they were searching the scriptures to learn about their redemption in the Messiah.
Right, but
This is
Jesus
how
says the same
Christianity
thing
started.
in Luke 24. They don't appeal to a mystical revelation that you can't get through what happens on earth. He says he hears the voice of Jesus in the Hebrew tongue, and then in the book of Acts, he goes
And then
around
wrote it
meeting
in-
the other disciples.
and then
He didn't write the
translated it
book of
into
Acts.
Greek.
No, because his Greek was not nearly as good as Luke's or any of the other people who were actually fluent. Paul was not 100% fluent in Greek. That's why he did not author the Greek copy of the letter to the Hebrews. He wrote it probably originally in
He's
Hebrew.
well
or
learned
read
and
it.
advanced in Greek.
No, but his
and
writings
familiar
don't
with
match
Greek
the Greek of
Hellenistic
Luke.
thought.
All the
You're saying
scholars,
Paul wasn't
the
good at
atheist
Greek?
scholars that you just mentioned, all the atheist scholars you mentioned earlier, all attest that the letter to the Hebrews was not written by Paul's hand. They had a scribe.
I
write
don't
it.
think
The
it
Greek
was.
is too
I don't
good.
think it was.
Yeah, because he wasn't that good at Greek. And in the book of Acts, let me finish this point. A guard walks up to him. He's supposedly a master of Greek who looks like a Greek. He asks, "Do you know Greek?" And Paul says, "Yes, I do." He says, "Okay, go talk to your fellow Jew people." He does, but in Hebrew. He prefers to speak to his people in Hebrew, not in Greek. He's not 100% fluent in it. That's pretty aware in the New Testament. So my point is that if you're asking about Paul, he's not this Greek sage. It's not even his first language. Like, I don't understand what the issue with Paul is. His theology is the same as the rest of the New Testament.
The issue is that the earliest text of the New Testament is written by a guy that never knew Jesus. And
No,
he
that's
said
the
he
earliest
didn't
found
learn him
manuscript.
about him from any man. He denies I did.
I personally don't know how Paul could have authored even 7 of the letters if he wasn't masterful, a rhetorician in the Greek tongue. I mean, we're talking about some of the best stuff ever written, probably in Greek. I mean, we're talking about extremely tightly packed arguments about like Gentiles and the new covenant and the old covenant, and he's chopping it up with this law and all of this type of stuff. I mean, he's arguing very quickly, and drawing this dialectic between flesh and spirit on an extremely tight sort of in a tightly packed argument. I mean, especially if you look at Romans 4 through 8. You're dealing with like he's basically weaving in and out of do you follow the law, do you not follow the law, and creating this dialectic that is I mean, to me, it's extremely brilliant. I don't know how somebody could not be a master rhetorician and not see what Paul is doing. I would even argue that he's like a master of like Hellenistic learning. Like that's how good he is, like in terms of arguing. So I don't know like what they're trying to that he's saying that he's not proficient in the Greek, or that he's not some kind of Greek sage. I get that he's not.
I don't even know what it matters either. It's just to say that he didn't write that book. That's it.
That is another. Yeah, that is exactly what I was gonna say. Is that what would it matter? Then if you could explain away.
What if he wrote it in Hebrew? Maybe he wrote it all in Hebrew and just translated to Greek after. Great.
Right, but like the fact is that if it does have Greek concepts in it, is that explained away by it being written in Greek and it not being written by Paul? Like they still have it in the New Testament. So it's like, why even include it then? So that would be a question. It's like, if the guy didn't write the book,
by that point, Greek knowledge has been in the world for 400 years. Greek philosophy, so it was widely known. It was spread all over the world. The Greek, worldview. I mean, Rome adopted it too. They named all their gods after them.
Well, I think Paul knew that, and Holy Spirit used his personal knowledge of maybe the Greek or whatever you call it, philosophy, and the Holy Spirit used it somehow, and that's what made it so convincing. It's because it's true.
Okay, I think this is winding down now, so we'll get done with this. Then I'll close this whole day out here, basically, and I think this is all we'll have time for today. But yeah, let's check out the rest of this thing.
Did not learn about the gospel of Jesus from any man, but from the scriptures. The scriptures are the source of what they learned about Jesus. In Hebrews, it says, and then Jesus said, and it just cites Old Testament. There's no historical Jesus walking around healing people.
But he claims that he heard his voice
about
on the road.
none of the biographical details are in Paul's epistles or Hebrews or the earliest layers of the New Testament.
All of his epistles are correcting other churches. He doesn't have to mention it. You're filling in the story.
He writes thousands and thousands of words, and completely it's a blatant silence of admitting any type of teachings or parables or virgin birth or Judas's betrayal. All of it. None of it's there. It's an alarming silence.
Dude, you're just filling gaps of knowledge. Silence doesn't mean we get to fill it with our own conspiracy. That's abductive reasoning.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a fact that he doesn't talk about a earthly preacher walking around Jerusalem.
Why does he have to say,
It's not there.
Hey, by the way, this guy
we're
all following, he lived on earth. Like he has to say that. No one says Paul lived on earth when they're writing about Paul. I mean, just because he doesn't mention that, suddenly that means, oh, he believes in like a divine angel.
He doesn't say lived on earth. He doesn't place in Jesus on earth at any time. And in fact, in the Greek where it says that Jesus was supposedly born, it's actually a Greek word for manufactured. And that didn't fit. The early scribes and Christians didn't like that, so they changed the word in some manuscripts.
Okay, what verse is that? Is that in Paul, or are you saying the gospel?
It's when it says, I think it's predidomy is the word, and it's when he says in his letters that Jesus was born of the seed of David, I think it is.
Oh, so that's Paul speaking, but that does match with the Gospel of John, which says in John 1:14, St. Athanasius agrees, he again taught his flesh, so he became. It's not about being, the born part's not as important as the fact that he was divine and became man. Like, it doesn't matter if they use the word born or not.
Yeah, so you believe he's a pre-existent angel, and I'm saying that
I didn't say he's an angel. I said he's pre-existent.
Paul says that he's the firstborn of all creation. He's described as a pre-existent.
In Hebrews, it says
was
he's
there
not
before
an
the
angel,
creation of time, that was hidden
yeah,
in the
he's
scriptures
pre-existent
before the beginning of time.
All right, let's skip over the word angel. It doesn't mean what you think it means. He is pre-existent and divine, yes. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, this is the idea of the Logos, primordial Adam, intermediary Metatron type of character. This is how
the Logos theology is not
as
what
a
John's
cosmic
saying,
figure. He started as a mythological god, just like all the mythological gods.
Let me say, wait. Let me answer that. I told you already. The word, Jesus is the word, that memra concept, absolutely predates Philo by multiple centuries. It's found throughout the Old Testament. Jesus is not Philo's logos that was just like manufactured in the New Testament. That's already in the Old Testament. He is, by the word of God, did this revelation come to Isaiah or Solomon, for example. That is understood to be the mediating one. Long before Philo was born, long before Philo. So even
I
if a
agree.
church
It's Middle
father,
Platonism.
no,
It's
long
based on
before that,
Platonism.
dude. It's long before that. Every
Okay, well,
every
what does that
serious
matter?
scholar,
They innovated,
just
and
said it's
other
Platonism,
cultures
dude.
adopted it and syncretically
Good
mixed
for
it with
them,
Judaism.
but that's not in the New.
Okay, I think this is a salient issue. Is Jesus the archetypal man that's mentioned in the Orphic Pythagorean mysteries and also in the whole type of understanding, this understanding of Neoplatonism. Now this is interesting that the Gnostics have kind of a similar concept as well. But this whole instance of the logos appearing here and then becoming the intermediary between heaven and earth, that's kind of what Adam Green is referring to. Now, can he again, can he bring this one home? Because this is a very,
Yeah.
very complex I mean, set of
We
ideas.
have that concept too, but we just call that Adam. Adam is the
Adam
archetypical
Kadmon.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Kadmon, yeah.
Yeah, so we had a little discussion about that before too. But can he kind of, hammer this one home in terms of the full aspect of this? Develop it through this concept of, like how I told you about universal rights and all this kind of issue, and then the sublimation of the fucking psyche and all this, there's all these crazy concepts to weave into this. You have this Freudian thing of the subconscious mind, and you have all of these concepts, of this blank slate, tabula rasa. You got all of these concepts coming in, the unconscious, the what do you call it? Also you have these categories of Kant, coming in. But, ultimately, these notions, they come from this correspondence theory of Aristotle of form and matter and this kind of dualistic principles. So, can he bring this one home in terms of saying, well, this is really, mystical here. This is Christianity borrowed this from some sort of mysticism or some sort of Platonism. That's going to be the thing. And I mean, obviously this is a new thing that, Christians try to put on Muslims, Muslims try to put on Christians, Christians try to put on Jews, Jews try to put on Christians and Muslims. That there are sort of, it's an occultism of the other religion,
Yeah.
Testament. So they're doing something that's incorrect. That's not proper Christianity. That's my argument.
What Philo says about the logos is very similar to how Jesus is described by Paul.
Yeah, because he's copying the already pre-existing Jewish concept, which was the memra concept in the Old Testament. He's not inventing it out of thin air.
And Philo was talking about the same thing decades before Paul. So I'm
right,
right again.
But the Jews are talking about it 600 years before Philo, so they're right.
Anyway, go ahead. Can we do a pee break and why they play a commercial?
Yeah, cool. I'll just get
before
stuff
the third hour.
Yeah, that's fine. And maybe wait, one last thing. When you're back, do you want to just go?
I'm fine with that. I don't know how many.
I mean,
start with him and see where we're at. Because
back in 4 minutes, then.
Yeah, I'll take a quick.
Okay, that's like the ugliest shoes I've ever seen. You guys see that?
Yeah.
He said sorry about the start of the debate. Yeah, what was wrong?
All of a sudden,
we got nighttime now.
The Two Tongues podcast, we just talk about.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, guys. Then they're gonna
Yeah.
have like little soup. Yeah. Then they start having audience questions. So yeah, that's pretty much the debate. We
It was
covered.
interesting.
Yeah, and we've been actually reviewing this debate for 8 hours. So, so it is what it is. Yeah, exactly 8 hours to be precise. So I'll have to go around the panel and let you guys go.
It's a full-time job.
All right, let's jump into the Kabbalah video now.
Yeah. Maybe next time we're gonna hit you with this Kabbalah video and EBT and or wait, was it Kabbalah video or what was it? Or wait, also Jay Dyer on Jim Bob. Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're
the
gonna
well,
go on that.
the InfoWars is like 45 minutes. The Kabbalah video is like 10 minutes, and then I don't know what else.
Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff lined up for you guys next time. So I'm gonna go around
Nice.
the panel. I don't know if 5-Speed is here. 5-Speed, you here, brother? I think 5-Speed passed out on us. But yeah, thank you so much, 5-Speed, for being here, brother. Bless you so much. And I'm praying for you. And Rocky, you hung in there, Rocky. Blessings to you, old man.
I got here a little bit late and I kind of nodded out for a while. But yeah, Jesus is the word. Yahshua. Yah's Savior. If you speak of the, what do you call that? Speak Hebrew. Okay, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you
Peace.
so much, Rocky. Yeah, peace to you. Yeah, peace to you, old man. Thank you so much. Blessings. Okay, and we got my brother Benjamin here. Go ahead and
What's
hit
up?
him with some of your wisdom, friend. Go ahead.
Wow, that's put on the spot. No, just interesting discussion. I really like the way you guys are approaching all this stuff. I've never come in contact with a group of people like this. So yeah, keep doing it. I'm very impressed.
For sure. Yeah, there's not too many people like me. I'll assure you of that. Yeah, bless you, my brother. Thank you so much for being here for me. And reach out anytime. Send me an email anytime, my friend. I'm out here for you.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't. I kind of cut you
Just
off.
be
there.
well.
What was
Yeah,
that?
blessings. Be well.
Blessings to you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, God bless you. And you, Noro?
Yeah, I guess I just want to apologize for making it take 8 hours to review the debate.
No, it wasn't all your fault. Some of that was mine. So I was just messing with you.
No, but I think it was actually one of the more productive conversations we had recently. So I enjoyed it personally a lot. And I think, it's so weird to say like every time, like we're just barely scratching the surface, which is kind of ridiculous, but it's true,
That's what it is. I think I told Reddington the other day that I could do this next, the next 140 episodes, maybe off of like maybe 4 books that I have. So if people think that we're farming these panels for content, that's really not true. There's so many things to cover,
Yeah, like I'm trying to get through your book and Pillator's book and like 5 other books, and like I'm also doing all this other research on top of it, and I'm like, I literally could make like 100 shows right now if I really just wanted to, but I'm like, let me get a little deeper so I'm not wasting everybody's time, kind of thing. And like that's really the truth, though. It's like there's so much stuff to look at that I don't think people really, and this is not insulting anybody. I'm saying it to myself too. Like a lot of times it's hard to appreciate like how complex of a situation we're really seeing on TV and in our books and in history and philosophy and religion and all that. I mean, it's a very complicated situation, to say the least,
Thank you so much, my brother.
Yeah, and bless everybody and bless you and thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
For sure. And yeah, that's pretty much what we have today, friends, here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize that you have been programmed, in fact. And freedom is a dynamic state, a prize continually to be won, as Alul says. It's not a static state. And knowledge, we have to be weary of our knowledge. What we know. Knowledge is neutral. Technology is not neutral. That's what I believe, right? I have many proofs behind that. But yeah, we'll go into that. Don't let yourself be controlled. Purpose designed to an end. Don't let yourself become a machine, my friends. Blessings to you guys. And I'm going to play a video for you guys, as I often do. Just some old material that we have. And I bless you guys for being here with me. And I'm going to be praying for you guys. It's the middle of the night, so I got to run and make some prayers before dawn. And I really much appreciate you guys being here with me. This is your brother, the Machine Lives. Please send me an email if you guys have any questions. Join the Discord. I'll drop you guys a link for the Discord here. And enjoy some of this old content that we made with Neurojack. So yeah, get up in this. I was having a discussion with iFi about some interesting topics, technological society. But yeah, here you guys go. And I thank everyone for joining the panel. Benjamin, Neurojack, Rock E, hanging in there till the end. The people that were out here. I'll just take it as I'm 90% right.
Sure, that's fine. We'll settle on that point.
That
Anyways,
means I've won the debate. If it's a debate and I got 90% correct,
we never got to the technology debate, to be honest. But anyways,
I told you we wouldn't, though. I said the preliminary issues are too dense.
I tried to drag you kicking and screaming into it, but you just.
But the
keep wanting to
preliminary
avoid
issues
it.
are going to be like the preliminary issues are going to be so dense. That's why I said right now, and I was correct. It took us an hour and a half just to try to manage to define what the parameters of the debate even begin to be. Right.
Okay. All right.
That's the reality of it. Right?
I agree. Sometimes we can get off into the weeds and tangents and stuff. So, anyways, like I said, you bring up lots of interesting points where I will definitely agree with you on certain points. You make certain points really, really good, and so I would love to agree with those points. In the meantime, like I said, just don't be confused in thinking that I agree that technology is bad just because you make some good points about it. That
Well, it's always fun talking to you, dude.
Yeah.
It's
All
always a
right.
good
Well,
time.
anyways, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and head out now, unless there was something super important y'all wanted me to answer right away, right now. I'm gonna just go ahead and mosey on. I do want to thank Neurojack for finally killing that one stream I was trying to get on for like a month now. We finally properly defined the left wing and the right wing. So congratulations, Neurojack. You did what Flow State was unable to do, and he was too afraid and scared to face iFi. And so good job. You passed with flying colors. Anywho, in the future, if anybody wants to talk about politics, philosophy, religion, technology, whatever, I'm available and be more happy to jump in. So peace out, brothers. God bless.
Blessings, my friend.
Easy.
I'm praying for you, man. It's just me and Reddington. Yeah, Reddington, there's a lot of stuff I want to talk to you about off air as well. So keep that
Okay.
in mind as well. Yeah. So pretty soon, because I did send you a message. I want to kind of contact. But yeah, I don't know where Neuro has gotten to. But yeah, I guess we're entertaining 3 people at this point. The cyber caliphate.
Why is it that Christians always get into that mode where if I guess I should know this question. I was one, but I guess it just seems kind of crazy to me now how they just assume like everybody's a moral relativist / nihilist once they leave religion, I guess.
I know it didn't used to be like that. So I can only presume that it's happening from this kind of, because this presuppositionalism is also being used for Protestants. So there's lots of notable, debaters who use it there too.
Partly, I mean, maybe just like a fraction of the group would be listening to debaters like Ravi Zacharias and others that
Exactly.
pretty much, assume that's the case.
Yeah, like John Lennox, in the Dawkins debate, the very famous Dawkins debate, he kind of brings up Plantinga's argument, which is a form of presuppositionalism, and then you have like this whole thing with even like those super Protestant Calvinist guys, like this James White guy, he always brings it up too. So like I think presuppositionalism is like a very like sort of nuanced approach that they have in terms of the whole Kantian framework of morals, and they've expanded on that mainly because it like helps them keep empiricism intact as well. But like I don't know like why, you know um in terms of like this whole shit with the morals and ethics. I mean, I think it like ties to this thing of like this universalism, and it also has to do with this whole notion that like European society is like unique, and that I think it somehow ties into both Judaism and Greek civilization. That's why I always take this like Greco-Jewish approach, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, where I'm like, it's the Alexandrian Jews,
Hmm.
Because it's like Rome and Jerusalem, it's like there it stands.
Right.
And I mean, I think presuppositionalism it relies on Aristotle a lot, right?
I meant to ask him. Oh, I guess I didn't mean to. I don't know.
Yeah, like I know when Jay Dyer talks about this whole situation with the presuppositionalism, he always brings up law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle.
Right.
These concepts that are basically a part and parcel of Aristotelian logic. They're called quote unquote the laws of logic. I know when I had my debate with Andrew Wilson, it collapsed. The debate collapsed when he kind of brought this up, right? He said, "Do you believe in the laws of logic?" Right, and I said, "I can't believe I'm being asked this. Right? I'm the crucible of all."
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I never thought this would happen to me. Like it is. Yeah. But yeah.
I think a lot of the immorality comes from the nature of the system. I mean, if we didn't have to eat, we didn't have to kill to eat or do quote unquote things to survive, then a lot of the immorality wouldn't be there. But then again, there's also immoral entities in this place, so it's kind of a mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to, like a fundamental question about like how much nature is evil, you know. And I think I kind of expressed this to to one of our friends, in terms of I think that nature is good, technology is bad, and that human beings are neutral, right?
It just depends on what is included in nature and what isn't.
Right.
The fact that animals have to kill each other to gain sustenance, I'd say that's evil. If of course God made it that way.
Well, I think life with suffering better than no life. Like, look at the paraplegic people who are like, if you try to like tell them like, hey, you want to like, euthanasia, they're like, hell no. Some of them.
That's part of the nihilism is that gets foisted upon at least some people is that we think if it's not God or whatever, then it's just oblivion. When that's probably not the case. I don't think that's the case. I think I think we're better off outside of this place than in it.
Yes, but let's say like I actually don't know what's outside of this place. You know what I mean? Like it's like I would just say like sure there's something outside of this place, but it could be as far worse.
Could be.
And there you have the quintessential, that as much as it is beyond this place, if it's a beyond, then pleasure and pain will both increase. So a true beyond has both, right? The possibility of both, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, it's like the Tao Te Ching quote, those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness. And in a way, it's like, real virtue doesn't count how much it has, in a way.
Right.
And that I think goes back to nature and simplicity. I think simplicity is virtue in a way, and I think that true, freedom, or whatever have you, therefore, the true capacity to free ourselves exists in nature. It doesn't exist in, you know, uh, trying to create an alternative to nature. I think that will only complicate things. We're already being controlled by nature. So trying to create a second order of control on top of nature, that could only make things worse. But then like that's proof in itself that like nature is partly good, you know?
Partly, yeah.
Because it's like, oh shit, it's like there's something to nature, to wild nature as an ideal that when you look at, the pure sense of automation, you think, man, there's something fucking just totally inhuman about this. Like it doesn't care. It doesn't like give a fuck. Just in one end, out the other end. And that sort of thing is inhuman. And what's so inhuman about that? It's like, well, I think it's because, of how how Sophia Stewart said about the Terminator, that it's covered in flesh, and born with no shame, you know, because and also a third thing is that it doesn't have to learn. So something that conceals itself in what is organic. It isn't actually organic. It's like Clockwork Orange, and then on the other end, something that doesn't have shame, and therefore doesn't have the possibility to understand honor or virtue or these types of things. And then on the other end, you have something that is born already knowing, so it doesn't have the possibility of growth or learning. You just put information out and it spits out information the other end. So it doesn't have to get to know stuff. So like all of these things are basically markers of technique. And I think they're also markers of a lack of virtue. And then when I look at nature, as a counter ideal, not actual nature, not the process of nature with the animals eating each other and all that stuff, but as a counter ideal. Right? Obviously, ideals aren't perfect, right? They don't perfectly
No.
apply to reality, right? I think Neurojack left us hanging.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Like Neurojack, we're shoveling snow here. You need to fucking.
We're shoveling snow for his car to get through the mountains in
I know
California,
exactly right.
so he can get a good internet connection, I guess.
Yeah.
Like when, say, like, I mean, people claim to have all sorts of abilities. It makes me just wonder what kind of, how far degraded are we from our, I wouldn't say true selves. We're always our true selves. It's just how much, what kind of degradation it is. What, because there's always manipulation involved. It's degradation, and then there's manipulation on top of the degradation. So I'm wondering, because like when the freak said that he thought he was being attacked by energy weapons, and he said the thing melted in the guy's lap or whatever. I'm like, he attributes that to God, but that could easily just be his own ability that that I guess peeked through for a moment. So I'd rather have freedom, have access to all of my abilities, and freedom, as much freedom as I can, instead of being degraded in captivity. Basically, obviously, I don't think outside of this realm is all sunshine and lollipops. That's obviously not the case, or else we probably wouldn't be here. So. Ground control to Neurojack.
Yo, I'm still around, but I'm not able to really join the conversation. I've been listening to most of it, though.
Okay.
Are you guys still? If you guys want to continue, just please continue without me until I get back able to join.
It's up to him.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think Neurojack is gonna realize what time it is. But yeah, basically the thing is that in terms of this technological like sort of thing, I think it relates to what you were saying in terms of being degraded, right? And then not being in control. I think that perfectly defines the situation, and is that a
That's part of the reason why I liked your channel so much, is because it's relative. It's relative to my interests.
Yeah, yeah, and then going off of that, it seems like the kind of I guess being degraded and not in control, and then seeing nature as a counter ideal to that, and I think Kaczynski makes a big deal about this because he says nature is like the ideal of wild nature is the ideal of freedom. But I kind of take issue with that term freedom. I think, you know,
How so?
like I think it's too much like related to a sense of like individualism, and I don't necessarily think there's a problem with the division of labor, just as long as it's on a small scale, in terms of like a village or something, you know, so I don't totally agree with that, right? Because his kind of sentiments go more towards, so I'm more of kind of Rousseauian, kind of maybe pastoralism or something like that is maybe an ideal, because it's like freedom. It's like you want to have freedom from other humans. Like why?
I wouldn't say freedom from other spirited, morally good spirits is.
That's right.
I wouldn't say that freedom from others who are also morally good is what we're at least what I'm
Right, of
trying to get
course,
at.
because that's enrichment, right?
Because we need to stick together, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Right. We're
But
enriched
I
through
mean,
each
like
other.
freedom from the enslavement of this system, technological or otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the thing, is that technology allows us to be an individual, and in that individuation, we are atomized, isolated, degraded. You know what I mean, right? And yeah, I mean, I totally see where you went with that.
Yeah, and I think I've been listening a little bit, and I'm a little busy, but I want to mention this really quick. I think the whole thing about that's really how they're selling this whole system to people, though. Like the technological system is, they're saying, well, the freedom that it provides by getting around the constraints of nature is a good thing. And like I can understand the perspective, but there's no way to really calculate the cost of the individual, B, the collective, and C, you know, the definitions of the terms in which you're trying to sell this, you know, kind of lose its meaning by the very use of the things that we're trying to do to get around nature. So, like, if you're trying to fight for family and all these different things, well, just the act of trying to use these things to get around it. I mean, first of all, it's not really being done in an honest manner where we kind of are even told, hey, we should consider the cost of this thing. It's more like it's just kind of being imposed on us. And then, after the fact, we're kind of making up excuses for why it's being imposed. And again, that's just assuming that it's all being consciously implemented, which is debatable. And I just want to mention that while I had a chance.
Like, I guess for example would be social media, MySpace, Facebook, etc. It I guess advertises a way to make someone feel like they're being individual, but at but at the cost of privacy. Because now you've put your life onto social media, and then it's like no longer um how to say it. it's like the cost is basically being spied on, at, in order to have like a faux kind of individuality. And it kind of ties into the whole transhumanism because it's like they want to basically download everybody into a cloud or whatever, and we be in some kind of metaverse. It's the cost of of our of our of our own privacy, what little we have left of it.
I guess Neuro is well. I think actually Neuro's doing something. So yeah, it is what it is.
It's probably with family.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's got the family out here. But yeah, blessings to everyone. I'll be on in half an hour. I did a split shift. Dope, Hank. Blessings to the missing link. Yeah, it's good to see you. STC, what was that? Oh, Silver Tongue Cavalier. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wanted Canuck to understand what I was saying earlier about the whole artificial man thing, and how like the whole Hobbesian concept, and I really do think Hobbes has a lot to do with this whole thing because it's like this emptying out of the self through these pulleys and strings. He literally says like he describes emotions in a mechanical way. He describes most of the uh, interactions of man in as mechanism. So he describes biology as mechanism. And I think he's almost one of the first people to do this, and he kind of invents biology in this way.
and it's almost like a precursor to the Darwinian biology.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Just as Rousseau is a precursor to anthropology, it seems like it's like he's totally doing biology because it's like he's literally like he's the only one in a state of nature argument that is like talking about the constitution of man and his limitations, and he describes them in a total scientist, atheist, secular way, just the brute facts of somebody hits you on the head with a club and you're down. It's
It's like it's too much. It's too what's the word? Recidivism. It's too reduced down to. It's almost like the same thing as degradation as with the Christianity. They just do it from a different route.
Yeah, I think it's called
That
Bellum.
we're
Yeah.
just stardust, and we just happen to be here, and blah blah blah, random or natural selection, etc.
Yeah, I do think some of that does come from Christianity. Bellum omnem contra omnes. The war of all against all. It not only sounds Heraclitean, but it sounds like this understanding like that all of the powers in the world will be ruled by like the devil and like will be corrupt. And like it's like this understanding. And I think so does the notion of Thomas Paine when he says this notion of the necessary evil. Right? It's kind of like necessary evil is kind of like Felix culpa, happy flaw. You know what I mean? It's like an interesting connection there, that kind of draws into like, or the notion of lesser of two evils, which is kind of related to the notion of necessary evil of Thomas Paine in his Common Sense. And of course, in his Common Sense, he quotes the devil from Milton's from Thomas Milton, as
Right.
as a good guy, so he's like kind of like almost Gnostic in a way.
I think I do have Common Sense on my bookshelf. I haven't gotten to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean this term in there, it just jumps out. He's like government is a necessary evil. And he says one joins himself to a state as one does to a prostitute. That's literally what he says. It's like almost taken right out of Paul. Paul says to join yourself to the law is like to join yourself to a prostitute that's been like used up, but to join yourself to Christ, to make yourself a bride for Christ. He like says the same
Right,
thing.
right.
It's like shit. Am I reading Paul here? It's like honestly, I kind of think sometimes, But of course, they're flipping Protestantism. It's during this Protestant Reformation, everybody's reading Paul. Right?
Yeah, well, back as I would say, it's just a different strain of the same virus.
Right.
We're on like Omicron 5000 variant or whatever by now. Or it's an entirely new virus. Either way, it's still detrimental. That's why I kind of went into it because if I was saying like how he logically went back to Christianity, which seemed like a contradiction in my opinion. It's like basically circular logic. There's at least a few circular logic, uh, s- uh, circular logics that you have to believe in to make it work. But instead of delving onto that, it's just like just go on the attack and like, oh, you have no objective morality. When you have circular logic and I have no objective morality, and we'll see who wins.
Right. That's exactly how every single one of those debates has gone. So as to say, it's a fucking loop campaign. It's just a schismatic, dogmatic play.
Yep, Spur Lupin.
I like Truther Cop came up one day, and he's like, somebody's having this discussion in hell.
Sad trombone.
That's all he said on the panel that day. It was hilarious. But yeah, people get disenchanted with it.
Yeah, this is the basic problem with evil. It's like, why didn't God just create everything perfect? Why does he want to get butthurt all because of us? He didn't have to do that, allegedly.
Well, that's assuming that he actually cares one way or another.
Hey, what's up, Hank?
Yeah, I didn't realize you were going on for 5 hours already, so I'm just gonna pop on and just not focus on the talking, but just check in on you at least.
Your mic is crackling, dude.
I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about sticking to the topic, Hank. We're just kind of darting around here.
And that's not even getting into like to all whether there's evidence for it or not. So that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think it relates to this problem of possibilities in an interesting way because it's like saying like there's other possibilities, right? And I don't know if there is, right? Like I think like if there's a God and there's a certain type of God, create a certain type of world, and that's the world we get, and that may be the best type of world we can have, right?
But that would what would that be connected to?
Like best of all possible worlds, right? Scenario,
Well, basically, at least Christianity is
Yeah,
promotes
says
a
it's flawed. Yeah, right.
promotes a consequentialist God. So, I mean,
Yeah, it also says like the world is flawed in this kind of interesting way, right? They say like you can't change the world, like you know.
now at least the scriptures kind of just put the blame on humans for that, which is
Yeah,
basically gaslight.
The demons didn't make themselves, though.
I'm sorry. What was that, Hank? They didn't convict themselves.
The demons didn't create themselves, right?
Oh, the humans didn't create themselves, right? Yeah, yeah,
No, they did not. It just depends on where they came from, I guess.
yeah. It just goes to this whole thing of you know can there be another because you could say possibilities exist, and we could say, well, where do these possibilities exist? Right. Well, you can say, well, they exist in the mind of God, right? Or they exist in the multiverse, right? But then, like, what is that? I mean, as a man, is a mind of God. Does that mean that we live in it? Like, that basically spells panentheism, right? And then if we live in a multiverse, right? Then you can't really prove these multiverses, right? They're just purely mathematical, right? So the problem is that we've got this world, right? And the incredible complexity of nature and the lack of randomness within nature basically spells out intelligence. So within that intelligence, I think that within intelligence, there is some notion of goodness. Not to say that like in a way that you know the total amount of goodness is possible. But the fact is that goodness is possible.
Then goodness is possible because we're the ones that are good.
But
Maybe, but I think
you
that's
can't
putting too
prove
much.
you can't prove the universe you're in either. So it's probably not that big of a deal. You can't prove the universe you're in. You just have to assume it based on your senses.
Maybe, but even to have senses, you may have to presuppose mind, right? So you could just.
No, no, you don't have to presuppose mind to have senses.
I mean, I don't understand.
And how do the senses work exactly?
I don't know,
Like
but
you'd
the
have to
brute
have
fact
some. Like you'd have to have some form of correspondence theory for it to work, right?
for senses to work. No, it's a brute fact. When your senses work, it's a loop back. You just feel it.
Matthew. Yeah, nobody knows that guy. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, ultimately, in terms of correspondence, or in terms of intelligence, I think it's putting too much on humans to say that morality actually issues from humans. I think there's inherent goodness, and I think that exists within nature. I don't see how we could have a conception of goodness, right? Like, how do we where did we get that from, right? And I think also, like, maybe that inherent goodness, right? It's not necessarily connected to how we behave.
Is it inherent goodness or apparent goodness?
Well, I think that life is inherently good, right? Like, to be able to experience suffering, joy, and evil, right? So you say, like, all right, well, things are evil, right? Well, if there's no life, what's to experience evil, right?
Well, that would mean evil is inherently good.
Well, I think that there is some truth to, like, as I said earlier, you know, um, without the existence of evil, you would not know good. Without the existence of ugliness, you wouldn't know beauty. I ultimately believe there's some truth in that.
How would that how would that work with eternity, as in the sense of a Christian viewpoint?
Well, I mean, I'm not too keen on eternity itself, and I don't follow the Christian viewpoint, but I think, like, in terms of eternal suffering or eternal good, sure, there's you know a possibility of that as well. But like I said, like, that just ups the ante, right?
Like, well, presumably with Christianity, um, they they believe that they'll be in heaven for eternity, or at least with God for eternity. So that has to preclude committing wickedness. So either they don't have free will, or if they do, they just choose continually not to commit wickedness for eternity.
Or God disagrees with you on what is wicked.
Or whatever is wicked by his standards, I mean.
Oh, okay.
It's partly why it's one of the reasons why I kind of left Christianity is it kind of made it a moot point.
Well, I mean, universal, so I think everyone's saved anyway. So God would just disagree with you on what's wicked.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately, morality does have to be put in line with power, right? That an all-powerful deity cannot be expected to behave on the same moral terms as a human, right? Whose livelihood is based on survival, right? But God
Exactly.
can, but a loving God would offer, that human many concessions in his state, even though he's not responsible, particularly for that state, because the human being was given a certain, design in which he was able to control nature through the use of symbols, mainly through organizing other humans. So our ability to control, nature has to do with, our treatment of each other, really. And I think that that's one of the key, factors that relates to inherent goodness and all those concepts I was mentioning earlier, maybe. Matthew Arroyo, hit the link, brother. Let's do this.
I don't think the link is posted.
Yeah, it's not posted. New Jack, can you post and pin the link?
Yeah, he put it up many times. The guy just scroll up, he'll find
Oh.
it. Yeah.
Can you? Well, if he pins the link, then he doesn't even have to scroll up. Except
Here, let me see. Let me see if he can scroll up. If not, I'll post it. Because I'm able to do that too. And yeah, it would be good to get some people on here, so we're not just, because me and Reddington and Hank, we'll probably just do this for the next 10 years without a panel. So like, it is what it is. You know what I'm talking about?
Probably.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Like it's like,
yeah, I could do this for the next 10 years, but I'm probably just going to start going on modern day debate and start challenging atheists to proving their points, because I'm pretty sure if they can't coherently define a worldview without using the term God, there will just be theists, even they just might play peekaboo about it. If they need the idea at all, then they're just misotheists.
yeah, I mean, this whole question, and I don't know if you touched that book that I sent that one day, that one that's written by an Islamic philosopher in the 11th century.
Yeah, I got about 50 pages in. I mean to get back to it.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, and the last 50 pages get really fucking weird. Like, there's like a weird twist in that book that kind of goes, but yeah, it's funny. But yeah, the first 50 pages is kind of a dense, like, in terms of its philosophical tracks, and also it's like scientific explanations. It gets kind of confusing because I'm like, just what the fuck is he describing here? And but yeah. It's according to like the science and astronomy that they had on the table that at the time, and by that standard, it's fairly advanced. But yeah, it is a fucking interesting book, and one of the things that it kind of spells out, which is a very interesting philosophical principle, is this whole notion that there's oneness in that there's infinity within the plenitude of things. That means the possibility of things is actually infinite. But in the relation of things to each other, there's just oneness. So I think of this line, and in terms of metaphysics, infinity in plenitude, oneness in relation. Yeah, I kind of have it like as a line in my new book too. And I don't know if it means anything to anyone else, but it sure blows my fucking socks off. I'll tell you that.
Yes, it means something to me. I need to write a book on just the physics I use. I don't know. I actually don't like the term metaphysics because any relevant metaphysics would just be physics anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is a made up term. I mean, it's a purely made up term, according to Martha Nussbaum. Aristotle labeled his notes that come after physics metaphysics. So it actually meant after the book on physics. It did not mean beyond physics, right? In its original instantiation. But yeah, what I really think is metaphysics is mind. I think mind is metaphysics, right? It's the last uh, bastion.
No, I think it should be within physics still. If it happens and we can analyze it, it's physical still.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You need the mind to analyze the mind. It's too much of a problem.
Stephen Wolfram's working through it.
Wolfram's not even close. Wolfram has this thing with simple to complex, and he's going up the math tree. We can play Wolfram. I can't play it, but if I send it to Neuro, he could pull it up about this fucking mathematics invented or discovered. I don't know if he gets this one correct,
I would say it's invented.
By whom?
Satan. You know what I mean? Yo, what's going on? Anafe, peace.
I was watching a video called Satan Makes No Sense, but it kind of got off topic after like the first 10 minutes. I'm like, wait, what happened to Satan?
I mean, like that's the thing is that there's this no, like if you don't have mind. Well. See, here's the thing: is that you have mind and you have this thing called natural law. Now, the interplay between these two things is very, very fundamental, right? Like, if you give too much to mind, you take away from natural law. If you give too much to natural law, you take away from mind, right? But like to have the interplay of these two things, is basically where you get into trouble. Because these are basically the foundations of transcendentalism, right?
Yes.
These two categories, and in so that's what I have my eye on. You know what I mean? Because I don't agree in the transcendental. I believe truth is manifest, not transcendental. So if it's transcendental, then we're back to panentheism. This notion of this mind of God, right? You know what I mean? And I don't mean to fucking cut all the trees down in the forest so that fucking I'm just like
Yeah, I also agree that truth is manifest.
yeah, so yeah.
Truth is manifest, then morals would have to be manifest. No?
See, I'm trying to tease out how, like, in a sense, in terms of the notion of inherent goodness, that could be a thing. You know, in terms of just pure nature, right? As opposed to human artifice, right? And that's what I've been trying to do. But you know, and in other words, the entire moral culpability isn't squarely on man, right?
Well, I probably wouldn't know inherent goodness myself. I can see apparent goodness. I don't know what inherent goodness is.
Well, I would say life serves life. You know, that's circular, but it's, you know, that inherent goodness is a sort of a circular value that determines its own, you know, I guess I mean yeah, I don't want to use the term value again, but yeah, basically happens.
So would inherent goodness of God be circular?
Well, I think that is part of the notion because see, we're dealing with nature, right? So we have inherent limitations, right? So being without those limitations, right, would have a grander sense of, you know, morals in my opinion, right? So indeed, like, because God doesn't have life, right? So like if that was a basis for human morality, right, certainly it wouldn't apply to God, right? But I do think that that is a basis for human morality, right? Life serves life. I do believe that that's basically circular, right? But proceeding from that, there's lots of rational like dimensions in which, you know, too much nature, right? Bad thing, too little nature, bad thing.
So would it be like there's got to be some kind of underlying circularity for all else to
Well,
be
I think
based on, or
well, I think it's just I think it's a practical value of the sort of gift of life. You know, like life was gifted to us, right? Like the people who believe it's really really bad, they still want to live. Or I mean, you know, is there I mean, is there a notion in which, you know, like where okay, see, here's another notion in which we have no say, right? Is that we start off, right, from awareness, right? And then we have to proceed from awareness, right? We have to proceed from existence. So existence and awareness is granted, right? Not to say it comes from epistemic circularity, but it's granted. And then from that, right? So in other words, we um can choose, right, to go from a starting point, right? So we're not absolute. We don't have absolute freedom, right?
Correct.
That's one. You know, one is absolute freedom. You know, two is grace, right? Which is we have grace because we have life, right? We didn't choose it, yet it has a possibility of goodness, which we value above everything else. I mean, let's face it. Like, I think the the enriching sentiments of of a morally upright communion with other humans. Yo, JFK, Beta, shout out, homie. What's going on? Good to see you. I don't know where you are. I can't see you, but JFK Beta probably on Twitter somewhere. Hell yeah. That's my homie.
Shout out to iFi.
iFi was here earlier. He didn't want to. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want it. But we're gonna expand on the discussion.
That's a surprise. He usually wants it.
Yeah, he got drawn down by a lot of the commotion on the panel as well. But yeah, it was going in a lot of directions. But yeah. Oh,
He wants it.
I want it. I want it bad.
Oh shit!
I can't get enough of it.
iFi's back. He's back from whatever menial task he had to attend to.
Yeah, I actually did bail for a while. I was curious if Hank would finally tell us what he wanted to talk to us about the other day on Flow State, but bailed out real quick.
Not bailed out, working. I don't have a baby mama supplying me with everything. I
Okay.
have to work for a living.
You got free
I did
time now?
I did split shift. I'm about to park at home, but then I can focus on you.
Oh, okay, you're still driving? All right, I'll come back later. That's fine.
No, stay there. I'm about to
Oh,
park.
shit. Okay, all right. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I
Stay
think
there.
He said, sit, boy. Sit. Good dog.
Sit down. Shut
He wants you to
up.
roll over. He can scratch your belly.
Roof.
it's a little impossible to have conversations on Flow State, right?
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, there's a little too much drama going on, and so it's hard to clearly hear and speak without the constant interruptions, like the
It's like
clips
a
and stuff.
it's like a chill zone. Today, man, were you on there this morning?
No.
Oh fuck, dude! Out of the days to be there, this morning was the only day that was literally legit because they were just going at each other about this fucking race shit. There's Africans there, there's white people there. This shit was fucking crazy. It was off the
Did you
chain.
say this morning and Flow
Yes.
State in the same sentence?
Yeah, he
Yes.
was all night and all this morning.
Yeah, this morning it was popping because
You
like,
mean
they
he's
just had-
still on from last night?
Yes. CIA Santa was there. He was still on for last night. He actually had to split the show because he went to 12 hours. So he actually proposed another stream and moved everyone.
Dude, I get up like in the middle of the day. I'm like, up around 10 a.m. or so. And I was eating my breakfast at 11 or so. And I noticed Flo was streaming. And I was like, holy shit, he got up early for once. And he was still streaming from the night before. So I think he's like turning into a full vampire at this point. So dude doesn't know when to sleep.
Vamp State.
Well, that's where I am. I was pretty much up to the night before too. Only had so it doesn't. I don't know if I'm vampire or werewolf. Maybe I'm both. I'm parked, but I need to go. I want to get to my good mic.
I
So,
can't sleep during the day, man. Like the daylight fucks me up. Like I can't, get like dream sleep that way.
Well,
Maybe
first
I'm
you got to start
human.
drinking blood. That's the step one. And step two.
But anyways, as soon as Hank has time, I'll go ahead and brief you guys. So Hank was going to pick the topic for one of my streams, but then he chickened out because I wouldn't let him control the stream. And the topic was going to be too many white people getting married. And so I think he said marriage is like a corrupted institution or something. And
you're good at making up your own facts. So
you're breaking up, dude. You got to get good connection. You're popping and crackling.
No.
Get inside to a Wi-Fi connection or something, dude. You're breaking up.
I told him.
Yours Russian. I would.
He won't do it because you're a white man telling him what to do.
Do it. Do it. Rum and a Coke. Do it. Do it.
Do it now.
So, anyways, and then he left me with this teaser. He said, and there's one trait they all share. Can you guess what it is? And I was like, oh, what is it? Hey, tell me. The suspense is killing me. And so he never did the show. I cornered him on Flow State. He still wouldn't tell me what that one characteristic is that
I
they
know
all
what it
share.
is. I know what it is. It's 400 years of oppression and slavery.
Massa. I wasn't sure if it was the one he already told us or if it was something else, because he already told us it was married people and white people. So it may have already been one of those things, but I don't know. The suspense was killing me. I was like, I just can't wait to hear until Hank enlightens me on this topic. But he never did. So I remained robbed of his wisdom. So please, Hank, please tell me what you were going to say. As soon as you get solid connection that's not on a dial-up modem or something, or is that him popping and crackling? It's like
Yeah. I'm trying. You're very.
Yeah, you're still popping and crackling, dude. We can hear words struggling.
Stop whining. I won't tell you.
It almost sounded like he was walking, but I'm not sure.
I think he
was walking.
Yeah, he's going from his car to his room. And now he's syncing up with his Wi-Fi connection or plugging it directly into Ethernet. I don't know what his rig looks like.
It's Ethernet in the head.
Okay.
Log into my PC so I can use my good mic.
Word. Anyways, congratulations, Jack. I've been singing your praises everywhere I can post. So this stream was groundbreaking. I can't believe we finally defined the words left and right correctly. And poor Flow State, that was going to be his moment to shine. The one useful thing he was going to say was that stream, but you stole it from him. You stole all his thunder. And now all he has is drama, panel versus drama, and what he calls ANCAP, whatever. Do you guys think he's an ANCAP, or do you think he's a closeted centrist? Because I'm not so sure anymore.
Flow State is completely liberal.
He claims to be ANCAP, and the other day I called him out for being a closeted centrist, and he instantly booted me off, which makes me believe I was 100% correct.
No, I'm pretty sure if you ask Flow State like about the baby killing thing, he'd say like, yeah, they should be allowed to kill the babies. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you can still be ANCAP and pro-choice, but
No, I know, but I mean like that is a staunchly like liberal, I would consider him taking positions like that, and the kind of like whole like against religion thing.
That part's obvious. So that's why I think he struggles with these ideas, because like he wants to sound like some Chad-based right winger who would be ANCAP, And so that's where we are similar. Like me and Flo agree that NCAP is the best position to start from, and then
Well,
work
I
your way
don't think
back.
he's really like into the political thing. I think he's more like into just like kind of being a everyman. Like I think his goal is just to be like the everyman of YouTube.
Yeah, I think he's got a channel to run and clicks to get. So I think that's why he doesn't like it when I alienate part of his
Yeah, he's trying
audience.
to like get money and stuff. So like
Yeah,
that's his
yeah.
whole thing. Yeah.
And I
I
respect
think
that.
that's
As
what
a
he's about.
capitalist, I
Is the
completely
money.
respect that. So sorry, Redson. Good.
I think he's about getting money. That's pretty much what I got from it.
Yeah,
And
like
there's
But
nothing wrong with that.
I don't really watch him all that much. So
As a
yeah, like
capitalist, I completely support that. But as long as you're consistent with your message, I think is also important.
yeah, like I could have done like attack and react videos and then like gone and done the drama thing. Like I had so many possibilities to do drama shit like all the time. Like I could have just done that and just had my views go up and just fucking started wars and then added people that I was dramaing with and all of that nonsense.
It's good for clicks. I mean, it
Oh
works
yeah,
for
oh
them.
yeah, yeah. It's good for clicks, but then like it's so stupid. Like it's hours of nonsense.
Hey,
So it's just like
Neuro, Hank's trying to get back up. Can you see or hear him?
so the thing was like I was like, yeah, well, I'd rather just record these fucking like at least like a lecture or some shit so that people can reference it later, have some value, fucking take a,
Yeah,
like a fucking cut in terms of like marketability just to, to inform motherfuckers.
yeah. That's why I respect you more than Flow State, because at least you're consistent with your views, even if we disagree on shit. So
Well, it's just
whereas
different. Like it's just different. I don't think flow state is his goal is like not necessarily talking about ideas. You know, his goal is to create an entertaining show.
I think he just likes to talk shit just to get more people to talk shit, and then he interject his own little blurbs or whatever. But
That's how it goes. Yeah.
as
I
if we
mean,
don't have enough of that on the internet.
this guy uses a shake weight. I mean, what more do you want?
He's one of those frat guys that wears his hat backwards and an earring.
Yeah. So what I was trying to tell you
Oh,
a
Hank's here.
couple
Okay,
weeks
Hank.
ago
Go ahead.
was that dysfunctional people on the panel was getting married because someone else has a preference for them. It doesn't matter how good your social skills. It's just as long as you're what's desired. So as long as someone picks you, you're in. It doesn't matter if you're not a good person.
So you think the institution of marriage is corrupted because people are getting married based on what?
Based on any damn thing. It's not. It's the criteria is just barter. The criteria is barter. So if someone gives you red pill advice, well, it may or may not apply. It doesn't make a difference. It just someone picks you where you are. It doesn't matter. So any dating advice is not valid unless it's for that particular person.
Okay. So you think marriage has become a sham because it's like a business deal at this point? It's not even about relationships or love or anything. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that any dating advice is a sham because it's invalid unless the person you're talking to is going to pick you based on the criteria. If it's advice for someone else, then it doesn't make a difference. So that's why we have dysfunctional people like Bunny Christ or Count Smitty that are married and very, very annoying, very dysfunctional people, in my opinion. Because it doesn't make a difference as long as you're someone's favorite.
So do you think married people are better or worse than non-married people?
I don't have a preference for the better or worse. I don't really care.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a gripe against marriage for some reason, because that was one of
Well,
the main
I do have a gripe against marriage. It's a crappy contract by default, but it's kind
What's
of
crappy about the contract?
Alimony.
Okay. Then don't get divorced.
Tell that to the multiple billionaires that got divorced.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so is this a bad time to ask what connection this has to white people?
No, it's a good time.
Okay, what connection does the crappiness of marriage have to do with white people?
Nothing.
Lulz.
What? Did I fall for a trap, Hank? Because I listened to you.
You made your own trap, like you usually do.
Oh,
You activated his trap card.
fool me once, shame on me. Okay, well, that was the only clues you gave me. By the way, what's the one characteristic they all share? We'll just go ahead and end it on that.
They're picked by someone. They're just in. They're into the moment. They're promoted by Hollywood.
They're picked by someone? Is that what you said?
Yep.
All married and white people are picked by someone. That's the trait they all share, correct?
Yeah, picked by each other. It doesn't.
So black people don't pick each other, is what you're telling us.
No. You have black and white thinking. Yeah, black people do pick each other too. But and just advice to improve yourself is irrelevant unless the person giving you advice is going to pick you if you follow their criteria. It's just malarkey.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing that with me, Hank. I was curious of what was on your mind, and I'm sorry you couldn't share that on my channel, but like I said, I control all the streams on my channel, so that's the rules.
Yeah, you make up your own rules. That's why I treat you like Paul. So
okay, that's fine. That's fair. Which Paul? Paul Young or Unslaved?
Yes.
That was an or question.
You get what you get.
It's always fun talking to you, Hank. Never a dull moment. By the way, Neurojack, whenever me and Canuck are in the room, should we just never address each other, or how do you want to go about this? Or maybe should I just leave or something? Or
What, are you the same person? You can't talk to yourself?
I'm instructed not to disagree with a certain person on this panel, so I'm just kind of curious how this works when we're having a lively discussion and someone jumps in.
Let's figure it out. Canuck, say something.
This isn't your channel, by the way, Hank. I was asking Neurojack because it's his rules.
No, Jack can stop me if he wants to.
That's true.
Canuck, speak.
He commands you, speak.
The power of Christ compels thee. Or not.
Well, he's gone, so I guess that answers the question. Another one wrecked by the Hankus Maximus. Another point to Hank. I gotta give you credit, bro. Sometimes you're the clincher. Well, while he's gone, I'll go ahead and share with the rest of the room why we don't get along very well. We've only talked like 2 or 3 times, I recall, and obviously the first time didn't go very well. I don't even remember the first time, to be perfectly honest, because the second time we talked, he said we didn't have a good exchange, so he wasn't really interested in talking to me anymore. And I was like, okay, that's fair. I mean, I am a bit of an asshole. So while we were talking about something random, political or whatever. And every time I tried to engage him, he would always say things like, I didn't say that. Did anyone on the panel hear me say that? You're just putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that. Stop saying that. I didn't say that. And, he responded that way like every time to anything I said. And so he may have been technically correct sometimes, because sometimes I kind of paraphrase what people are saying when we're in a debate or
Said
discussion.
he's sorting out his mic, I guess.
Yeah, I saw that. And so ever since then, I've realized it's completely pointless to engage him on a personal level. So that's why I don't even bother anymore. But anyways, I don't want to ruin Jack's party or anything, so he likes him.
You do that sometimes, though.
Of course I do. I just admitted it. I just said I know I do that. But Reddington, you and I are still able to continue to converse. Why is that?
I don't know.
Is it because you don't have a giant pedantic stick up your ass where you're trying to technically correct the fact that I didn't verbatim quote you perfectly on exactly what you just said?
Perhaps.
Oh, I see. Well, then I guess I need to work on my communication skills, I guess. Anyways, that's the reason why.
And so do I.
FYI. So see, Hank, sometimes it's a really stupid reason, but humans. Humans gotta be humans.
People are, people so.
What should it be? You and I living together. My favorite quote is that Arabian dude. I think he's a Muslim. I don't know, where he's like, "But the people are retarded." That's my spirit animal. I think Neurojack's still away, so can't get back up. But if and when he does, I'm forbidden from engaging in with him. So we'll just take turns talking. But anyways, Redden, like I said, I'm a fan most of the time. You just have your unpleasant moments. So if we just get rid of all the unpleasant stuff, we'll be cool.
Now learn how to enjoy the pain and the awkwardness.
The awkward silence.
Absolutely.
See, I've never found silence to be awkward. I rather enjoy it. I just meditate and zen out. Like, I like silence and quietness.
No, Jack, you awake?
I think he's AFK or something, because Canuck's been trying to get back in and he won't click him in.
Did you say Neurojap?
I said no, Jack. Yes.
It
That's
sounded like
racist.
Neurojap.
That was racist.
So what?
At least you have a clear mic. Guess he's not AFK for once.
Now he's back.
Connect, speak.
Hello, Hank.
Hi, Connect.
You have the floor, Red.
What?
I saw you unclick mute. Go on. Don't be shy.
I do that sometimes.
Well, anyways, I'm going to go ahead and jump back out. But before I leave, Canuck, is anything I just said inaccurate or wrong? I'll take your silence as a yes. Okay. It was fun, guys. I'll catch y'all next time. Later.
Peace.
Bye, iPhone.
Finally, what a relief. No, I'm pretty sure each of you can understand why some people, and I'm one of them, don't interact with certain other people. They
Because you're a
broadcast
pussy?
their secret heart in quite well. No, I shouldn't say that. I haven't thought well enough about that. Some people don't mix, and that's okay.
If you say so.
Yeah, just look at flow states panel. It's white and black people don't mix.
Sad
they're,
trombone.
they're just like they're very
Machine, I was quite surprised, but also pleased to see you lose your temper a little bit. It's amazing you were able to hold out that long.
Well, I mean, I don't know what I-Fi was getting at. To be frank, I don't know what I-Fi was getting at, but it is what it is. You know?
Yeah, my blood pressure is high enough without seeking out aggravation and feeding that energy to people who feast on it.
Well, I mean, even with the Andrew Wilson character, I noticed like people don't actually know what the debate is from the other side. So first you have to actually get them to see what the opposition like the opposition point actually is.
Well, I think it's important for folks to at least try to kind of define some similar terms and maybe choose a new neutral term for the present discussion, and to encourage one another to do two things: to be mindful of the principle of charity and to offer a steelman version of what the person just explained to you. I don't enjoy debate as much as I do discourse. I don't find debate with strangers in this kind of forum to be a useful use of anyone's time. It often descends into egoism and tribalism, and that feeds a certain kind of audience, which isn't healthy for anyone.
I would say professional debates are more or less useless as well.
I don't know about useless. I think it would map very much onto folks, each individual's personality, as well as what they're seeking from the event. I've always found debate to be rather an indulgence of one's ego, and it involves a little bit of showing off. And there's a time in life when that appeals to folks. I'm trying to move beyond that. And sometimes, folks that don't get along, months or years later, they have a new way to approach one another, maybe a new understanding of how life unfolds, and they can try again once time goes by.
Well, the time of debate is to prove a point. So, like, if someone's just making a dumb argument over and over again, you'll debate them just to blow, to say, okay, let's bring your shit to the table. Let's see what happens. That's when it's time to debate.
The airing of grievances.
Yes, pretty much.
That does tend to happen, and to practice debate, one has to be decidedly and mindfully cool in their emotions, and that's hard for a lot of folks to do in a semi-public forum like this, because there's always an awareness that there may be folks listening. Some folks may be paying attention to the comments. Some commenters may be trying to get your goat, or to get your goad or goat. Is it a D or a T? I don't remember the term now. We'll say goat. Ah,
with a T.
with a T. Okay.
But it is a form of goading.
Yes. Isn't that funny?
Yep.
But I always find discourse to be preferable to debate, unless the debate is an intellectual exercise where you're purposefully arguing a position you deeply do not hold and yet view it as a form of intellectual exercise. That can be productive.
Yeah, that's always how I see it. But yeah, in terms of you know, the technology thing, it's funny because people assume that you're arguing for a Luddite position or a type of anarcho-primitivist position, and that's basically assumed at the outset, and that's a flaw in terms of not understanding the other person's argument. It's like pigeonholing.
Yes, I agree that often is the case, and that's why I find myself asking folks very often, "What do you mean by that?" And some folks respond well to that, some don't, and I'm not indicating anyone here or even the fellow that just passed by. It's just a trait that some people have. I always try to I don't know. I always try to elicit or at least get a sense for whether or not someone is really interested in reciprocity of, you know, or just reciprocity. And it's not as common as I would wish it to be. People have different standards or different definitions of what kind of moral self-determination is, or what moral guide star they hold to. And there has to be a reciprocal respect for that, with some Venn overlap, some meaningful Venn overlap. And sometimes that can't be found easily in this kind of space or form.
Yeah, I mean, it's always refreshing when somebody actually understands the position, you know. So yeah, it is very intellectually stimulating. So that is the thing, is that, you know, because I understand the problems and I deal with them all the time. So I mean, in terms of, you know, there's almost zero dogmatism, because the thing is there's no complete answers to the questions that I'm proposing, you know, or at least I haven't found the right ones. So in my opinion, you know, it's a work in progress. So in those terms, it's very fruitful to kind of hear, like, maybe like what, because you know, what the, you know, sort of opposition might be. So like in terms of that, like I really like, you know, like in terms of what's the solution to, like, mind body problem, like they'll be asking that for the next 100 years. You know, anybody who actually says, like, oh well, I know the answer to that one, well, that's a doofus talking. You know, in my opinion, like they've outed themselves as somebody who is intellectually frail, because it's like you actually just, you don't even understand that there's a greater problem that can't be solved, you know, in terms of human reasoning. So there's those people that they don't actually understand the pitfalls, and those are people who haven't looked at the issues. You know, it's like you just you know, you never actually got there. Like, you've just been going around and you just have a bunch of platitudes. So in terms of that, you know, that type of thinking and understanding, it's like, well, you know, you know, if you already know, then there's no room to debate. You know, so that is part of the thing, and it's like, you know, if you don't have a point, then yeah, and everything's kind of open ended. Well, it's just going to be a discussion. There's nothing to debate on. But actually, if there's a real point, like there's a real painstaking point, and the other person understands the opposing point, then it's very intellectually stimulating. But it's like, if people don't, you know.
I as I said, I'm not so much a fan of debate, although I suspect you're using debate in a much less strict sense than I am.
Yeah.
I've always found debate to be fraught with the pitfalls of egotism and loss of emotional control or loss of mindfulness. And it's hard enough to be mindful without that tickle of the ego. I find that a lot of folks who discuss religion, especially some of the more established folks like that who is that guy, Andrew, is it Wilson, who was on stage the other day, that white dude, and then the bearded guy, the constipated one,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson and many
and
yes.
even folks like Dyer. I mean, I suspect at one point they may have had good intentions, but now it almost seems to me like they have a passive aggressive look down their nose at, if only these idiots could realize what I realize about this truth. There's no humility there. They're not emulating the very core values of the teachings that I'd imagine they posit they hold to be very true. And they often invoke or involve very obscurantist points of theology that really don't have any practical meaning in everyday life for people dealing with family, job stress, with self-doubt, with self-development. I mean, those points of, obscure theology, it's like hearing two nerds, and I'm a nerd of my own stripe, but hearing two nerds talk about their own very particular, very narrow field of interest, and somehow gushing endlessly about how everyone should like it too. If only they knew. There's a deep kind of chasm of pride there that is camouflaged by maybe a misapperception of what the goal of that kind of dialogue or interaction is or should be. People should have differing views about many of the important things in life, so long as they're willing to draw lines of mutual respect and constructive compromise for kind of a greater goal. When you break bread with someone in reality, when you share hardship with someone, you're able to find new connections later in life, and you don't have to agree about everything. Sadly, I see very strong trends in society today for people to have an all or nothing approach about their philosophies or worldviews without realizing that, the person you may be today at age 40 isn't quite the same as the person you were at age 30 and age 20. And you won't be the same person exactly when you're 50, 60, or 70 if you're doing things right, if you're being reflective and you're developing. You fall into the trap of stasis, you may suffer in the long run for it. And I'm sermonizing now, and I don't mean to. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem really is that there's only going to be a few people who understand the issues. And in terms of that, like I've had lots of like I had maybe a 5 minute long debate on like flow state this morning, and then I had like this thing with iFi where it was a pre-debate discussion, and in lieu of a debate, and then a lot of times, and then I'm even with Gen X Jeff yesterday. They admitted to technological skepticism, but of course, I know in my heart of hearts that they don't believe that, and they wouldn't live that way. So I'm wondering how I got them to accept it, anyways. But yeah, I mean, I've had lots of very short like debates, so I think like it's just apparently that once most people hear the issues, they actually just agree. So that's a problem that I'm having.
What do you mean by technological skepticism?
Like they basically agreed that in terms of human inventiveness, it could go 50-50, and that we have to get ahead of the chain to get ahead of the bad parts of technology before we create it in order to mitigate the problems.
Okay. Yeah. Just because we can do a thing doesn't mean we have the wisdom or self-reflection to understand second, third, fourth, fifth order effects. We should be careful. Yeah, no doubt. We should also be careful to adapt, the rate of change in society as a whole, the rate of adoption, possible knock-on effects, with some mindfulness. Yeah, maybe we're a little too gung-ho about technological change. I mean, just in the last 10 years or so, I've noticed myself kind of aging out of a flexibility of approach to new technology. Change in and of itself, just for the sake of change, isn't necessarily a good thing. It's actually destabilizing. It puts people off center.
No, change for the sake of change is a bad thing. You need a better reason to change, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah, I agree with you for the most part. Yes.
And then you have the specter of global change, which that is a very, if change is complex and global change is never ending, perhaps, because there's so many small problems, right, along the way. So that's the thing is if technology functions as a global system and then any part of that system has to change, then you're dealing with change on such a massive level that it's never actually been contemplated, right?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, but the contemplating the change is harder than actually implementing it. So,
Could you say that again, Hank? I didn't quite
yeah,
catch.
thinking about the change is actually harder than just implementing it and seeing what happens.
Yeah, it is definitely. And when those who make the decision about whether or not to do that are highly insulated from any meaningful consequences, it's even worse.
And in terms of the over specialization in terms of like a rule of experts, they somewhat are, because the guy who's inventing a new type of, solvent to do X, Y, and Z, a chemical that's never been made before, is mainly doing it based off of a research protocol and highly specified, set of instructions that most people are not avail of, and that most people wouldn't find value in. Most people wouldn't know why some scientist somewhere is creating some sort of research chemical. Yet they continue. So it's like the value of creating such a chemical may be, of use to a very small number of people. Yet on the very far end of the system, it seems like such changes are necessary. Because the functioning of large scale technologies, it creates enhanced forms of specialized means.
Yeah, this is what kind of got on Jack Talcott with his no secrets thing, because a lot of things are just specialized nerd stuff and not actually secret, but isn't promoted because the incentive structure is wrong, such as the patent system. So a lot of medication that can treat issues isn't going through the validation process because people won't make enough money off of it. So patents are creating adverse incentives, and that isn't it's the problem with secrets, it's the problem with adverse incentives.
Yeah, the incentives flourishing in our society today are something we civilizationally need to address much more carefully. So many perverse incentives are flourishing now, and it's kind of run away in with such a high degree of momentum. It's frightening to contemplate how much work will be required to correct it, and I think that disheartens a lot of people who just throw their hands up and put their heads in the sand.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that it's beyond incentives or even economics. I think that somewhat it is ideological factors involved, and I think that those link to just secular humanism in general, or just what that, ideologically, that the parameters of secular humanism don't seem to be, like there doesn't seem to be set limitations there. For example, for human knowledge, it seems like, knowledge is an inherent good in terms of secular humanism. And for that, it just seems like knowledge for the sake of knowledge is a good thing, and I don't believe it is.
Well, you believe in the inherent good, and I don't believe in that. So,
Right.
I don't see an evident connection between secular humanism and the desire of for knowledge for the sake of knowledge. And that's not. I don't see a high degree of overlap between those two. It's not evident to me that that's the case.
Well, to me, it seems that that in terms of scientific knowledge, right, gaining more scientific understanding, that seems to be one of the precepts of secular humanism. So to gain that knowledge at perhaps any cost, that they feel that that's an improvement to humanity.
I'm not so well. Perhaps I don't perceive that that caveat you added at any cost. I don't think anyone reasonable, no matter what worldview they inhabit, would accept at any cost to be a healthy part of their ideology or view of the world. So that's more on that element of whatever their worldview is, faith-based or based wholly or mostly in reason. That it's much more dependent on that at any cost, that kind of manifestation of pride and egotism. So I don't see it necessarily linked to secular humanism or even to any.
Well, that's specifically the thing, that it depends on the totality of your idealism. And in terms of the totality of the idealism of secular humanism, it's absolute. It's fairly absolute. In terms of, it assumes to a certain degree that we can manage nature. That nature is an external force that can be managed by human ingenuity. And that presumption, I believe, that singular presumption is absolutely to be, it is just simply just a presumption, right?
I can't say I have studied secular humanism. I'm aware of what it is, and what you just characterized about it has never been something I have found.
Well, what would you how would you characterize secular humanism? Let's go to that, because I'm having problem understanding what you'd see it as.
I view secular humanism as a development of moral principles, divorced from any kind of religious dogma, because religious dogmas tend to be predominantly faith-based, and history has shown that can lead to a lot of kind of fiat rule and thereby human suffering. A secular approach that respects differences in opinion, differences in axioms or healthy dogmas or non-fanatical dogmas, allows for a much broader depth of tolerance, of understanding, of cooperation. So humanism there, to derive morality from common sense physicality, from rational apperceptions of the world.
Well, I don't think anybody is opposed to rationality and agreement, if that's what you're suggesting it is.
No, but to me, secular humanism is a way of developing a moral framework that is highly divorced from a religious dogmatism. because
no, let's
religious
be more honest.
dogmatism is less. I want to use the word inclusive, and I don't mean that in the rainbow way. Religious
I want to be more
dogmatism
honest about
is
secular
a
humanism.
highly reactive kind of immune system thing. It needs to be. It needs to dominate, at least in most expressions of religious dogmatism in the West.
Bunny Christ is in the back, but I want to be more honest about secular humanism. It is generic branded Christianity. That's pretty much what it is. It's pretty much Jefferson Bible-esque kind of stuff. So take Christianity and follow out the branding. So it's like the same thing, but
Yeah.
looks different.
I can see that rather than the authority of an uncreated creator, some unknowable authority figure that imbues the law with authority because it said so. Secular humanism is a more human-centered kind of rational approach to why would these moral rules be good. Let's talk about it and try and determine what's good for everyone. So they're trying to achieve the same thing. They have different approaches. I just see secular humanism as being more flexible and amenable and more directed towards trying to include, constructively and meaningfully include, different opinions and to self-correction than, generally speaking, religious dogmatism has been throughout history.
No,
Well, yeah. I think Neuro's missing in action, Hank. But yeah. Already trying to alert Neuro.
Who's Bunny Christ? Who's that?
That's my nickname for Rant.
It's Rant, yeah.
But yeah, Neuro is stepped away. I tried to send him a message, but yeah.
I may be leaving soon then because I don't want to interact with that person. I can't take it.
Pussy.
I gotta go. I gotta go do stuff. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I mean
Cheers.
everybody's got to go. I mean, so
Now I'm
Neuro.
gonna talk to Bunny Christ.
So Neuro, paging Neuro Jack. Come through, homie. I think Canucks got to go too.
I'm happy to stay and speak with the two of you or folks that don't purposefully try and agitate others. And I find that
until Neuro comes there, okay. Well, here he is, Neuro. And I think
Yo, if you're gonna run away, bro, I won't even talk to you, bro.
that would be ideal.
That's completely
Excellent.
fine.
More time for me.
I don't think I've ever went at Canuckersome. He might have just seen some bodies being mangled on the battlefield, yo. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You gotta realize there are a lot of people out there that need to get, just straight berated for the sake of humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for example, I did that to Margot, I think, was it last week or this week? Because she kept lying about she helping Jack Talcott, and it just come on.
I mean,
she's just a bad. She's just a annoying government school teacher, very annoying. I had to put her in her place.
Appearances are deceptive, right? So, like, to a lot of people, it might seem like I'm just out here doing, reckless derailments, but it's actually counter derailments. It's hard to explain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Actually, I can explain it. Actually, so I'm a greater chaos agent, and I'm trying to get the lesser chaos agents in line harmonically, and that's what you're trying to do. But I'm actually a better chaos agent than you are.
Well, that's because I'm not a chaos agent. You know what I mean? I don't do things at random. I do things methodically.
Well, chaos isn't randomness. It's two different things.
Chaos is actually random.
Not necessarily. It could be pseudo random as well.
Well, it's not order.
Well, it can be. It could be ordered. It could be harmonic order. It could be resonance. It could be
Harmonization is not part of chaos.
That's because you don't understand chaos yet. You need to learn Principia Discordia.
I understand chaos enough to know that it's not harmony.
Well, but that means you don't understand it enough. You need to read Principia Discordia.
Look, at the end of the day, you could always go so deep in that you pop out the other end, right? But it doesn't mean that you've reached like a logical understanding of anything. It just means that you've figured out mental fucking backflips in order to justify what you already wanted.
That's you.
No, that's you.
Yeah, but I said first, therefore I'm right.
I mean, you did say it first. Life is funny, bro. You know,
Yep.
like many people don't just take a second, right? Just to realize, like, just to pull their mind away from all the shit flying around it, all the perceptions, everything else, to just be like, all right, I'm going to look around really quick. I am legitimately a fucking meat and bone robot that was grown in another bone and meat robot. I'm here in this thing, right? It's like a game. I'm in this game. There's no fucking rules. There's no instruction booklets. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Trying to figure out what I even am in this game. You know what I mean? You got all these other people writing shit down on little fucking shaved pieces of, tree material that they fucking put together, and they're writing down, shit with fucking inks, other shit they've collected and made into fucking dark pigments so they could sit here and trying to put the information that's in their mind onto something physical so that other people in this fucking game could figure it out, but they still have no idea, And then it's like, you got people that are in the game denying that anyone created it. They're like, no, this just happened. You know what I mean? Then you got people in the game trying to figure out what created it, trying to figure out how this shit works. You got motherfuckers hacking the game over there, bro, fucking with the source code. You know what I mean? You got people trying to hack in some new weapons into the game, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they're fucking with the object code. We don't have access to the source code yet. We have to play around the object code, but I know what you're saying.
I said they're trying to, like they want to hack into the code, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
And you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, like reality mimics games almost identically. So like why don't people treat it as a game?
Maybe they are, but they're just not good at games.
Like if you know that you are not the body, what is the body to you?
It's a tool. It's a construct I use to interact with the universe.
So why don't people use the body to interact with the universe? Why do they use the body to basically like fucking siphon pleasure out of the game into the spiritual world? Right?
I think that is a legit use of the body. Yes.
To siphon pleasure out of this physical game into the spiritual world to be experienced for what purpose?
Hedonism.
But at the end of the day, what is the point of the experience of pleasure? What is the actual purpose? There is none.
The pleasure is its own end. It's its own.
It has no purpose though.
It's its own reward. There's no purpose for you, but it's not your pleasure. It's mine.
Here's what I mean. You can sit here and have the greatest of pleasures ever for eternity, but nothing would be different. Nothing would change.
Yeah, something would change. The amount of pleasure I'm experiencing. That's a change.
I'm saying in a grand scale. What I mean is the amount of pleasure you have doesn't make a difference, doesn't change anything.
It doesn't make a difference to you.
Doesn't make a difference to anyone.
No. The amount of pleasure I have makes a difference to me.
That's what you think. But once you've had it, it won't matter. It's like you've eaten tons of food, right? You've eaten tons of it.
Oh. Then you could just
What
stop
does it
eating
matter?
for a couple years and tell me how you feel.
You know what I'm saying? Like once it's done, you get what I'm saying?
Well, I disagree with you. If you could stop eating for like 6 months and tell me how you feel afterwards.
Well, here's what I'm saying, bro. You could eat, you could be starving, right? Eat food, and now you're not hungry again.
Yeah.
You
And
know what I
if
mean?
you disagree, you could just stop eating food and just tell me how you feel.
You could. You know what I'm saying? But you get hungry, and then you feel that hunger, and then it goes away.
Yeah.
But then it comes back.
Yeah.
So, like, what is it besides putting a little bit of extra density on the physical body? What does it really do?
It makes me feel good about myself.
It's just a yolk, bro.
Well, if you think you don't need food, just stop eating.
Not that we don't need food.
Like 2 or 3 months, and tell us, hey, you don't need food. You're stupid. You're wasting money.
It's not that. It's that, look, if nobody needed to eat or drink water, right? It'd be like a video game that had no fucking objectives. Like, if you played like a survival video game and it had no hunger system and it had no enemies and it had no fucking poison or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And it had no like stamina and health bars and shit, right? There would be no game. There'd be nothing to do. You would have no experience. All of the, like, people don't realize there's a lot of shit that exists, right? Only to provide a framework for an experience. And if you're not having that experience, then you're basically here for no fucking reason.
Well, there could be plenty of stuff to do still. You could be like designing the game. You could be making micro games inside the game. So the main game, you don't have that, but you have a sub game that does have more stuff in it.
Hank, would you excuse me for a moment? Rand, could you do us the kindness of maybe muting your mic while you're engaging in, sneezing and coughing and horking and so on?
I mean, sometimes it bothers you that badly.
Well, manners do count for something.
I feel you. I don't think that it's not mannerable. You know what I mean? It's a biological function. I have essentially mucus dripping down the back of my nose, right? Which makes me want to choke. And so I choke and then I spit it out.
Then perhaps this isn't the right time to be engaging with others.
I mean, I really don't care about your feelings, and you're really starting to get on my nerves, to be honest.
So a basic request for a common standard of manners is too much for you to consider.
I said I would try to accommodate you if I could remember before I, involuntarily gagged and choked on my own phlegm. You know what I mean? Like I said, I would try. I didn't just say go fuck yourself. But now, after you're keeping to push the idea, I might tell you to go fuck yourself in about 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be cordial with you, Canucker. So I'm not even engaging you on anything.
I'm not even sure you know what that word means.
I don't even care.
That's also quite evident.
You know what I mean? Do you want to tell me what it means?
Any Neuro, are you around at the moment?
I apologize to your ears. I did that one involuntarily again. I promise I did not mean to do that intentionally, just to piss you off. What do you think about life, Canuckerson? What do you think about this game we're playing? What's the end goal of it all? What's the end game rewards? What's the end game lessons that we need to learn? It's hard to know. It really is hard to know. You know what I mean? There's been a lot of geniuses that have walked the face of the earth, gurus, ascended masters, whatever you want to call these people. They claim to have known something. You can read everything they've written, everything they've said. It's not going to help you know. You have to process that information. You have to compare it, cross-reference it with life experience. The system is creating a subsystem, like you said, Hank, a sub video game within the game, right? And that is going to be the second layer of the matrix.
Yes.
You know, you needed food, you needed all these other things. Now they made another requirement. They were like, now you need money too. This is now a new bar in the game. They added it.
Yep.
So now the game changes. You know?
Yeah, the meta changes, yes.
The game changes. The whole thing. It's like you went from capture the flag to team deathmatch. It's a totally different game mode.
Canuck, are you still there?
Hello, Cecil.
Please excuse my friend here. He's from New York.
Do you truly count that person as a friend, or are you just being polite?
I'm just trying to explain and kind of make a joke at the same time.
Okay.
Like, do you get it? Have you ever known anybody from New York?
I guess I have now.
I mean, you're lucky he's not spitting on you.
But Louis Rossman has much better manners.
Yeah.
Look, I get it. And look, at the end of the day, he's right about the manners. But at the same time, right, you got to realize this shit is kind of involuntary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't have as advanced bodily control as us country folk. We understand.
Well, I just want to. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I've been listening. And I just want to mention one thing. Like, I know that there's a little tension going on, but what Rant was saying about, or intellectual imbecile was just saying there about the game of life. I was surprised no one jumped in on that, because I can definitely say, like, I've definitely had almost identical thoughts to what he was expressing about, you know, like, people write stuff down and people don't give a fuck, and people try to hack it, and people and actually it goes back to this thing that we all kind of talk about, where, and also what you just said there about money being like another layer of, like, well, control, for lack of a better term. Like, you know, there's all these different overlays that are being put over us. You know, first there's language, then there's you know, agriculture, and then there's money, and so, you know, you have all these different overlays that are being consistently added onto the game, and then people say, well, you have a mental health problem because you're not adapting to the changes of the game, you know, that are consistent and persistent. And I think that that's kind of something we all talk about, and I thought that was a very good angle to talk about, and everybody's on a good angle. I'm just kind of surprised that nobody you know, springboarded off that concept there. I think that's a very interesting
Well, because
angle.
you don't prioritize your priorities like all the fucking normies do, and all this bullshit. Like, just like kind of dumb, in my opinion. I turned in $88 worth of aluminum irrigation pipe today, by the way.
Well, if you're a real white man, it would have been 60 pounds of copper wire.
No, I don't do that shit, bro.
Oh yeah, well, I worked over 12 hours today. On the
Good
clock.
job.
Yeah.
But I actually am a real white man, and I'll sell you a wheel from a piece of agricultural equipment that was built in the late 1800s. How about that?
Yo, you know what I look at, like, the greatest philosophers and the greatest intellectual speakers as, like, honestly, like, even the greatest minds that have spoken and written and developed concepts and all this different shit, to me, right, they are still children, right? Babies, still human. And even their greatest of minds, right, is equivalent to like my parents when I'm a child telling me that, you know, I need to go to school. And they have concepts of why school is good. And it all makes sense on paper. But if I would have done that, right, I wouldn't have had a life ever. I would have just participated in the system, the overlay system. I would have never actually learned. I would have been given a set of knowledge. You know, one day I might have graduated a university full of propaganda and I might have wrote books, you know, and people might have loved what I said. And then I might become famous one day, become part of the teaching curriculum as a well-known and established philosopher. But does that actually mean, right, that I provided anything of value? Or did I just further engage the system and bolster it up even more, making it even greater of a lie and fallacy? To hold myself up on a pedestal among it. So that's the problem with
let me know if my voice is going in and out.
A lot of men want to be statued, you know? They want to be remembered by history of the system. And so they don't want to fight it. You know what I mean? They want it to essentially immortalize them. You see?
Well, that's something I'll just say this.
You go ahead, Bruno. Sorry.
Can you guys hear me okay? Let me know if you get, because my internet's a little weak right now, so let me know if my voice is going in and out. Okay, so I'll say this really briefly because I just want to. That what you're saying there is something that I struggle with a lot, and I also think about my kids' perspective too. Of like, you know, I could have been a lot of things in life, for sure. You know, like you're kind of alluding to. Like I could have done a lot of things that might have gotten me fame or wealth or notoriety or, you know, more women or, you know, more children or, you know, a lot of different aspects, right? But I kind of, for better or for worse, sabotage that. And, you know, you kind of deal with the consequences, both good and bad. And like you said, I think for me, I've definitely seen it like you can't really participate without being a part of the problem. And that's really and most people just don't want to admit that that is kind of the problem. I mean, you know, if you don't.
It's a situation where they have you by the balls. You see, Neurojack, because that's the real problem.
I think that's something people can't really be honest about, you know?
The real
But at the same time, it's not an attractive thing for people, and I think that we can't just dismiss them as selfish or stupid or whatever just because they don't want to take a different path. You know, like it's very easy to
Neurojack. It
think
goes
you
back.
should go and be a part of the system. You know,
it goes back to the game, Neurojack. Right? The real problem is not that there's all this shit. The real problem is that we came on the scene, right? I came on the scene in 1990 years after the death of Christ or whatever you have, Annuno Domini, right? Thousands of years have passed before I even got here. All these fucking systems, all this wealth had already been set up in hands, in pockets, in empires. I walked into a video game, right? Everybody's level motherfucking 100, right? I'm level 1. You get what I'm saying? If you've ever played a video game and you start that game late, you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you don't start out the game, right? If you're not one of the original people that start the game, you're never going to be the best dudes in the game. That's just the way it's set up. You literally can't fight them to overcome them because you'll never be as strong as them, let alone stronger. That's how it's set up.
Unless I figure out a better way. So if I can figure out a strategy that's better than all existing strategies, then I will catch up. I will beat them. I will dominate them.
Well, guess what? The little hats have one of the greatest of strategies. And even they're probably going to lose this war. You know what I mean? To not fight anything directly, to infiltrate everything and use everything against everything else. That's a great strategy. So you don't actually need strength. You don't even need to be strong or powerful. You just have to basically stay together, unified, with a secret plan, generationally. And that's what they did. They just stayed together, unified, with a secret plan, generationally.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. Like, I mean, this is a bad example, but I'll use it because I think it is very interesting. Because I'll just generally just say the small hats, just because it's the easiest way to describe whatever we're trying to get at, which is that because I understand what Hank is trying to say, and I understand what intellectual imbecile is trying to say, which is that it's it really is this. It's like you said, it's even with the best strategy, it's a losing game, and I think that's really what Jesus was trying to teach us, is that we're here you're going to fail at trying to wrangle things out, and it's kind of we are here to be humbled, in my opinion, and that's not a very popular opinion, but that's kind of the way I feel about it. And and I think that in that same vein, what I'll say about what you're saying there about the strategy, I think a lot of people miss that. Like, if you look at, like, I was watching, guys know who Casey Neistat is, the YouTube blogger from New York. You guys ever heard of him?
He's like one of the first YouTubers.
Yeah, and I watched his content over the years, and not really. I mean, not a lot, just like maybe 10 videos of his. And I was like, wow, this is really interesting content. But today I was one of his videos showed up on my thing, which I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. So I watched a little bit of it, and then I went to his channel and saw what he was dealing with. And this dude is rich, famous, Jewish. Been all over the world probably, and he's struggling in his marriage, and he's did a video open about that, and did a video with his wife trying to talk about the struggles that they've had and how they didn't get divorced, and it was very apparent that they are miserable in their marriage, but they're trying to make it work for their kids' sake probably, and and I just say that to say this, like, whatever we're dealing with, this system is is and will blow back on the very people that are thinking that they can control whatever this is, in my opinion, right? And so, and again, like, I'm not saying this like as a doom and gloomer. It's just it is whatever it is, and so and that's kind of the situation that we're in. And I think that I understand where Hank's trying to say, well, he thinks he can compete with these guys. I mean, the truth is, I think a lot of people could compete with the controllers of the system, but at the same time, I think a lot of people are also a little bit smarter in their subconscious to know that, like, the people who think they're running this game, they're really a slave as much as they want to think that they're the master. And I think that that's kind of the challenge. And again, I mean, I think that's really what Jesus was trying to tell people in a lot of ways. So I know that sounds very weird to a lot of people, but there is nothing in this world that's for free. Let's just put it that way, especially power. And that's kind of where I'm trying to get across.
So participation in the game makes you a problem. I'm going to aspire to be the biggest possible problem. So,
well, what I'm saying is it makes you a slave, and so really, I mean, to me, it sounds like you're trying to say you'd be the biggest possible slave.
My son has a theory. He says that the world is made of bungholes.
Well,
Don't be a
if one
slave,
hole is the same thing as another hole, then he's right. So,
hey, don't be a slave.
Okay. What should I do instead?
Yo, what was the purpose of sending me to school when I was a kid? Think about it.
Brainwashing. You should just, Hank, you should just go with it, man. Like they said in that Cheech and Chong movie. Just go with it.
If I got the blowjobs as frequently as I wanted them, sure, but I'm not. So stuff's gonna have to burn.
Well, here's what you need to understand about blowjobs. Okay, there's this profession. It's called commercial driving. Okay, and you go to school and you learn how to operate this big, large truck thing, right? And then you get a job where you drive around the country and there's these things called truck stops, and there's women there at every single fucking truck stop.
They're called
They're
lot
ready because the moment they see you driving a big truck, they're like, that motherfucker got a paycheck and shit.
They're called lot lizards.
Yeah.
They're
But you don't
lizards
want to get the ones that got the shit on their lip, bro. Not those ones.
Not those ones.
Yeah, not the ones that got the little shit on their lip, bro. Nah.
You need the ones that look fresh, like they came out of a Goodwill. They got some new Goodwill clothes on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sometimes there'll be like some farmer or whatever that's like, damn, we're gonna freaking starve. Let me go park my daughter down at the truck stop, so at least maybe then she'll have like a nice life. You know, there's
do you remember
like buying a horse? To catch their feet.
Well, do you guys do you remember when Omar came here and said that he went and got his wife from a third world country? What's the difference between that and you picking up the farmer's daughter at the truck stop?
I don't know, maybe to go poop.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to discuss this topic within earshot of children. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I didn't know there. I didn't hear the kid until right.
Yeah,
he just ran in.
Okay.
He just ran in and just said, "Baby, to go poop."
But basically, Neurojack, the way Omar was like presenting himself, and I have friends that are in the military that have told me almost the exact same thing, or excuse me, are now ex-military that have told me almost the exact same thing that Omar was telling me, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, I guess I personally would don't really care where she's from as long as she recognizes the value in me. All right. But like if you're specifically trying to get a wife because she's dumb and like if she attempts to escape will like not know where she is going or whatever, I mean, I think that like
So honestly, I can speak from firsthand experience because I've seen all this shit take place. I've lived in the Dominican Republic for a couple years. So here's what it is. A lot of dudes come from first world countries and they want a third world wife, not because they're dumb and everything like that. It's because they're not American. Like, you gotta understand, men in America have such a bad taste in their mouth for the American cunt, right? That they actually go to other countries just because those women are not cunts. They treat a man like a man. You go to the Dominican Republic, the woman knows her place in this world. She's a woman. You understand? She takes care of the kids, takes care of the house, and the men go out and they earn a living. And they protect their women. And it's a good dynamic that's been established since the beginning of time. In America, that dynamic is being challenged by the system. And so that's the real thing about a lot of men. Now, don't get it twisted. You're always going to have your offshoots, some random guy. But I mean, that random guy could do any kind of weird shit anywhere in the world. You know what I mean?
Whereas a lot of these American girls, and I just got done working at a place where I'm pretty sure there was a bunch of girls there, like at a diner, where like they're looking for a man with a lot of money so they can be married to him for a year or two, say that he's a weirdo, get a divorce, and take half of his shit. That's what they're looking to do.
Right. So that's like a Dominican chick that knows that you're not leaving the country. They just want someone to fucking take care of them. They just want to eat every day.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they're willing to be your wife. Like, you know what I mean? It's not a crazy proposition. It's just a crazy proposition here because all the women in America, not all of them, most of them are on some shit. They've been brainwashed by fucking the media, the movies, the shows. They don't even know.
And what I was referring to is like, what's worse, like marrying a woman of any place who's gonna like do what you said, which is take your money, potentially, or at least not really have the intention of really sticking by you through thick and thin, or doing a prostitution type of situation, or what we were just talking about here, where you actually find, someone who may not be like of your culture or ideal and actually sticks by you. You know what I mean? Like that's really the kind of three choices I see, where it's like, unfortunately, like, I'm not saying that this is good or right, but what I'm saying is, like, a lot of women really aren't even fit to be a prostitute in this country, and really that's a problem around the world. But, like, I mean, that's a sad state of affairs when women aren't even fit to really, be a prostitute. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, and like, I know that sounds very weird and like off-putting, and people are not going to understand what I'm saying, but, like, there's a real problem with, not only and this is not only in the West, by the way, this is a worldwide problem. I'm not picking on, America or something like that. I'm saying, like, there's a real problem where, like, men and women are at such a crossroads that, I'm not saying that the controllers are right, but, like, there's a lot of people who shouldn't be getting married. They shouldn't be, having kids. And I'm not saying, like, they should, I'm not saying, like, in a eugenics kind of way, but
life. You got to understand, the beauty of life is that shit that shouldn't be is. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That is the beauty.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I do agree with you. I'm just trying to make a point that it's kind of a fucked up situation. And
I know that you think
exactly what you mean,
that
bro.
kids, but their kids don't think that. You feel me?
I know exactly what you're saying, bro. Those hoes over there, they all addicted to that crack. And then Hank's over there slapping their ass, going, bitch, let me get that money.
Well, no, exactly. Well, look, and I'll even say it this far. Like, my mom and my dad probably had no business really having kids. I mean, with their whole personality and situations and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But thank God that they did. Of course, I'm happy to be here and
Bro,
all that.
nobody
So,
is equipped for this shit. Okay, don't let anybody tell you anything different. Okay, if they are equipped for this shit, they're probably a weirdo. Okay, and you need to not trust them if they're actually prepared to be a parent, because nobody is.
yeah, I actually do agree with you on that point too, for sure.
Like, anyone who walks around like the perfect parent, those people, right? Look at them very closely. They are psychopaths. Okay, literally, Hannibal Lecter level.
No, I agree. I do. I agree, because I've met exactly the kind of people you're talking about, and no, and again, like, I'm being a little bit extreme, but I'm also trying to make the point of, like,
the perfect parent children come out fucking deranged. Okay, believe me.
No, I know, I agree, and I think really what I'm saying it in a weird way, but, like, really what I'm saying is, like, a lot of us who are here on this panel, and also just can generally see what we're kind of getting at and seeing things from our view. We beat ourselves up so much because we're trying to make the best of a really fucked up situation. All I'm saying is, like, we have to embrace that we are in a very fucked up situation with a lot of fucked up people.
God is the best parent ever. Okay, God said, "I'm gonna make sure you have everything you need. I'm going to hang out in heaven. I'll be right next to you if you need me." Best parent. I try to model my parenting after God.
Hank's rolling up in a freaking Cadillac with a freaking leopard skin fedora on. Bitch, you got my money? No, please don't hit me again. You want to hit it? You want to hit that fucking crack, bitch? Oh, yeah, okay, I'll hit the crack, yeah. Sorry, I was just off on my own tangent over here somewhere.
Well, what I'm saying,
straight truck. I thought they liked the big trucks. I was gonna go to Penske and get a straight truck.
well, I have a homework assignment for you guys. Go to the local truck stops and see how many of the women are just like innocent little farm girls that their dad just dropped off, and how many are like drug addicted, human trafficked people.
Yo, what do we really debate here?
Actually,
You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, look, at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Almost all women are prostitutes.
Correct.
The ones you see in the lot, that is just the lowest form of prostitution. Just the same way that you have thieves, right? You have thieves that rob banks and mansions and jewels. You also got thieves that rob wallets and cigarette lighters at the gas station. The lot lizards are the lowest form of prostitute. The highest form of prostitution is, for example, like, you ever seen the first lady and, like, you know, the wife of Donald Trump, and like, that's the highest level of prostitution. Okay? So, you know, women, someone said women aren't great at being prostitutes. That's wrong. Women are experts at using their body to get what they want. It doesn't always have money being transferred. That's where it gets tricky. See, most women are not set up and built to be cash hookers. They don't like to just be handed the cash. They want the experience of thinking they're an actual legitimate woman, too, while they're being a prostitute. That's the insanity of the American cunt. You see? Is that they're a prostitute, but they don't even want to feel like a prostitute.
Well, and look, I'll be honest. A lot of men are prostitutes in their own professions and fields and in the system. And what I mean by that is, a lot of men are looking for the status in order to get the woman. It's kind of like the whole Scarface thing. Like, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the woman. I mean, a lot of men have that attitude, and so it's no wonder that, you know, you have this kind of synergistic thing from hell of people competing for whatever the fuck they're competing for. You know what I mean?
here's
So
the
yeah, I
dilemma.
agree.
As a man, right? You see the problem. I see the problem. The only way to actually fix this problem is to find one woman, which is almost a crapshoot. You know, it's a super gamble. You have to find one woman that does not fit, right, the generic description of NPC American cunt. And then you must procreate with this woman. And in that procreation, you must raise daughters and sons. And you must raise them correctly so that you perpetuate a small portion of the next generation that is not fucked. You speak to people, you tell them what it is, and hopefully they do the same thing. That's literally all we can do about it.
And also just throw this caveat out there, like, it doesn't make any logical sense to do that either. You're just gonna do it you just got to do it anyways.
I'm just sick of people offering problems and not even a potential solution. And I find that the solution is usually something very simple and completely in line with, like, the original design of this reality.
Yeah, I'm just making the point that, like, you know, getting married and having kids and doing all that, like, it's not very logical in the current conditions either, but you should just do it anyways. You know, it's really
never
not a
been
logical decision.
Neurojack, you're a man surviving in the woods, right? Eating fucking berries and killing shit to survive, right? You literally don't even know where your next meal is coming from, right? But that pussy is wet. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? It doesn't make sense, but you're gonna fuck and you're gonna have a baby in the jungle, right? And now you got a baby in the jungle, and now you're hunting and picking berries for 3 people. No, this doesn't ever make sense. It didn't make sense in the beginning, and it doesn't make sense now.
Yeah, I like the analogy because that's exactly.
It never makes sense to add, right? To add responsibility and to add requirement to your own individual life. You got to understand, every child you have, you're taking on the burden of the necessity of a life form for, like, roughly 18 years with no expectation of being repaid or recuperating your investment. How could that ever make sense? It can never make sense. The only thing you get out of it, right? Honestly, the only thing you get out of it, I mean, in the interim, is you get pleasure and then you get pleasure. Like, you get the pleasure of having children, right? And you get the pleasure of fucking, you know, making the child. But, like, you don't really get anything out of, you know what I mean? It's more of a donation, like you're giving to it. You know what I mean? And
You're
people,
you're giving, yeah, you're giving with very little expectation of any return, essentially. Yeah, exactly. And on the thing with the, and also like you know, as a man, you're restricting your access to other women. You're restricting your time. You know, they're I get, yeah, exactly. And
that's
again,
not always true when it comes to the women thing. There's a lot
no, I
more
know,
there
but
that
but that's what I'm saying about modern society. I mean, at the very least, like you're kind of, you know.
sorry, you'd be very surprised. You know, you got to understand, a man can impregnate more than one woman.
Yeah, of course. No, and no, and I'm saying that it's possible. All I'm saying is like it comes with it comes with a different set of risks than it did before. It doesn't mean it's necessarily better or worse, but
Don't get
it's
it twisted. Don't get it twisted. To me, adding extra wives is like compounding the original bad decision of having the child. Don't get it twisted. It's not a good decision. Like, I would still probably do it though, even though it's a bad idea.
yeah,
I mean,
I pretty much agree with. I mean, I probably would do it, but yeah, it's probably not. It's probably like a really bad idea. Yeah.
you got to understand, if you were God, making all of us or any of us was a bad idea. You know what I mean? He still did it. And that's what makes it.
I wish Red was here. I wish Reddington was here, because I think that, you know, this is the kind of stuff where like he's thinking that God's like evil or something like that. And
No, it's not that God's evil. It's that this is like it even says it in the Bible, right? It says, and he created man and it grieved him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I imagine as soon as God realized what man, right, was gonna do, like he just smacked his fucking forehead, bro. It just has an imprint of that forehead. You know, handprint.
No, I agree. Well, and sorry if I'm interrupting somebody. I'm not really able to hear everybody clearly, but I wanted to mention really quick, like, yeah, like if anybody ever heard of women after they have kid, they have something called postpartum depression. Some of that is hormonal, but also like it is an existential crisis to some degree, because you just realize like, oh fuck, I've really made a decision here, right? And also, and I think that men go through that too. And you know, and again, I'm not trying to make it like a psychology thing or something. I'm just saying like it is an existential shift in your reality, whether, you know, depending on, you know, no matter how you slice it.
There is a psychological component here that's very important, and it operates not only at the human lifespan level, but at maybe a tribal or a Dunbar number, and that is the issue of temporal aggression, the harmony between past, present, and future. In that, you know, once you have procreated, your genes have expressed themselves. You have ensured another generation going forth, because there is that procreation instinct. Psychologically, then also you realize that when you are, you know, you're mortal, and death is something that will happen. How you approach that inevitable end ties in to psychobiology in this sense. If you exist in a dominance hierarchy, you will acknowledge, I mean, one of the curses of human beings, and one of our great strengths, is that we have temporal awareness. We can conceive of a future that doesn't have us in it. And the future becomes another environment in which to express dominance. It is an environment for dominance hierarchy, and your children can imprint upon that. So there is a very important additional layer there beyond just material gains and pleasure. It's not well understood. It's not entirely scientific, but it is something I've been reading about, and it feels true to me. Almost everything on Earth, everything I know of on Earth that I've learned about and read about that's alive, has an instinct to procreate or to leave progeny. Humans are one of the few creatures that have sex sheerly for pleasure, and it's curious to note that we're also one of the only creatures on the planet that has temporal awareness. So we have been
dolphins have sex for pleasure, bro. Monkeys jerk off.
We have been hyper incentivized to have sex despite our temporal awareness, that our progeny may compete with us in terms of legacy into the future. So we are competing in a sense, not only with other people who are alive with us now in a temporal dominance of the future, we're also competing with our own descendants and our own cultural inheritors.
Canuck, do you really think that that's true, that we're the only species that has a sense of time?
I didn't say only, I said we're one of the only species. I believe dolphins may have a good sense of time, wolves as well. Any creatures with a high degree of pack tactics and so on. Dolphins will commit, for example, gang rape initiations of other males in order then to rope them into their pod to go and coerce female dolphins into relations. That requires a high degree of planning and coordination. And I imagine there's some sense of time there, some appreciation for a future.
I think that somehow sense of time is related to dimensional perception, and there's a lot of animals that they say are not capable of perceiving above 2 dimensions, and somehow this is connected to also their lack of temporal awareness.
When you say 2 dimensions, are you talking about length and width, or length, width, height, 3 dimensions, or do you mean time as a 4th dimension? I'm not sure what you mean.
I think there supposedly there's a bunch of animals that aren't really capable, or their brains are not capable of perceiving above 2 dimensions.
Yeah,
So
yes. I know what you mean. I see this with my dog, for example, if he's wrapped up around a tree or something. He doesn't quite understand unwinding and manipulating space in quite that way. Kind of much more linear in their approach to physical space. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly these same animals are not capable of perceiving time.
Well, I just want to mention one thing. Remind me never to be reincarnated as a dolphin if they do gang rape for their initiation.
There was a scientist, I don't remember her name, but she worked with a few others in studying dolphin intelligence. And she apparently had some rather friendly encounters with a dolphin who came to view her as his lady. And it involved everything your imagination could lead you to imagine.
Well, she's lucky the whole gang didn't show up, I guess.
Bro, back in the 70s, there were people literally giving dolphins acid and jerking them off. All right.
They do that at not the acid part, but they jack off
at Burning Man.
World.
Bro, they were trying to figure out telepathy, and they were literally beating off dolphins and giving them LSD and shit.
They're trying to make dolphin human chimeras down there in the vaults.
So, I mean, that's true. And Cecil, if you're interested in that theory of temporal aggression, there's a book you might want to track down. It's not expensive. It's called The Iceman Inheritance. And it has some really kind of odd ideas in it, but some of it is very intellectually daring. It was published, I think, in the mid-70s, early to mid-70s. Machine might know that author, Michael Bradley. I don't know if Machine's read it or not. But it's a fascinating look into something folks call the Kronos complex, right? The Kronos eating his children, right? Because he wants to rule.
Well, just really quick, I want to mention this before I forget. You watched the whole Fallout series so far, right?
Yeah, it was better than I expected.
Well, what stood out to me is they kept saying time is the ultimate enemy. Time is the ultimate enemy. They said that over and over and over again. And I thought that was very weird, like Saturn worship shit or something. Have you seen that? You guys?
Drops in the. I haven't seen this yet. So is there a bunch of truth drops in the Fallout series?
It's very subtle, but fuck yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Put the pedal in smart, fucking take that nut. Got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to Shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they want to tell. So pedophile labels come and last them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Go on the card though. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. Optical examination. Bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Carolans. Yeah, my finger for the credit. Miscount and don't forget it. There's a pale white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack. I think I'm sleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to.
Real meanings of the Bible. There's a lot of interpretation, a lot of words in the Bible. It's been beautifully left and scripted for us. This whole world has been beautifully left and scripted for us to learn from. So the Bible is an incredible source of wisdom that I've come to learn to really appreciate. And you know, I was trying to figure this out. I guess I could have kept this more simple. I have stacks of books and references and spiritual wisdom, right? Different interpretations, different religions, different thought patterns of view. But what it all comes down to, brothers and sisters, what it all comes down to is what is true. What is true? See, because some of my inspirations today, starting out initially, right? The initial observation, we live in a pretend world, right? A lot of people pretending like they know what's going on. A lot of people pretending like they're in charge. The structures of this government economic system, the corporate structure,
and government structures where it's a top-down, oppressive, controlling design. It's insane. Don't buy into it. It's all pretend. See, and the egos pretend. Here's the simplicity, the divinity of our Creator. Our God is so amazing, so magical, so incredible. You really got to allow your mind to be blown away. Because that would be the ego death. The ego is the one that has the limitations. The ego is the one that has the rules and the structures and the definitions and the analysis and the confusion and the fears and the worries. And the ego gets to pretend that it knows. The ego gets to pretend it has the answers. But I tell you what, the more and more I consider these words, God is the answer. See, from God, the truth may be known. The truth is the absolute power. Truth is God. God is the truth. And the truth is how we learn to grow in wisdom. I mean, truth is the essence of knowledge. We can either align ourselves with that which is true, or we can pretend. God allows us to. It's a crazy journey that we get to live. Holy cows, do you realize that? We get to live. We don't have to live. We get to live. Not only do we get to live, we get to know that we live. Through the knowing of life, all that life is, we get to experience love. Love is the answer. Love is the way shown through the one, Jesus, right? The perfected master that God allowed us to receive. Right? The one who showed and walked the earth in the stories as the child of God, to show us the way he lived, the way he spoke, the way he treated each other. That's how we can live. It's the way out of our own sin and corruption. The way of truth keeps us aligned with the creation that's happening. And here's something to consider, right? I shared this elsewhere earlier today. Simple observations of logic, reason. If you can accept the words as God is the truth, so the truth is eternal. God is eternal. We only exist right now. So now is always the present from our subjective experience. We only exist in the now. And it's in the now that we can align ourselves with the truth that God has shown us through our past experiences, through all the literature, through all the rumors and, the world. It's in the now, in the present, that we can align ourselves with the truth of God's will for us all. See, what I believe the message of Jesus was, we are here to love. Love is the reason we live. It feels good to love. And that's what Jesus showed. That's what Jesus taught.
We came from kings and queens.
That's right.
How come we ain't got any kings and queens right now?
Oh, boy, you're always trying to be heavier than anybody else.
the history people. They did their thing and they died, or they got run out of town or killed. Where's the now people to do things now? We're always talking about what's been, never what is. What the people gonna do?
I'll think about it.
Bomb the levy, arm and deadly, arm is steady, fingers, palms is sweaty, shoot holes through your medley, wifey so heady, I'm heavy so ready, box your face out, Peter Man Freddy, chop confetti, with a sharp machete, got no flavor, no sauce, plain spaghetti, I spit legend like Yeti, search for extraterrestrial intelligence SETI, anything pertaining to Eddie, went through Special K and then through Teddy, child support, bank levy, house foreclosed, Franny Mac and Freddie. Why you singing to my medley? Good broad, the hood is hard. Pull your card, fought while you sparred. Banned and barred, my hand to guard. Your odds are good, but goods are odd. I'm done talking.
Man, shut the fuck up. Quiet on the set. Told you motherfuckers to stop getting it twisted. Never been the type to run my mouth from locked
I'm
door.
done talking.
I'm just being real about it. Niggas hollering. Shut up. Shut your old mouth when young folks are talking.
It's beautiful and aggravating, agitating, glad you hating, mouth salivating, your heart palpitation is an indication. You wanna suppress innovation, no limitation, flow been impatient, smack DJs, kick stations and corporations, you could all suck my dictation. Here's what you now facing, Eddo up close and personal, no more giving spacing, start bracing or start embracing, old dogs become soap. Greyhound racing, this ain't a playground chasing, real life you fake like Freddie and Jason, get this boom back, start debasing, I'm half the price, they twice as much, my fingerprints don't fade from the lives I touch, I'm done talk.
Quiet on the set. Shut the fuck up. Told you motherfuckers to stop getting it twisted. Never been the type to run my mouth from locked door. I'm done talking. Niggas hollering. I'm just being real about it. Shut up. Shut your old mouth when young folks are talking.